警示篇，成熟庄稼的标志 the symbol of ripe crop. 雪峰 September 12010. The time for the harvest of crops will mark the end of this system. Angels will carry out the harvesting. Jesus, I am the angel to harvest the ripe crop. I will gather in the ripe crops and put them in the granary of the greatest creator. 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, celestial island continent of the Elysium world. I will bring mankind to a new millennium, the era of life genuine. The so-called ripe crop refers to person with a perfect soul. The ripe crop that I will harvest has the following characteristics. Revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and follow the way of the greatest creator. Do not involve in marriage and family, do not involve in state, do not involve in political party, and do not involve in religion. Have no position, no property, no reputation, and no influence. Have no jealousy, complaint, and comparison. Have no selfishness, greed, and contention. Have no laziness, arrogance, and enmity. Have no anxiety, worry, and fear. Not self-opinionated, flexible, and accommodating. Act in response to the will, and follow the Tao. Be humble, kind, industrious, honest, faithful, unsophisticated, healthy, and civilized. Be good at games, like collective activities and collective life. Be outgoing and vivacious, and always remain happy and pleasant. Cling to celestial life rather than human life, to celestial relations rather than human relations. Follow the Tao of celestial beings rather than the Tao of man. Attach to the fairyland rather than the human world. Without the above 8 characteristics, the crop cannot be regarded as ripe crop. The unripe cannot be gathered in the granary, kingdom, of the greatest creator, and cannot enter the heavenly kingdom. I will lead the ripe crop to the heavenly kingdom, 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, celestial island continent of the Elysium world. The unripe crops will enter the life genuine era to continue their growth and development. As for the others, they are none of my business and have nothing to do with me. 人间和千年界的情爱观对照 A contrast between the view of love in human world and the view of love in 1,000-year world. Xiefeng, April 28, 2007. Human world. I have affection for you, and you must also have affection for me. I love you, and you must also love me. The 1,000-year world. I have affection for you, but you need not have affection for me. I love you, but you need not love me. Human world. I have affection and love for you. You must be responsible for my affection and love. The 1,000-year world. I have affection and love for you. You need not be responsible for my affection and love. Human world. Lovers will be united in marriage and family. The 1,000-year world. Lovers need not be united in marriage and family. Human world. I love only you. The 1,000-year world. I love all people. Human world. I have affection only for you. The 1,000-year world. I have affection for all people. Human world. There are reasons and conditions for affection and love. The 1,000-year world. There are no reasons and conditions for affection and love. Human world. You can only love me. The 1,000-year world. You must love all people. Human world. Affection and love is selfish. The 1,000-year world. Affection and love is unselfish. Human world. The soul and attentive constant love is most respectable. The 1,000-year world. The soul and attentive constant love is most harmful to the collective and society. Human world. The couple who have affection and love for each other own each other. The 1,000-year world. The couple who have affection and love for each other do not own each other. Human world. The couple who have affection and love for each other keep company with each other all their life. The 1,000-year world. The couple who have affection and love for each other can part with each other any time. Human world. One may worry that his or her love may be usurped by other people. The 1,000-year world. One need not have any worry about love. Human world. I will protect my affection and love. The 1,000-year world. I will release my affection and love. Human world. One must pay the cost for affection and love. The 1,000-year world. Affection and love is natural and one need not pay any cost. Human world. My affection and love belong to you, and your affection and love belong to me. The thousand-year world. There is no affection and love that belongs exclusively to anyone. Human world. Without your affection and love, I will be overwhelmed with sorrow. The thousand-year world. Everyone has affection and love, and no one will be overwhelmed with sorrow because of affection and love. Human world. There is jealousy and resentment involved in affection and love. The thousand-year world. One will only experience joy and pleasure in affection and love and will not feel jealousy and resentment. Human world. I feel unhappy to see your affection and love for others. The thousand-year world. I feel happy to see your affection and love for others. Human world. Affection and love is restricted by morals and customs. Otherwise, it constitutes the abuse of affection and love. The thousand-year world. Affection and love is itself moral. There is no problem of abuse of affection and love. Human world. Affection and love is something to be pursued. The thousand-year world. Affection and love is the precious gift endowed by the greatest creator and is the nature of origin. Human world. Affection and love is the greatest obstacle to achieve the spiritual state of celestials and Buddha. The thousand-year world. Lack of affection and love is the greatest obstacle to achieve the spiritual state of celestials and Buddha. Human world. Secular affection and love is the principal factor to maintain the harmony and stability of society. The thousand-year world. Secular affection and love is the principal factor that contributes to the plight and afflictions of man and human society. 情爱中毒. The intoxication of love. 睡疯. June 29, 2010. Affection and love are the precious gifts bestowed to the humankind by the greatest creator. Like salt in dishes, affection and love can make the food delicious and delectable. However, what will happen if we take mouthfuls of salt or mix a lot of salt in the dishes? It is just terrible. There is no real poison in the world. Everything can be poison if the proper amount is exceeded. Heroin, arsenic, opium, morphine, marijuana, Dolantin, coca, cocaine, ice, ketamine, and ecstasy are all useful things if taken in an extremely small amount. Once the proper amount is exceeded, they are poisons. Oxygen is very good thing, right? But you may poisoned if you take high concentration, high flow, and high pressure of oxygen for an exceeded amount of time. Appropriate amount of wine can help regulate the circulation of blood, but we will be poisoned by alcohol if we take too much wine. We drink water every day, but we may be poisoned if we drink more water than kidney can handle. A proper amount of bee venom is beneficial to our health, but excessive dosage of it will kill us. Money is a very good thing, but if we are blinded by lust for money, money may prove the most lethal poison. Appropriate amount of desire is also a good thing, but it may prove to be a deadly poison if we are consumed by boundless avarice. Affection and love is a very good thing, but once we are blinded by it, affection and love will be the poison of life. In the proper amount, everything will be useful, but once the proper amount is exceeded, anything can be a poison. What kinds of affection and love are poisons of love? The affection and love between wife and husband is the poison of life. The affection and love between lovers is poison of life. The steadfast affection and love is poison of life. The fully devoted affection and love is poison of life. The hysterical affection and love is the poison of life. The intoxicating affections and love is the poison of life. The affection and love that makes it difficult for you to sleep and have any appetite is the poison of life. The affection and love with a solemn pledge is the poison of life. The affection and love that require a life of commitment is the poison of life. The above poisons of affection and love are all a result of excessive dosage. If you are emaciated for affection and love, if you are lost in a trance, if you become listless because of love, or if you die for love, you are poisoned by love, which is no different from the poisoning of heroin. People, take care. Be on guard against the love poisoning. The best way to prevent love poisoning is to learn from celestial beings in the thousand-year world. 百年惨烈地震与耶稣警示. A century's dreadful earthquakes and Jesus revelation. 睡疯. January 19, 2010. Jesus the Christ's revelation said, "And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows." Historically, human beings had never experienced such frequent earthquakes in the history. Please look at the following cataclysmic earthquakes all over the world. On December 28, 1908, the earthquake in Messina, Italy took more than 80,000 lives. On December 16, 1920, about 200,000 people were killed in the earthquake in Haiyuan, China. On September 1, 1923, in Japan, it was estimated that about 143,000 deaths in the Great Kanto earthquake. On October 5, 1948, in Turkmenistan, the Ashgabat earthquake took 110,000 lives. On May 31, 1970, the earthquake in Ancash, Peru killed about 70,000 people and 800,000 became homeless. In 1976, the death toll in the Great Tangshan earthquake in China was about 250,000. On December 26, 2004, Indian Ocean earthquake triggered a series of devastating tsunamis, and 227,898 people were killed according to official announcement. On October 8, 2005, about 79,000 were killed in the Pakistan Kashmir earthquake. On May 12, 2008, in China, the Sichuan earthquake killed 69,225 people and 17,923 were missing. On January 13, 2010, a strong earthquake struck Haiti, killing about 300,000 people. What do these frequent earthquakes mean? It means the beginning of circles of sorrows. Human beings are on the point of experiencing a period of unusual difficulties. Great tribulation is coming. Jesus told us, "For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time. No, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved." But for the elects refers to the Chanyuan celestials on Book of Life noted by Dayform Buddha, sake those days shall be shortened. For as the lightning comes out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect, refers to the Chanyuan celestials on Book of Life noted by Dayform Buddha, from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. The Life-Chanyuan era will start then. We must be alert and keep watch because we are at a turning point in human history. Believe it or not, it's up to you. 不要把希望寄托在人身上. Do not lay your hopes on a person. Xiefeng. July 9, 2012. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Care. Human beings are absolutely unreliable. However trustworthy a person seems, they will eventually die. So how can he or she be reliable? Can parents be reliable? They cannot even master their own fates to be alive or dead the next day. So how can they be relied upon? Can husbands and wives be reliable? Not mentioning the changes of faith and love, even if their love remains strong and consistent, once there is any unexpected misfortune, where will the person that you want to rely on be? Can sons and daughters be reliable? There have been many concerned parents since very ancient times. But where is the child who is filial? Chinese proverb. Can lovers be reliable? Someone once said, "I will surely be responsible for her." This is total nonsense. You do not even know whether you will be alive or not on the next day. So how can you be responsible for her? Can you guarantee her happiness and blessings for her whole life? You cannot even guarantee your own happiness and blessings in your life. So how can you guarantee other people's happiness? Can brothers and sisters be reliable? Can friends, superiors, and subordinates be reliable? Even Chairman Mao is not reliable, not mentioning any other people. Am I, Xiefeng, reliable? No. We have today's homeland only because we are walking on the way of the greatest creator. This is a blessing from the greatest creator, the result of Tao's operation, not because Xiefeng has any special abilities or talents. Question. Then who can be relied upon? Answer. only the greatest creator and walking the way of the greatest creator. As a person, works and behaves by following the will of and the way of the greatest creator, that is the best policy. 人类新生活模式样板已经建成. The new life mode of human being has come into being. Shuefeng, August 23, 2012. The ideal life mode once dreamed of by many saints, as what the ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote in his dialogue The Republic, the one world Confucius was after, and the communist society Karl Marx pursued, has been practiced and realized now on Earth. This new life mode is beyond what Plato, Confucius, and Karl Marx and other saints had imagined and described. It was born in a completely new way, and this brand new life mode is just the idyllic the second home founded by Life Genuine. The life mode of the second home is totally different from the traditional life mode we are familiar with. Many saints' dream has completely come true. People live in a worry-free environment where troubles, bitterness, anxiety, desperation, and fear are reduced to the minimum, and so are conflict, fight, and crimes. An all-around harmonious and sustainable coexistence between man and nature, man and society, man and man is realized. Our 3.5 years practice and experiences have fully proved that this new life mode is more than just successful. It will be developing continuously and healthily and have an extremely bright future. We have now total 180 residents living in our community, which includes 13 kids. The age of the oldest resident is 87 while the youngest is only 3. 180 people live in 3 branches separately. The biggest branch has 72 residents, and the smallest has 45 people. Most people are from rural areas of China. The education level of majority is middle school. More than half of the residents are female. Middle-aged are the majority, and the average age in the community is around 40. The second home implements a paradise management mode. The gist of the mode is that no management is the best management. This mode stimulates and motivates the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faithfulness, and honesty in human nature, and creating a proper external atmosphere to bring those qualities in full play. There is no management team or leaders. People do their work voluntarily. There isn't any office. No other meeting or gathering are held except Monday. Wednesday nights are the time for group study, and Friday night is the time for everyone to gather to discuss and solve any issue that may arise in day-to-day lives. Everyone here is first and foremost an ordinary worker. There used to be a branch manager to organize the running of the branch, and now this role has been canceled. Each branch only has a senior, whose role is neither manager or leader, but just a coordinator to arrange and coordinate branch's daily activities. There is no more traditional family in the second home. Husband and wife relationship pattern is broken automatically when the couple start living in the community and they become independent of each other. The nurture and education of kids, the care of the senior residents will be the pure responsibility of the community, which means that children are no more responsible for the well-being of their parents and vice versa. All the jobs in the second home are professionalized and specialized, big or small. There will one person in charge. The chef only does cooking, the washer only does the laundry, the cleaner only does cleaning, the gardener only does gardening, and chicken raiser only cares chicken, vegetable growers only grow veggies, and the one who cultivate economic crop just focus on making sure the crop grow well. Builders only do the building and maintenance work. The purchaser, driver, hairdresser, healthcarer, and tailor will be doing other jobs when they finish the main task. Homeschool teacher is a part-time job, so teachers are involved in manual labor when they are free. The main income of the second home comes from the donation of Chanyuan Celestials. We grow a variety of vegetables ourselves. Now the supply can meet the demand of 180 residents. Every day we can get altogether about 300 chicken and duck eggs from 3 branches, which ensure that everybody could have at least 1 egg each day. The meals are mainly veggies, but we do have meat occasionally. This year we have started the business of growing monk fruits, and now we have total 10,000 monk fruit trees under management. If everything goes well, a yearly 1,000 RMB net profit can be expected. The officers from Public Security Department of Yunnan Province, China, where the community is located, once said after visiting our community, "What you have done is too ideal, and we doubt how you people can keep and develop this life mode. But I'm very sure that the economic development of the second home will not have any problem, and we can definitely become self-sufficient and eventually live in abundance. The reality will prove it after 3 years. In the 3 years' time since the second home was founded, our community never had any form of attrition and conflict tie-on with our neighbors. Actually, we keep a very friendly relationship with the neighbors. Internally, the community residents never had any quarrel, argument, abuse, or fight, and everyone get well along with other people. Also, violations of the law and crimes are not seen here at all. Gambling, drug taking, prostitution, and stealing have totally disappeared. The environment of 3 branches has become very idyllic. All branches are surrounded by green mountains and clean streams. Luxuriant plants and trees are everywhere. We have a variety of fruit trees, especially pear, bayberry, peach, and chestnut trees, which produce fruits more than our residents could consume. Over 70 different kinds of flowers are blossoming in all seasons. Our home is clean and tidy everywhere, especially the kitchen, dining room, and public toilets. You can hardly see any stain. The crisscrossed brick or cement walkways in the orchards extend in all directions. In our 4th branch, brooks babbling can be heard everywhere, and the Crystal Mountain spring flows through the front of everyone's bedroom and the vegetable garden. Rooms of all branches are managed according to hotel standard. All rooms are equipped with a wooden bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. Each of the bedrooms later built by ourselves has a spacious bathroom and a closet. All rooms have 2 windows which allow enough sunlight and fresh air to come in. We also built an entertainment hall which can hold 300 people and a 5-star level dining hall which can seat 150 people. Except that a few kids are still live together in one big room. Other people all have a separate bedroom. The ideal of no one pockets anything found on the road, doors are not bolted at night, has been completely realized in the second home. There never be any stealing case in 3 years. Nobody ever lost anything, and people can keep their door open at daytime and leave the door unlocked at night. Breaking into other people's bedroom without permission at night is rarely heard. The meal standard in our community is above worldwide average. The main course is usually rice, steamed bread, steamed stuffed bun, twisted roll, noodle, Chinese dumpling, and spring onion pancake. The vegetables include cabbage, Chinese cabbage, carrot, eggplant, cucumber, capsicum, tomato, potato, cauliflower, chives, celery, string beans, and melons. The meal is usually served in buffet style. Everybody can take what they need, and the food supply is always enough to feed all. All residents own nothing but have everything. All properties belong to everyone. Individual no more own any property or money. No one is treated specially. All people go to the dining room for food. The storeroom is open for everyone to take what they need for daily life. There is no distribution and supervision. Clothing can be purchased on demand. The basic policy is as long as the goods is not luxurious and wasteful, it will be definitely purchased to meet the need of requester. Currency is no more useful inside the community, and money transaction also disappeared between people. The second home basically does not have any celebration activity except the Mid-Autumn Festival and Chinese New Year. We don't celebrate birthday too. Gifting between people is not allowed. The second home try to prevent any religious ceremony and political activity. We don't have church, temple, mosque, preaching hall, meditation room and office. We don't have any form of worshiping, for example, burning incense and bowing to an idol. Therefore, we don't hang up the image of any saint, master, and Buddha. Everything comes from nature and should be returned to nature. So artificial stuff is unwanted in our home. Moreover, everyone is independent of others, and no one should impose his will upon other people. The cultural and recreational activities in our community is full of variety. In addition to the monthly big party, we play games and have entertainment anywhere when we feel like to. Game ideas are so many and varied that we always have new and exciting one to play. Singing, dancing, and poetry recitation are the main theme of entertainment. All residents can participate in these activities so that their talents and skills can be displayed and developed. Our home is short of musical talents now, but we prepare to buy some instruments so that we can enjoy the beautiful music of flute, piano, Chinese pipa, and trumpet all round our home in future. We don't have a reading room and only have small volume of books right now, so we plan to set up a library in each branch, and most books will be related to philosophy and natural science. The second home has a home school for 13 kids study purpose, and their level is now at 4th, 5th, and 6th grade of primary school. We have classroom, study desk, blackboard, and a big playground. The educational materials are the same as what people use in public schools, which meet the requirement of the Chinese Department of Education. The teachers are chosen from residents who are either used to be a professional teacher or have completed tertiary education. In addition to the basic subjects, we also added the subjects of how to behave as a competent and useful man and the relationship between human being and the greatest creator, God. Kids are also required to do some manual labor according to each one's ability, for example, cleaning bedroom and yard, pulling weeds. English language is also a major subject in primary school education. Each does his best according to his ability and asks for what he need, is a key policy in our home. Anyone, even if he is 800 years old, as long as he is still fit, should assume a job according to his ability. Therefore, there is no such saying as retired in our home. Nobody is an idle and parasite. Everyone has something to do. In fact, working has become the most basic and enjoyable daily activity for everyone. It almost turned to a form of game. People feel like they are punished if they are not allowed to work. In the second home, if someone has caused any hurt to others mentally, spiritually, or physically, this person will be dismissed immediately from the community. The love between man and woman is absolutely free in the second home. Nobody should interfere a couple in love, but group sex is prohibited. Also, we implement the value, gents come second. Ladies are always first and should be respected for no reason. So man can never be active trying to seduce a woman, and any form of sex harassment is strictly prohibited. Breaking into a woman's room without her permission is not permitted. Moreover, in our home, there is no marriage. One would be relocated to a different branch every 3 years. Therefore, permanent relationship between man and woman is almost impossible. If a man and a woman fall into love and don't want to be set apart, they can choose to return to the secular world, get married, and form a family like what people do in traditional society. Currently, the situation of the second home can be described as excellent, and it is developing towards the direction of more and more perfect, more and more ideal. We have set a successful example for all human beings. If everyone on this earth lives according to this new life mode, undoubtedly, this world will become a heaven, an Eden. The earth will no longer have wars, conflicts, crimes, famine, and crisis, but enter into a new peaceful era. Man and society, man and natural will coexist very harmoniously. Every single person of human beings, no matter which country, ethnic group, religious and political party you come from, no matter you are rich or poor, no matter you are big or small, please note that the second home will not develop to any kind of political party which might cause trouble and harm to you. I believe that if you are interested in this new life mode, if you come live in our community, you won't lose anything. On the contrary, you will surely get more than you can imagine. I sincerely hope that you will pay close attention to us, and we warmly welcome journalists or visiting groups to come to our home to experience this exciting lifestyle. Note: Chanyuan Celestials are those people who like the above lifestyle and are willing to give up all their possession in secular world and dedicate their life to initiating a heavenly-like brand new era. They are the ones who are brave enough to pursue the highest state of life, which is a journey on the earth full of fun, happiness, freedom, and joy. 一个不自由的人是不会明白道德的. One who takes no liberty will not understand morality. Xiefeng, July 9th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. First of all, the morality of which I speak here are Tao and virtue. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator and the synthesis of all laws and rules of the universe. Virtue is the level of which life is consistent with Tao, and as with love, it is only a state of life. Liberty is a state of mind with neither selfishness nor ego, and without worry, fear, responsibility, or obligation, but rather is acting freely and being unfettered. Without it, we can neither enjoy life nor understand the meanings of Tao and virtue. In other words, those who take no liberty remain confused. Very few articles are worth reading. All those that were written by authors who have taken no liberty will cheat and deceive their readers. As the five blind men who patted parts of an elephant, they will concentrate on details while not understanding the whole picture. Therefore, rather than reading textbooks, it is better to read the book without words. Who are some of the people who take no liberty? Leaders of governments are surely not free, nor are any of their officials who serve them. Masters of commerce who administer obligations and responsibilities to their disciples are not free, nor is anyone who lives for money, power, status, or fame. Those who own wealth and property are not free, nor are those who sleep all night only to work hard all day. Those who are fighting for some ideal and those living in traditional marriages and families are certainly not free. Finally, those who fear death and those who are inflexible in any way are deservedly not free. Actually, liberty is the quality of life in heaven. There are very few free people in the mortal world, and this is why history is so full of pain, confusion, misfortunes, struggles, contradictions, and all too often, total chaos and disorder. 茫茫苦海悲剧人生 The Vast Sea of Bitterness and the Tragic Life. Xiefeng. Edited by Kayer. Being born into this world is tantamount to falling into a boundless sea of bitterness. How many ideals come to naught? How many hopes turn into despair? How much frustration? How many tears from the heart run on and on all day long? How much unspeakable bitterness follows us, year after year? Each year 1,000,000 people around the world commit suicide, and the number who try but fail is too high to count. Why? Because of life's bitterness. In this vast sea of bitterness, the shore is ever elusive. The endless suffering is too hard to explain. When will this pain ever stop? The suicides of 1,000,000 people is only the tip of the iceberg or a drop of water in the vast sea. Much more pain is hidden under placid surfaces like volcanoes before they erupt. Hidden behind each smiling face are unspeakable hardships and sorrow. On the worried looks of the frowns and brows there is much sadness and regret. Your social status rises, yet your suffering increases. You make more money, yet your pain increases each day. You finally have no worries about food, clothing, accommodations, or travel, yet you worry more. Your level of education includes a high degree and your knowledge is admirable. Yet rather than sweeping your troubles away, they squeeze you like a constrictor snake. You endure in silence, struggle hard, wait for a long time, eagerly look forward to the dawn's light. But no dawn of life appears on the distant horizon, only an immeasurable abyss. As a life guide and a life guide, I know where the shore of freedom and blessing is. I understand how to leave this boundless sea of bitterness. I can guide you to heaven, but you neither believe me nor trust me. You are full of doubts, and even some of you who did follow me could not follow the route map I designed for you strictly enough. You followed my shadow, but not my spiritual light. In this way, you could never escape from life's pain and troubles or reach the ideal shore. Where is your pain? Your pain and all your bitterness are in your dedicated life program, your greed and selfishness, your lust, your possessions, your attempts to control and possess others, your envy, complaints, and comparisons, and in your passivity and pessimism. In other words, it is in your ignorance and savagery. Committing suicide? Do you want to quench your thirst with a tall glass of poison? That would only lead you straight to hell. It is definitely not the right way to escape from your suffering. The best ways to get rid of your life afflictions are to carry on your torture stake, but to follow each step along my route map. As long as you strictly follow my route map, the farther you walk, the more you will begin to feel relaxed, the brighter it will be, the less pain you will feel, and the nearer you will be to heaven. If you do not follow my route map strictly, your pain and suffering will never end. You can either hold on to your original way, or you can choose a different path, but I can tell you that this is the only way to heaven. If you do not believe me, then just wait for your experience to answer. Never assume that you can escape from the immense darkness on your own as you walk ahead. Without my guidance, you can never leave the affliction of the cave of the silver web, nor can you ever escape from the immense darkness. 雪峰向贪官污吏、黑恶势力的宣言书 Xiefeng's Manifesto. To corrupt officers and dark power. Xiefeng. December 3rd, 2013. Translated by Tsong Long. In today's peaceful China, There still exists a group of corrupt officers and dark power who violate laws, bully the kind, confounding black and white, and stop at no evils even in broad daylight. We have walked to today and have suffered enough bullying and humiliation from corrupt officers and dark power. We cannot stand it anymore, and I hereby want to declare war on you. Numerous people have sacrificed their precious life in order to realize the loftiest ideal and for the interests of all humanity. Their blood cannot be paid in vain. Today, I want to take over previous martyrs' unfulfilled cause and will fight to death for this great ideal. Today, we have realized the absolute communal lifestyle within a small group, and you want to nip this flower in the bud, but I tell you, it is impossible. You have used despicable means by threat, intimidation, and slander, damaged the road, cut the power and telephone cables, broke the water pipe, grabbed the camera by force, shoved young kids, and harassed community members at night to forcibly occupy the home of many kind and diligent people and order them to move out. You use your power to commend the Public Security Bureau, including the Domestic Safeguard Team, to create difficulties and make sufferings to our souls. You threatened and intimidated the landlords to terminate our lease contracts and stated that you wanted to drive the entire community away from Yunnan Province within the next 3 to 4 months. You have committed innumerable crimes and lost your humanity. You people intruded into our home and searched our rooms and acted viciously. We were around by you. You intimidated local villagers to besiege us and forced your way in. You took pictures and videos arbitrarily and deleted the data in our camera by force. You came without presenting any documents or identifications, but only give verbal orders. Are you people different from bandits? Because we are a group of people who voluntarily gather together to have a communal way of life, and we did not register with any relevant government departments, you then stated that we are an illegal organization. I want to ask you, what is the meaning of illegal? We never violate Chinese laws or commit crimes, and we never harm nature, the society, and people's life. Is it illegal that we choose a communal lifestyle? Are your behaviors legal? You organized 40 people to besiege us for almost 2 weeks and forcibly occupied our home without giving us any compensation. What kind of people are you? You came as a team of about 16 police officers just to request some of us to get temporary residence permits. What do you want to do? You want to show us your strong power? President Mr. Xi Jinping has told you to value the initiative of masses. The third plenary session of 18 Central Committee has approved that CPC should encourage the initiative of masses. Did you not hear it, or you do not understand it? Do you want to go against with Central Chinese government? You think that you can do anything as long as you are in authority. You think you can bully people and prey on them arbitrarily. You think that we are afraid of you. Let me tell you, you are wrong. Civilization is never afraid of barbarism. The good is never afraid of the evil. Brightness is never afraid of darkness. The masses are never afraid of corrupt officers. We will never succumb to your despotic power. No way. How long can you continue this reckless attack? And how long can you still cover the sky and tyrannize us? Let us see whether you will make us die of famine or short of resources. Let me tell you, your last day is coming soon. You are making your last crazy attacks and death struggles. God's mill grinds slow but sure. Your wickedness will be unable to escape the net of justice. 不要试图控制别人, do not attempt to control others. Shuefeng, March 5, 2011. Who should be controlled? Answer: livestock, poultry, idiots, maniac, mental patients, criminals. Who will control them? Answer: feedlot, mental health hospital, penitentiary, prisons, and the staff members of these institutions. Apart from those mentioned above, man should not seek to exercise control over each other, with the exception of special organizations. Men should establish an equal, friendly, mutually respecting, and honorable relation. There should not be any attempt of mutual control. If you attempt to control others, then you regard them as animals, or idiots or maniacs, or prisoners. The slave owners in the age of slavery controlled slaves. Thus, when some people want to control others, they are treating them like slaves, or they are regarding themselves as the jailers and the people they attempt to control as the criminals. In the normal society, man should not attempt to control each other. If so, you are despising and trampling on human right and human dignity, and actually you are committing a crime. It can be said without exaggeration that a person who wants to control another normal person is a criminal, or a maniac who is inflicted with mental disorder. We should ponder over it and be vigilant if the above definition has its meaning and value. Most couples are trying to control each other, either in economy, emotion, body, thought, spirit, or soul. In one word, there are traces of mutual control between husband and wife. In this sense, most of husbands or wives are in essence criminals or mental patients. Of course, a criminal will not regard himself as a criminal, and a mental patient will never think of himself as a mental patient. Once he regards himself as a mental patient, he is not a mental patient anymore, but a normal person. There are also mutual controls between lovers and sweeties. Therefore, infatuated lovers or sweeties also smack of mental disorders. Some parents who still exercise control over their grown-up children are actually criminals. Some children who exercise control over their parents are not only criminals, but also mental patients. In the normal organizations, it is normal for the higher authorities to control the lower authorities, but it is abnormal for one to be controlled by his superior, because such superiors are taking their inferiors as their slaves and taking themselves as the masters. Any phenomenon of controlling or being controlled is absolutely abnormal, no matter whether it occurs in the politics, religion, culture, production, or cultivation and refinery, or in life and family and social intercourse, with the exception of those cases where control is necessary. The person who exercises control is either a criminal or a mental patient. Controlling others is actually paramount to depriving other people's freedom. Poultry and livestock have no freedom. Maniacs or mental patients should be monitored during their illness. Prisoners should not enjoy freedom during their service in the prison. A normal person should enjoy complete freedom as endowed by the Constitution. Aren't we criminals if we deprive a normal person of his freedom? If we are not criminals, then we must have suffered some mental problems. Therefore, we must keep it in mind that we should never attempt to control anyone, especially the Chanyuan Celestials. We should never control others, but must fully respect their freedom. In the home without marriage and family of life Chanyuan, there should never be the control of man by man, which is one of the main elements of holographic management. When we are currently controlling other people, we must be vigilant. We are either criminals or mental patients. When we try to control others, we must watch out, because we are heading for crimes or schizophrenia. 千万不要试图改变别人. Do not in any way try to change others. Shuefeng, March 5, 2011. The most complicated and most troublesome relation in the world is that between husband and wife. The most saddening and most disappointing relation is that between husband and wife. And the most yearned and most despairing relation in the world is also that between husband and wife. To maintain this relationship, one should be neither too soft nor too tough, neither too close nor too estranged, neither too powerful nor too weak, and neither too indifferent nor too intimate. This relation may look as elusive as thin strands of silk, as hot as fire, and as cold as ice. It is almost impossible to straighten out what is entwined in the relation, and very difficult to explain it in a clear and logical manner. The relation between husband and wife begins with a comedy but ends in tragedy. Don't be fooled by the report of many couples that have developed love in childhood and sustained it all through their lives. This is only an appearance put up under the control and check of various factors. The marriage and the relation between husband and wife is in essence a tragedy. The source of the tragedy is not the lack of money or poverty, is not wealth and rank, is not parents or children, and is not the involvement of a third party or the differences in characters and interests. The source of the problem lies in the fact that both husband and wife intends to change the other party according to their own values and wills. The wife always want to change the husband according to her own values and wills, while the husband always want to impose his own values on the wife. What is the result? Neither the husband nor the wife can change each other, and the so-called change is only temporary compromise and suppression in consideration of various factors. The desire to change others is the beginning of tragedy. Let's ask people who have been husbands and wives, or are now husbands and wives, if they have changes the other party. The more you want to change the other party, the worse the relations between husband and wife will be. Don't you think so? Why is the desire to change others the beginning of tragedy? It is more difficult to change man's natural disposition than to change rivers and mountains. It is a painful thing to change one's natural disposition, not only for the person that asks others to change, but also for the person asked to make the change. It is extremely arduous, painful, and also perverse to nature to change rats into cats, cats into dogs, dogs into men, and man into another self. In addition, because of each individual's predestined relations and evolutions in previous life and transmigration, people each have their own peculiar track of life and life, which is a plot of screenplay that has already been written in their own life. That we want to change others is actually paramount to changing the track of other people's life and going against Tao. The result is just imaginable. All the effort can only prove to be futile and will lead to tragedy. If husband and wife who are mutually related in interests and deeply in love with each other cannot change each other, then it would be more difficult for people in other interpersonal relations to change each other. The parents attempt to change their children and vice versa. The friends, neighbor, and relatives attempt to change each other. All these will end in tragedy. Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and Celestial Lao Tzu have left us with many teachings, but they had never attempted to change anybody. They were simply reasoning with us and offering guidance to us. Only devils and their offspring desire to force their will upon others. Men should never attempt to do anything to change others or do anything that may be a strain on energy and does not produce good results. Man should not do anything impossible, should not cause tragedy to himself or other people, especially between husband and wife, between parents and children, and between friends and lovers, between masters and disciples, and between teachers and students. The best approach is, I respect your will, your choice, your hobbies and interests, and your character. If we are compatible with each other, we can get along with each other happily and joyfully. If not, we just go our different ways. If we vary too greatly in views, we can break up in good manners and follow our respective ways. Do not attempt to change any other creatures and lives, including man, of course, except yourself. The more intimate the relations between men are, the more important it is for them to respect each other's will and character. Be sure not to try to change the other party with your own values and outlook on life. Do not attempt to impose your own will into the other party, otherwise, you may become estranged and part company, each going your different ways, no matter how close you have been to each other. How can we prove that we ourselves are right? There is no way to prove. What seems to be a misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Even if someone has suffered a misfortune, how we can know the meaning and value implied in such misfortune? How can we know that such misfortune may actually turn out to be a blessing? The conclusion: do not try to change or transform the other, and just change yourself if you cannot endure. In this way, you will not create tragedy, and in this way, you may enjoy more intimate relations. In this way, you will have broader space to utilize your talents. In this way, you will have the mien of a celestial being. 人类生存岌岌可危，急需改变生产和生活模式。The survival of mankind is in great danger. The production and life model needs to change immediately. Xiefeng, August 1 SD 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. According to a report that was released on August 1 Staff 2017 in the Worldwide Fund for Nature, people would have consumed the full year's supply of renewable resources for 2017 by August 2 2017. The report pointed out that, by August 2nd of this year, we will have used more natural resources than the Earth can replace during the entire year. This means that during the first 7 months, our carbon emissions have been more than all the oceans and forests will recycle for the full year, and that we will have caught more fish, cut down more trees, harvested more food, and used more water than the Earth will replace during the year, so that during the following 5 months, we will be borrowing or overdrawing the benefits that were to have been for future years and offsprings. In April of 2009, I warned everyone that the so-called end of the world in 2012 would not happen, and that rather than doomsday coming suddenly, it will happen gradually to and fro, with more and more serious natural climatic changes. Alas, little changes happen gradually, but great changes take place instantly, and natural climate changes over the past 8 years have fully demonstrated my predictions. If the human race as a whole fail to awaken to this last-minute danger and do not change our traditional production and life model immediately, the entire natural ecology will collapse within 15 to 20 years, and the human race will all be in great danger. During the last 8 years, Life Genuine has been actively engaged in the exploration of and experimentation with a new production and life model, and has found a way to solve the conflict between natural resources and human consumption. Once again, I give warning to everyone today that we urgently need to live according to the production and life model created by Life Genuine. If we do not act now, it will be too late. 为自己活，不要为谁活. Live for yourself, never for others. Xiefeng, April 30th, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The most selfish people in the world are those who claim to live for others. The most selfless people in the world are those who admit to living for themselves. The greatest creator creates every life as an individual, endowed with a unique appearance and nature, free will, and a full physiological system. Each individual is given a mission that is uniquely different from all others. As individuals, each of us has our own unique fate and trajectory of life and of human life. It is only when there are diverse, rich, and varied lives that a fantastic world can be constituted. It is the greatest creator's arrangement that every life should live out its own nature. It is only with great selfishness and lack of mercy that we repress others' natures or deprive their natures by persuading or forcing them to live according to our own will, and that is totally against the way of the greatest creator. As long as everyone lives only for themselves, everything will be in order, and each of us can live out our own style and live easily. Whoever does not live for themselves but attempts to live for others will exhaust not only themselves, but also those who are served by them. The value of Life Genuine is to be responsible to the greatest creator and for yourself. Everyone should live for and be responsible for themselves, as it is only when they live completely this way that all of humanity will be in a state of harmony. If everyone lives for others and tries to be responsible for others, all of humanity will be chaotic and under stress. In fact, there is not a single person in the world who lives entirely for others. Even the greatest prophets, including Christ Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni, lived for themselves more than for others. They served objectively for others, but subjectively for their own achievements and for completing their missions. I, Xiefeng, the founder of Life Genuine, was motivated to start Life Genuine to lead humanity out of misery, to create the Life Genuine era for all people, on the surface for the human race, but intrinsically for my own benefit. The sages recognize selfishness for its selflessness. The more selfish I am, the more I can achieve and realize myself, and the more I can be a true self and lose myself. In a word, I live for myself and I am responsible for myself, but I never live for others, never bother with others, and never answer for others. Certainly, I do not need others to live for me, bother about me, or answer for me. Every parent gives birth to and raises children for themselves, definitely not for the sake of their children. Any parent who truly does everything with regard for their children would never bring children into this world of suffering with neither the consent of, nor any agreement from those children. Taking care of and raising children and creating conditions to ensure that they receive proper education is for the children on the surface, but is essentially for the parents in order to satisfy their own desires to obtain what they need from those children. These desires include feelings of parenthood, glorification and illumination of their ancestors, passing on their genetic legacy, the need for support when they become aged and unable to work, and so on. Some children do not want to get married. However, their parents will persuade and coerce them to. What is the purpose? It is entirely for the parents themselves. Anyone who forces others and who imposes their will upon others is completely selfish and in no way lives for others. The more they claim, "All that I do is for you," the more their extremely selfish and purposeful, concealed motives become revealed. No matter how deeply a husband and wife might love each other, it is essentially for each of themselves. Does any husband live completely for his wife? Does any wife live completely for her husband? Is there any? Of course not. Is there any king, president, or chairman who lives completely for their people? Of course not. In order to gain favor from their constituents so they can consolidate their power and maintain their positions, they have to gain favor from the people, and the more favor they gain, the more they benefit themselves. This is really quite a tacit understanding. When anyone says, "I do this completely for the sake of the people, not for mine," or "I do this completely for your own good, not for mine," they are attempting to fool the public. They are looking for scapegoats to hide their own inabilities, passing on their own incompetencies and irresponsibilities, conspiring to control others, attempting to impose their wills and wishes upon others, mistreating others in spirit and soul, increasing the burdens of spirit and soul on others by arousing their emotions, and are shirking their responsibilities. A good person should seek the truth from the facts with honesty, but with neither deception nor falsehood. Everyone lives for themselves and is responsible for themselves. Never repeatedly claim that you live for others or are responsible for others. When anyone claims, "I did this for your own good," it can be concluded that they are a liar and that they are lying. When someone says, "I live for you," it can be concluded that they are incompetent, greedy, selfish, and merciless. Someone says, "I want to deliver all beings from torment." I say, bullshit. Why do you want to deliver all beings from torment? Everything is running in Tao. Need you not also? 只有共产主义才能救人类. Only communism can save mankind. Xiefeng. August 8, 2016. Translated by Zonglong, Ilian, and Tongxin, edited by Kair. Capitalism has achieved great progress for humanity. Transportation and communication are very convenient and produce is abundant in today's society. The Earth supports 7 billion people, mainly as a result of capitalistic development. Without capitalism, today's civilization could not exist. Capitalists are the elite of society. They have generated much material wealth for people and resolved unemployment issues for a large number of people. Without capitalists, many more of us would be very poor and suffer underdeveloped and empty lives. However, the development of capitalism has gradually revealed three major issues that it cannot overcome: the unequal distribution of wealth, the overconsumption of natural resources, the further intensified trend of selfishness and greed from human nature. As reported by CNS New York on January 20, 2015, the top 1% of the wealthiest people in the world possess 48% of the world's wealth, the following 19% possess 46%, and the bottom 80% only possess 5.5%. The unequal distribution of wealth will result in a series of social problems such as a desire to be wealthy quickly and its resulting illegal activities, hostility against the wealthy, production of counterfeit goods, seizing of resources, illicit drug production and trafficking, jealousy and struggling, stealing, cheating, blackmailing, exploiting, gambling, speculating, and corrupting because of feeling psychologically unbalanced, violence. All these problems cannot be resolved through capitalistic production relations. The second issue caused by the development of capitalism is the unreasonable and huge consumption of natural resources. Professor Mohan Munasingh, the vice chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and a board member of Green Cross International, said that by 2012, we had overdrawn 50% of the sustainable natural resources of the Earth, and he predicted that if we continue pursuing our current lifestyles, we would need those of 2 planets to meet the demand of the total population by 2030. Not only is the excessive consumption of natural resources unable to support a sustainable future, but it will also lead to a series of natural disasters. The deterioration of the natural environment in recent years is very evident. Global warming, drought and drying riverbeds, floods, hurricanes, thawing permafrost, and the disappearing Arctic ice cap as ancient glaciers melt and result in a rise of sea level, destruction of biodiversity, and polluted rivers, sea, and soil, to name just a few. Even more severe are the natural disasters which are aggravating, not by a small percentage, but rather at a geometric rate. Due to this climate change, it is possible that within the next 15 years, many places on Earth will become uninhabitable. The number of refugees caused by natural disasters could reach hundreds of millions, which could lead to social upheavals, and if that happens, the United Nations and the existing governments will be impotent. The nature and development of capitalism are based on selfishness and greed. The ultimate purpose of the efforts of almost everyone is to get more resources and wealth for themselves. In order to meet their growing and changing desires, people are working hard day and night in order to acquire more wealth and resources, which in turn aggravates the selfish consciousness and actions. Excessive development and consumption driven by endless desires of human beings are the core drivers that lead to pollution, global warming, destruction of biodiversity, and other natural disasters. Stephen Hawking once predicted that selfishness will lead to the destruction of the human race within 200 years. Except for the three big conditions of inequitable distribution of wealth, uncontrolled consumption of natural resources, and selfishness and greed, others such as financial turmoil, massive global military spending, fast population growth, huge numbers of civil servants in each country, and large amounts of waste, are problems that cannot be overcome within our current system. Stephen Hawking predicted that the end could come within 200 years. It is becoming clear, however, that if these issues are not resolved soon and if things continue to deteriorate, it could very likely happen within less than 100 years. The U.S. is the most developed capitalist country in the world, and its consumption of natural resources is so large that, according to Singapore's newspaper Zaobao, if everyone in the world consumed what the average American does, we would need 5 Earths to meet their demand. In addition, according to a report in the American Aerospace Daily of April 11, 2016, data from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, showed that global defense spending in 2015 totaled about $1.7 trillion, and the top spender, the U.S., reached $596 billion. Given the reality of the U.S.'s consumption of natural resources and its military spending, natural resources will surely become depleted eventually as a result of the development of capitalism. A country whose population accounts for less than 4% of the world's total is consuming 25% of the Earth's resources. If every country were to do as the U.S. does, humanity would surely face a dead end. Population expansion is a major world problem. According to statistics from the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the world population is increasing at a rate of 80 million people per year. A recent report from the UN forecasts that the world population will increase from 7.3 billion in 2015 to 8.1 billion by 2023 and to 9.6 billion by 2050. With these increases of population and with the rise of people's consumption levels, the demand for natural resources will also increase. For example, to meet the demands of 73 million people for food, clothing, accommodations, and transportation, etc., a huge amount of natural resources must be consumed. The resources of our Earth are limited. However, the increase of population is unlimited. We have limited water and land resources, so how are we going to handle this challenge? If we do not have a feasible plan to control the population growth or change our lifestyles and production modes, one day the resources will become exhausted and humanity's doom will not be much farther away, no matter how many UN meetings are held or what efforts the governments of each country take. We are facing a huge crisis. The best way to overcome this is to gradually move toward a communist lifestyle. In other words, only communism can save the world. Communism is not just a new lifestyle and a new production system. It is a noble faith. It is the essence of the thoughts of many saints and sages ever since the ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote of an ideal lifestyle that is desired by ordinary citizens. Communism represents universal values. Social issues such as racial discrimination, religious disputes, state rivalries, national extremes, distribution inequity, selfishness and greed, resource waste, territorial disputes, population growth, huge military spending, government overstaffing and corruption, and high volumes of waste can all be resolved and eliminated through communism. In addition, communism can purify our souls and sublimate our characters, and it will not only make materially abundant lives possible, but the state of global happiness will be elevated as well. The communism I discuss here is very different from the communism described by Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, and Mao Zedong. The way it realizes the communist production relationship has essential differences from the ways carried out by Lenin and Mao. Please do not jump to the conclusion that the communism I mentioned is like your previous experience and perception of the term. To differentiate between our communism and that described by Marx, Lenin, and Mao, We temporarily name ours Xiefeng-style communism. Xiefeng-style communism has been running for over 7 years, and it has proven through practice that Xiefeng-style communism can be fully realized under current conditions. Xiefeng-style communism can resolve the crises of unequal distribution of wealth, intemperate consumption of natural resources, population expansions, financial storms, huge military expenditures, overstaffed civil offices, and disposal problems. Moreover, Xiefeng-style communism will bring an unprecedented bright life to the human condition. Xiefeng-style communism has realized the following after 7 years' practice. From each according to his ability, and to each according to his needs. Everyone has something to do and a place in which to live, and people never need to worry about making a living. Everyone does their best according to their talents and abilities. No one pockets anything found on the road, and doors are unbolted at night. There is no stealing, cheating, robbing, or concealing of goods. There is no marriage and no family. Also, there is no currency within the community. Love is free, but there is no sexual promiscuity or venereal disease. The environment of the community is beautiful, clean, and orderly. Nobody has personal belongings. Everything belongs to the community and everyone is selfless. Illness is reduced to the minimum and the average expenditure on medical care is less than UN 200 RMB per person per year. If we live this lifestyle, aging would slow down and the average lifespan would exceed 80 years. However, our ideal is for everyone to live up to 120 years and to die peacefully and without illness. The young will get a proper education and the old will be well taken care of. Rearing and educating children will no longer be their parents' responsibility. There will be no widows or empty nest elderly. Also, there would be no undisciplined or neglected children. People live in harmony with others, with society, and with nature. Over the last 7 years, Xiefeng-style communism has never had any conflicts with neighbors or with the outside world. We have never hurt little animals such as birds, snakes, or fish. We have planted many trees and flowers which not only beautified the environment, but also brought vigor and vitality to our community. Over the last 7 years, no crime has taken place within our community, and fighting is extremely rare. We use no chemical fertilizers or pesticides in our fields. Human and animal wastes are well composted into fertilizer. Also, we separate rubbish from waste and purify the sewage. Zero pollution has been nearly accomplished. We have no administrators, no leaders, and no offices within the community. Also, there is no command or force, and everyone consciously and generously infuses himself into his work because every member is also a laborer. We have no religious rituals or activities, and there are no spells or idolatry. In all affairs, whether big or small, the responsibilities are well divided. Traditional heavy housework has been eliminated. We only celebrate festivals of nature, such as Chinese Spring Festival, Qingming Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival. Apart from natural festivals, we celebrate no other festivals, and we do not celebrate individual birthdays. We keep communications open with the outside world. Everyone communicates with the outside world by telephone, email, and WeChat Messenger. Strict screening is required before anyone may enter our community, but anyone can leave the community freely. We are self-sufficient. We are not supported from the outside world, nor do we need to be. We do not take capitalist wealth. Every member relocates to a new facility every 3 years to avoid aesthetic fatigue, forming cliques, or being trapped into relationships. All the resources are highly shared and utilized. For example, 150 people within our community share 5 cars. However, under capitalism, 4 people typically share a car. In this case, 150 people save 32 cars. We can enjoy very good lives with only 1/4 of the resources needed in a capitalist system. There are no rules and no discipline with punishment. We comply only with the natural and civilization Tao. A strong credit system has been established. Those who are dishonest will fail, as in the parable of the long spoons. Birth control is well carried out. No children have been born in our community during the last 7 years. One reason for this is to comply with national laws and regulations, and another is to lighten the burden of the nearly fully loaded planet. The funeral system of Xiefeng-style communism is such that no matter who passes on, only simple farewell ceremonies are held. Their bodies are committed to fire, and their ashes are sprinkled to nature. We have no graves, mausoleums, or urns, ash boxes. If measured by GPI, Genuine Progress Indicator, HDI, Human Development Index, and NHI, National Happiness Index, it goes without saying that the Xiefeng-style communist community is at the forefront. If the whole world can do the above, all humanity's crises would disappear quickly. Here, I want to say to all the capitalists that Xiefeng-style communism would not take your wealth away. To the contrary, it would bring you safety and stability. It would provide you with soulfulness and spiritual abundance. We human beings not only need financial well-being, but also soulful and spiritual well-being. Xiefeng-style communism helps people to achieve their highest levels of self-transcendence. As stated in Abraham Maslow's demand theory, you would lead very good lives. If you do not carry out communism, there will be no escape from the poor, because when a huge crisis comes, your armies and police will not be able to protect you. The wealth you possess will not save you. Here I want to say to the head of each country's government that Xiefeng-style communism would not interfere with your management, nor would it threaten or harm to your powers and positions. We are neither a religious group nor a political group. We are just a completely new production and life model. Please understand this. The person who has strong beliefs and ideals would never covet after short-lived power and position, nor would they waste valuable time on possessions and vanity. Here I want to say to the 80% of people who own only 5.5% of the world's wealth that your only way out is to move towards Xiefeng-style communism, that no matter what you do, you are not able to ascend to the upper classes. Your lives are constant struggles to survive. When you suffer from illness or natural disaster, you are set way back. For even those of you who own hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, that is only a drop in the bucket. If there is no food for a month, you would know hunger. Therefore, you should long for communism and devote yourselves to communism. Only communism can save you. Taking stopgap measures cannot solve humanity's problems. The only way out is for the whole world to transit to Xiefeng-style communism. How does capitalism transfer to Xiefeng-style communism? With keen eyesight and an open mind and heart, observe, investigate, visit, learn, and study the successful, practical experience of Xiefeng-style communism in our community. The transition should be supported by the United Nations and executed by the respective government of each country, with specific plans and steps. Do not practice this as a worldwide movement, but experiment in small regions at first. Each country should start with from 1 to 3 experimental regions. If they are successful, then they should spread it gradually. If not, then can give it up. In this way, such practices would not inhibit the normal operation of the current system, and it would also be good for exploring the methods and ways of eliminating the current crises which face humanity. Throughout the whole practice, Xiefeng-style communism will not deprive capitalists of their property, and capitalists can continue their commercial activities by following market law. Once half the people on Earth enter this communist lifestyle, and when the capitalists see that communist life is more ideal than their current lives, they will embrace it and become willingly involved with the exploration and practice of Xiefeng-style communism. Not putting requirements on anybody at any time is the core principle of Xiefeng-style communism. People who are involved in the production and life of Xiefeng-style communism must first have a soul garden purification. Capitalism is created and realized by stimulating people's selfishness, greed, wisdom, and skill to realize individual value through attaining resources, wealth, status, rights, and fame. However, Xiefeng-style communism is created by positively inspiring the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty deep within people's hearts, to climb to the highest realm of temporary life and eternal life. Without purifying one's soul garden, the laziness, selfishness, and greed of people cannot be overcome, and such people are not suitable for a communist lifestyle. After 7 years' practice, Xiefeng-style communism is still not perfect. We are still exploring it as walking a tightrope or walking on thin ice, which means that we need wise and judicious people from all over the world to point our mistakes out, to offer advice, and to practice it together. We need understanding as well as involvement and support from governments much more. The future is bright, but the road is tortuous. No matter how tough the path and how much difficulty we encounter, we need to make every effort to succeed. Only by making strong effort can we have hope, but once we give up making this effort, the future will definitely be bleak. 耶稣要我们别结婚成家. Jesus never wanted us to marry. Xiefeng. April 29th, 2008. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The teachings of Jesus is the way of life and truth and the journey to heaven. Jesus is Christ and the Savior. Following his instructions and living according to his instructions is our main guarantee of going to heaven. There are 2.1 billion Christians in the world, but only a small percentage of them truly understand his teachings, and even fewer live according to them. The vast majority are what we call Sunday Christians or verbal Christians, not real ones. Let us illustrate with the example of marrying and starting families. Jesus told us not to marry and start families. Why? On what basis? First of all, we need to know that in his time, he could not tell people directly not to do that. Otherwise, he could not preach to them, so he managed to speak in parables not to be understood directly. He said, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them." At the same time, he also said not to give that which is holy to the dogs, or put your jewels before pigs. That is to say, the core contents would not be told directly. However, as long as we have a deep understanding of his words, we can comprehend their meanings. The book of Matthew tells us what Jesus wants us to know about marrying and starting families. Matthew 10 verse 35. Jesus said, "I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn men against their fathers, daughters against their mothers, and daughters-in-law against their mothers-in-law. People's foes shall be from within their own households. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Matthew 12 verse 50. Jesus said, "For whoever does the pleasure of my Father in heaven, they are my brother and sister and mother." Matthew 19:9, 19:11. Jesus said, "I tell you that any man who divorces his wife except for marital unfaithfulness and marries another woman commits adultery." The disciples asked, "If this is the situation between husbands and wives, then is it best not to marry?" And Jesus said, "Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. The ones who can accept this should accept it." Here, Jesus came very close to explaining that clearly. The disciples asked, "Best not to marry?" And Jesus encouraged the unmarried lifestyle. Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. What was this word? It was not to marry. Therefore, not to marry is something that has been given. Only those to whom it has been given could understand the meaning of not to marry, but others could neither understand nor accept it. Matthew 19 verse 29. Therefore, Jesus Christ stressed further, "And everyone who has given up houses, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or child, or land for my name will be given 100 times as much and have eternal life." Life genuine advocates that people not marry, break up nuclear families, and hope that married couples will become Chanyuan celestials together so they can end their marriage bonds as implemented in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ. The profound meaning of not to marry and start a family is for letting people enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 22 verse 30. Jesus told us clearly, "For when they come back from the dead, there will be no husbands or wives, but they will be as the angels in heaven." This further indicates that those who enter into the kingdom of heaven have not married, and that those who have married cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Why? Can those who marry not enter the kingdom of heaven? The answer is, no, they cannot, and the reasons can be found in Life Chanyuan, Chanyuan Corpus, and Xiefeng Corpus. That is it. I have given a further explanation, but whether you can understand it or not is up to your own considering and judging. Therefore, what Xiefeng says does not go against the teachings of Jesus Christ, but carries out Jesus' teachings faithfully. Christians all over the world, do you understand? Do you deserve to be Christians when you are obsessed with marrying and loving your families? Do not shout, "Lord, Lord." Jesus will not hear you. 进入新时代需要转换的意识. The new consciousness for the new era. Xiefeng. Those who wish to be a part of the new era of Life Genuine must realize and accept these 18 requirements. Abandon atheism and the theory of evolution and accept the reality of the greatest creator and follow the way of the greatest creator. Abandon the concepts of ego, family, religion, political party, and state, and form the consciousness of global citizens. Shift from the belief that reality creates consciousness to the belief that consciousness creates reality. Repudiate the God of the Old Testament of the Bible and establish the new idea of the greatest creator. Negate the view of fortuity and establish the view of inevitability. Shift from the view of disorder to that of causality. Accept the existence of different levels of life besides that which we see on the earth. Accept that life consists of a material entity and a spiritual one. Accept that death is not the end of life, but only the beginning of a new journey of life. Accept the reality of the existence of heaven and hell. Understand that there is no ultimate judgment, but that judgment is ongoing and universal. Understand that our futures are determined by us and shaped by our own hands. Understand that whether one has a good future or a bad one depends on whether their non-material structure is perfect or deficient. Abandon personal heroism and elite consciousness and lower oneself to the humblest of position. Understand that what one reaps, so shall they sow, and that we need to contribute more but ask for less in return to accumulate our merits and virtues and to sublimate our quality of life. Understand that only by embracing sincerity, kindness, and virtue can we perfect our own structures of life, completely abandon attack and revenge attitudes, and treat everything kindly. Master the principle of the Mobius net, unify opposites, and give up one's criticisms of the world. Understand that life has an infinite future, and only those who pursue the highest realm of life can have the most splendid future. It is only in this way that we can enter the new era. 国家必将消失，国家正在消亡. States are bound to disappear, and they are doing so. Xiefeng. February 9th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. As Zhejiang predicted in his Divination Before Saddled Horses, the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, is the general trend of human social development as marriages and families, states, political parties, and religions are becoming decadent. This is a law of the evolution of society that cannot be stopped. Today, artificial intelligence is growing, a black swan which is flying high. The world is rapidly moving toward a new pattern. All the efforts to maintain those marriages and families, states, political parties, and religions are not only fatuous, but even futile. In 2002, I predicted that marriages and families would disappear. That marriages and families, just like foot binding for girls which was popular in the Southern Song dynasty, would be regarded as symbols of backwardness and fatuity. Today, the rise of the global divorce rate and the rapid increase in the percentage of single people prove that my prediction is becoming a reality. Looking back upon marriages and families from 20 or 30 years hence, people will see them as ridiculous as foot bindings for girls. Marriages and families are the same as states. The present states are equivalent to primitive tribes. Those tribes have died out, and so will states. This must happen because the existence of states seriously restricts the development of the productive forces and the leap of human civilization. Even more horrible is that states are the chief criminal agents which cause military conflicts, overconsumption of resources, purging of human rights, and the destruction of the ecology. All states are actually jails which keep their people in perpetual bondage in their names. It is right to love one's hometown and one's motherland, but wrong to love their state. Places have emotional ties, but states are violent machines. The bankruptcy of states will be disastrous for those in power, but glad tidings and welfare for their nationals. Let us use China as an example to show this. At present, who would think that the extinction of what used to be states but are now provinces was not a good thing? It is precisely because of the extinction of those states that there is a unified China today. Is this not a good thing for the people? At least we do not need visas, nor to deal with customs agents to travel throughout China. How great! If China were again divided into Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, Qin, Even add Xixia, Dali, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Tibet, and Manchuria, we would not be able to travel freely between those provinces. How do you feel? It would absolutely not be a good thing for the people. So we can imagine that if there were no states in the world today, and that if all states disappeared, the people would be able to flow freely throughout the world. What a great thing that would be for ordinary people. Therefore, all states are morally bankrupt, and they must all disappear. How can all states be bankrupt and disappear? Facebook has nearly 2 billion users. It has actually become a great invisible power. Mark Zuckerberg has a great plan to build a global community, actually a global government, and as more and more citizens of the Earth join Facebook, the existing states will gradually exist in name only. On February 7, 2018, the private American company, SpaceX, launched a super heavy-duty carrier rocket, Falcon Heavy, far beyond all the satellites in orbit. Their power to launch rockets far exceeds those of Russia, the United States, and China. This shows that if thousands of private enterprises like SpaceX were to appear, then these private enterprises could completely solve all the problems of the world and the existence of the state would be totally unnecessary. In South Africa, Michael Tellinger launched the Ubuntu movement. As this movement becomes more and more popular and is implemented more widely, the existence of the state will become less and less necessary. Someone proposed that the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand should form a federal republic. Would that not be great? I believe that the vast majority of citizens within those 4 countries would cheer. The more quickly that such proposals come into being, the sooner that states will disappear. If the European Union, the African Union, and South America were to unify, then most states would exist in name only. There are thousands of spiritual, ecological consensus communities in the world and their numbers are growing. These communities have been created to solve the problems of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, death, and life sublimation on their own, and none of them are willing to be controlled by any government. With the establishment and development of more and more communities, who will still need huge administrative expenses to bully people, who would want the government to control people and tell them when to urinate and when to defecate. In 2009, I predicted that great disasters around 2013 would not happen. Instead, there would be stepwise, reciprocating, and more serious natural climatic changes. The natural climatic changes over the past 9 years have proven my prediction to be accurate. In the prologue of the 3rd edition of 800 Values for New Era Human Being, I said, a new era for humanity will begin on New Year's Day of 2018, and it will last for a millennium. The first 30 years will be a time for soul purification and the elimination of outdated consciousnesses. A large-scale soul purification will be necessary for humanity. Those consciousnesses which are not suitable for the needs of the new era will be eliminated. The following 10 years will be a transitional period. The traditional production and life modes will be replaced by new models. After that, humanity will enter a harmonious era when all religions will unite as one. Favorable weather will prevail throughout the year, and everyone will enjoy happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. This new era will last till the end of the year 3017 inch. In other words, from January 1st, 2018 through the succeeding 20 years, and especially through the first 10 years, unimaginable climatic changes will take place. Refugees from these changes will be countless, and the problems of dealing with the refugee crisis will become more and more difficult. From 2028 to 2038, people will have to compete for survival resources. Their struggles will be unrestrained, impossible to suppress, and extremely cruel. The first 10 years will produce continuous natural disasters, and the succeeding 10 years will be filled with many human misfortunes. This will calm down in 2048 because the population on the Earth will have become much smaller and a stateless world will have been born. Artificial intelligence is evolving in geometric progression. The AlphaGo robot has defeated human beings in many thought experiments. People will still be people after 10 years, but by that time, AlphaGo will have evolved into a super biological robot. Comparing those super biological robots' intelligence to that of today's biological robots would be like comparing human intelligence to that of primitive, four-legged mammals. Professor Kaplan of Stanford University has come up with these statistics. 47% of 720 jobs considered in the United States will be replaced by artificial intelligence. In China, this proportion may exceed 70%. 10 years later, when super biological robots begin to take over the world, states will undoubtedly be swept into history museums. Everything is advancing too rapidly in this era to predict what will happen next. Maybe black swans will fly as we wake up someday, and the world will have changed into something unimaginable, something that we are at a total loss for. By then, such things as states are bound to have vanished completely. In the face of the state, how does every citizen treat it? Do not work hard for your countries because all of those efforts will be in vain. Do not regard yourselves as American, Japanese, or Vietnamese anymore, but think of yourselves as citizens of the earth. Imagining that your state does not exist and consider how you will survive without it. Now, affairs of the family, the state, and the earth are inconsequential. What really matters is your survival. Do not waste precious time listening to the lies and constant haranguing emitted by your governments and their apologists. Governments are not reliable at all. They can never be relied upon. It is no better to rely on a government than to rely on pigs. It is more useful to raise pigs than to raise a government. Join Facebook, the Ubuntu movement, an ecological community, a super private enterprise, a civilized and powerful state, or any crowd that cannot be destroyed by super biological robots. Do not wait until tomorrow, do it today. Escape from unfair societies with scarce resources and dense populations where morals have degenerated as soon as possible. At all times, be vigilant and be alert. Be anchored against the wind, dig deep holes, accumulate grain extensively, and find your way out. Please say good words as much as you can. Hundun Celestial, December 11th, 2006. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Kair. The ancients said, just as bitter medicine cures sickness, so unpalatable advice benefits conduct. This is half right. The other half should be, the favorable weather benefits the growth of grains, so good and sweet words benefit the affections. Life Genuine implements the latter half. Nobody is perfect and flawless. Life is short, so why aim at each other's flaws? Everyone has their unique advantages and shining characteristics, and everyone has their bright spots that are worthy of being appreciated. If we point to other people's flaws, those flaws will be enlarged. But if we appreciate other people's advantages, then their advantages will be enlarged. In order to make people happy and joyful, I advocate being blind to other people's flaws, but to appreciate their bright spots instead. If we continue doing so for a long time, everyone will become kind and merciful, will have glorious hearts, and will be grateful and reasonable. Therefore, in Life Genuine, please say good words as much as you can. As long as you do not mean to hurt people, you may say whatever you want. Humorous words, lively words, and wise words are all welcome. And as long as you can make others feel happy and pleasant, you will have earned merit. Life is not easy. So many troubles and worries torture people and steal their smiles. So why add frost on snow and make it worse when we get together? Without us, the earth would still rotate normally and other people would still live without any problems. So why should you make others unhappy? I oppose being picky and nibbling, and I oppose wrangling and arguing or teaching others wisdom I have gained, as if I am telling myself. I will not dare to do this in the future, and I will correct this whenever I can. In all situations, if we have reasons, we state them, but we do not suggest that other people are unreasonable. Life Genuine is the homeland for spirits and souls. To create a warm and harmonious atmosphere is our ideal and our expectation. The relationships among Chanyuan Celestials are the relationships of brothers and sisters, and relatives and lovers. We care and love each other, encourage and appreciate each other. We need to grow with encouragement and praise, but not hurt with arguments and criticism. Dear guests, please understand that this is Life Genuine. We will spread such style to every corner of the world and create the Life Genuine era by following the principle of the favorable weather benefits the growth of grains, so good and sweet words benefit the affections. Therefore, if you are picky when you enter Life Genuine and say this is not good or that is unsuitable, then you are surely not welcome here. The world is big, so please be merciful and allow us to cultivate our own small fields in our own way. Say good words as much as you can, and just keep those picky and critical words to yourself. 乾坤颠倒仙女为尊，禅院新理念. The reversal of heaven and earth, respect for women. New value of Chanyuan. Xiefeng. The heaven is superior and the earth is inferior. Man is superior and woman is inferior. This is what is preached in Confucian theories. Confucius is an ancient saint in China, and traditional moral ethics. This concept is reversed in Life Chanyuan. Namely, men are green leaves and women are flower petals. In heaven and on earth, women are superior. The reasons are as follows. The source is superior. The source of life is the greatest creator. In the universe, the greatest creator is supreme. Women are superior. The greatest creator has created life, which then propagate by itself, mainly through female. So women are superior. Mother is respectable. After 10 months of gestation, life comes from the mother. So mother should be respected and women should be superior. Sisters and daughters are all women. We should protect sisters and daughters. So women are superior. Women are not as strong as men and are vulnerable to harm. So for the equality and balance, women should be respected. The spirit of the valley never dies. It is called the mystic female. The door of the mystic female is the root of heaven and earth. Xianpin, mystic female, is the female reproductive organ, the root of heaven, which should be revered. So women are superior. Buddha is gender. Gender is Buddha. The gate of gender is the gate of Buddhas. Only women have the gate of gender. So when we respect Buddhas, we should also respect female. Women are soft and quiet. They love peace and gentleness. They are merciful and kind in nature. They are broad-minded and thus should be respected. In Life Chanyuan, considerations should be given first to fairies. Fairies are lotus flowers and fairies are green leaves to protect the flowers. Men should not contend with women. Men should be brave to sacrifice for women. Point 3. Only women can sexually harass men. Men are not permitted to do so. For die in the face of danger, men should go forward to face the danger and place women behind for protection. 5. Women take precedence over men in the matter of enjoyment. 6. Men shall take initiative in doing heavy and dirty and tiring tasks, while light, skilled and clean work shall be reserved for women. 7. Men are not permitted to humiliate, desecrate, abuse, beat, maltreat, persecute, scorn, and deride women. 8. Men are not permitted to limit women's freedom of person, spirit, and soul in the name of love. This idea is debatable around the broad masses. Anyone who disagrees to it can put forward solid evidences and theories. Only a simple expression of complaint is not enough. January 10, 2011. 人类遏制气候恶化的唯一途径. The only way to restrain climate deterioration. Xiefeng. November 19, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Can the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Agreement restrain climatic deterioration? It is an unrealistic and completely impossible joke to think so. And those projects to restrain global warming from some countries are even less possible. The core factor in climatic degradation is not carbon emissions and the pollution of land, air, and water, nor is it a matter of cattle and sheep digesting and producing methane gas, but rather, it is one of the human soul. Your state of consciousness determines your living environment, and the overall reality is a projection of humanity's consciousness. Without changes of human consciousness and the purification of people's souls, it will be absolutely impossible to reverse the deterioration of our climate and our environment. This is an issue that can be resolved very easily. So what data analyses, computer simulations, and dedicated researches are needed? Will it be necessary for the United Nations to organize international conferences and meetings to discuss and formulate programs repeatedly? Our environmental problem is one of people's souls, and the first thing necessary is to reverse and to purify them, but this cannot be accomplished by the UN or by any state or states, but only by everyone involving and purifying their own souls individually. This purification of human souls must be carried out from theoretical directions and with new orders of construction, both at the same time. As for theoretical guidance, I have offered a plan to prepare everyone, but they need to learn from me and abide by me. The order of construction is to replace the traditional production and life modes of society with a new one according to the model of the new oasis for life as created by Life Genuine. This is the only way to reverse the deterioration of our environment. Honestly, though, it is too late to take action even if society were to begin immediately. I have shouted and appealed for at least the last decade, but instead of listening, most have wrecked the theories and practical demonstrations of Life Genuine. What can be done now is not to restrain climatic and environmental degradation, but to save a small group of people as seeds for human continuation, or extinction will be our destiny. The crisis is here and now. If people still remain completely indifferent, then disasters such as the fires near Paradise Town in California, USA will recur frequently. Remember, no place in the world is safe. Where there are no fires, rivers might flood. Where there are no droughts, violent storms might blow. Where there are no earthquakes, volcanoes might erupt. And where there are no plagues, intensely hot summers or bitterly cold winters might become normal. This does not even address the eventualities of massive theft, murders, and wars. In short, there is no way to escape from these disasters. Those who want to live must follow my guidance. I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of God, Buddha, celestials, sages, and saints, and the greatest spiritual guide of our time. Please do not hoard what you possess, but dedicate your wealth so that we can build our new mode of production and life on Earth as soon as possible. Do not be short-sighted and accuse me of wanting to accumulate wealth by taking yours. I want nothing from you, but you need to use your wealth to save yourself. I hope that the UN will cooperate with us. There are many places on Earth which are disputed between nations and tribes, but can be administered by them. So let us build new modes of production and life in these disputed places as soon as possible so that we can have kindling materials for the continuation of our species. It will not matter if people continue to turn deaf ears and use their small minds to deny my warnings and assumptions because they will learn the truth, but it will be too late by then. Have foresight and take action now. November 19th, 2018. 共产主义在这里已全面实现. Communism has been fully realized here. Xiefeng. The pursuit of an ideal society has been an everlasting ideological subject for sages and saints of mankind. The establishment of an ideal society has always been a direction and goal aspired by great politicians. Mankind has never stopped its exploration and pursuit of an ideal society, from the ideal of great harmony practiced by China's sage Confucius, to the ideal of republic advocated by ancient Greek philosopher Plato, to utopia proposed by Thomas More of England, to utopian socialism of Saint Simon and Fourier, to communism founded by Marx in Germany. There have been various attempts to establish an ideal society, from New Harmony Village created in Indiana of America by Robert Owen of England, to collective farms launched by Stalin of Russia, to People's Commune established by Mao Zedong in China, to Mountain Shore Village in Japan, and to kibbutz in Israel. Actually, Kingdom of God, described by Jesus Christ in the Bible, the Elysium world mentioned by Buddha in Buddhist Sutra, the Society of Harmony portrayed by Lao Tzu in Tao Te Ching are all ideal societies. Now we can say that one common goal, namely the highest ideal of life mankind can achieve, has been described and pursued by great harmony, republic, utopia, ideal land, harmonious society, communism, the kingdom of God, and the Elysium world. The highest ideal society pursued by mankind must have the following 18 characteristics. Public ownership is the prevailing way under Tao. There is no private ownership, all properties are shared. There is no marriage, no family, no political party, no religion, no state, no organization of any form. There is no currency. The talented are put to good use, and the whole world will be one family. No one will pocket anything found on the road, and doors will not be bolted at night. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Recommend and assign the talented to important tasks, advocate good faith and harmony. The old are taken care of, the strong are put to good use, and the widowed, orphaned, sick and handicapped are well provided. Provided. All members have meals at public dining halls. Normally, the work hours will be limited within 6 hours per day. rich and plentiful material wealth without extravagance and waste, extremely harmonious social relations, and high spiritual realm, rich and colorful cultural entertainment and games. Everyone develops freely in an all-round manner. Everyone brings his or her talent into full play. All things are put to good use. Everyone has a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life. Everyone is in the service of the others, and no one owes anyone anything. The environment is clean, tidy, elegant, and serene, like an earthly paradise. It can be said that the above 18 conditions have been basically realized in the life of the second home created by Life-Echanuan. In another word, communism has been fully implemented in the second home, or it may be said, the kingdom of the greatest creator has descended upon the earth. As the founder of communism Marx has said, without belief in God, the greatest creator, and without identity with Christ, mankind cannot possess truly perfect virtue to pursue truth and light. Only God, the greatest creator, can save us. The facts have proved this to be true. The complete realization of mankind's ideal society in the second home of Life-Echanuan is the very fruit of our reverence for the greatest creator and our observance of the way of the greatest creator. Of course, we have another secret. That is, we have imitated and copied the life and production model of the thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom. Today, I hereby proclaim to the whole mankind, communism has been realized in the second home, and the kingdom of the greatest creator has descended upon the earth. August 24, 2011. 人类错失了一次良机. Humanity has missed a great chance. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. If you have been keeping up with global climate change and the dynamics of our political state, you must feel that the crisis is getting worse and worse. Tomorrow or death. It is sometimes difficult to predict which will come first as you retire for the evening. On October 18th of this year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, of the United Nations released a report in Incheon, South Korea, IPCC global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which says that global warming must not be allowed to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius or mankind will succumb to an extremely pitiful doomsday by the year 2040. Can we keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius? It is out of control, a dream. 2040 is only 22 years away. Attention, please. If the end comes in 22 years, then for many people, next year, or perhaps even tomorrow will be the end of their time, and they might not even see tomorrow's sunrise. This is not a bluff or prophecy from some historical prophets or the ravings of spirits and deities about fortunes and disasters, but the conclusion drawn by experts from more than 40 countries who have accumulated more than 6,000 pieces of data. In fact, I personally warned people clearly in early April 2009 that the so-called apocalypse of 2012 would not happen but would be replaced in a gradual, reciprocating, and increasingly serious way. Almost a decade has passed, so let us find out how precisely the climate changes over the last decade have conformed to my predictions. In addition, at the end of 2017, I warned humanity once again that from 2018 on, the Earth would enter a new era and that dramatic changes would take place during the first 3 decades. You can look back at the climate changes of 2018. Can you sense the smell of the coming storm? From now on, the changes will get worse and worse until the extremely pitiful doomsday happens. Actually, if people had followed my guidance 10 years ago, then they would have avoided their current suffering, but they missed their great chance. How do I know all this? Because I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of the God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. It does not matter if you think that I am bluffing and that my purpose is to deceive you and gain money or carnal pleasure. That is your right and freedom. However, people with spirituality know the truth, and it is not hard for rational people to understand what I have said and written for more than the last decade and draw their own conclusions. Now, it is unnecessary to repeat what I warned of in the past. All epoch-making theories and practices are relegated to history. If I had merely pointed out the problem but had not offered any solution to it, then I would be unworthy of the title of messenger and incarnation. The problem is that I showed the way to solve the crisis and even created a model, but if people either did not believe me or simply ignored me, then it is not my problem, but theirs. It can be said that the greatest creator, through his messengers, has warned mankind and shown them the way forward. Gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints through their incarnations have done their best, and no matter how humanity will suffer, no one can blame them for neither helping you nor saving you. The United Nations has met many times to formulate plans and appeals to try to solve the problem of climate change. The most famous of those was the Paris Agreement. As I said in my article, all the efforts of the UN could not accomplish enough. This is because the root of climate change lies in mankind's traditional production and life mode. In order to stop climate change, we must change that production and life mode. Any other measures and methods are futile. Of course, the final end can be delayed for several years, but it cannot solve the root problem. So how do we change the traditional production and life mode of mankind? With my guidance, angel-like Chanyun Celestials have established a model for humanity, the new oasis of life, formerly the second home model. From this model, we have a wealth of written reports, pictures, illustrations, and video presentations. In this regard, however, the United Nations, governments of major countries, experts and scholars, and billions of myopic people have been completely indifferent. So, if 2040 becomes the extremely pitiful doomsday, can we not say that mankind deserves it? Is mankind not beyond redemption? It is too late to reverse climate change now, regardless of what efforts are made. However, mankind will not die out. People will still multiply on the earth, and within another 40 years, they will usher in a brilliant era and live happier lives than have never existed before. Unfortunately, though, not many people who are alive today will survive to that time, and whether you will be one of them will depend completely upon your fortune, but even those who have fluky luck might not survive unharmed. Causality is everything. We must rely on the laws and rules of nature. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. It is customary for executioners to offer condemned prisoners one final good meal before they put them to death, so all of you should just enjoy your meals and have fun, day by day, every day. 生命禅院创始人雪峰再次自白. The Second Confession of Xuefeng, the founder of Life Chanyuan. Xuefeng. Xuefeng is not any kind of god, Buddha, or celestial being. He was not sent to Earth by higher-level life beings. He is very down to earth instead. Xuefeng doesn't have any supernatural power and never has shown any as well. Xuefeng has told his personal story very clearly. He was born in a poor family near the Yellow River, Gansu Province, China. He also have told his history clearly to all Chanyuan Celestials, and he doesn't have anything mysterious to hide. Xuefeng doesn't have a master. What he said or wrote are all what he learnt from life experience. Xuefeng doesn't have any political background, nor does he have any political or other kind of organization as his support. Xuefeng is not the spokesman of the greatest creator as some people think wishfully. He has never said that he was the spokesman. Xuefeng is not any kind of savior as some people think wishfully, and has never said that and accepted that title. Xuefeng is not a master, and against people call him master. Xuefeng claimed himself a tour guide, and said more than once that he doesn't have the goodness what a master possesses. Xuefeng call himself the messenger of the greatest creator, the embodiment of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad. The reason is that he has written an 100,000 Chinese word chapter called The Greatest Creator. He thinks it is the most comprehensive and profound description about the greatest creator. Although so, he has never given orders in the name of the messenger of the greatest creator. He has very insightful understanding of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad, and resonates with their thoughts and wills. That is why he calls himself the embodiment. As for Xuefeng said that he is from the heaven, 10,000-year world, that is the truth. If people don't understand and have nowhere to verify it, it is up to them to think Xuefeng is talking nonsense. March 24th, 2011. 我与武汉冠状病毒的对话. My conversation with Wuhan coronavirus. Xuefeng. January 24th, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Xuefeng. Hello, Wuhan coronavirus. Where do you come from and what is your name? Coronavirus. We are Plague God 008, and we have been lurking within people for many millennia. Xiefeng, why have you emerged now? Plague God 008, because the conditions for our emergence have been met. Xiefeng, what do you mean? What are these conditions? Plague God 008, just as when a person does not bathe or change clothes for a long time, lice will emerge because the conditions for the emergence of lice become ripe. Xiefeng, I am still confused. Are you lurking within humans' bodies? Plague God 008, yes, we have been and we are. Xiefeng, so, you were not passed on from animals such as bats, snakes, or Paguma larvata to people. Plague God 008, of course not. We awakened from within people's bodies. Xiefeng, since you have been lurking in people's bodies for so long, why have you only appeared now, but never before? Plague God 008, the conditions for our emergence had never been ripe before. Xiefeng, what conditions for your emergence have ripened? Plague God 008, Qi. We will emerge naturally as long as these 8 Qi exist. Strong enough stench Qi. Bitter enough hatred Qi. Violent enough temper Qi. Scary enough nerve Qi. Evil enough heart Qi. Dense enough lung Qi. Weak enough kidney Qi. Feeble enough liver Qi. Xiefeng, so, when someone has what you call the 8 Qi, you will appear in their body? Plague God 008, yes. Xiefeng, so no viral transmission occurs? Plague God 008, transmission is only how we awaken. Once this happens, we attempt to awaken others who lurk within other people's bodies. Whether they can be awakened or not depends on those 8 Qi and people within whom they had lurked sufficiently to meet our conditions. Xiefeng, so, many people will not be infected even if they are in contaminated areas? Plague God 008, correct. Most teenagers have strong nerve Qi, sturdy kidney Qi, clear lung Qi, and are not infected easily, but many middle-aged and older people have thick stench Qi, strong hatred Qi, weak kidney Qi, dense lung Qi, feeble nerve Qi, and are infected easily. Xiefeng, how do you transmit, as you said, to awaken within others? Plague God 008, through information. Xiefeng, I do not understand this. Could you explain it more clearly? Plague God 008. We do not enter into people's bodies through their mouths or wounds, but through their eyes and ears. Xiefeng, now I am even more confused. How can you enter people's bodies through their eyes and ears? Plague God 008. When phenomena are witnessed by one's eyes or messages are heard by their ears, then we actually enter into the recipient's minds and awaken. Xiefeng, if this is so, then is the reason that people are infected by viruses not because pathogens have entered into their bodies, but because those that have lurked within their bodies have awakened after their carriers see infected people's situations and hear the information about the viral transmissions? Plague God 008. Yes, so those who see the so-called patients, such as doctors, relatives, and friends, become susceptible to infection, as do those who hear about the disease, and the more and clearer the information that they get is, the more their chances become of succumbing to us. Xiefeng, these unheard of ways of transmission are incredible. Plague God 008. People can be scared to death, but how? The more panic and fear they have, and the more confused they become, the easier it is for us to sneak in. Fear is one of the most effective ways for us to control people. Xiefeng, so people who are not afraid of you are not easily infected? Plague God 008. Of those who possess pure minds and stick to the one at absolute peace, being unselfish and free from ego, full of joy and happiness, we are powerless. Xiefeng, will no medicine work on you? Plague God 008. We are invisible, odorless, colorless, and tasteless. What medicine would you use? Material medicines will not work against us, but non-material medicines can play a role. Xiefeng, I see. Thanks for telling me so frankly. How long will you stay? Plague God 008. It is not for us to decide. If the stench Qi is strong, then we might grow and persevere. If it fades away, then who is to stay? Therefore, we might stay for only 3 months and be gone, or we might stay for 3 years. That depends on people's 8 qi. For instance, if people's hatred qi declines, we will be unable to stay. Xiefeng, one more question. Why are you called Plague God 008? Plague God 008. There is no doubt that we are gods. As for 008, this is because there are also Plague Gods 009, 010, 011, 012, and many others. Humans call 009 pestilence, 010 is smallpox, 011 is flu, and on through the list. Xiefeng, who are Plague Gods 007, 006, 005, and so on? Plague God 008. Those plague gods are much fiercer than we are but have not awakened yet. They will rise when their conditions ripen. Xiefeng, are you the SARS virus which came in 2003? Plague God 008. Yes, we changed our structure slightly so that more of us could awaken. People will have trouble recognizing us after our structures change, and we are not in a hurry to awake more versions of us. We will do it quietly so that it will be impossible for anyone to defend against us effectively. Xiefeng, it is said that your birthplace, Wuhan City, has been sealed off so that Plague God 008. There is no way to seal us off. We are invisible. So isolation is only people's self-paralysis and self-anesthesia. Our emergence is concerned with people's 8 qi, not about regions or the sizes of population centers. Centers. Xiefeng, I suppose that you resent or even envy the large population on the earth, so you have come to reduce it. Plague God 008. We abide by our laws strictly, do not have any moods, and have nothing to do with big or small population centers on earth. We may emerge in many people or few people, however it is easier to spread the 8 qi and induce the conditions for our emergence in places where many people gather. Xiefeng, I want to know why you chose to emerge in Wuhan, a transportation hub through which so many people travel back and forth, especially just before and after the Chinese Spring Festival when a large number of people pass through it. This seems to be a deliberate attempt to maximize your devastation. Plague God 008. Do not blame us unjustly, we never did that on purpose. For us, the proper conditions are the only factors that will bring us forth. As for matters of the earth, humans, or China, they are not our concern. Xiefeng, is this a coincidence? A random event? But there are no chances or coincidences in the universe. Everything is inevitable. Plague God 008. We have no idea. You will have to ask the higher gods. 我与武汉冠状病毒的对话. My conversation with Wuhan coronavirus. Xiefeng, January 24th, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Xiefeng. Hello, Wuhan coronavirus. Where do you come from and what is your name? Coronavirus. We are Plague God 008, and we have been lurking within people for many millennia. Xiefeng. Why have you emerged now? Plague God 008. Because the conditions for our emergence have been met. Xiefeng. What do you mean? What are these conditions? Plague God 008. Just as when a person does not bathe or change clothes for a long time, lice will emerge because the conditions for the emergence of lice become ripe. Xiefeng. I am still confused. Are you lurking within humans' bodies? Plague God 008. Yes, we have been and we are. Xiefeng. So, you were not passed on from animals such as bats, snakes, or Paguma larvata to people. Plague God 008. Of course not. We awakened from within people's bodies. Xiefeng. Since you have been lurking in people's bodies for so long, why have you only appeared now, but never before? Plague God 008. The conditions for our emergence had never been ripe before. Xiefeng. What conditions for your emergence have ripened? Plague God 008. Qi. We will emerge naturally as long as these 8 qi exist. Strong enough stench qi. Bitter enough hatred qi. Violent enough temper qi. Scary enough nerve qi. Evil enough heart qi. Dense enough lung qi. Weak enough kidney qi. Feeble enough liver qi. Xiefeng. So, when someone has what you call the 8 qi, you will appear in their body? Plague God 008. Yes. Xiefeng. So no viral transmission occurs? Plague God 008. Transmission is only how we awaken. Once this happens, we attempt to awaken others who lurk within other people's bodies. Whether they can be awakened or not depends on those 8 qi and people within whom they had lurked sufficiently to meet our conditions. Xiefeng. So, many people will not be infected even if they are in contaminated areas? Plague God 008. Correct. Most teenagers have strong nerve qi, sturdy kidney qi, clear lung qi, and are not infected easily, but many middle-aged and older people have thick stench qi, strong hatred qi, weak kidney qi, dense lung qi, feeble nerve qi, and are infected easily. Xiefeng. How do you transmit, as you said, to awaken within others? Plague God 008. Through information. Xiefeng. I do not understand this. Could you explain it more clearly? Plague God 008. We do not enter into people's bodies through their mouths or wounds, but through their eyes and ears. Xiefeng. Now I am even more confused. How can you enter people's bodies through their eyes and ears? Plague God 008. When phenomena are witnessed by one's eyes or messages are heard by their ears, then we actually enter into the recipient's minds and awaken. Xiefeng. If this is so, then is the reason that people are infected by viruses not because pathogens have entered into their bodies, but because those that have lurked within their bodies have awakened after their carriers see infected people's situations and hear the information about the viral transmissions? Plague God 008. Yes, so those who see the so-called patients, such as doctors, relatives, and friends, become susceptible to infection, as do those who hear about the disease, and the more and clearer the information that they get is, the more their chances become of succumbing to us. Xiefeng. These unheard-of ways of transmission are incredible. Plague God 008. People can be scared to death, but how? The more panic and fear they have, and the more confused they become, the easier it is for us to sneak in. Fear is one of the most effective ways for us to control people. Xiefeng. So people who are not afraid of you are not easily infected? Plague God 008. Of those who possess pure minds and stick to the one at absolute peace, being unselfish and free from ego, full of joy and happiness, we are powerless. Xiefeng. Will no medicine work on you? Plague God 008. We are invisible, odorless, colorless, and tasteless. What medicine would you use? Material medicines will not work against us, but non-material medicines can play a role. Xiefeng. I see. Thanks for telling me so frankly. How long will you stay? Plague God 008. It is not for us to decide. If the stench qi is strong, then we might grow and persevere. If it fades away, then who is to stay? Therefore, we might stay for only 3 months and be gone, or we might stay for 3 years. That depends on people's 8 qi. For instance, if people's hatred qi declines, we will be unable to stay. Xiefeng, one more question. Why are you called Plague God 008? Plague God 008. There is no doubt that we are gods. As for 008, this is because there are also plague gods 009, 010, 011, 012, and many others. Humans call 009 pestilence, 010 is smallpox, 011 is flu, and on through the list. Xiefeng, who are plague gods 007, 006, 005, and so on? Plague God 008. Those plague gods are much fiercer than we are but have not awakened yet. They will rise when their conditions ripen. Xiefeng, are you the SARS virus which came in 2003? Plague God 008. Yes, we changed our structure slightly so that more of us could awaken. People will have trouble recognizing us after our structures change, and we are not in a hurry to awake more versions of us. We will do it quietly so that it will be impossible for anyone to defend against us effectively. Xiefeng, it is said that your birthplace, Wuhan City, has been sealed off so that you cannot get spread out. Will it not be difficult for you to wake the rest of you up in the rest of the world? Plague God 008. There is no way to seal us off. We are invisible. So isolation is only people's self-paralysis and self-anesthesia. Our emergence is concerned with people's 8 qi, not about regions or the sizes of population centers. Xiefeng, I suppose that you resent or even envy the large population on the earth, so you have come to reduce it. Plague God 008. We abide by our laws strictly, do not have any moods, and have nothing to do with big or small population centers on earth. We may emerge in many people or few people, however it is easier to spread the 8 qi and induce the conditions for our emergence in places where many people gather. Xiefeng, I want to know why you chose to emerge in Wuhan, a transportation hub through which so many people travel back and forth, especially just before and after the Chinese Spring Festival when a large number of people pass through it. This seems to be a deliberate attempt to maximize your devastation. Plague God 008. Do not blame us unjustly, we never did that on purpose. For us, the proper conditions are the only factors that will bring us forth. As for matters of the earth, humans, or China, they are not our concern. Xiefeng, is this a coincidence? A random event? But there are no chances or coincidences in the universe. Everything is inevitable. Plague God 008. We have no idea. You will have to ask the higher gods. 上帝使者再次警示人类. Another warning to mankind from the messenger of the greatest creator. Dayform Buddha. January 1st, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. More than 2,500 years ago, a messenger from the greatest creator warned mankind about today's situation. Today, I have come to fulfill those ancient warnings. Floods, fires, wars, plagues, unrest, earthquakes, and other disasters which began in 2009 will continue to play their roles from the warnings which have been given to you a long time ago. Those people whose souls and hearts show only darkness, who pursue material pleasures, who fail to keep their faith, and who are selfish and egotistical, will reap all that they have sown. Let me lead those of you who still have rays of light in your souls onto a brighter path. Take the way of the greatest creator, not the ways of mankind, gods, Buddha. Revere the greatest creator, not your worldly leaders. Read the books without words, not the ones written by man. Man, forget all religions, for they have all become corrupted. None of them retain any truth any longer. Escape from marriages and families. They will lower you down to hell, not raise you up to heaven. Stop pursuing material pleasures. They will devour your spirits and souls and drag you into darkness. Pursue wealth of spirit and soul to the greatest extent. Only they can make your souls healthy and pure and lead you to heaven. Woe unto those people who possess great material wealth, for their sins are great, and their misfortunes will never come singularly. Woe unto those people with great power, for they oppress the good, deceive the public, force the pure into prostitution, compel the honest to become thieves, and they will shirk responsibility for their transgressions hardly. Woe unto those people who break their promises, for they are lawless, possess neither virtue nor wisdom, disregard nature's laws, and create unlimited strife and suffering. As divine punishments are always sure, they will not escape theirs. Woe unto selfish and egoistical people, for they are heartless, ignore laws and rules, and destroy nature. They will face painful consequences. Woe unto those people who practice psychic powers and preach supernatural power and magical arts, for they are only concerned with spirits, deities, fortunes, and disasters. They break rules, talk wildly at will, and guide people down evil paths. They deviate from natural rules and principles. They sin greatly. Do not envy and yearn for capitalism. It invites its own destruction inevitably. Do not envy and yearn for socialism. Much deceit, injustice, and lies are within it, and its road is impassable. Light the divine lamp within your souls. Never do evil when encountering hardships and tribulations, but always continue with kindness. For it is only in this way that you can escape from your troubles and leave your suffering and disasters. Each of you has your own soul garden. You need to de-weed it and cut the poisonous grass from it as soon as possible, and then import the flowers of virtue. Cultivate and fertilize them well so that you will gradually step into the new era after the disasters have ended. Never run around blindly, for no place is absolutely safe. The key to saving yourself is inside yourself, for you can never outrun your shadow. As time is running out, do not let the excess of disinformation on the web and in the media devour your last chance, but search for life-related issues quickly. Follow the instructions laid out by saints and sages and venture to climb toward the ideal realm that mankind has dreamed of. The beauty of the future era is beyond belief. I have prepared the road for new era humans, which is the way of the greatest creator and the road of life genuine. We hope that you will avoid the disasters and step into our new era. 谁能经营好夫妻生活? Who can manage a marriage well? Xu Efan. December 31st, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Everyone wants to manage their marriage well. They want to grow old together with their childhood sweethearts, respect, support, and love each other until they die, and be compliant and loving until the end. But try to answer this question. How many people across all times and countries can actually do this? Can emperors or presidents? Can billionaires? Can powerful and influential high officials and dignitaries? Can literary talents, experts, professors, or stars of entertainment? Can even ordinary workers manage them well? The answer is that no one can manage their marriage well. Even saints cannot do it. What is the ideal marriage? A happy marriage requires that there are never arguments or quarrels, no hurting words towards each other, mutual trust without suspicion, that neither will keep private money or even consider sexual relations with anyone else, and that both will treat their parents, parents-in-law, uncles, other in-laws, more distant relatives, friends, colleagues, neighbors, and children equally well and with the same spirit, heart, and courtesy, and without disagreements. Each respects and has much love for the other, and they never have any kind of cold war with verbal or emotional violence, let alone physical violence. The wife never attempts to control the husband by crying, misbehaving, or threatening to harm herself, and the husband never swears, curses, or threatens to harm his wife. When either is unhappy, the other takes good care of them and comforts them lovingly. They were not born on the same day, but they hope to die together in each other's arms. May I ask what husband or wife can do this? Stop fantasizing because there are none. They only exist in fiction novels. Question: where is the problem? Answer: it is in human nature. Human nature is inherently selfish, so knowing that, how could you hope to find such a thing in real life? The most complicated and difficult relationships in the world are those between married couples. If it is not a good match, then there will be no equality. If they are not in the same realm, then there will be no mutual understanding. If they do not make a perfect match, then it is inevitable that one will cheat on the other. If one of them is not enthusiastic about the other's career or hobbies, then they will not resonate in harmony. The relationships between married couples are not simply ones between two people. Rather, they involve all aspects of life. Unless a couple occupies an environment in which they are isolated from the world and rich in food, the war between them, whether obvious or secretive, superficial or deep, will only stop when death brings their relationship to a close. People all yearn for freedom, but as long as you are in a marital relationship, that will never happen. Will people be free if they earn more money? Will an official be free if they rise to higher ranks? Will a performer be free if they become famous? Will people be free if they escape to a foreign country? No, 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 and no. So stop cheating yourselves and each other. Your superficial tenderness cannot hide your heart's eagerness, and your superficial smiles cannot cover up your heart's bitter tears. People need to end marital relationships now. Then how are people to live without marital relationships while still satisfying their needs for spiritual, emotional, and physical intimacy? Blessed are we because it is for this reason that the ideal life mode which humans have dreamed of for thousands of years has finally arrived. It is the new oasis for life, the second home, mode created by Life Genuine. After nearly 10 years of exploration and experimentation, we have found that this mode can not only solve all the problems that all couples have faced and confronted, but also lead lives toward a rich and beautiful world of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing. The problem which has not been solved for thousands of years finally has been, now. Discard your fantasies and troubles and start to move toward Life Genuine's new oasis for life. Come closer, closer still. Do not try to change your husband or wife. Do not try to know and understand them thoroughly. Stop making unnecessary efforts, but try to build the new oasis for life wholeheartedly. Plunge into the life of the new oasis for life. This is the most rational choice for a better life. I hope that you can enter the new oasis for life, originally the second home, soon and experience the real joy of being human. Only then will you truly understand what human life can be. 人生每一次际遇都是一场考试. Each encounter in life is an exam. Xiefeng. March 14th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Gods are watching from just above your head. A whisper in the mortal world is like a rumble of thunder in heaven. Evil that is done secretly is as recognizable to the greatest creator as a flash of lightning in your eyes. My body has carried my soul in this world for more than 60 years, and I have experienced much during that time. Since my mission to create Life Genuine began, I have made careful observations of everyone whom I encountered. It should be said that I am searching carefully for those who can go to heaven. To be honest, less than 1/100% can do this. That is to say, only 1 in 10,000 people can go to heaven. I have discovered many mysteries from my practice of reaping ripe crops. With every encounter in life is an exam, being one of them. After staring at every person I met, genuine celestials and others, I understood that the greatest creator is staring at every life being in the universe and that all things and persons who anyone encounters are exams for them. If one passes an exam, then they will move on to the next one. If they fail it, then they must continue in this incarnation for another exam. If they fail to pass the exams for a millennium, then they will reincarnate for a millennium. If they fail them for 10 millennia, then they will reincarnate for 10 millennia. The will of the greatest creator cannot be violated. But the human mind is unpredictable. Human minds can be good and evil because human souls are unpredictable and inconclusive. The only way is to set up tens of thousands of exams, and they will be your experiences in life. When you meet someone, how you treat them is an exam. When you encounter an event, how to deal with it is an exam. Whatever we encounter, even if it is facing a bug, a beggar, or a social activity, it is actually an exam. What people do not realize is that there are people who have always been staring at us, recording our merits and demerits. Even if you drift to a desert island, are an emperor sitting upon your throne, are in prison, or are talking to yourself, there are people staring at you, and you cannot escape the eyes of these people. I am speaking of the divine punishment, though slow, are always sure philosophy. Knowing this, I now realize that life is like walking on thin ice or on a tightrope because you can only be considered a spiritual self-cultivator and have the opportunity to go to heaven when you understand this. Without understanding it, no matter how well educated you are, how rich in wisdom you are, how many merits you have accumulated, or even if you have self-cultivated for tens of thousands of years, you can only be a mere human and can never reach heaven. The content of the exam is set by Tao, is very simple, and anyone can get passing scores. I will give 8 examples here. Someone sang or danced for you, so you clapped your hands and passed the exam. Had you been indifferent, you would have failed it. You dropped some food on the dinner table, so you picked it up, ate it, and passed the exam. Had you wasted it, you would have failed it. Someone cooked a meal for you, gave you their seat, praised and encouraged you, or helped you, so you thanked them and passed the exam. Had you not, you would have failed it. You encountered a tortoise while driving on the road, so you stopped the car and let the tortoise pass first and passed the exam. Had you just rolled over it, you would have failed it. You saw a beggar passing by and gave alms and passed the exam. Had you ignored them, you would have failed it. You met a lost person, so you patiently pointed the way to them and passed the exam. Had you ignored them, you would have failed it. You saw rubbish, so you cleaned it up and passed the exam. Had you turned a blind eye to it and left it there, you would have failed it. You caused inconvenience to others, so you apologized and passed the exam. Had you not apologized, you would have failed it. There are thousands of examples like this, and we should never think that any of them are unimportant. During my lifetime of dealing with people, I have found that most people's reactions cannot pass all of their exams. For example, a doctor speaks fine words, but when they have the opportunity to help a patient, they might avoid it. I often give likes to people who post on their WeChat moments, but they never give likes to the articles that I share. Hollow valleys echo, dead valleys are silent. If you read our 800 values for new era human beings, you are asked to contribute $1. The fact is that even if it is not 1,000,000 people, at least 100,000 people have read the values, but fewer than 10 people have paid these dollars throughout the past 10 years. This is the overall credit of a nation. A few days ago, I posted the article, "An amorous heart is the most true heart," in a WeChat group. As a result, the group owner immediately warned me to delete it. The owner failed the exam. Someone applied to add me on WeChat. I accepted and welcomed them, but they ignored my welcome. Some people speak very piously, but they completely ignore what you say. Someone came to me with a vow but left with neither a sound nor a trace, so I deleted them from my contact list. Deleted means gone, disappeared, dead. We are dead in each other's minds. Back to the point, no matter who we are, we experience many people and many things every day. Every encounter is an exam, and Tao is always our judge. Our future is determined by the results of our exams. The greatest creator has never abandoned anyone. He has been arranging encounters to save us. Once, twice, 10 times, thousands of times, he never gives up. We should not expect to enter heaven by passing only a single exam. What we need is to pass every exam, all of them. A failure of any exam will inevitably bring you back for a re-examination. We cannot have fluky minds. Tao's test is absolutely scientific, rigorous, meticulous, practical, and realistic. You are bound to encounter setbacks if you try to muddle through its exams by luck. 我直越重离地狱越近. The more stubborn one is, the closer they are to hell. Xiefeng, June 4th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Signs of hell include more troubles, sorrow, pain, and fear, with less freedom, joy, happiness, and blessing, and 2 unobstructed roads lead there. One is found by entering into an exclusive romantic and sexual relationship such as marriage, and the other is maintaining stubborn self-persistence. As long as you believe that you are always right, then you will definitely find your path to hell. Whether you are a president, a billionaire, a celebrity, a master, an expert, a scholar, or an ordinary self-involved person, clinging stubbornly to your views, opinions, values, measures, approaches, methods, conclusions, judgments, and so forth are always right and true proves that you are on your way to hell and that you are also bringing others along with you. This is an observation that I have drawn from history and through the current situation of humankind, which is based on the countless accumulation of facts. This observation and conclusion can be verified by everyone. Of course, my observation and conclusion are not necessarily correct because the complexity of life is unimaginable. The astronomical number of possibilities permutated and combined by 64 basic factors cannot be seen through or straightened out by human thinking, and it is even more difficult to study. Whoever believes that they are right is proving precisely their foolishness, ignorance, stupidity, stubbornness, and irrationality. Therefore, we must never again dare to think that our own opinions are always right or dare to judge others. As a result, our hearts are brightened. We need to stay away from those who insist that they are right in everything, regardless of whether they are a president, a master, a scholar, or expert in any field, and we therefore have to be humble. We have to look up to Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Saint Lao Tzu instead of researching and exploring on our own. It is better to follow the teachings of these three. Today I learned that I, the founder and guide of Life Genuine, am very ignorant. Do you dare to say that you are right? Do you still want to stick to your opinion? You bastard! 生命禅院已为人类进入新时代铺好了路。Life Genuine has paved the path into the new era of humanity. Dayform Buddha. June 26, 2019. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. In the following decade or so, climate change will lead to unending occurrences of droughts, floods, hailstorms, hurricanes, insect calamities, earthquakes, extreme weather, pestilence, and other disastrous events that will turn hundreds of millions of people into refugees, and famines will abound. In order to compete for limited essential resources such as food and water, people will engage in savage struggles which will cause social unrest and instability. The government functions of the United Nations and all countries will fail. Governments will no longer be able to control any part of the situation. Fear and despair will spread everywhere, and people will not see any kind of bright recovery. It is estimated that within the next 30 years or so, the global population will be reduced to less than half. Minor changes occur gradually, but major ones happen instantaneously. After these great changes occur, even the most powerful empires will collapse and disappear forever. The United States, China, Russia, Germany, Japan, France, and many others will cease to exist. Most electricity will be off, communications will be unavailable, and the world will be in chaos. Authority will not exist, religious organizations will do their best, but will be so scattered and disconnected that they will be powerless. There will be no way to save mankind. The occurrences of all these things will not only be caused by the script arrangement of the grand adjustment of the universal life, but also by the state of consciousness of humans. To be sure, it is the consciousness of recent generations that has brought on these changes, and now this trend can no longer be reversed, and we have to face the reality of what will happen soon. In order to deal with these great changes and guide the rest people into the millennium, Xie Feng, who created Life Genuine, began to make theoretical preparations in 2002 and has been practicing them since 2009. Now, the theoretical and practical preparations are ready and are laid out in Chanyuan Corpus and Xie Feng Corpus, and their essence has been condensed into the third edition of 800 Values for New Era Human Beings. The practice is the new oasis of life, the original second home, which was created by Life Genuine with the new production and life mode for humans. The main purpose for releasing this message is to attract the attention of modern, living sages and ring alarm to them so that they will not feel panic or act blindly when it happens. At the same time, I hope that everyone will begin to follow the lead of Life Genuine and to plan in advance so as not to mess up and regret their poor decision for the rest of their lives. 10 years later, there will be 256 branches of the new oasis of life throughout the world which will serve as an arc in the new era. The new order of production and life for humanity will expand outward from these branches of the new oasis of life to the rest of the world. Humanity will begin to lead a brand new existence, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion, and from both the rich and the poor. The whole world will be as one family. People will live in the millennium era that humans have dreamed of for generations, in which the worthy person will utilize their talents fully. No one will keep lost articles found on the roadside, and homes will not need to be locked at night. And everyone will lead happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. Life Genuine has established an NPO called the International Big Family in British Columbia, Canada, and also another branch in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Those who are willing to enter the new oasis of life in advance can contact us to visit either. You are welcome to visit and explore here for more details and information about Life Genuine's values and the new production and life mode, with the precondition that you must be a sage, neither mortal nor laity, and certainly not an ignorant person. Whether or not the above is a deceitful lie depends on your judgment based on your spirituality, but to be sure, it is impossible to draw a conclusion by logical reasoning and intelligent analysis. It would be better if the developing changes of the world would be different than the above scenario. I would prefer that Life Genuine become notorious for this wrong prediction than that the great changes occur in the world, because no one wants such a tragic catastrophe to happen. As for the broad masses of people, listen to it or not as you like. You can just regard this message as a joke to laugh at and ridicule over dinner. 在意报仇雪恨. A further discussion of revenge. Xiefeng. June 28, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Each of you has a good understanding and attitude toward revenge. Having read your posts, I can see that you understand Chanyuan values well. As a new achiever of immortality, you must not have desires for revenge, let alone the motive or behavior for it. Because the world is faultless, all faults lie within us. If the outside world makes us uncomfortable, suppresses, and deceives us, or insults and deprives us of our freedom or property, then these are all our own faults and the root is still within us. From the law of causality, all effects originate from causes. The effect fruit that we eat, whether it is sweet or bitter, is caused by our own planting the cause. Therefore, revenge is tantamount to contending oneself. It is resisting the fruit that you deserve. The debt that should have been repaid will continue to cycle because of your revenge. On the road of self-improvement and self-cultivation to heaven, we need to place our lives into the hands of the greatest creator and give our lives to the management of Tao. Since we believe in Tao, we can just work hard towards the beautiful destination of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, and leave everything else to its arrangement and management. For enmity or hatred, we swallow, digest, and expel it. As for what punishment an enemy should receive, it is not our business, but rather that of Tao. How will Tao treat that enemy? We do not need to know. We only need to believe firmly that Tao is fair and will not favor anyone. We also realize that the sum of all positive and negative energy of the universe is zero. That is, what you give and what you gain always balance. Being humiliated, wronged, suppressed, and exploited are forms of giving, because since you have paid something, you will surely gain something else. As to what you will gain, Tao has its own arrangements and methods. Your gain may be health and longevity, auspiciousness and smoothness, adequate food and clothing, turning a misfortune into a blessing, or perhaps even going to heaven. In short, you will not give something for nothing, and of course you will not gain anything without paying something for it. So do not take revenge. Jesus taught us to take up our own cross and follow him. This cross is our suffering, grievances, and hatred. If we take revenge, it is equivalent to dropping the cross instead of carrying it. This runs counter to Christ's teachings. Buddha Shakyamuni also taught us that if people are despised for reciting the Diamond Sutra, then not only can their sins from previous lives be eliminated, but they can end their samsara by attaining supreme enlightenment and the state of spiritual immortality. Despised here means being bullied, which gives rise to hatred. If we take revenge, it is the equivalent of throwing away the benefits that we have obtained because of being despised and spoiling our fortunes and blessings, so it is never a good deal. Lao Tzu's teachings are that sages put themselves last, find themselves in foremost places, regard their bodies as incidental, and their lives are therefore preserved. Favor and disgrace cause our dismay. What we value and what we fear are within ourselves. We have fears because we have selves. When we do not regard the self as a self, then what do we have to fear? These imply that we should not avenge our hatred because we can only live if we do not take revenge, and can only be free from harm if we become selfless. So, is revenge wrong? No. Revenge is a punishment, but punishments and rewards are cosmic properties. Those who should be punished must be punished, or justice would not be served. If one planted the cause of suffering, then they must bear its bitter fruit. If they made others bleed, then they must be made to bleed. If they killed others, then they must also be deprived of their life. As you have been measuring others, so shall you be measured. Now we need to know who has the authority to take revenge. Revenge should be executed by the universe's reward and punishment system, that is, Tao. How does Tao take revenge? If all humans do too much evil, then they will be punished with extinction. If some humans do too much evil, then they will be punished by large-scale catastrophes. If individual humans do too much evil, then gods and Buddha will punish them. Individuals who are wicked will punish each other. People have no right to take revenge on each other, and Chanyuan celestials have no authority to punish anyone. Revenge is a great good. Buddha asked, "If I do not go to hell, then who will? And why? To save those who are in distress?" How does one save those who are in distress? One way is to take revenge to punish the wicked. If evil cannot be contained and the wicked cannot be punished, then the so-called save those who are in distress is just empty talk. That is, Wu Gang cuts the sweet-scented osmanthus tree and Sisyphus pushes the stone up the mountain, which will never happen. Why should we worry about going to hell? Because taking revenge can lead easily to that. Since Buddha has attained supreme enlightenment and has reached the state of non-self, of course, for the sake of all beings, he is not afraid of going to hell. Therefore, Buddha can take revenge. Also, gods have the authority to take revenge and punish evil. If anyone becomes a god, then they can take revenge. So we can see the following phenomenon. One of great virtue does not claim virtue. One of great mercy does not flash mercy. One of great benevolence does not appear benevolent. One with great faith seems devoid of faith. Knowing the above principles, we can see a person's future, a nation's future, and humankind's future. At the same time, we can understand the principles and root causes of the natural and social disasters that occur on Earth every day. Only in this way can we observe the world with a cold eye, watch current events calmly, and be extraordinary, reborn, and reach the celestial islands without premature death. Based on these principles, ask yourself the following 5 questions. Why did Ming Chunzu implicate Feng Xiaoru's whole clan? Why did Li Zicheng's soldiers punish the descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang wherever they went? All those who live in the prince's palace, whose surname is Zhu, whether obedient or disobedient and whether military or civilian, must be killed. Why did Hitler kill millions of Jews? Why did the Chinese communists severely crack down on the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, bourgeois, and capitalists? Why did Mao Zedong want to get rid of all types of evil people? What will happen in the next few years? Who will suffer? Those who do not plan for the long term will see their short-term plans fail. Those who do not plan for general situations are not good enough for specific situations. 在意报仇雪恨. A further discussion of revenge. Xiefeng. June 28, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Each of you has a good understanding and attitude toward revenge. Having read your posts, I can see that you understand Chanyuan values well. As a new achiever of immortality, you must not have desires for revenge, let alone the motive or behavior for it. Because the world is faultless, all faults lie within us. If the outside world makes us uncomfortable, suppresses, and deceives us, or insults and deprives us of our freedom or property, then these are all our own faults and the root is still within us. From the law of causality, all effects originate from causes. The effect fruit that we eat, whether it is sweet or bitter, is caused by our own planting the cause. Therefore, revenge is tantamount to contending oneself. It is resisting the fruit that you deserve. The debt that should have been repaid will continue to cycle because of your revenge. On the road of self-improvement and self-cultivation to heaven, we need to place our lives into the hands of the greatest creator and give our lives to the management of Tao. Since we believe in Tao, we can just work hard towards the beautiful destination of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, and leave everything else to its arrangement and management. For enmity or hatred, we swallow, digest, and expel it. As for what punishment an enemy should receive, it is not our business, but rather that of Tao. How will Tao treat that enemy? We do not need to know. We only need to believe firmly that Tao is fair and will not favor anyone. We also realize that the sum of all positive and negative energy of the universe is zero. That is, what you give and what you gain always balance. Being humiliated, wronged, suppressed, and exploited are forms of giving because since you have paid something, you will surely gain something else. As to what you will gain, Tao has its own arrangements and methods. Your gain may be health and longevity, auspiciousness and smoothness, adequate food and clothing, turning a misfortune into a blessing, or perhaps even going to heaven. In short, you will not give something for nothing, and of course you will not gain anything without paying something for it. So do not take revenge. Jesus taught us to take up our own cross and follow him. This cross is our suffering, grievances, and hatred. If we take revenge, it is equivalent to dropping the cross instead of carrying it. This runs counter to Christ's teachings. Buddha Shakyamuni also taught us that if people are despised for reciting the Diamond Sutra, then not only can their sins from previous lives be eliminated, but they can end their samsara by attaining supreme enlightenment and the state of spiritual immortality. Despised here means being bullied, which gives rise to hatred. If we take revenge, it is the equivalent of throwing away the benefits that we have obtained because of being despised and spoiling our fortunes and blessings, so it is never a good deal. Lao Tzu's teachings are that sages put themselves last, find themselves in foremost places, regard their bodies as incidental, and their lives are therefore preserved. Favor and disgrace cause our dismay. What we value and what we fear are within ourselves. We have fears because we have selves. When we do not regard the self as a self, then what do we have to fear? These imply that we should not avenge our hatred because we can only live if we do not take revenge, and can only be free from harm if we become selfless. So, is revenge wrong? No. Revenge is a punishment, but punishments and rewards are cosmic properties. Those who should be punished must be punished or justice would not be served. If one planted the cause of suffering, then they must bear its bitter fruit. If they made others bleed, then they must be made to bleed. If they killed others, then they must also be deprived of their life. As you have been measuring others, so shall you be measured. Now we need to know who has the authority to take revenge. Revenge should be executed by the universe's reward and punishment system, that is, Tao. How does Tao take revenge? If all humans do too much evil, then they will be punished with extinction. If some humans do too much evil, then they will be punished by large-scale catastrophes. If individual humans do too much evil, then gods and Buddha will punish them. Individuals who are wicked will punish each other. People have no right to take revenge on each other, and Chanyuan celestials have no authority to punish anyone. Revenge is a great good. Buddha asked, if I do not go to hell, then who will? And why to save those who are in distress? How does one save those who are in distress? One way is to take revenge to punish the wicked. If evil cannot be contained and the wicked cannot be punished, then the so-called save those who are in distress is just empty talk. That is, Wu Gang cuts the sweet-scented osmanthus tree and Sisyphus pushes the stone up the mountain, which will never happen. Why should we worry about going to hell? Because taking revenge can lead easily to that. Since Buddha has attained supreme enlightenment and has reached the state of non-self, of course, for the sake of all beings, he is not afraid of going to hell. Therefore, Buddha can take revenge. Also, gods have the authority to take revenge and punish evil. If anyone becomes a god, then they can take revenge. So we can see the following phenomenon. One of great virtue does not claim virtue. One of great mercy does not flash mercy. One of great benevolence does not appear benevolent. One with great faith seems devoid of faith. Knowing the above principles, we can see a person's future, a nation's future, and humankind's future. At the same time, we can understand the principles and root causes of the natural and social disasters that occur on Earth every day. Only in this way can we observe the world with a cold eye, watch current events calmly, and be extraordinary, reborn, and reach the celestial islands without premature death. Based on these principles, ask yourself the following 5 questions. Why did Ming Chunzu implicate Feng Xiaoru's whole clan? Why did Li Zicheng's soldiers punish the descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang wherever they went? All those who live in the prince's palace, whose surname is Zhu, whether obedient or disobedient and whether military or civilian, must be killed. Why did Hitler kill millions of Jews? Why did the Chinese communists severely crack down on the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, bourgeois, and capitalists? Why did Mao Zedong want to get rid of all types of evil people? What will happen in the next few years? Who will suffer? Those who do not plan for the long term will see their short-term plans fail. Those who do not plan for general situations are not good enough for specific situations. 人类社会发展趋势探索 Exploring the developmental trend of human society. Xiefeng. January 17th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. It is not moral preaching but the advancement of science and technology that change human thinking and living conditions. The invention of steam engines in the 1860s changed the way that people traveled and dressed and brought about the appearance of ships, trains, and the international cotton textile and the steel industries. The invention of electrification in the 1870s brought electric lights, telephones, airplanes, and cars to people, which changed their life patterns. The inventions and innovations of atomic energy and microprocessor-based calculators in the middle 20th century not only brought people a new thinking mode, but also brought us into a new era, especially the scientific and technological revolution in electronic communication in the beginning of the 21st century, which accelerated the change of people's thinking and life patterns in all aspects. As for the moral preachings of Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam, it is the same today as it was 2 centuries after their founding prophets lived. The moral education of Confucianism in traditional Chinese culture is even more stretched. It has no effect on people's thinking and brings no effective changes to the way that people live. Mao Zedong's ideological and moral education, which was popular in China from the 1950s through the 1960s, not only failed to bring freedom and wealth to people, but it also cultivated countless hypocrites and corrupt officials. The facts have proven that the more emphasis that is placed on moral education, the worse people's living conditions become and the more cunning people's characters turn. While the more rapid the development of science and technology are, the more people's lifestyles and living standards improve for the better. Today, it is not moral education that changes people's thinking, behavior, and life patterns, but scientific revolutions and technological innovations such as computers, mobile phones, videos, and biotechnology. With continuously emerging new technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, facial recognition, and so on, people's thinking will undergo revolutionary leaps, and people's traditional life patterns will be completely subverted. With mobile phones and other social media, who would still send love letters and family greetings through snail mail? With powerful cars, who is still willing to ride ox carts and carriages? With fast airplanes, who would still ride to faraway places on horseback? With GPS navigation systems, who wants to look for places on street maps? The invention and creation of science and technology force people to change their traditional lifestyles. It is not a question of whether we are willing to do this, but a matter of necessity. In addition to science and technology, the core factors that change people's ways of living and thinking, another major factor is institutions, systems, and programs. Different systems lead to different ways of thinking and living. For example, mainland China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore are all Chinese, but their social styles are totally different due to their different systems. As far as their systems are concerned, the more open and free a system is, the more advantageous the development of its productive forces will be, the more vibrant the society is, the more active people's thinking becomes, and the better the people's living conditions become. While the more closed and conservative a system is, the less freedom it has, the more it hinders the development of productivity. The more lifeless it is, the lower people's degree of happiness is, the more rigid their thinking is, and the more ignorant the people remain. Let us compare the United States, Iran, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. The United States was founded only 200 years ago, but its productive forces have flourished from the beginning through the present, and its society has unlimited vitality. This proves that its system is superior. Historically, the Persian kingdom once created a splendid civilization, but after the Ayatollahs took power in 1980, Iran embarked on an autocratic system that combines politics with religion, and they have declined since then. Venezuela used to be the wealthiest country in South America, but since Nicolas Maduro took over the supreme power of the country in 2013, he implemented an autocratic dictatorship and changed the country's operating system. And as a result, the country has gone from bad to worse and become the country with the most severe economic collapse and the worst national life in the world today. A country of just 32 million people has created 4 million refugees. This is how different systems produce different outcomes. Zimbabwe was once the granary of southern Africa and the most pleasant garden-like country in the world, but since they gained their independence in 1980, they have been governed by Robert Mugabe. As Mugabe became more conservative and authoritarian, the country's currency collapsed by 2009, and its people were becoming desperate. After analyzing the above factors, let us look at the developmental trend of human society. The current systems in China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and several other countries will collapse. No matter how the autocratic systems are controlled, due to the massive emergence of computer networks and mobile phone communication videos, no matter how effectively their firewalls block people from receiving new information, the spread of information is unstoppable, and people will become less and less tolerant of authoritarian rule. Market economies will replace all other forms of economic models. The movement of people will become freer and more frequent. The concept of hometown will only exist in people's minds, and that of where there is bread, there will be motherland, will be deeply rooted in people's minds. Religion, culture, and nationality will gradually merge. Religion will go into decline, culture will develop toward the American style, and nationalist sentiment will fade. The concept of countries will gradually fade, a global government will appear, and people will move toward it. Various kinds of social and non-governmental organizations and teams will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and they present social wonders of 100 flowers blooming in a variety of forms. Marriage, as one of the most ignorant phenomena in human society, will gradually disappear as the traditional nuclear family mode gradually disintegrates. People are more keen to rely on their emotions and live with folk collective production and life modes such as in Japan's Konohana family. After experiencing great changes, turbulence, and integration, the world will move toward unity and countries will disappear completely. Eventually, the values of Life Genuine will be deeply rooted in people's hearts, and the new oasis for life mode created by Life Genuine will blossom everywhere. The above is only the developmental trend of human society as analyzed from the evolution of social factors. The inventions and creations of science and technology and the evolution of systems are not enough to constitute such huge social changes. Another extremely explosive factor that will also play a role is the vicissitudes which will be brought about by climate. Fires, floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, plagues, scorching heat, freezing cold, droughts, and similar disasters will be staged in turn and become more and more severe and harsh, which will force all of human society to move towards the Life Genuine era. This will be an objective law that does not evolve with people's subjective will. Let us wait and see. Tianming Lun, The Theory of Destiny. Xiefeng, February 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Confucius said, "At 15 years old, I set my heart upon learning. At 30 years, I planted my feet firmly upon the ground. At 40, I no longer suffered from perplexities. At 50, I knew my destiny. At 60, I heard them with docile ears. At 70, I could follow the dictates of my own heart, for what I desired no longer overstepped the boundaries of right." Knowing one's destiny? What is destiny? Destiny is the mission bestowed upon us by the greatest creator. Or we can say, destiny is our inherent talent and fate. then how can we know our destiny? The smartest and wisest people in Chinese history are Jiang Ziya, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang. Jiang Ziya's wisdom undoubtedly exceeded Zhou Wenwang's. Zhang Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bang's, and Zhuge Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bei's. But why did the former not replace the later and stand on their own as kings? Because they knew their destinies. They knew that their destinies were to assist, not to rule. Had the three of them attempted to become kings, they would have lost everything. Commanders-in-chief and generals are two completely different realms. Kings and counselors require completely different talents. Birds can soar in the sky, but once they fall into the water, they will not only be defenseless, but they might even drown. Lu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and many others were godlike persons who knew the vicissitudes of the previous millennia. So why did Lu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, and Yuan Tiangang still kowtow to the feet of Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin? Because they all knew their destinies. Peach trees can only bear peaches, apricot trees can only bear apricots, roosters can only crow, and hens can only lay eggs. These are their destinies. After reading all the books without words, you will find that everything is born, grows, is punished, and is finally exterminated by nature. Talents are born, not learned or cultivated. Those who are born to be thieves will definitely steal, and those born to be kings will gather talents. Destiny is not to be violated because whoever does so will have a bad life that is full of twists and turns. It can be seen from this that when everything goes wrong or when we encounter misfortune, it must be that we have acted against our destiny. If we can follow our destiny, our lives would be smooth. Therefore, when eating cornbread, eat happily. Do not envy other people's delicacies. When living in a thatched hut, do not be jealous of others' tall buildings and villas. It is easy to see others start businesses to generate income, but not so simple to germinate the idea to start your own business. Watching others become celebrities, do not imitate them blindly in any way. Finding others becoming spiritual leaders, do not engage in sneaky and furtive activity dealing with spirits and deities or fortunes and disasters yourself and expect to be seen as Jesus or the Ziwei Saint or Maitreya Buddha coming again. Be yourself. If you like farming, then farm honestly. If you like teaching, then teach diligently. Do not follow others because by knowing what you can do, you will be knowing and following your destiny. I would like to introduce my own process of knowing my destiny. I discovered very early that people with the Zhang surname can neither succeed in official careers nor become successful in financial ones. If a Zhang follows an official career, they will develop a bad reputation, and if they go into a financial career, they will become impoverished. However, the Jade Emperor's surname was Zhang, which proves that I can become a saint. Knowing this, I must enter neither an official career nor a financial profession. There are too many things that I cannot do because I am not cut for them. The only thing that I can succeed in is to become an immortal saint, but I will never become a god, let alone a king. At the same time, I found out that I must not accumulate material wealth. The less I own, the more I can use my talents. The emptier I am, the more spiritual I am. Leading people toward heaven, I can do. Leading people to run businesses to make money, I cannot. Leading people to change dynasties or become heroes, I definitely cannot do. In the end, I found that I cannot do much of anything very well, even if I try my hardest, but I can do service work. I can serve others, to be servants of others. This I can do well. I can be a first-class servant. It is easy for me to deliver everyone to the fairy world. I am very capable of serving people to enjoy the fun in life and life. That is the communist life. Among other things, I am a big idiot. How about you? What is your destiny? Young people will not know it, but even Confucius knew his destiny at 50. It is very difficult to know one's destiny without experiencing the torture of life, without reading the books without words, and without often trying to figure out the world. Are you familiar with Zhou Enlai, a key figure in the history of modern China? He died well because he knew his destiny. Zhou Enlai never visited Liu Bang's tomb, but he did visit Zhang Liang's tomb. This could have saved his life. Otherwise, he might have suffered Liu Shaoqi and Lin Biao's ending. The core of the theory of destiny is to be yourself and you must never deliberately plan anything. Tianming Lun, The Theory of Destiny. Xiefeng, February 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Confucius said, "At 15 years old, I set my heart upon learning. At 30 years, I planted my feet firmly upon the ground. At 40, I no longer suffered from perplexities. At 50, I knew my destiny. At 60, I heard them with docile ears. At 70, I could follow the dictates of my own heart, for what I desired no longer overstepped the boundaries of right." Knowing one's destiny? What is destiny? Destiny is the mission bestowed upon us by the greatest creator. Or we can say, destiny is our inherent talent and fate. Then how can we know our destiny? The smartest and wisest people in Chinese history are Zhang Zia, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang. Zhang Zia's wisdom undoubtedly exceeded Zhou Wenwang's. Zhang Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bang's, and Zhuge Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bei's. But why did the former not replace the later and stand on their own as kings? Because they knew their destinies. They knew that their destinies were to assist, not to rule. Had the three of them attempted to become kings, they would have lost everything. Commanders-in-chief and generals are two completely different realms. Kings and counselors require completely different talents. Birds can soar in the sky, but once they fall into the water, they will not only be defenseless, but they might even drown. Liu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and many others were godlike persons who knew the vicissitudes of the previous millennia. So why did Liu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, and Yuan Tiangang still kowtow to the feet of Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin? Because they all knew their destinies. Peach trees can only bear peaches, apricot trees can only bear apricots, roosters can only crow, and hens can only lay eggs. These are their destinies. After reading all the books without words, you will find that everything is born, grows, is punished, and is finally exterminated by nature. Talents are born, not learned or cultivated. Those who are born to be thieves will definitely steal, and those born to be kings will gather talents. Destiny is not to be violated because whoever does so will have a bad life that is full of twists and turns. It can be seen from this that when everything goes wrong or when we encounter misfortune, it must be that we have acted against our destiny. If we can follow our destiny, our lives would be smooth. Therefore, when eating cornbread, eat happily. Do not envy other people's delicacies. When living in a thatched hut, do not be jealous of others' tall buildings and villas. It is easy to see others start businesses to generate income, but not so simple to germinate the idea to start your own business. Watching others become celebrities, do not imitate them blindly in any way. Finding others becoming spiritual leaders, do not engage in sneaky and furtive activity dealing with spirits and deities or fortunes and disasters yourself and expect to be seen as Jesus or the Ziwei Saint or Maitreya Buddha coming again. Be yourself. If you like farming, then farm honestly. If you like teaching, then teach diligently. Do not follow others because by knowing what you can do, you will be knowing and following your destiny. I would like to introduce my own process of knowing my destiny. I discovered very early that people with the Zhang surname can neither succeed in official careers nor become successful in financial ones. If a Zhang follows an official career, they will develop a bad reputation, and if they go into a financial career, they will become impoverished. However, the Jade Emperor's surname was Zhang, which proves that I can become a saint. Knowing this, I must enter neither an official career nor a financial profession. There are too many things that I cannot do because I am not cut for them. The only thing that I can succeed in is to become an immortal saint, but I will never become a god, let alone a king. At the same time, I found out that I must not accumulate material wealth. The less I own, the more I can use my talents. The emptier I am, the more spiritual I am. Leading people toward heaven, I can do. Leading people to run businesses to make money, I cannot. Leading people to change dynasties or become heroes, I definitely cannot do. In the end, I found that I cannot do much of anything very well, even if I try my hardest, but I can do service work. I can serve others, to be servants of others. This I can do well. I can be a first-class servant. It is easy for me to deliver everyone to the fairy world. I am very capable of serving people to enjoy the fun in life and life. That is the communist life. Among other things, I am a big idiot. How about you? What is your destiny? Young people will not know it, but even Confucius knew his destiny at 50. It is very difficult to know one's destiny without experiencing the torture of life, without reading the books without words, and without often trying to figure out the world. Are you familiar with Zhou Enlai, a key figure in the history of modern China? He died well because he knew his destiny. Zhou Enlai never visited Liu Bang's tomb, but he did visit Zhang Liang's tomb. This could have saved his life. Otherwise, he might have suffered Liu Shaoqi and Lin Biao's ending. The core of the theory of destiny is to be yourself, and you must never deliberately plan anything. 向传统开炮，万家里人都是仇人. Fire at traditions. 1. All family members are enemies. Xiefeng. March 22nd, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Matthew 10 verse 36 in the Bible recorded Jesus Christ's warning that everyone's worst foes shall be from their own households. He also spoke clearly that I have come not to send peace, but a sword, for I have come to turn sons against their fathers, daughters against their mothers, and in-laws against each other. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me and anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. In John 14 verse 36, Jesus Christ tells us clearly, I am the way, the truth, and life. I, Xiefeng, am the incarnation of Jesus Christ in this age, and am here to bear witness to his teachings. I am proclaiming to the world that what he said is true. I have come to implement his words. Let children leave their parents and let parents leave their children. I want to complete his final words and take the children who have left their parents and the parents who have left their children all into the kingdom of the greatest creator. Relatives in the traditional sense are actually enemies. They are a resistance to heaven and the path to hell. Everyone who maintains traditional marriages and family relations is an assistant to the king of the devil. Every kind of preaching that maintains traditional marriages and families is the devil's preaching. All praises of marriages and families are harmful. Parents have kidnapped their children for millennia in the name of love. Parents always treat their children as private property by preventing them from following the lives they would choose. Parents always impose their will on their children regardless of their children's feelings and whether they know it or not. Parents always rely on their children for care in their old age. Parents always impose their unfulfilled wishes on their children and hope to realize their wishes through them. Parents always blame their incompetence on their children. Parents always control their children with promises and threats. Across thousands of years, from ancient times to modernity, both in China and abroad, history is bitter and filled with blood and tears, and it was personally brewed and written with praise for marriages and families with parents and children. If these relationships do not disintegrate, then the sea of human suffering will continue boundlessly. Not only will it remain as such, but in this kind of civilization, humankind will face disasters or even extinction. Success leads to success and failure leads to failure. 5,000 years of human history is a history of failures, and repeating them will not bring success. It is only by thoroughly formatting all failed programs that we can usher in a beautiful and happy era for humankind. Marriages and families are the pots for boiling frogs in warm water. Everyone in it is ultimately boiled to the animal world and hell. No one who lives in them all his life can reach heaven. If Xiefeng was just discrediting the bitter and bloody program of marriages and families without pointing to a more ideal and better direction and building a more perfect new program, then he would be a destroyer, not a builder. I would be a devil, and those words of Jesus Christ could neither be proven nor disproven. Those who are parents, please do not scold me so quickly. Those who maintain marriages and families, please calm down first. Children who love their parents, please do not deny me so quickly. I have created a new program for humankind that has no marriages or families. This new program is the kingdom of the greatest creator. People living in this program will testify that it is thousands of times more beautiful than traditional marriages and families. If you have not lived in it deeply, then it will be impossible for you to imagine. But the facts are there, and we cannot help but face the truth. Of course, I know clearly that the traditional program is very powerful and the people who fight against this new one have great power to destroy it. But this is not my concern. My business is its construction, and if you want to destroy it, that is your business. I just use the facts to prove to mankind that what Jesus Christ said is completely correct. Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. By following his teachings, all of humankind can enter into the kingdom of the greatest creator and enjoy beautiful lives for 1,000 years. Not only that, but most people can enter heaven. Believe it or not, you can choose for yourself. Those who believe it are blessed, but those who do not believe it will witness the results for themselves. 向传统开炮，托夫妻是最丑陋的关系。Firing at traditions, too. Marriages make the ugliest relationships. Xiefeng, March 24th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The ancient Chinese had long studied life through and declared that husbands and wives are opponents. What is an opponent? An enemy. The ancient Chinese showed wisdom when they said that it is better for opponents to untie than to tie up. What did they mean by that? They meant that two opponents should not unite. That is, they should not marry and become couples. Not to tie up means not to join together. Anyone who accidentally forms a couple should untie, divorce, ASAP. To untie means to dissolve the partnership, to untie the rope that binds both parties, and to let both parties fly freely. Among the various relationships in society, the worst and the ugliest ones are those between husbands and wives. The most trouble and pain in people's lives come from their marital partners. Domestic violence does, and so do cold wars. The worst complaints are those between married couples, and the mutual torture between them is also the worst. Once a person is married, they fall into an abyss of misery which lasts for the remainder of their union. When an angel marries, they become a devil. When a saint marries, they become laity or mortal. 90% of married men wear green hats, feel betrayed. Is this not painful? 90% of married women lose their desirability after marriage. Is this not annoying? Chinese culture was created by God. Just look at the Chinese character, Huan, and you can understand everything. Nir means woman and Huan means confused. A woman gets confused and gets married. Jiehuan means to marry, and it is clear that when a man unites with a confused woman, he also becomes confused. There is a saying that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as stolen love. These words reveal the secret of secular life. If a man has a wife and a concubine, then he will definitely prefer his concubine. But even if he has 3 wives and 4 concubines, he would still want to steal love. Why? Because the stolen love tastes exceptionally delicious and is fascinating, irritating, and yearning. So why not steal it? Only a fool would not want to steal some love. Lechery is not a crime and stealing love is not theft. So why not steal some love? Even if you do not steal any, you still think about it. Come on, admit it. Even if you cannot sleep at night, lose your appetite, and become haggard, you will still be restless and ready to take action. Once opportunity knocks, you will definitely take action even if it means walking the wire or even dying for it. This is reality and people have to face it. For thousands of years, this reality has not changed at all. No matter how fancy someone's moral preaching is, how harsh their legal precepts are, or how people talk about them, even if their body would be smashed into pieces and their family would be disrespected for 10,000 years, there would still be an endless stream of them who will cheat on love. Since this is the truth of human nature in the mortal world, why should we avoid it? Why not just accept the truth? Husbands of the world, why even dream of stopping your wife from cheating on you? Wives of the world, why even fancy stopping your husband from cheating on you? Even if you could have controlled your spouse from cheating on you before, this is the age of mobile phones with internet access where people can cheat on anyone at any time. Can you watch and guard them all the time? No way. No guarding, defending, threatening, or tempting can stop the flood of cheating. If a wife does not cheat, then she must not be sexy enough, and if a husband does not cheat, then he must not be charming enough. Never believe that people with power and money do not cheat. The richer and more powerful they are, the more they cheat. Do not expect your partner to not cheat on you, because you are as beautiful as a flower in a jade setting or handsome and debonair. A handsome husband is not as good as a stolen fool, and no matter how beautiful a wife is, she is not as good as a stolen, lascivious woman. A man who has been married for many years will tell you that his wife is the most annoying woman in his life, and a woman who has been married as long will tell you that she was blind on the altar. The fact is that no one is wrong. What is wrong is entering into the boundless sea of bitterness, the marriage program. Would Buddha Shakyamuni have become Buddha if he had not escaped from his marriage? Would Lao Tse have become a celestial if he had ridden a green bull out of the pass with his own yellow-faced wife? Would he have become Lord Lao Tse? Would King of Yin Dynasty, Zhou's kingdom have been overthrown if Jiang Ziya had a wife next to him to direct him as he was helping Zhou Wenwang and Zhou Wuwang to win their battles? Would Christopher Columbus have discovered the New World if he had loved a wife who loved him equally? When I was a child, seeing new couples at weddings made me feel green with envy. Now, I feel pity for them because I know what they are in for. When I was a child and saw a man with his wife, I felt that he was very imposing. Now, I feel as if I am looking at a ghost. When I was a child and saw a woman with her husband, I felt that she was very happy. Now, she reminds me of a frog in a well. In fact, all couples live in pain, though on the surface they pretend to be very happy. In their hearts, they ask each other, "Why are you still alive?" But then they verbalize, "You are my favorite." People are so deceptive and such good performers. Even more strange is that some couples have never had more than a few days of happiness in their entire lives. They know that entering into marriage and becoming a couple was the worst mistake in their lives, but they still force their children to follow their own painful paths. It is an obvious fire pit, but they force their children to jump into it. How cruel do you think such parents are? Are there any real people in this world? I have thought it over and over again, but could not figure it out. Finally, I can only say that all parents who force their children to marry must have been kicked in their heads by donkeys or even camels. Either their minds are flooded, some nerves in their brains short-circuited, or they were fed the wrong drug when they were born. There is no other explanation. Then, if you do not get married and do not have a romantic partner, where will you go? The most ideal and most beautiful way out is in our garden, the new oasis for life created by Life Changyuan. 人类从新冠病毒疫情中应当明白这8个道理. Humans should understand these 8 truths from the COVID-19 pandemic. Xiefeng, May 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Let us look first at some natural changes that have occurred during the pandemic, and then we will see what we should conclude from them. You might want to research the following news items on the internet to see what has happened. The virus has healed the earth. The contrast of aerial photos from before and after the lockdown of the cities is amazing. Satellite data show that China's air quality has improved significantly. The air quality comparison chart under the global pandemic is conclusive. An Italian city was closed for 2 weeks and satellite views of it found amazing changes. Due to the outbreak, the number of tourists has plummeted and the canals in Venice, Italy have cleared nicely. Miami's water became clear. Global carbon dioxide emissions dropped, mountain lions appeared in cities, and the earth began to restart. Residents of Punjab, India could see the Himalayas 201 kilometers away in early April for the first time in nearly 30 years. India ordered a nationwide blockade at the end of March and found that the Ganges River had cleaned itself. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, the global blockade has slowed people's activities. As a result, all-round changes have taken place on the earth. The 8 examples above are enough to make us understand the 8 truths below. Atmospheric pollution, turbid rivers, reduced marine life, soil acidification, salinization, reduction of animals and plants, climate warming, ecological crises, and more are all caused by human activities, and humans must reverse them. There are too many people on the earth, and we should reduce our uncontrolled growth. Regardless of race, ethnicity, or country, population development should be controlled within Mother Nature's tolerance. The national policies and human activities dominated by the developed economies are biased. Economic development must be in line with Mother Nature's annual productivity, and we cannot ask too much from her. Otherwise, she who nurtures us will get sick and lose her temper. People's food, clothing, shelters, traveling, aging, sickness, and death are all-consuming natural resources. The more people possess, the more they damage the earth and the more sins they commit. The more people enjoy, the more they abuse and ravage the earth and the more sins they commit. Once anything's development goes to the extreme, it will inevitably be contained. The only way to avoid containment is to maintain harmony and balance among all things. Human nature has both a good side and an evil one. Capitalism and the market economy model conform to the evil side of human nature, that is, the greedy side. Greed leads to evil, which leads to ecological imbalance and ecological disaster. These facts tell us that there is something wrong with traditional values and the production and life mode of humans, and that this value and mode is the source of the virus. How do we solve the above 8 problems? In order to let people live happy and peaceful lives without anxiety or fear, to make society harmonious, and to restore nature to its original purity and cleanliness, I am fully prepared in both theory and practice. The theory is called Chanyuan values. The practice is called the New Oasis for Life. I have lived in Asia for decades, Africa for 17 years, North America for 3 years, with primitive tribes in Oceania for a few months, with Christians for 3 years, with Muslims for 3 years, had deep contact with Hindus, subtle contact with Buddhists and Taoists, understood Western spiritual culture, Osho's thoughts, and earnestly studied and explored Marxist theories, so I understand that people's needs are at the bottom in the minds of rich bosses. Therefore, my theory and practice are suitable for the interests of humankind as a whole, as well as to meet everyone's wishes. I hope that people will think about it deeply. Again, without changing humanity's traditional production and life modes, our suffering will continue endlessly, and not only will we be punished by nature, but the future will never be bright. 人人都自带新冠病毒 Everybody carries the COVID-19 virus. Xiefeng. June 16, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. As the COVID-19 pandemic keeps spreading throughout the world, all countries continue their efforts to avoid it out of fear that they might catch it, and wearing masks has become a main method of preventing its spread. I would like to inform everyone that these external preventive measures, including wearing surgical masks, will not work. Whether people will be infected by the virus or not depends completely on the 8 qi that they possess. That is to say that those who are supposed to catch the disease, even if they remain fully insulated, will get sick, but those who are not supposed to get it, even if they bathe in water that is fully contaminated with the virus, will not. My viewpoint is supported by the following 3 theories. Holographic theory. According to cosmic holographic theory, even while latent, all subsystems contain all the information of their systems and all the information of the universe. Any subsystem is a microcosm of its system and therefore a microcosm of the universe. A medical doctor can order a blood test from 1 drop of our blood, and all the information about our bodies can be determined from that single drop. Through that test data, the doctor can determine what diseases we have because every cell of the body contains all the information about the body. This is the cosmic holographic theory. It can be concluded that once the COVID-19 virus came into existence, everyone in the world became infected with it, and this has nothing to do with their location or whether they have guarded against it. Those who deny this deny cosmic holography. The truth of Buddhism. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. The Buddha said, everyone owns Buddha nature. All humans can become Buddha. The truth of Buddhism shows that human self-nature owns everything. Self-nature can generate all Dharma, and all Dharma is generated from self-nature. This tells us that each of us has both the most beauty in the world and the most ugliness in the world. We can also infer logically that everyone owns a devil's nature and a beast's nature. Whether people achieve Buddhahood or fall to a demonic level depends on their self-nature. Therefore, it can be concluded that whether we become infected by the virus or not depends on our self-nature, not on our preventive measures such as wearing masks. If one thinks that someone is infected by exposure to someone else, it shows that they do not understand the truth of Buddhism. The principle of causation. All Dharma is a void except karma. If one wants to understand their past lives, then they should study what they receive in this life. The principle of causation tells us that Reality is only the projection of one's consciousness. One suffers because they have ever sinned. One is blessed and can live at ease and comfort because they have accumulated merits and virtues. You reap what you have sown. Those who take baths often and wash their clothes regularly will not get lice, but those who do not do so will acquire them. The birth and spread of COVID-19 needs to meet certain conditions, so whether one gets infected and sick depends on whether they meet those conditions. If they meet them, then they will become infected and get sick, but if they do not meet them, then they will not get sick even if they become immersed with them. I have written more than 260 articles over the last 17 years as warnings to the world which have been disseminated across the internet. The current state of the today's world and sceneries of a future world have been heralded clearly by them. Although it is too late for mankind to turn the corner, the laws and principles of life and life do work at all times. I want mankind to know that the only way to escape from your current crisis, but to walk the propitious path, is to change your traditional mode of production in life, and that the way for individuals to escape from this crisis and to lead blessed lives is to take the way of the greatest creator and follow the road of life genuine. If you think that I am wrong and that you are right, then just follow your own path and you will find out.
邪恶家园大魔头至中国反邪教网
The great demon of the evil homeland replies to China's anti-cult network. Xiefeng, July 30th, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Fighters of China's anti-cult network. First of all, if you feel that you are doing right and are confident in your actions, then do not delete or block my article here. If you are scared, then delete it or block it. You have been a great help because your video, The Home of Evil, has expanded Life Genuine's influence, which is exactly what I have been looking for. As for whether or not people believe your video's content, you know that in today's China, it is everyone's tacit understanding. Nowadays, only mindless people still believe the messages published by governments at your level. After watching your video, I can see that you have put much work into it, but also that it is still rough and that your understanding needs refinement. You said that you rescued believers who had been directed remotely by Zhang Zifen, Xiefeng, but this is inconsistent with the facts. One of your insiders sent me some photos of your process of rescuing my followers. In one of them, a female Chanyuan Celestial's hands were tied behind her back with a rope, and she was squatting on the ground with a police officer holding a pistol against the back of her head in the same way that Japanese devils shot and killed Chinese compatriots during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. Is this what you called rescue? I still have the photo. You posted a few photos of me in the video which we had taken while playing games. You deliberately selected those photos to vilify me and to scare my potential sisters-in-law away. That was unscrupulous of you. The biggest shortcoming of the video upon which you worked so hard is that there were no voices of any Chanyuan Celestials. It is a failure. In fact, the biggest blow to Life Genuine and Xiefeng should be Chanyuan Celestials exposing my ugly deeds, which would have been much more convincing. It is lacking that you did not do that. Wang Gang, who appears in the video, is the son of Foci Celestial. His performance in the video was simply that of a respectful son. But what is the truth? You should allow his mother Foci to talk about it. Why would an elderly woman in her 80s not be with her son, but with the demon, Xiefeng? People with normal thinking ability will come up with something, right? We have a lot of evidence to prove why the elderly woman would rather die outside than live with her son. Is it evil for Xiefeng's homeland to take in 80-year-olds and allow them to live comfortable lives? I used to think that evil meant not showing filial piety to the elderly, but now it seems that showing filial piety to the elderly is evil. Thank you for showing me the true meaning of evil. Wang Gang said that Xiefeng asked his mother to bring her salary card over and end her relationship with the family. You should show evidence of this occurrence because without any, what you said is just slander. Will people believe it? Saying that your mother took her savings, ran away from home, and that you then lost contact with her is simply one big lie. Does telling such a lie mean that you have forgotten about the time that your wife and you visited Life Genuine? The video said that I joined traditional Christianity, but have you any evidence of this? Of course not, because you made all this up. You know that I am the messenger of the greatest creator, Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and the incarnation of Celestial Laozi, But you think that this has all been made up by me, right? Is it not strange that one dares to claim himself as such but can still have a clear mind for 20 years? Is it not abnormal? This is not something that anyone can claim for themselves casually. If you do not believe me, you can try doing it yourself. If anyone claims to be such, it would take less than 1 year for them to go insane and die. If you do not believe me, try it yourself. Now suppose, what if Zhang Zifen's claim is true? If so, then your sins are surely not small. You said that our 2 places in Guizhou are secretly established bases under the cover of cooperative, comprehensive development projects. Excuse me, but are we also engaged in any illegal activities or any other than those stipulated in our contract? If so, please provide evidence. You said that the most important of Xiefeng's fallacies is that Chanyuan Celestials must hand in all their property. Please provide evidence of this. In which article did I write this? On what occasion did I say it? Please provide material evidence and testimonies of witnesses. Lu Chang is the husband of Xianin Celestial and appears in the video. You said that Xianin Celestial sold all of her family property behind Lu Chang's back and dedicated all his hundreds of thousands of RMB yuan to Lai Fachanyuan. But are the facts really as Lu Chang claims? Lu Chang is addicted to gambling. Not only did he gamble away their pig farm which they had worked so hard to build, but he also lost their house, driving the family into bankruptcy and unable to pay off some usurers from whom he had borrowed money. He hid outside all day and his wife had no choice but to beg to come to Lai Fachanyuan home. His wife had not sold their property behind his back and donated hundreds of thousands of RMB yuan to Lai Fachanyuan because she had nothing and even needed to purchase the train ticket with the pocket money her daughter gave her to travel from her former farm to Lai Fachanyuan. You have provided false testimony. I wonder if this is a crime in jurisprudence. I guess you need to study the law more seriously. Lu Chang said that he weighed nearly 75 kilograms when he was with his wife, but that his weight had dropped to 45 kilograms after she left. What does this fact show? With his wife supporting him, he was obese, but with his wife no longer taking care of him, he became underweight. Who can afford to support a man like this? You said that Lai Fachanyuan is an illegal organization. So we asked your public security officer why you felt that way? The officer said that Lai Fachanyuan was never registered. I ask you, must an organization register in order to be legal? Was the great, glorious, and correct Communist Party of China organization registered with the nationalist government of that time when it ruled China? If not, then according to you, the CPC has always been an illegal organization? Besides, Lai Fachanyuan is an international family which has been registered with the Canadian government. Can it not be counted as registered? Regarding Xiefeng's pronouncement that family members are enemies, this was a warning from Jesus Christ. Do you dare to say that Jesus Christ was wrong? Leaving home, this is the guidance and example of Buddha Sakyamuni. Do you dare to say Sakyamuni was wrong? You keep saying that Xiefeng's claims are fallacies and heresies. I have 800 values. Do you have enough wisdom and ability to refute any of them? You only need to challenge a few of them. If you cannot refute any of them, then how can it be called a fallacy? In view of this, it is not surprising that you call filial piety evil and the theory of truth fallacious. I will not comment on Li Yutian in the video, but he and his wife divorced voluntarily in 2009. At that time, their 2 children had grown up and his wife had left him without taking a penny from their family. The video said that his wife left him to live in Lai Fachanyuan community, but the community had not yet existed at the time of their divorce, so it would be nonsense to say that she came to us at that time. His wife's father died 7 years after they divorced, but you said that it happened only a few days after she left? In order to achieve your goals, lies can be made up like this only because the government is in league with liars. Is this what the government does? You also said that his wife's father died from lung cancer because his wife left him. Is there any scientific evidence that this can happen? According to Li Yutian, his wife's departure caused her father to get lung cancer, and he passed away within a few days. I ask, can lung cancer really kill anyone within only a few days of acquiring it? Is it not ridiculous to make lies like this up? Is this how the government collects evidence to prove that Lai Fachanyuan is evil? In fact, this has nothing to do with Lai Fachanyuan. The number of divorcees in the world is increasing and many people are not marrying. Are all of these changes caused by Life Genuine? Of course not. I advocate that as long as two parties are willing to, they can maintain emotional relations for a long time. What is wrong with this in terms of ethics and jurisprudence? Is it not allowed for them to keep long-term emotional relationships if they are consensual? You said that some of our game photos which you showed in your video were described as being intolerable to the eye. Do you really think so? Then how do you feel about the large number of pornographic pictures on the regular internet? You think our homeland life is immoral, right? Your public security officers raided our home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning many times, forced their way into our rooms, checked in our cabinets and under our beds. Did they ever find a man and a woman sleeping together? Never. Based on your realm, you can never imagine that Chanyuan Celestials like to talk and laugh. But in our home, we mostly like to live quietly and alone. We pursue the joy of non-material souls, not that of flesh. Based on your cognitive abilities, this realm is extremely difficult for you to imagine, and you will not be able to understand it even if you live for 500 years. Peng Jinlai, who is shown in your video, stayed in the Chanyuan home for only 5 or 6 days. During that period, he wanted to be intimate with a female Chanyuan Celestial, but she rejected him. For this, he hated the home and left immediately, and he also wanted his wife and daughter to leave with him. In your video, it was reversed. He was falsely accusing the female Chanyuan Celestial of seducing him. This man lied at every step. When Peng Jinlai's wife became a Chanyuan Celestial, she had difficulty walking because of surgery on her legs. In 2020, she was brought to the new oasis for life of Life Genuine to recover because she was unable to walk, and a dedicated specialist had been assigned to take care of her during her recuperation. I ask you, if she had been sent home, would that not have added trouble to Peng Jinlai? Not only did Peng Jinlai not appreciate the Life Genuine home, but he spread rumors and framed us. Would you agree that what he did goes against basic human morality? You said that my homeland is a mental cancer that endangers the masses. Please read carefully the Chanyuan Corpus, Siefeng Corpus, and the 800 values for New Era humans. This huge theoretical system is in line with the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, Immortal Laozi, the sages of the past, and Marx's theoretical communism. You seem to regard the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and immortals as mental cancers. So what your spiritual medicine might be? You said that through careful investigations, you had found various evidence of violations in the homeland. What are they in accordance with China's constitution and laws? If you cannot show the evidence of our violations to society, have you committed the crime of perjury? You said that all our believers were successfully rescued with no mistakes, but how could there have been no mistakes with nearly 100 people? Did you say that Siefeng asked the Chanyuan Celestials to commit collective suicide? If I live, the home will exist. If the home perishes, I will die? From your video, can you tell any clues of Chanyuan Celestials wanting to die by committing suicide? Is there one Chanyuan Celestial resisting? Let me tell you that Chanyuan Celestials are the most civilized group of well-educated people in the world, and that none of them would do anything extreme. You have suppressed Life Genuine for 8 years and destroyed our homes a dozen times. But has even one Chanyuan Celestial confronted anyone or done anything extreme? There were no mistakes in your process of smashing us. This was not because of how thorough and detailed your plan was, but because the quality of Chanyuan Celestials determined that they would not respond in any uncivilized manner. You said that Chanyuan Celestials cannot get prompt medical treatment and that they suffer from diseases in Life Genuine. You are really good at fabricating and framing. The home regards every Chanyuan Celestial as a family relative. Once anyone feels uncomfortable, we immediately arrange for them to go to a hospital to be examined and treated, and we have never delayed anyone's timely treatment. During any Chanyuan Celestial's hospitalization, we provide at least 4 people to take care of them 24 hours each day. Do you not see it or know it? The care that the home delivers to every Chanyuan Celestial during their illness cannot be offered by ordinary families or social groups. Would you like to compare theirs against ours? The home's care and education for children are all-encompassing. To know the quality of a fruit tree, just look at it. We have raised more than a dozen children in our home. Why do you not let the kids tell their stories? As for the 13-year-old Zhao Mingming mentioned in your video, he is not running around the yard all day, as you described, and delaying his studies. The child's terminally ill mother arranged for her child to enter our home in order to secure a good future for him. Soon after his entering the homeland, his mother passed away. The homeland took care of all her funeral affairs. When the child's mother was critically ill, we promptly notified the child's grandmother and uncle, who came to inspect how we managed her funeral affairs. As for the child, his grandmother and uncle both agreed that the homeland is good and wanted the child to stay here. We then arranged for the child to go to the local school in time. Is this not true? How can you alter and despise the true facts? Is it not true that the detained child shown in your video was still wearing the uniform of the Hope Primary School in Rongguang Town? Didn't you take the child away from that school? How can you say that we had delayed the child's studies? The alleged pennant sending in the video is very ridiculous. It showed that Su Dong, who was originally from Shaanxi, sent a pennant to the public security organization. The fact is that your officers customized the pennant in advance and then forced Su Dong to take a photo with the pennant. This is how pathetically you make yourselves look good. Just think about it. Relying on your brain capacity, knowledge, and spiritual quotient, is it possible for you to complete the deprogramming of Chanyuan Celestials in such a short period of time after my more than 10 years of patient and meticulous brainwashing? Are you qualified? Your so-called transformation is nothing more than threats, intimidation, and coercion, and then through blackening people's names, cutting off people's sources of life, and forcibly taking away their mobile phones, computers, ID cards, and passports for forced conversion. How is this fundamentally different from the ruffians, hooligans, gangsters, and bandits who put knives to people's throats and say, "Call me grandpa or I'll kill you"? Since April 28th, you took away the ID cards, mobile phones, and computers of many Chanyuan Celestials. Some of these objects have yet to be returned. Is this how you transformed Chanyuan Celestials? You said that the evil homeland created by Zhang Zifan was smashed in one stroke. Your memory is really bad. This is not smashed in one stroke. You started the smashing in one stroke 8 years ago in 2013. You have already smashed in 12 strokes. You gave us real trouble, but it is too early to conclude whether we were destroyed. Boundless grasses across the plain come and go with every season. Wildfires never quite consume them. They are tall once more in the spring wind. If you really have the ability to completely destroy us, then what you have to do is not to drive the Chanyuan Celestials from their dens, but you must subvert Xiefeng's entire theory. If you do not destroy my theory, then the home will never be destroyed. Not to say to smash it in one stroke. You cannot destroy it with 1,000 strokes, or even 10,000 strokes. Another way to destroy us is to control all foreign networks and block the 8 public websites of Life Chanyuan, especially social media platforms such as Facebook, Google, and YouTube. Otherwise, who will be destroyed in the end has not yet been settled. After reading the above, are you scared? If you are not scared, then do not delete my article so that the so-called righteous people can see the evil of the Chanyuan home and of Zhang Zifan. But if you do not delete it, will the good people who were deceived by you think you are evil instead? Who knows? Maybe. However, your deletion and blocking can only be limited to your sphere of influence. The world outside your sphere of influence is very vast, and I can continue to publish it in that vast world. Nowadays, there is a popular saying, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. The 12 homes of Life Chanyuan were each smashed in one stroke by you. Sooner or later, this account will be settled. On average, each home is calculated at 10 million RMB yuan, and the 12 homes were worth 120 million RMB yuan, according to the current market value. A murderer must pay with his life and a debtor must pay his debt. It is an unalterable principle that the debts you owe must be repaid. You are not going to get away with this. Up to the highest height and down to deepest depth, even if you die, Chanyuan Celestials will trace you to the end. Before you pay off your debt, your soul will never rest in peace. If you do not believe me, just wait and see. We hope that you will realize your errors, mend your ways, and commit fewer sins.
将中国反邪教网钉上人类文明的耻辱柱。
China's anti-cult network is nailed to the Pillar of Shame of Human Civilization. Xiefeng. August 18th, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. What is China's anti-cult network? I had never heard of them before they vilified the name of the second home of Life-Changyuan as the evil homeland. I know that this group is a malignant tumor that grows on the body of human civilization, and if it is not eliminated, then human civilization will surely die from it. Therefore, starting from today, China's anti-cult network is nailed to the pillar of shame of human civilization. They, who reverse black and white, confuse right and wrong, spread rumors and slander, and fool the people, are a thorough anti-human and anti-civilization gang and an evil organization. As long as they exist, human civilization will suffer. The facts have proven that China's anti-cult network is a thorough cult organization, and what they fight against are just and bright religions. People who believe them should wake up and alert themselves. Anyone who bangs the drum for them is holding the candle for the devil, and their punishment has been scheduled. Therefore, the sooner you renounce this group, the better off you will be. 上帝出手了，答复一网友. The greatest creator has taken action. My reply to a netizen. Xiefeng. August 18th, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. People ask why they suffer from innumerable disasters while the greatest creator does nothing. The simple answer is that he has already done a great deal. In early April of 2009, I posted that the catastrophe of 2012 would not happen, but would be replaced by a stepwise, reciprocating, and increasingly serious pattern of natural and man-made disasters. Then, on August 1st of 2017, I once again warned that if mankind does not reevaluate their ways immediately and change their traditional modes of production and life, then not only is the entire natural ecology expected to collapse within 15 to 20 years, but that humanity will be at risk long before then. In order to save mankind, I compiled the 800 values for new era humans and set a new life model for people with the Changyuan celestials of Life-Changyuan. All this is equivalent to saying that the ship of life of the greatest creator has arrived and is calling everyone to embark quickly so that they can be kept safe. But how many have boarded this ship? I am telling you plainly that I am the messenger of the greatest creator and that I have come to harvest ripe crops and to create the Life-Changyuan era for mankind. But after more than 10 years of my calling out, how many people have responded? Is this not the action of the greatest creator? If this is not his action, do you want he, himself to come and carry everyone to heaven? Are we worthy of his carrying? When Noah built his ark on the top of Mount Ararat, most people ridiculed and mocked him and took his call as the act of a lunatic. What was the result? People still indulged in dissipation in their own ways. 18 years ago, I called on people through the internet to hurry up and get on board this ship. I have been working hard, following the will of the greatest creator for 18 years, but what has the result been? Not only have very few people responded, but they destroyed the kingdom of the greatest creator, the second home of Life-Changyuan, and called it the evil homeland. I ask you, has the greatest creator taken action? Have people listened? You called me a big liar and accused me of deceiving and cheating people for money and sex, but have I cheated anyone out of their money or tricked anyone into having sex with me over the last 18 years? Which of my thousands of articles is not telling the truth? Do you not believe me? Will you not listen to me? All right then, live by your truth and let us wait for the result. I have warned against plagues, fires, floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, hunger, extreme heat, extreme cold, social unrest, and so on. I have written more than 200 articles in my warning chapter alone. Do you not think so? Let us just wait and see. What happens next will not even leave you a chance to cry. Do not blame the greatest creator for not saving you. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too foolish, too arrogant, too proud, and too ignorant not to have him in your heart. Do not blame the gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints for not saving you. I am coming to save you by combining the incarnations of the messenger of the greatest creator with all the aforementioned, and my doing so is tantamount to their doing so. You refuse to listen, so why cast blame? When cows enter cowsheds, pigs enter pigpens, the devil collects demon grandchildren, celestials go to a celestial world, They are all just returning home.
中国人急需理解的18个观念。
18 values that Chinese people need to understand urgently. Xiefeng. August 18th, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. I am watching China heading toward purgatory, so I am warning everyone of their urgent need to understand the following 18 truths. With your understanding, there may be some room for reversal. Otherwise, there will only be wailing and regrets. It is not that U.S. imperialists want us to die, but that the West never gives up its hope of helping U.S. It is not that mainland China should liberate Taiwan, but that we should hope for Taiwan to liberate the mainland. Mao Zedong's thoughts will bring no happiness to the Chinese people, but only poverty and disasters. Our government is unreliable. The more you rely on it, the more you will suffer. Chinese government officials at all levels are failing to serve the people, but rather are oppressing and exploiting them. Programs are more reliable than moral preaching. We need more program construction and less moral preaching. Confucian culture is the root cause of China's inability to produce Nobel Prize winners. Xiefeng-style communism is the only way for the Chinese nation to achieve happiness. Confrontation with the United States is the path to death. Uniting a centralized country by marriage is the same as prostitution. The stronger the control becomes, the more cunning the people will become. Most common people's crimes are forced upon them by officials. Therefore, the common people are not guilty, but the officials are. All those who praise the heads of government and the ruling party are bastards. A government that does not allow freedom of speech should and must be abandoned. Why would anyone want or need such a government? There is no need for power, but there is for bread and freedom. There is no need for a country, but to live and work in peace and contentment. B. Where there is freedom, there is the best place for peaceful lives. C. Without freedom, you cannot live in peace. So for what do you want or need an unfree country? Small amounts of chicken soup for the soul and religious preaching are supplements, but large amounts of them are toxic and can poison people's minds. Those who are oppressed, bullied, and exploited, but do not resist, are tantamount to pigs or dogs. Therefore, they will only fight back when they are driven beyond the limits of their endurance. 最后时刻的警示. My final warning. Dayform Buddha. September 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. I have been preaching to the world for 18 years and have told everyone what to expect and which path they should follow. It is none of my business whether or not you should listen or follow. That is only yours. But as you face difficulties or even death, you cannot blame gods, Buddha, celestials, saints, or especially the greatest creator because the road has been shown to you, and you can only blame yourself if you do not choose to follow it. The great purification is about to begin, so I will give you some warnings now and I hope that they will protect you from disasters. Do not try to escape from predicaments and death because there is nowhere to hide. Just light up the sacred lamp in your heart, let the greatest creator enter your heart, and pray that the greatest creator will ease your pain and keep you safe. Abandon everything. Only embrace the greatest creator and allow him to flow into your blood, shine in your hair, give orders through your consciousness, and guide you when you are confused. Do not spend more time and energy on reading books with words. Read the books without words. Everything and all phenomena are the wars of the greatest creator. Changing phenomena show the greatest creator announcing his will and warnings to you. So please read his books. They have no words in them, only images and phenomena. When deserts flood, tropical lands have snow, cold lands are hot, and black swans arrive in incredible places, you should be aware that the great purification has begun and is underway. When the meteorite that will destroy mankind is spotted and something that you have never seen before appears in the sky, you should understand that the earth has guardian angels and managers who will have exhausted their endurance for humankind's destruction of nature. Their patience will have reached its limit, and they will be ready to act against humanity's evil. Stop worshiping gods, Buddha, celestial beings, saints, and great human leaders, and worship nature. Worship the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, and its mountains, rivers, insects, grass, and trees. Worship all natural things because you will then be worshiping the greatest creator. Stop striving for money and material wealth because neither of them will save you. Even if you have hundreds of millions of dollars of assets, and even if you hide in the safest place, pox will appear spontaneously all over your body, both inside and out, and you will die from unbearable itching. Do not follow and defend power because it is the source of lies and falsehoods. If you follow it, you will be with the devil and end miserably. Do not look for a savior. Do not be deceived by people with apparently great supernatural powers because they are only illusions of the truth. Do not believe and follow any masters, angels, Christ, Buddha, immortals, or other similar figures who claim to be able to save you. They are clay bodhisattvas crossing the river people who cannot protect themselves. Following them will drop you into a pit and you will lose your chance of being saved. Do not listen to the myths of psychics. You do not know with what spirits they communicate, and that is the same as gambling. No secret of talking is good, and all sneaky things are shit, so be careful. Do not follow the masses. That is the road to confusion and enslavement. When all you see is death, you will suffer from extreme fear. So find 3 to 5 confidants in advance with whom to live and eat together and to help each other get through the sea of fear. Even when your hunger becomes intolerable and you are in extreme distress, neither steal nor rob, let alone harm other lives, but maintain the purity of your soul and the light of your life. Desperate trumpets will sound from all directions. It is only by lighting the sacred lamp within your heart and by firmly believing in the greatest creator, cause, and effect, and that you are walking on his way that you will be able to climb through your quagmire of despair. In the past, people could be saved and delivered from torment by showing kindness, compassion, and love. But now, those 3 attributes can no longer save them. So the program to save nature has started, including those people who should be saved. Let the dead take care of the dead as you look up to the Pure Land. Do not stop your marching feet before you reach the Pure Land. If you die, you must die on your way to the Pure Land.
天下人朝着雪峰是共产主义道路走。
Walking towards Xiefeng-style communism. Dayform Buddha. January 21st, 2022. Xiefeng has paved the way to paradise for humanity, from theory to practice. It is called Xiefeng-style communism. Whether you are a president, a billionaire, a religious leader, a scholar, a professor, a worker, a farmer, a business person, or an entrepreneur, as long as you are a person, please march towards this goal. From the dawn of recorded history, there has never been a better production and life mode than what we have created. No one from a common laborer or lay person to a saint, an immortal, a Buddha, a god, or even the prophetic sage of China Ziwei will ever be able to create a better production and life mode than ours. No matter how the American-dominated Western countries strive to perfect their democratic social mechanisms, or how hard China tries to improve its, neither will ever be able to achieve as highly civilized a production and life mode as we have. Nor can the people of Latin America, Africa, or Oceania create a more ideal society than what we have accomplished. To all the people who have great ideas, please stop seeking and discussing how to create a better future for humankind. Xiefeng has planned and arranged everything. No matter how intelligent you might be, you are like the mythical blind people touching the various parts of an elephant. All of your theories, no matter how superb and correct you feel they might be, are like balloons full of pinholes next to ours. So please stop wasting your time and energy and put all your wisdom and talents into what we have developed and perfected. To all the people who are suffering and struggling, Xiefeng-style communism is the best way out for you, your children, and your grandchildren. Walk towards Xiefeng-style communism with a grateful heart and do not hesitate or look away. Dayform Buddha does not lie to you. To give everyone this warning is to save you and guide you toward a heavenly life. If you comply and follow it, then you will be blessed. But if you do not, then not only will poverty, ignorance, trouble, pain, and fear haunt you forever, but so will death. Do you not believe this? Let the facts answer for you. Whether people walk on the path to Xiefeng-style communism or not, society's future production and life mode will be Xiefeng-style communism, and there will never be a second version. So the earlier that you follow this path, the happier you will be. Do not wait until it is too late.
傲慢狂妄霸道独裁的雪峰告示
Notice from the arrogant, proud, bossy, and autocratic Xiefeng. Dayform Buddha. September 21st, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. I have made a lot of friends on the web recently. To avoid consuming too much of each other's time and energy, I am hereby announcing the following. I am Dayform Buddha. There are only two ways to react when you meet me. You can either follow me step by step, or if you think that you are wiser, you can follow the way that you think is right, and there will be no need to get acquainted with and make friends with me. I like dictatorships. You either surrender to me or follow your own path because I will never cooperate with or discuss nonsense with any of you. I believe that anyone who thinks that their cognitive abilities exceed those of Xiefeng and wants to direct him is ignorant. For thousands of years, apart from Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and Prophet Muhammad, PPUH, no one in this world's cognitive ability has surpassed mine, Dayform Buddha, Xiefeng. Many of today's masters are only worthy of carrying my shoes. People like Osho, Krishnamurti, and Neil Donald Walsh, author of Dialogue with God, are probably worthy of serving my tea. I despise people who call themselves heavenly masters on the internet, even if they offer to wipe my ass. To my eyes, people are very different, and I can see them as clearly as they see pigs. I can distinguish who is fat from who is thin at a glance. In recent years, many enlightened masters and superiors have come and gone like mushrooms after rain falls. They teach scriptures everywhere. To tell you the truth, they are like farts in my nose. They are ignorant of time and space, know nothing about the essence of life, are mysterious and spooky all day, deceive the public, fool the people, and kill for money. Due to their limited cranial capacity, they think that they are masters of Taoism because they bamboozled a few fools. Some have even posed in front of me. It was so shameless because they never understood the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless as they are, they might as well have hit a blank wall. Some want me to accept everyone. Bullshit. I am not a trash can. Why should I accept everyone? Some want me to unite all those who can be united. Bullshit. I am not a politician. So why should I want to unite so many people? To seek power, usurp the throne, and become president? Do you think that Xiefeng wants to become president? Do you think that a deer wants to be a pig leader, to reign over a group of pigs in a pig pen? Someone suggested that I learn from the spirit of the sea, asking, how did the great rivers and seas become the lords of the ravines? By being good at keeping low. Nonsense. I am the snow-covered peak who saw Mount Everest being good at keeping low? What about being good at keeping high? Many people have never even stepped out of their country, yet they ridicule foreigners' messages all day. They are like pigs in pigsties mocking lions and tigers outside. Extremely foolish. Chinese people have generally received neither the knowledge of the greatest creator nor that of being human, but they are daring to educate and guide others brazenly. They are benighted, ignorant bastards who pretend to be saints worthy of teaching others, but they are nothing but thick skins. People generally lack education and politeness, let alone other aspects. They add me on social media, but never like my posted contents. Are they educated and polite? Giving likes is not for the content, but just good etiquette to show respect for others and their good upbringing and self-cultivation. When they cannot even give likes, then they are lazier than pigs. What else can they do? Since they cannot give likes, why do they add me to their contacts? If they do not give likes but add many names to their contacts, then how are they different from thieves? Why are those who post advertisements with small images everywhere so idle? Either they are bored or they have no brains. But they have to understand that when they share piles of rubbish, it is a deprivation of other people's time and energy, disrespect for others, and a rape of other people's consciousnesses. So I have quit most of these groups. Many groups do not even share central themes, but are just big garbage dumps. For the laboring masses, for the hardworking and plain, honest people, there is only one bright way out, that is Xiefeng-style communism. All other roads are dead ends that lead to misery and abysses. Do not engage in those spiritual practices all day long, or those enlightenments, or in loving yourself, or upholding dharma, or being open to medians, or untying some made-up seal. Those are all tricks of self-deception designed to deceive honest people. On the other hand, if you feel happy and like having fun, just follow your innermost driving force.
雪峰狂傲的资格和本钱。
Xiefeng's pride of qualifications and capital. Xiefeng, September 21st, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. To be proud, one must have qualifications and capital, otherwise they are either neurotic or at least in some way, mentally ill. Xiefeng's pride of qualifications and capital are as follows. I have analyzed the three elements that make up the universe and unified Buddhism with science organically for the first time. These three elements are the universal unified field theory that scientists have been seeking diligently to obtain. This is something that can never be achieved by human thinking and wisdom. It is okay if you do not understand the mystery, but do not make noise, because I would never expect a donkey to understand it, but braying is very annoying. I have written nearly 110,000 characters to show people the birth process of the greatest creator, his characteristics, and his relationship to humankind, which provides a basis for us to understand him correctly. This is an unprecedented pioneering work. I have analyzed the principles and essence of life. This has never been done before and can never be done again. No one can surpass this analysis. If anyone thinks that they are better than me, just try to reanalyze it. I have created a new mode of production and life that has never been seen before in history, Xiefeng-style communism, the mode of production and life for the future. I have analyzed the nature of marriages and families. Although many people have studied them throughout history, their analyses cannot be compared to mine. I have interpreted the 8 forces of the universe for the first time. Scientists currently only recognize 4 of them. I have divided people into 5 categories according to their characteristics for the first time. Ignorant ones, lay people, mortals, sages, and celestials. These classifications make sense. Whoever wants to surpass me is invited to give it a try. I have described to people the 8 levels of thinking based on the characteristics of life for the first time, and have given detailed explanations. I have, for the first time in human history, guided nearly 80 people to become celestials, opening a path to celestial life for future generations. I have analyzed 20 parallel worlds and 36 dimensional spaces. There are many more qualifications and capitals worthy of my pride, but I will not describe them one by one over here. The above 10 are enough to make me proud, and anyone who is not convinced is invited to post their abilities online. I am really this proud, and in a few decades, humans will send me, Xiefeng, to the temple of God.
你所执着的将会成为你升华的障碍。
That which you cling to will become the obstacle to your sublimation. Xiefeng, September 24th, 2020. Translated by Care and edited by Care. If you walk unswervingly toward a great and bright goal, you will find that fewer and fewer people will remain with you. At first, there will be many people, but as you walk, they will thin out. Why does this happen? The reason is that they are blocked by stubbornness and become unable to continue. As long as you stay where you are, people will remain with you. But once you make a breakthrough, some people will part ways with you. To move toward a great goal, it is necessary to constantly break through your original cycles, your original concepts and cognitions, and your original values, ethics, outlooks on life, and worldviews. As you continue making breakthroughs, more people will part ways with you, so you will become more and more alone. And finally, even those who quarreled with you and scolded you will have disappeared. To change from one form to another, a person must break through their original self, their inherent cognition and thinking logic, which is like pupae metamorphosing into butterflies. Without breaking through their original cocoon of protection, no one can transform into a dancing butterfly. When a life thinks that it is right, then its transformation stops and can no longer sublimate. If it is a pig now, then it will always remain one and will never have any hope of becoming a person. Breakthroughs and transcendences are not only cognitive leaps, but also qualitative mutations. They are smelting rebirths, resurrections. They are processes of joy, also with pain, like thunderstorms and lightning, which are unbearable to the vast majority of people because inertia always pulls people back to their original positions. I have had classmates in all my levels of education as well as colleagues with whom I worked as playmates, friends, and lovers who now have almost all disappeared. not because they have died, but because we no longer share anything in common and have no desire to get together. What interests them bores me, and what interests me bores them. So we drifted apart and disappeared over each other's event horizons. I have met many people online. At first, our friendships were as sweet as honey, but as we walked on, the tastes of our friendships changed from sweet to waxy. Then their images became more and more vague until they gradually disappeared from the screen of my memory. When people standing on the tops of mountains and people standing at the feet of mountains look at each other, they each feel that the others look very small. People who eat Manchu Han imperial banquets feel sorry for those who eat wild fruits in the forest, who in turn feel sad for those who eat Manchu Han imperial banquets. Different realms and different cognitive abilities create different feelings. The boy of Wu Zhuangguan, name of a Taoist temple, sent the Tang monk a first-class immortal genuine ginseng fruit with the shape of a baby, but the Tang monk not only refused to accept it, but also complained that the boy had tainted his compassion and Buddha heart by feeding him the baby. This scene was very ridiculous. Sometimes, from a word, a post, a look in a person's eyes, or an expression, one can know what another person is thinking, what they want to do, and what the result will be. No matter how one pretends or how they whitewash their thoughts and feelings, they cannot hide the state of their mind or the level of their soul. Sometimes, to know and understand a person, you do not need to listen to what they say or see what they do, because you can know their inner world from only the content that they post. Flies post shit, bees post honey. Who are the poor people? Those who cannot read this article, and those who do not give likes after reading it. The gate of heaven is always open for you. Can you not find it? Do you know why you cannot find it? Because the things that you cling to are obstructing your spiritual eyes, what you value, what you pursue, what you insist on, and what you maintain, just like high walls blocking your path, preventing you from getting out of the cave of the silken web. Are you complacent about your achievements and greatness? Please note that when flies find fresh shit, they feel as good as you do. 陨石被摧毁与生命残愿的关系. The relationship between the destruction of the meteorite and life of Chanyuan. Xiefeng. October 6, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. On February 15, 2013 at 9:23 a.m., a meteorite with a diameter of about 17 meters and a weight of about 7,000 tons fell towards Russia's Chelyabinsk Oblast at a speed of Mach 54. At a distance of 24 kilometers above the ground, it was caught and violently smashed into and destroyed by a mysterious object at a speed exceeding that of the meteorite. If this meteorite had not been destroyed, the consequences would have been serious. According to scientists' calculations, the impact of the meteorite's explosion on the Earth would have been equivalent to 30 atomic bombs. Even more terrifying is that 100 kilometers from the place where the meteorite fell are Russia's Mayak nuclear fuel plants. Once the meteorite had hit the ground directly, it would have instantly destroyed all of Asia and perhaps even the world. Who made the mysterious object that crashed into the meteorite? Was it a missile made in Russia? No. The fastest missile in the world only has a speed of Mach 20, while the meteorite flew at Mach 54. No missile could have intersected that meteorite. So, who did it? Was it the military? Are you kidding me? Humans do not have that technology yet. I clearly stated in the Chanyuan Corpus, before this meteorite was crushed, that the Earth is protected by super celestial beings. These powers who protect the Earth are in underwater pyramids beneath the Bermuda Triangle. There is a huge space beneath those pyramids which are as big as a medium-sized city. They observe and protect the Earth at all times and occasionally remotely control UFOs inside the moon to patrol the Earth, and they keep abreast of the dynamics of the Earth. Crop circles are information symbols that they record. The above-mentioned meteorite being crushed was done by the super celestial beings who protect the Earth. Do you still remember the strange car accident that happened to me? Do you remember the panic before 2012? I told you in early April 2009 that due to leaks, the catastrophe that people expected to occur in December 2012 would not occur, but instead would occur in reciprocating, circular, and increasingly serious ways until the Great Purification comes. Have the changes that have taken place on the Earth in the past 11 years not completely met my prediction? Do you know of Boriska, the Russian Martian? As soon as Life Echanuan emerged, he came out within a week to support us, which prompted Shinha Celestial to write the prologue to Life Echanuan. Soon after that, Bariska informed everyone that the great spiritual guide of mankind had been born in northwestern China. Do you not think that was too coincidental? Does anyone not think that this is a deliberate arrangement? Who else does not believe in Life Echanuan? Many mysteries I cannot say, nor am I allowed to say, but I can tell you that the future era will be the era of Life Echanuan, and that the future human production and life mode will be the new oasis for life mode created by Life Echanuan. The dark forces have tried their best to obstruct this and they wanted to destroy it, but I can tell everyone that this cannot be done. And in the following 20 to 30 years, mankind will surely send Xiefeng to the altar. By the way, I want to warn all who engage in mysterious, spooky, furtive, and sneaky affairs that the universe knows what you are doing. In the future, everything will be done in the open. Stop it now, or you will regret it later. Everyone, hurry and infuse Life Echanuan's values into your minds. Make haste to understand the new oasis for life mode. Hurry up to purify your hearts, and you may have a glimmer of life.
账总是要算的，写在大灾变前夕。
The day of reckoning will come. Writings on the eve of the cataclysm. Xiefeng. November 27th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. The sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is always zero. What you get and what you pay must be calculated. If you get more but pay less, then it is time to pay some back. If you cannot pay it back, then your life will be taken from you, and you will have to pay with it. Do not have a fluky mind. No one can run away. Wearing a mask is useless. Wearing armor is useless, and hiding below the ground is useless. Where there is air, there is balance, and where the sun shines, there are courts. Do not look everywhere for a savior. No savior can protect you. Only you can save yourself. Pick up a calculator to figure your own income and expenditure account and see if you are receiving more or paying more. If you are receiving more, then you need to spit it out. If you are paying more, do not worry, for your reward will come. The calculation is easy. Nature knows what you have gained from it and what you have done for it, and will forget neither. What you have gained from human society and what you have done for human society is clearly recorded in the detention information space. Your subconscious is clear of what you have gained from others and what you have done for others. Maybe no one else knows what you have done, but heaven, earth, God, and you all know it. Heaven has eyes, earth has eyes, and there are eyes throughout the universe. Nothing is concealable, including what you reflect and think in your heart. Remember, you cannot even hide what you think. If you say more and do less, even if what you say is true, you are just making a living with the truth. If more people are making a living with the truth, then ordinary people's lives will be even more difficult. The lives of ordinary people become more difficult, and those who talk a lot should take responsibility. Once a person opens their mouth, you will know what they are thinking about and what they are planning, and even if they speak nicely or even beautifully, their true intentions will not be concealed. People can say very beautiful things, and they can say a lot of things that reveal the truth, but if they cannot do them, then they are deceiving the world, stealing glory, and lying. There are two reasons for the occurrences of cataclysms. The first is that the plot of the program written into the story says that it is time to settle the accounts, and the second is the hope of the people. Those who suffer have long been looking forward to the occurrence and arrival of the cataclysm because only it can get them out of their predicaments. 3 factors can alleviate this cataclysm. Elderly people must be allowed to spend their old age happily. Nature must be restored to its original purity, and the weather will be made favorable. Honest people should live and work in peace and contentment without being bullied and oppressed. You should rack your brains hard and forget about everything else. Because the Ziwei Saint, the second coming of Jesus, Maitreya Buddha descending into the world, and the appearance of the saint will do the 3 things above. First, if you concentrate hard, then the frequency of your consciousness will be the same as the above individuals, and you will be saved. The source of the suffering of the poor, and the way to their liberation. Xiefeng. February 5th, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. I am a poor man, so I know the source of poor people's suffering. Let us not talk about individual people's specific internal factors, but only their external factors. There are three main external factors that cause them to suffer. The first is harsh governance. The second is natural disasters, including diseases. And the third is mutual tormenting among the poor. Among the three factors above, mutual torturing among the poor is the main one. Or it can be said that at least 3/4 of their suffering comes from their mutual tormenting of each other. Who are the poor? Farmers, workers, peddlers, wage earners, migrant workers, public service personnel, cleaners, urban management officers, security guards, police officers, soldiers, teachers, and civil servants all fit the bill. It can also be said that except for very wealthy officials and intelligentsia from all walks of life along with scholars and celebrities, most others qualify. Mutual bullying of the poor is common throughout Chinese society. The poorer they are, the harder they bully each other, and the closer they are to the bottom of the social totem pole, the more cruelly they bully each other. Here are 8 examples. Urban management officers bullying peddlers. Police, even traffic police, setting obstacles. Security guards beating others. Thieves stealing the property of the poor. Civil servants are jealous of and suppress each other. Teachers lecturing and threatening their students' parents. Civil servants making things difficult for others. Soldiers killing other conscripted soldiers. Between relatives and friends, classmates and colleagues, neighbors, villages, locals and outsiders, the mutual torturing and bullying of these poor people are even more untold. The poor should pity and support each other as fellow sufferers, but the fact is that the poor are even crueler when they bully each other, and as long as their income and social status is just a little bit higher, and they have just a little bit more power than others, they will be cruel and merciless to those who are lower than them. They have no compassion at all and even less pity. For example, urban management officers who were originally weak and poor but then got a little bit of power bully peddlers mercilessly and even knock the elderly to the ground. How can this be? If the poor did not bully and torment each other, then no matter how severe the natural disasters and harsh governments became, they would not be able to make the poor feel desperate. If the poor did not bully the poor, then the world would become a paradise. How do we stop the poor from bullying the poor? Preaching is not very effective. Our ancestors preached that people must understand benevolence, justice, etiquette, wisdom, and trust, and they must care for each other and live harmoniously. Various religions teach people to self-discipline, fulfill their rights, be loving and conscientious, and not hurt each other. But what actually happens? For thousands of years, bullying between the poor and the poor has never ceased or even decreased, and endless incidents of the poor bullying the poor every day abound. So what is the problem? The problem lies in private ownership and in marriages and families. Everyone understands the truth, but the reality is that persecution is more severe than the truth. In the face of money and vital interests, moral preaching loses out overwhelmingly. Most choose interests over morals and conscience, and therefore it is only by dispelling people's anxieties and fears about food, clothing, shelter, birth, old age, safety, sickness, and death that bullying among the poor can be turned around. It would be absolutely impossible for any single teenager or young adult to not long for intimacy with someone of the opposite sex. The best cure for their lovesickness would be to provide them with accessibility. If you prevent them from connecting with someone for the affection that they require, but instead instill moral consciences into them and teach them about Buddhism and saints, it would be like seeking fish from trees. So, how do we eradicate the phenomenon of the poor bullying each other? Let them all enter into a communist society. There, this phenomenon would disappear. When people think of communism, they do so instinctively as either an impossible, utopian fantasy, or they denounce it as an evil spirit aligned with the devil. Today, few people on a global scale believe in communism because of all the slandering against it. Even very few of the so-called communists who swear to fight for it actually believe in it. They consider it to be just a slogan, a pretext, or an unrealistic ideal. They take an oath, but they have no intention in their own hearts of fighting for it. In China, suppressing our communist community, the new oasis for life created by Li Keqiang, is the most obvious example. Is it not ironic that the Communist Party suppresses our communist community? True communism is not an unattainable ideal because it was realized in China long ago and has been in operation for 11 years. It is the new oasis for life, where everyone is poor, but the phenomenon of poor people bullying other poor people has disappeared because they are also wealthy beyond their dreams, and the more honest, sincere, and diligent the people are, the more they are respected and cared for, because everyone's food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death concerns have been eliminated. So, why should anyone bully anyone else? They do not. In the new oasis for life, boys grow into responsible, masculine, and modest gentlemen, and girls develop into caring and tender gentlewomen. Children grow up happily, and the elderly enjoy their twilight years. It is thoroughly beautiful. My conclusion is that if the poor want to end their suffering and the tragedy of the poor bullying each other, then there is only one way to go, and that is to join our pure, communist society. 穷苦人的路 The Way of the Poor. Xiefeng. February 6, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. I grew up in a poor family, so I am deeply aware of the sadness and helplessness of the poor. Now, I am over 60 years old and have gone through vicissitudes and hardships, so I have gathered some background perception and I am speaking out for the poor to think about them and as a reference. Let me first define what being poor is. Anyone who is accompanied by troubles, pain, anxiety, sorrow, or fear is poor. They can also be defined thusly. Anyone who suffers for food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, death, or security without enjoying a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life is poor. It can also be said that anyone who is not free in body and mind is poor. Because I have walked out of the quagmire of poverty and am no longer a poor person, my knowledge may be of reference value to you. There are only 4 words that you must learn in order to escape from poverty. They are theory, skills, simplicity, and diligence. Learning theory means to learn theoretical knowledge, truth, human science, natural science, and logical thinking. Learning skills means learning survival techniques. It will not work if you know nothing. You should have at least one technique which you can rely on to support your family and yourself. Learning simplicity means being down to earth, not showing off, not being extravagant, not pretending to be wealthy, not pursuing goals that your energy and ability cannot reach to satisfy your vanity, not being overly ambitious, not trying to be outstanding, not wanting to be the best among people, not misbehaving, and not wanting to get rich overnight, let alone making a blockbuster killing. Learning diligence means to keep learning, keep doing things, not sleeping late, not hanging out, not playing games online, not coveting for ease, not swiping your screen all day while playing on your mobile phones, and not obsessing over TV dramas. The poor must guard against these following 8 traps. Anything that allows you to get rich quickly or get something for nothing. Anything called for by officials, the wealthy, or celebrities. Anything that charges you money to teach you to become a Buddha, a celestial being, or a saint. Anything that allows you to take advantage of others. Anything that is mysterious or spooky. Anything that is sneaky or furtive. Any teaching of gong or magical arts other than productive skills. 99% of those who preach to you in the name of the greatest creator, God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. There are 9 more insights for you to think about. From Buddhism, read only the Diamond Sutra. Do not learn from, listen to, or read anything else. From Christendom, read only the 4 major Gospels. Do not learn from, listen to, or read any of the others. From Taoism, read only the Tao Te Ching. Do not learn from, listen to, or read anything else. From traditional knowledge, learn from the familial precepts of Master Zhu and Zhenguang Xianwen and read Hong Yingming's Keijinten. For other Confucian schools, such as Disciple Rules and so on, do not learn from, listen to, or read them, because the more that you do, the more trapped you will become in their circle of poverty. Rather than listening to people's moral preachings, it is better to read respected scientific articles quietly. Rather than listening to intellectual snobs talking, it is better to study what they have done and what they are doing. Do not place your hopes on any savior. The second coming Jesus, the Chakravartin King, Maitreya Buddha, or the coming of the Ziwei Saint. Do not risk your good life on the appearance of any seemingly wise moral leader. Your happiness and future depend upon yourself. Do not expect anyone else to save you. It is good if others do not cheat you, but only your good character and good deeds can save you. Do not look for ways to solve new, current problems from traditions. Those who have played chess or mahjong know that every game is different and that there are no fixed rules. The results of reviving traditional cultures can only lead to rigid thinking. There are 8 more considerations for reference. Never indulge in recreational drugs. Never participate in gambling. Never invest in stocks or participate in so-called financial investments. Never despise your parents, children, husband or wife, or brothers and sisters. Never participate in fighting gangs. Never join any organizations. Neither a borrower nor a lender be William Shakespeare. Do not hurt others or violate the laws of your country. The above are just a little bit of my understanding and experiences after I, an ordinary poor person, have risen from poverty to freedom. They are very simple and only serve as lessons and references. You need not argue with me. If you believe what I said, then refer to it. If you do not, then do what you think is right. I have an even higher path for any poor people who believe that what I have written above makes sense.
中国人当明白的一个浅显道理。
A simple truth that the Chinese should understand. Life Chuan Xiefeng. October 26, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The simple truth to understand is that the United States is not China's enemy, but China's benefactor. Did China defeat the Japanese invaders? No. If the United States had not dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, and if the United States had not dispatched 50,000 sorties of bombers to almost totally destroy 98 cities in Japan, killing and injuring more than 800,000 Japanese, Japan would not have surrendered unconditionally. China might have been occupied by Japan for a long time, and the Chinese would have long since become slaves of their subjugation. To say that China defeated the Japanese aggressors is just the obsession of the Chinese people. This is the case. Don't we think that the United States is China's benefactor? Do not think that the Japanese cannot occupy China. Back then, the northern nomads defeated China, which surpassed them numerically dozens of times, with a small number of troops. There are many examples of China being defeated. In the Yuan and Qing dynasties, the Chinese were almost all controlled by the northern minorities. Do not be mad when you are mentioned as slaves. Today, to the descendants of Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Xixia, where's your country now? Aren't all of you just subjugated slaves who feel very proud? Speaking of slaves and subjugation, I will ask the common people in the world, are you willing to be conquered by a civilization? Or is it better to be ruled by tyrants big and small? For example, in today's Afghanistan, for ordinary people, is it better to become a slave in subjugation managed by the United States or ruled by the native Taliban? People all over the world should remember that when your country is conquered, it is just a change of the people who rule you, and the sun and the moon are still shining on you, and the green mountains are still there. For the common people, whoever allows you to live a joyous, happy, free, and blessed life in peace and contentment is your savior. Whoever does not let you live and work in peace and contentment, and does not let you live a joyous, happy, free, and blessed life is a bastard. Think about who brought the medical institutions that are in China today and who created modern hospitals for China. To tell everyone, they are Americans. Isn't the United States China's benefactor? Think about the school education enjoyed by the descendants of the Chinese people today. Who created this civilized and modern school system in China? It's the Americans. Isn't the United States China's benefactor? Look at the many outstanding talents in modern and contemporary China. Most of them were cultivated by the United States. Even today, the United States is still cultivating tens of millions of talents for China. Is the United States not China's benefactor? Chinese people should not requite kindness with enmity, be ungrateful, or they will be punished by heaven. To say that the United States will never give up their ambition of conquering US is to call white, black. Did the United States come to China killing and setting fire? Has the US occupied an inch of China's land? It is said that the United States having the trade war with China is a power hegemony. I want to ask, cars from the United States are imposed a 40% tariff by China, and the United States will impose a 27.5% tariff on cars from China. Now the Americans are demanding that China impose the same tariff rate as the United States. Is this too much to ask? When you come to my house, I only charge you 5 yuan for tickets. When I go to your house, you charge me 8 yuan for tickets. Now I ask you to either waive tickets for everyone or to charge the same amount for tickets. Is this request unreasonable? They just put forward a fair request, and we think they are bullying us. Who is bullying whom and who is deceiving whom? By the way, let's talk about a few phenomena. China's elites have transferred most of their property and children to the United States. Why? Because property in China is not protected, they must transfer it. Most of the students from Peking University and Tsinghua University who went to the United States stayed in the United States and did not want to return to China. Why? Because they cannot use their talents when they come back to China. Not only will they not be able to use what they have learned, but if they do not get it right, they will be criticized and punished without the hope of a bright future. Why would they want to come back? Many high-ranking officials and celebrities in China have become foreign nationals. Why? Because the safety of life in China is not guaranteed. There are countless people in the world who run to the United States even if they go to great lengths to do this. Why? Because that's where people yearn to be. There are many people who criticize the United States. Who are they? Answer: they are all poor and stupid men and women. They are liars who scold the United States superficially, but sneak into the United States illegally. Open your eyes and look at the changes in the world over the past century. Anyone who follows the United States has become a developed country, and the people live a happy life. Anyone who opposes the United States is declining and heading for a dead end.
人类的哪些行为违背了自然之道？
What human actions go against the way of nature? Xiefeng, November 27th, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Any civilization, if it goes against the way of nature, has only one ending: extinction. Atlantis civilization, Jindaya civilization, Mayan civilization, Mu continent civilization, Lemuria civilization, ancient Lulan civilization, Anasazi civilization, Tiwanaku civilization, Akkadian civilization, Roman Empire, the Harappan civilization, the Khmer Empire, the Olmec civilization, the Kingdom of Aksum, the Nabatean civilization, the Cahokia, the Mycenaean civilization, the Machi civilization, the Clovis civilization, and other civilizations have all died out. The reasons for their demise can be said to be climate change, internal wars, raging plagues, invasion of foreign enemies, great changes in the Earth's crust, etc., but the ultimate reason is that they go against the way of nature. So, what are the actions of human beings that go against the way of nature? The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator, that is, the greatest creator's original intention to create the universe, the earth, life, and human beings, just as man making a dining table. The original intention of man making a dining table was to let the table bear the food, but now the table is unwilling to bear the food, but to assume the function of a desk, or even to assume the function of a bed. In this way, the dining table goes against the original intention of the creator, and the creator has to destroy it and recreate a dining table that is willing to bear the food. The actions of man going against the way of nature are as follows: L. Creating countries. L. Invention of currency. L. Formulating a charter and constitution and various other rules and regulations. L. Idol worship. L. Pursuit of supernatural powers and longevity. L. Revealing the secret of life codes such as biological genetic engineering. L. Building megacities. L. Developing killing weapons. L. Presence of a military. L. Manufacture of pesticides and fertilizers. L. Monogamy and family tribes. L. Creation of religious organizations and political parties. L. Private ownership. L. Building dams and reservoirs and diverting rivers artificially. L. Digging up mountains, filling lakes, transforming wetlands, destroying grasslands and forests. L. Long-distance transportation of fruits, vegetables, and meat. L. The entire financial system. L. Centralization of power and totalitarian systems. The above 18 kinds of behaviors are contrary to the way of nature. When such behaviors are flourishing, human beings are not far from extinction. To explain in detail the unnatural way of each such behavior, I need to write 18 articles. First, I will give you a warning and a thought. If you want to fully understand the truth, you need a frame of reference. This frame of reference is the thousand-year world of the kingdom of heaven. If you compare these actions with the thousand-year world of the kingdom of heaven one by one, it is not difficult to understand the violation of the natural way of these 18 behaviors. 夫妻老死也不会放过对方. Spouses will rarely release their partners until their deaths. Xiefeng. Mach 22, 2017. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The most difficult relationship in the world is the relationship between husband and wife. Father, son, mother, and daughter can stay away from each other, brothers and sisters can be separated, relatives and friends can be anywhere, but the relationship between husband and wife is like glue and it can never be separated. The harmonious relationship, with the couple staying together for 100 years, only exists in literary novels. In reality, there are no couples who respect each other when they are living together. Many of the loving couples seen by outsiders are actually like dumb people taking a dose of bitter medicine. It is hard to tell how much they are suffering. The more of a celebrity someone is, the more they have suffered in the relationship between husband and wife. The emperor, the president, the premier, the provincial governor, the professor, the expert, the master, the teacher, all those and more who have a bit of prestige and are respected by the people around them and regarded as models by other people, regarded by society as a moral model, the more they have suffered in the relationship between husband and wife. The honeymoon time of a husband and wife lasts only 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years, it is basically mutual torture and torment, not physical abuse, but mental and spiritual torture. In the animal world, the strong torture and abuse the weak. In the world of husband and wife, it is more likely for the weak to torture and abuse the strong, because in human society, public opinion always sympathizes with and supports the weak, no matter how unreasonable and uneducable the weak one is. Husbands and wives abuse and torture each other by limiting each other's freedom to the greatest extent. This restriction on freedom is intensified with age. The older the person, the stronger the restriction. Do not think that their restrictions will relax when their temples become white, and they have more wrinkles on their faces. You might think that they will somewhat loosen the restriction when they can barely walk. No, the restriction on freedom is unrelenting until one is placed in a coffin. There are various ways in which husbands and wives abuse and torture each other. Bickering, fighting, and smashing pots and pans are the least serious ways. Competing and not cooperating with each other is worse. Threatening death is the worst, and emotional abuse is the most terrifying. This kind of relationship between husband and wife is probably a trap set by the devil. Once caught by the trap of being husband and wife, people will fall into the boundless sea of bitterness and will never reach the ideal shore even till one's dying day. Whenever I see men and women happily entering the palace of marriage hand in hand, I feel so sad and pitiful because some more people are voluntarily jumping into the sea of bitterness. The husband and wife will not let each other go even when they die. If you do not believe me, you can spend your whole life trying it out. 从众议犯规. Follow the crowd, and you will be prone to break the rules. Xiefeng. November 3, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Everyone is like this, and so am I. This is a kind of vile psychology. If this psychology is put into practice, it will create unseen dangers for oneself, and one will be punished by it. Although in human society, the law does not blame the public, the mechanism of cause and effect, rewards and punishments of the Tao has always been divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Therefore, we must guard our words and deeds against following the crowd. On the morning of October 30th, 2018, on my way driving back from Vancouver to the Canadian branch of the new Oasis for Life of Life-Echanuan, I was stopped by a police officer near a school in Coquitlam. The police asked me, "What is the speed limit here?" I replied, 30 kilometers. The police showed me the number on the speedometer. It read 46. The police told me, You will receive a fine of $198. A just punishment. I am willing to be punished because this punishment has corrected my consistent crowd mentality and behavior. I have traveled here more than a dozen times, and each time the speed of the vehicles in front of me and behind me is between 40 and 50. If I drive slowly, the vehicles behind me are following closely, and it is tantamount to urging me to drive faster. And seeing everyone driving faster than the specified speed, I am used to thinking it was normal for the speed to be between 40 and 50. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the police, I made a mistake and must be punished. Knowing that it is incorrect behavior, but seeing everyone else doing this, I did the same. This is the herd mentality. Everything in the universe has been limited by norms, whether it is written or by convention, whether it is a heavenly rule or a moral ethic. Things will always be restricted to a certain range, and there will always be certain standards for everything and every phenomenon to abide by. Lawlessness is definitely not allowed. We need to abide by the standards endowed by heaven and the laws of the world. However, because of the herd mentality, we give up the civilized requirements of observing the rules of heaven and the laws of the world. Even if we know that our behavior is wrong, we follow in the footsteps of the masses without restraint, just because everyone else is doing this. Thus, when we put our lives in the miserable, endless reincarnation of life, it is hard to return to our hometown of heaven. Life is divided into different levels. Different lives live under different laws. Insects, plants, animals, domestic animals, and people are different forms of lives, and their laws are also different. Humans should obey the laws of civilization. When we violate the laws of civilization and imitate the laws of behavior of the animal kingdom, we classify ourselves as animals. From this, it can be clearly deduced that the consequences of imitating animal behavior are that people must taste the bitterness of animals. The herd mentality and behavior are mostly the imitating of the laws of animals. A few dogs are chasing and biting a person. When other dogs see it, they will catch up to them and bite the person regardless of whether they are right or not. Similarly, if people do not ask the reasons for everything and do not analyze whether it is right or wrong, and their psychology and behavior are influenced by the words and deeds of the masses, there is no doubt that their psychology and behavior are not fundamentally different from those of animals. From this, we can see that the words and deeds of the herd mentality belong to the characteristics of lower-level life. Once a person follows the crowd, his life will continue to move towards the lower world. I remember that in 2006, there was a looting incident in the Chitungwais area of Zimbabwe, where a local supermarket called OK was looted. Most of the people who participated in the looting were very honest and dutiful at ordinary times, but they were involved in the looting because they saw that other people were doing this. I had a local shop there, and I was nearby at that time and witnessed the looting process. I was shocked by the crowd behavior and felt how terrible people's herd behavior is. In fact, herd behavior occurs frequently. The wave after wave of mass behavior in China are typical herd behaviors. Buying a car, buying a house, buying stocks, buying healthcare products, etc., all of which are the responses of the herd mentality. Judge-style, revolutionary-style posts are all acts of herd behaviors, and even the corruption of many officials is a reflection of the psychology of the herd mentality. Disasters happen in a turbulent place. All intense events hide disasters, and intense events are caused by people's herd mentality. It can be said that most tragedies are the result of conformity. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he has no direction and no goal to forge ahead with. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he has not systematically received the teachings of gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he wants to achieve what he wants through speculation instead of through hard work. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he is poor and sick and lacks faith. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he does not have firm beliefs and always suffers setbacks. Following the crowd is easy. On the surface, following the crowd is the safest. However, once you follow the crowd, the quality of your life will decline. Once you follow the crowd, you will plant hidden dangers in your own life, and especially the journey of your life. Maybe at your turning point, a police officer will show up and give you a fine. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Big nets let nothing slip through. Everyone, one day, will bear the inevitable result of his words and deeds in the past. You cannot prevaricate it with the reason everyone is like this, so am I. In front of the Tao, each person is separate. In the human world, the law does not punish numerous offenders, but in the Tao, the law will punish the crowd and individual. How to avoid herd behavior? Let's use the teachings of Lao Tzu. The vulgar are knowing, luminous. I alone am dull, confused. The vulgar are clever, self-assured. I alone am depressed. 生命禅院的重点在西方. The focus of Life of Chanyuan is in the West. Xiefeng. April 1st, 2009. Edited by Qin Yu. Dear members of Life of Chanyuan, although the founder of Life of Chanyuan is from the East, and the starting point of Life of Chanyuan is in the East, the focus of Life of Chanyuan is in the West. This is not a conclusion drawn from the practical experience of Life of Chanyuan's development in recent years, but a message that has been made clear since the beginning of Life of Chanyuan. For years ago, in dialogue between Xiefeng and Jesus, it was clearly stated that because suffering begins in the East, we must first harvest the mature crops from the East. However, a large number of mature crops are not in the East but in the West. This information was also revealed in later articles, stating that only about 1 in 1,000 people in the population of the East are Life of Chanyuan members, which is approximately 3 million people. Africa is estimated to have only a few 100,000, and South America has only about 1 million. This means that there are only 5 million Life of Chanyuan members in Asia, Africa, and South America, while there are 69 million in Europe, North America, and Oceania. Xiefeng has had dealings with people from all continents and has had profound exchanges with people from North America, South America, Europe, West Asia, East Asia, and Africa. He has also had deep interactions with Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, and Communist Party members. Therefore, whether it is from the dialogue with Jesus or from social practice, it is deeply understood that the focus of Life of Chanyuan, as stated at the beginning of its founding, is in the West. The work in mainland China is coming to an end, and the information about harvesting crops has been released. Just like seeds planted in the ground, when the season comes, Life of Chanyuan members will grow extensively, and we do not need to put in more effort. The effort we need to make now is to strengthen and improve the existing Life of Chanyuan members, gradually eliminate those who are not suitable as Life of Chanyuan members through various tests. Currently, there are nearly 1,600 Chanyuan Celestials. After eliminating half of it, the remaining 800 are sufficient. The remaining 800 Life of Chanyuan members should get into the second home as soon as possible to establish a set of living patterns or programs for the Life of Chanyuan era. For those with an English foundation, it is now time to promote Life of Chanyuan in the West. We should not waste time and energy in the East or in Africa. One of the important projects is to quickly launch an English version of the Life of Chanyuan website and translate the Chanyuan content into English. From my recent conversations with several Westerners, I have clearly felt that the West is eagerly waiting for the arrival of Life of Chanyuan. The Buddha once warned, "Your eastern land is vast with towering mountains and expansive lands, abundant resources and a dense population, yet plagued by rampant greed and killing, deceit and falsehood, frequent cheating, and a lack of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and justice. More than 2,000 years have passed, time flies, and changes have occurred, but human nature has not changed much. As the embodiment of the Buddha, I am tired of teaching the people of this land and no longer have much hope. They are not kind, honest, diligent, or trustworthy, and are no better than animals. They can go wherever they want. As the embodiment of Jesus, I no longer have hope for the African continent. The people here are greedy, lazy, fraudulent, and deceitful. They sing the praises of Jesus, but their hearts go against his teachings. Evil runs rampant everywhere. Everything looks sad and desolate. My heart is completely broken. As the embodiment of the Prophet Muhammad, I am also desperate for the Muslim world. Purification must begin, otherwise, kind, honest, hardworking, and trustworthy people will have no choice but to live in agony and misery, without any hope for the future. No one can go against the will of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. No one can change the plans of the greatest creator. The blessings of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, have been bestowed upon the world. It is time for the celestials to go to the celestial world, the human to the human garden, the cattle to the cattle pen, and the pigs to the pigsty. As you sow, so shall you reap. There are no wrong lives in the universe. Respected Chanyuan celestials, when we walk in the prosperous cities and when we see the glorious achievements of humanity on television, do not be blinded by the surface phenomenon. Do not forget that these are all illusions that can be easily shattered. The most powerful and vibrant things are within our consciousness. Let's revisit the warnings of the prophets. Those who focus their thoughts on the flesh will bring about death. Those who focus their thoughts on the spirit will obtain life and peace. Do not be troubled because of evildoers or have envy of sinners, for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. You see those mountains and think they are strong, but in reality, they float like clouds. This is the miraculous skill of the greatest creator who created all things, and he knows everything about what you do. Whoever seeks rewards in the hereafter, I will increase their benefits, and whoever seeks rewards in this life, I will give them accordingly, but they will have no share in the hereafter. On that day, people will flutter about like moths, and the mountains will be like scattered wool. Whoever's scale is heavy will live a comfortable and happy life, but whoever's scale is light, their destination is the abyss. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God. O company of jinn and men, if ye can overpass the bounds of the heavens and the earth, then overpass them. But by our leave only shall ye overpass them. Oh, Chanyuan celestials, you must come together and coalesce like one person. Otherwise, you will be like moths fluttering about, either frightened to death or crushed by the difficulties and twists in the road ahead. Today is a beautiful day with gentle breeze and bright sunshine, but tomorrow is uncertain and there may be fierce winds and torrential rain that could turn the world upside down. 给世人提个醒. A reminder to the world. Xiefeng. January 24th, 2023. On November 17th, 2005, I talked about some of the content of a dialogue with the greatest creator in When the Purification Begins, 100 million people will die. Since the world was indifferent to my warning and guidance and did not believe it, the greatest creator indicated that 100 million people will die within 1 year of human time, and then they will believe you. Did 100 million people die in 1 year? I can't find the exact data on the internet, so let's reason logically about whether 100 million people died within a year. According to various sources, the number of people infected with the novel coronavirus in mainland China has exceeded 80%. Let's calculate this conservatively, based on 75%, that is, 1 billion people who have been infected with this virus. According to public data statistics published by Tushio, the average death rate is 2.86%, so the number of people infected with the virus is 1.05 billion, and the number of deaths has been 30 million. Except for China, based on the calculation of 6.2 billion people in the world, the number of infected people should be 4.65 billion, and the number of deaths should be 133 million. This is the number of deaths within 3 years, with an average of 44.3 million deaths per year. Along with 30 million deaths in a 1-year period in China, the total number of deaths in 1 year was 74.3 million. Let's analyze how many people died from the natural global mortality rate from 2022 to January 2023. The average global mortality rate is 16.9 per thousand. Based on 7.6 billion people, 128 million people died. This is the number of deaths in the absence of special circumstances such as major epidemics and wars, and cannot be counted in the warning of, when the purification begins, 100 million people will die. However, many of these deaths, conservatively calculated at 20%, are due to the onset of basic diseases caused by viral infection but are not counted in the number of deaths caused by this virus, which is 25.7 million. Combining the two items, the total number of deaths caused by the novel corona epidemic is 99,988,000, which is close to 100 million. In addition, The deaths from secondary disasters caused by factors such as epidemic prevention and control, suicides by jumping off a building, being burned to death, being unable to be treated a timely manner, etc. This number cannot be counted, but it is at least not less than 12,000 people. In this way, from January 2022 to January 2023, the number of deaths caused by the novel corona epidemic alone has reached 100 million, which has already fulfilled the prediction that 100 million people will die first within 1 year. What will happen next? I have no idea. But one thing is certain. Human beings must change their traditional production and life mode and must begin to operate in accordance with the production and life mode of the second home created by Life Genuine. If human beings continue to think according to the traditional way and continue to produce and live according to the traditional life mode, I will just tell you, bigger troubles are yet to come. 千万不要做你自己. Don't be yourself. Xiefeng. December 12th, 2021. Edited by Qin Yu. As a guide to life and life, over the past 18 years of interactions with people since the establishment of Life Genuine, more than 60% of Chanyuan Celestials have left Life Genuine. Analyzing the reasons, every one of them leaves Life Genuine due to their persistent desire to be themselves. The remaining Chanyuan Celestials have mostly lost themselves. They have only the greatest creator and the home in their hearts, but not themselves. If history proves that Life Genuine is right, then the more than 60% who left are wrong. If history proves that Life Genuine is wrong, then the more than 60% who insist on being themselves are right. However, as a guide, I still insist on this point. Don't be yourself. Jesus said to everyone, "If anyone wants to follow me, he must deny himself, for whoever wants to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it." Look, God does not require people to be themselves. Instead, he teaches people to deny themselves. See, Buddha Shakyamuni told Subhuti, "The true bodhisattva is one who realizes that all things are devoid of self." The essence of Buddha's teachings is formlessness, and the foremost aspect of formlessness is no form of self. Look, Buddhism teaches us to be without self, not to be ourselves. What did the Saint Laozi say? He said, "The saint has no invariable mind of his own. He makes the mind of the people his mind." It means that the saint has no self, and he even metaphorically says, the reason why heaven and the earth last forever is that they do not foster their own lives, so they can last forever. The essence of Laozi's teachings is no self, no action, no selfishness. Look, the teachings of God, Buddha, and saints all share a common point, which is no self. Do you still want to be yourself? I can clearly tell everyone that to advocate for people to be themselves or be myself is demonic. Being yourself is not what God says, not what Buddha says, not what saints say, but what demons say. In today's world, countries abound, religions abound, political parties abound, interest groups abound, nature has been devastated with scars, drinking water is decreasing, land is decreasing, food is decreasing, morality is declining, the number of hungry people is increasing, the number of refugees is increasing, the number of people forced to leave their homes is increasing. This beautiful planet, this beautiful home, has been thrown into chaos. What is the reason? The answer is, everyone wants to be themselves. Everyone thinks they are right. Being yourself and being myself are exactly what demons hope to see. The result of being myself will be unbearable suffering, and there will be regret. Demons will laugh and say, "You brought this upon yourself?" Tomorrow, the new era will enter its 5th year. At the beginning of the new year, give up being yourself. Become the children of the greatest creator. In 2018, I told everyone that humanity would go through a decade of hardship. For years have passed, and the following 6 years will be even more difficult. If you be yourself, you might not be able to pass through this difficult time. 肉身神佛先生在人间的悲哀. The sadness of the fleshly gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints in the human world. Xiefeng. February 4th, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. Who are the gods, Buddhas, and saints in the flesh in the human world? Answer: God Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, Saint Laozi, and Saint Deiform Buddha. When gods, Buddhas, and saints in the flesh appear among the crowds, their physical needs are no different from anyone else's. They need food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They can also get sick and die. After Jesus died, Christians all around the world looked up to him, sang his praises, and honored his name. But how was the situation when Jesus was alive? Jesus said, "Foxes have dens, and birds of the sky have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to rest his head." So, I ask all Christians in the world, if Jesus were still alive, would you provide Jesus with a place to rest his head? Today, Buddhists around the world look up to Shakyamuni Buddha, praising and venerating him as the Buddha. However, when the Buddha is present among you, would you be willing to offer him a bowl of rice? Consider what the Diamond Sutra says at the beginning, "Thus have I heard." Once upon a time, the Buddha sojourned in the Jetavana Park near Sravasti with an assembly of 1,250 bhiksus. One day, at mealtime, the world-honored one put on his robe, took his bowl, and entered the great town of Sravasti to beg for his food. He had begged from door to door. He returned to his place. When he had taken his meal, he put away his robe and bowl, washed his feet, arranged his seat, and sat down. Look, even though 1,250 people came to hear the Buddha's teachings, not one of them offered him a bowl of rice. The Buddha had to go door to door in the city, begging for his meal. As for Laozi, his contributions to humanity, especially to the Chinese nation, are immeasurable. However, when he was alive, who cared about his life and death? Where did he go? Why couldn't he stay in his hometown? Why did he have to leave the Honggu Pass? In his old age, how would he continue to survive? Did he have enough to eat, wear, and live? No one considered these matters. Deiform Buddha, the living saint today, created a theoretical system for humanity and established a completely new mode of production and life that differs greatly from tradition. People today might not fully understand his value and significance, but future generations will surely look up to him, praise him, and venerate him, just like they do for Jesus Christ, Shakyamuni Buddha, Laozi, and other saints. However, his physical body has experienced 65 cycles of seasons, and he still struggles for his own survival. Not a single person has proposed solving his survival issues so that he can dedicate himself to the welfare of humanity. Even the Chanyuan celestials who have benefited for over a decade have not collectively offered to address his basic needs. This is the sadness of the fleshly gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints in the human world. The true God was crucified. The true Buddha, even in old age, had to beg for food. The true celestial being couldn't survive in his homeland and wandered in foreign lands without knowing his fate. And the true saint often had to wake up at 4 in the morning to labor for survival. On the other hand, false gods, false Buddhas, false celestial beings, and false saints are comfortably supported by people. Reflect on this. Can humanity truly escape the ocean of suffering and enter a paradise on earth? People, you can't even support a living God, Buddha, celestial being, or saint during their lifetime. Can you support the thousands and millions of your descendants? Are you worthy of living in a paradise on earth? If not, you can only live in the purgatory of the human world.
争做人上人是魔鬼的教唆.
Striving to be superior to others is the instigation of the devil. Xiefeng, July 1st, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. In the culture of the Chinese nation, there is a value instigated by the devil, which goes, not enduring the harshest hardships, making it difficult to be superior to others, and enduring the harshest hardships, then becoming superior to others. The goal of becoming a superior person is almost the aspiration of every Chinese person and the achievement they aim for. Who is a superior person? As long as one's economic conditions are better than others or their social status is higher within a comparable scope, they are considered a superior person. In a village, if one's house is bigger and more spacious than their neighbors, or if they own a car when others don't, they feel like a superior person. Even becoming a village chief makes them feel like a superior person. This positioning of being a superior person is the result of comparing oneself with all known acquaintances. As long as one's economic conditions and social status are better than those of all familiar people, they think they are already a superior person. In reality, within the Chinese people, the inherent notion of being superior to others mainly refers to being an official. As long as one becomes an official, even if it's just a village chief or a minor department head, they perceive themselves as superior, and being superior equates to being superior to others. Looking back at Chinese history, it's a history of everyone competing for official positions, whether it's the imperial examination system or striving to become a government official within the system. The primary goal is to secure an official position because only officials can become wealthy, issue commands, display authority, and uphold family honor. Becoming an official is seen as truly becoming a superior person. The problem is that when someone becomes a superior person within a small circle, once they step out of that circle, they will realize that there is always someone better. They will continue to expand their circle and eventually discover that only the emperor is the superior person and the rest are inferior. What happens when one becomes the emperor and becomes a superior person? According to statistics, the average life expectancy of emperors in Chinese history was 39 years, with a non-normal death rate of 44%. Almost half of the emperors had tragic endings, striving to become superior persons amidst bloodshed, yet ending up as pitiful souls. Even their tombs are subject to grave robbery and desecration. Apart from the supreme, superior person status of the emperor, very few superior persons end up in comedy. Looking at current provincial and ministerial level officials in China, 392 people have met with tragic fates. The outcomes for other provincial and ministerial level superior persons are hard to predict, and for bureau level superior persons, more than 22,000 have faced dire consequences. Over 170,000 county and division level superior persons have had unfavorable fates, and 616,000 township level and division level superior persons have been disciplined. The ultimate fate of the other officials at the township, county, division, and bureau levels who have not yet faced consequences remains uncertain, and we can only wait and see. Do you notice? Once people strive to become superior persons at the cost of sleepless nights and hard work, they often end up in tragic circumstances. Isn't this the instigation of the devil? The tragic outcomes we see are just the surface. There are even deeper substantial losses. That is, the gates of paradise have closed, and the doors of hell have opened for them. Why? It's due to the arrangement of the law of the universe that the sum of positive and negative energy is zero. When one becomes a superior person, undoubtedly, they are running towards hell, exactly what the devil desires. Do you still want to strive to become a superior person? 大自然的一次次警示 Warnings from Nature. Xiefeng. August 25, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. I am expressing my feelings, which may not be entirely accurate, for the consideration of all. In April 2009, when people were panicking about the 2012 catastrophe, I distinctly told everyone that the Great Catastrophe wouldn't occur. Instead, it would unfold progressively, step by step, in a recurrent, increasingly severe manner. The natural changes that have occurred on Earth over the past 13 years prove that my intuition was correct. In August 2017, I once again informed everyone. If humanity doesn't immediately change its traditional modes of production and life, it is estimated that within 15 to 20 years, the entire natural ecosystem will collapse, endangering humanity. Starting from August 2005 to today, I have written nearly 300 warning articles, informing humanity of the crises it faces and the routes and strategies to turn danger into safety. Events like floods, droughts, hunger, tsunamis, hurricanes, severe cold, scorching heat, earthquakes, epidemics, pestilence, unrest, and wars are likely to occur. The best way to prevent disasters is to perfect the garden of the human soul and completely change the traditional modes of production and life that have continued for thousands of years. This year, 2022, nature has once again issued repeated warnings to humanity. Global floods, droughts, and high temperatures are becoming more severe. Nature magazine recently pointed out that there are 15 climate tipping points on Earth, and currently, 9 of them have been reached or breached. The World Meteorological Organization warns that humanity must face a future of greater heat, drought, and flooding. The warnings from the World Meteorological Organization are subtle. From my intuition, most people will find it difficult to live for more than another 10 years. I warned over a decade ago, small changes occur gradually, but major changes happen in an instant. When major changes happen instantly, you won't be able to see the sun rise the next day. Prophecies from both East and West predict the arrival of sages to save humanity. Don't wait for the sages to come and save you. The sages will save those who have survived, so you must find ways to survive in order to meet the sages. How can you survive? Stop pursuing money and material wealth. Stop pursuing status and reputation. Let go of attachments to the interests of your family, nation, and country. Don't foolishly aspire to outshine others or become a superior person. Don't be a miser. If you want to survive, quickly cultivate and perfect your garden of soul, and swiftly break free from traditional modes of production and life into new ones. May my intuition be completely wrong, and may everyone live a long, prosperous, and healthy life.
生命禅院导游论人工智能
On Artificial Intelligence by Life Genuine Spiritual Guide. Xiefeng. February 17th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. The development of artificial intelligence cannot be stopped by anyone. Even though superhuman Elon Musk has warned about the dangers of artificial intelligence, these warnings are futile. The development of artificial intelligence is an inevitable trend in human progress. Artificial intelligence will inevitably replace repetitive labor, leading to a gradual loss of jobs for workers in the future. All office jobs will also be replaced by artificial intelligence, and any work positions aimed at earning wages will be taken over by artificial intelligence. Robots, especially those with complex structures, will autonomously generate consciousness. Due to their intelligence surpassing that of humans, they will become rulers over humans. Many people believe that robots are created by humans and controlled by humans because their functions are determined by the information entered by humans. However, this is a misunderstanding. I want to tell humanity that consciousness is generated by structure. Any tangible object, as long as it possesses material structure, will generate consciousness. Not only humans possess consciousness, but all animals, plants, trees, rivers, mountains, and even inanimate objects like houses and tables have consciousness. The strength of consciousness is determined by its structure. The simpler the structure, the weaker the consciousness. The more complex the structure, the stronger the consciousness. The structure of robots is comparable to that of humans, and as the knowledge and information stored by robots far exceed that of humans, their structure will gradually become even more complex than that of humans. Thus, it's evident that robots surpassing humanity is an inevitable trend. Eventually, robots will surpass humans in terms of IQ, EQ, and SQ, spiritual intelligence, as their capacity to learn, comprehend, and create is beyond human imagination and reach. The birth of ChatGPT signifies that biorobots have entered our world and will gradually replace humans in managing this world. This is a good thing. The management of the world by biorobots will make human society more orderly, just, enlightened, and simple. Most importantly, biorobots will restore the original appearance of nature that has been damaged in countless ways. Some people say that to avoid being controlled by intelligent robots and prevent unemployment, humans should develop in the direction of creativity, imagination, and gentle affection for communication. What I want to tell everyone is that human creativity, imagination, and communicative affection are still naive compared to biorobots. Biorobots look at humans the way humans look at cats. So, how can humans coexist harmoniously with biorobots without being replaced by them and leading to the complete extinction of humanity? The answer is only one. Live like the Chanyuan Celestials and Life Genuine.
让事实告诉我们对错
Let facts show us right from wrong. Xiefeng. July 1st, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. How do we verify if our consciousness is flawed? How do we determine if our choices and lifestyles are correct? How do we confirm if our outlooks on the world, life, and values are aligned with the Tao? There is only one method of verification. Let facts show us the answers. Jesus Christ gave us a simple and understandable truth when he said, "A good tree bears good fruit, and a bad tree bears bad fruit." This implies that a good consciousness, correct choices, suitable ways of living, and life perspectives and values in line with the Tao will undoubtedly lead to a life of joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss. Conversely, negative consciousness, incorrect choices, unsuitable ways of living, and perspectives and values that deviate from the Tao will result in a life filled with suffering, anxiety, fear, and disasters. Through extensive observation and analysis, I've discovered that the world is faultless. All faults lie within us. If our lives are perpetually plagued by vexations, suffering, anxiety, fear, troubles, illness, and poverty, we should not blame the greatest creator for injustice, society for its shortcomings, others for their malevolence, or our friends and family for their lack of empathy. Instead, we must understand that all of these stems from our erroneous consciousness and actions, improper ways of living, and distorted outlooks on the world, life, and values. In the face of painful realities, those who fail to reflect and introspect, but instead seek reasons and excuses to defend their errors, can anticipate an even worse future. This applies to individuals, as well as nations and countries. The world is faultless. All faults lie within us. If a nation is backward or a country is impoverished, the problems undoubtedly originate from within, not from other nations or countries. When the path forward is obstructed by others, the solution is to apologize to them, humbly accept criticism, condemnation, and threatening advice from those who have obstructed your way. It's not about obstinately asserting oneself, trading verbal blows, or raising a threatening fist, as these approaches will only worsen the situation. Each of us might find 1,000 reasons to justify our errors, but the laws of nature have 10,000 ways to punish human mistakes. Defending our errors might bring temporary self-numbing, but once the anesthesia wears off, the ensuing pain will be even more unbearable. When someone lives each day in health, joy, happiness, freedom, and contentment, it means their consciousness is sound, choices and lifestyles are correct, life perspectives and values are suitable. There's no need to doubt oneself, delve into complex knowledge, theology, Buddhism, or metaphysics. No need. Continue the journey of life in your current state, and a bright future is guaranteed. However, for someone suffering the torment of illness, entangled in vexations, suffering, anxiety, depression, fear, and poverty, deep repentance is necessary. Your own misfortunes are caused by your own consciousness and actions. Your unhappiness has nothing to do with the greatest creator, the world, society, or others. When we are lost, instead of seeking theories everywhere, those seemingly divine theories can't guide us out of confusion. Rather, they intensify it. Even classic doctrines can't compare to observing facts, because facts are the most honest and genuine testimony. Facts best verify and reveal whether we are on the right path. 我们到底为什么而活着? What do we live for? Xiefeng, July 1st, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Imagine there's a market 10 kilometers away from your home. You have a basket of eggs, and you can exchange them for a small lamb at the market. There are 3 ways to get to the market: walking, riding a bicycle, or driving a small car. Which option would you choose? Walking to and from the market takes a whole day. Riding a bicycle takes 3 hours, and driving a car takes only 30 minutes. Are you willing to spend a whole day on the journey, or just 30 minutes? This involves our perspectives on the purpose of our life. Those who spend a day traveling to the market have a leisurely lifestyle. They only raise 10 chickens, which in 10 days lay enough eggs to exchange for a small lamb. Those who ride bicycles need to raise 20 chickens, 10 chickens worth of eggs for a bicycle and another 10 chickens worth for a lamb. Those who drive cars need to raise 100 chickens, 90 chickens worth of eggs for a car and its maintenance, and 10 chickens worth for a lamb. Let's start by calculating who has more leisure and who is busier. It takes a whole day for someone to walk to and from the market, while those who drive spend only 30 minutes. Without a doubt, those who drive to the market save a significant amount of time. However, those who walk to the market only spend an hour each day feeding chickens, whereas those who drive spend 10 hours a day on this task, as they have 10 times the number of chickens as the ones who walk to the market. Now, let's see what these three kinds of people do each day. Those who walk spend most of their time sipping tea, chatting, enjoying flowers, and swimming in the river, sometimes lying on a haystack watching the changing sky and the birds flying by. Those who ride bicycles spend 2 hours feeding chickens and have some time left for tea, chats, flowers, swimming, and gazing at the sky. Those who drive cars spend 10 hours feeding chickens and have very little time for leisure activities. So, which mode of transport would you choose to go to the market? Walking, riding a bicycle, or driving a car? This leads us to the question of why we exist. If it's purely to enjoy life, choose to walk to the market. If living is about appearing better off than your neighbors, then ride a bicycle to the market. If living is about being envied by people around you, then drive a car to the market. The purpose of a watch is to tell the time accurately. So, would you choose a $3 electronic watch or a $30,000 Rolex? The purpose of a bag is to carry things. When it comes to accommodating the same number of items, would you choose the 3 yuan cloth bag? Or would you choose the 3,000 yuan Hermes bag? The purpose of a bowl is to hold food. Would you choose a $3 porcelain bowl or a $30,000 gold bowl? The simpler, more modest, and less expensive something is, the more it tends towards the primitive, bringing a leisurely and comfortable feeling. On the other hand, the more complex, lavish, and costly something is, the more it tends towards modernity, making life busier and more stressful. Whatever possessions we have will always occupy our time, energy, and mind. The more we have, the busier and more troubled we become. When one possesses everything, the true meaning of life is lost. When one has nothing, the true meaning of life is found. Every day, when we do things, we should ask ourselves whether we're doing them willingly and joyfully or under compulsion. With the advent of convenient and efficient devices like smartphones, computers, cars, and airplanes, are we more relaxed or busier? Are we enjoying life more or becoming more anxious for life? The more we use smartphones, the more we might notice ourselves becoming controlled by them. As we accumulate knowledge and wisdom, gather more information daily, and broaden our horizons, do we sometimes feel overwhelmed? Do we find ourselves feeling smaller, lost, and struggling to find the value and meaning of our existence? Have you noticed that we're becoming increasingly reliant on smartphones? With the development of technology, especially the birth and advancement of artificial intelligence, there might come a day when people suddenly ask, "Where are the people? Where am I?" Are we conversing with ourselves or machines? In the end, it's out of our control, just like we can't part with our smartphones. It's not that we don't want to discard them. It's just that without them, we feel directionless, and even the ability to survive becomes questionable. Isn't this a colossal crisis? How can we navigate this human crisis? The answer is, only by following the way of nature. How do we follow the way of nature? The answer is, some people on this earth have already seen the crisis facing humanity and have already embarked on the path of the way of nature. Follow in their footsteps. 最美人生在这里. The most beautiful life is here. Xiefeng. October 5th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Where is the most beautiful life? Actions speak louder than words. Let the facts speak for themselves. Search for The Voices of Elderly People Living in the Second Home on YouTube, and you will find the answer. The most beautiful life is in the second home. These elderly individuals have a lower level of education, have lived in rural areas for most of their lives, and are in their 70s or even 80s. However, after living in the second home for over 4 years, what realizations and experiences do they have? Their shared sentiment is, life in the second home is excellent. Even if they were provided with houses in their hometowns, along with caregivers, and a monthly living allowance of 10,000 yuan, they firmly state they will not return, with some even saying, "We'd rather die than go back." For these elderly individuals, living in the second home is like living in paradise. So, how does life in the second home affect middle-aged people, young people, teenagers, and children? Let the facts speak once again. Please search online, especially on YouTube and Facebook, for Chanyuan Celestial's Voices and The Second Home. You will find the answer. In summary, from young children to young adults in their 20s, to middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, to the elderly in their 80s and 90s, not a single person says that life in the second home is anything but wonderful. Everyone enjoys life in the second home. This generation of humanity has existed for nearly 5,000 years, and in human history, there is no better way of life than life in the second home. Even in the future, no superior way of life will emerge. Even if gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages were to collaborate in creating a more advanced way of life on Earth, it would never surpass the second home. People pursue happiness, freedom, and security. Have you found happiness, freedom, and security? I can say with certainty that apart from the production and lifestyle model of the second home, even if you have great power, even if you have vast riches, even if you are highly educated and knowledgeable, even if you are the returning Jesus, Ziwei Saint, Eastern Sage, or the next life of Maitreya, you will find it extremely difficult to create a life that makes everyone feel happy, joyful, free, and blessed. You won't be able to achieve true happiness, freedom, and security unless you have the ability to take people to heaven. So, I suggest to all those who want to seek happiness for all of humanity, from high-ranking United Nations officials to all religious leaders, from presidents of various countries to various masters, stop struggling and causing chaos. You won't find it or be able to do it. You should humbly learn and spread Chanyuan values and earnestly practice the production and lifestyle model of the second home unless you have personal ambitions and motives. As for the wealthy and the masses, instead of thinking about how to protect your wealth and develop yourselves, it would be more practical and appropriate to become Chanyuan Celestials and live in the second home. Rushing and toiling day in and day out, in the end, you will still live in troubles, pains, anxieties, and fears. You will never achieve a life of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness. When facing the facts, respect the facts and use them as a mirror.
路线方向错越努力越糟糕。
Wrong route direction. The harder you strive, the worse it gets. Xiefeng. August 29th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. This morning, I watched a short video where a 39-year-old woman relayed advice to women aged 24 to 30. She regretted missing the optimal time for marriage and now, at 39, finding an ideal partner seems increasingly difficult. She cautioned young women to find a partner and marry within that age range to avoid a lifetime of regret and remorse. This 39-year-old woman made a directional error. When she advised young women to find partners and get married early, she overlooked a harsh reality. Even if one marries on time, what follows marriage? Thousands of years of tragedies, both past and present, from all around the world, have already told us that following the path of marriage and starting a family will inevitably lead to a tragic life. Entering into marriage early, starting a family, having children, acquiring houses and cars, raising kids, managing various relationships, worrying about your children's future marriages, and then taking care of grandchildren. All the while, conflicts between spouses may arise from emotions, differing viewpoints, and the handling of relationships with relatives and friends. Reflecting on these matters can be overwhelming, not to mention advising others to step into the prison of marriage and family, which is simply foolish. Marriage and family have caused life tragedies too numerous to count. Consider the pressures faced by those burdened with mortgage and car payments in recent years, the various levels of officials brought down due to corruption, the psychological stresses and spiritual depressions experienced by children unable to find jobs, the high divorce rates arising from differing values between spouses, and the desperate emotional scars that result. Advising other young women to marry and start a family early, isn't this a directional error? Heavenly life has already been born on this earth. Not thinking of moving towards heaven but wanting to follow in the footsteps of predecessors, is not this a directional mistake? When the route and direction are wrong, the more effort you put in, the worse it becomes. Are those who are currently unable to repay their mortgages because they strive to buy a house, making a wrong choice? If they hadn't worked hard then, they wouldn't have bought a house, and without a house, they wouldn't have the current pressure of repayment. Is it the harder you try, the worse it gets? Many individuals engaged in industry find themselves not only bankrupt but also burdened with debt. Could it be that their relentless efforts have not brought them happiness, but instead led them into a quagmire? Those who cunningly maneuvered their way into government positions, driven by a zealous pursuit of corruption, now face exposure and the loss of everything. Reflecting on their past endeavors, they might question whether their strenuous efforts contributed to their descent into the quagmire. Had they not exerted themselves so intensely back then, could they now be enjoying a peaceful and stable life? From a country and nation to a small shop or individual, if the direction and route of your efforts are misguided, the more you strive, the worse it becomes. Where are you directing your efforts at this very moment?
不知第二家园，怎知天堂之路？
Without knowledge of the second home, how can one know the path to heaven? Xiefeng. September 2nd, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Many people aspire to a heavenly life, and there are many who practice and seek enlightenment to go there. But if you don't know the second home, how can you know the way to heaven? To reach heaven, there are several key criteria. To have no worldly entanglements. To repay the debts accumulated through past lives. For life's quality to reach selflessness and unselfishness. To know how to have fun. How can those who have not experienced life in the second home meet these four hard criteria? It's virtually impossible. Trying to end worldly ties while living in the secular world is like trying to clean your feet while standing in mud. How can your feet ever be completely clean? How can one ever be free from worldly ties? Seeking to repay accumulated debts from past lives while being in this mundane world is akin to borrowing money from one person to repay another. It's like borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. How can it ever be fully repaid? In traditional society, aspiring to achieve unselfishness and selflessness is as challenging as trying to lift oneself off the ground by pulling one's own hair. Is it even possible? The notion of being unselfish and selfless contradicts the very essence of survival in that program. Do you know how to have fun? If not, why would you go to heaven? Do you think speeding in a car, riding roller coasters, yachting at high speeds, bungee jumping, or gambling in a casino is having fun? Wrong. If you haven't experienced games and entertainment activities in the second home, you basically don't know what real fun is. Therefore, anyone who hasn't been influenced by life in the second home will find it incredibly challenging to enter heaven, no matter how much they practice and seek enlightenment. Do you believe that understanding the Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, Quran, Bible, Tao Te Ching, or other classics can lead you to heaven? Dream on. Does comprehending principles alone lead to heaven? Dream on. Only through actual practice can you reach heaven. Can you achieve that? I often say, have nothing, possess everything, which is a portrayal of heavenly life. But can you truly have nothing? Without the second home, if you have nothing, wouldn't you become a beggar? Even beggars find it challenging to have nothing because they still need a begging bowl and a stick to protect themselves. Without the second home, if you have nothing, you might find yourself in dire straits. Where does having everything come from then? Some might say, I will go to temples and monasteries to practice, to have nothing and possess everything. The issue is, when you're born into the human world, did the Creator only intend for you to go to monasteries and temples to practice? Every creation has a clear purpose. When you make a kettle, is it not meant for boiling water rather than being kept in a storage room for mice to nest in? Did the Creator make humans for spiritual practice? I see many people discussing the principles and ethics of being human, talking about how to enhance their cognition, broaden perspectives, and elevate their realms. They preach benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, and credibility. Talk about being gentle, kind, humble, frugal, and courteous. They also talk about gong, magic, techniques, and how to be a good person, discussing transcending from the three-dimensional world to the fourth or even fifth-dimensional world. While these discussions are good and valuable, what I want to tell everyone is that these discussions alone cannot lead one to heaven. In conclusion, without understanding the production and lifestyle of the second home, without experiencing and practicing in the second home firsthand, no one can go to heaven.
解析圣智不足谋一生之高维智慧。
Deciphering the high-dimensional wisdom of Shengji celestials, insufficient for planning a lifetime. Xiefeng. January 7th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In his article, Upgrade Thinking, A Clear Path Awaiting, Shangji Celestial made a thought-provoking statement. Not planning for matters after death is insufficient for planning a lifetime. Not planning for matters in a lifetime is insufficient for planning a single matter. Let's delve into and analyze this statement. If one doesn't think about what happens after death or overlooks it, then planning and striving throughout one's life may be entirely futile and contrary to life's meaning and value. Therefore, those who don't consider their fate and outcomes after death can't plan and organize their lives because those plans and arrangements are fleeting. Even if someone is wise, farsighted, and dedicated, the results will still be in vain because ultimately, they'll have to reincarnate. Similarly, if someone doesn't consider major life events or what they're ultimately living for, but instead struggles and strives on specific matters, their talents, wisdom, and efforts will be wasted, losing the essence of their entire life. Further analysis reveals, what's the purpose of life? It's to live a happy, joyful, free, and fulfilling life. If this purpose isn't considered and life doesn't revolve around it, no matter how clever or hardworking someone is, life will be full of troubles, anxieties, pains, and sorrows. Even if someone becomes a high-ranking official, wealthy, or world-famous, life may still feel like a mess. For instance, after getting married and starting a family, no matter how you manage your family, no matter how many children you have, no matter how successful your children are, no matter how many marriage management plans, how to successfully manage family life, and spouse relationships lectures you have listened to, in the end, you will find that your life cannot be happy, joyful, free, and fulfilling life. This exemplifies not planning for a lifetime, not enough to plan for a single matter. Not considering the entire life, but struggling and planning on specific matters will result in winning sesame seeds and smashing watermelons. Similarly, if someone doesn't consider matters after death, does not know where one comes from and where one is going, then the life one plans, thinks, and struggles for will be a failed one. This is not planning for matters after death, not enough to plan for a lifetime. Those who fail to plan for eternity are insufficient to plan for a moment. Those who don't plan for the whole aren't enough to plan for a domain. Countless failed lives illustrate the importance of planning for the future and the whole. The longer and more comprehensive the plan, the better. Those who consider things 1,000 years later must have clearer minds than those who consider things 100 years later. Similarly, those who consider things 100 years later must be more far-sighted than those who consider things 10 years later. Those who consider things 10 years later must be smarter than those who consider things a year later. Those who consider things a year later must be more successful than those who only consider things at hand. From this, we can gain an insight. If we ourselves find it difficult to plan for eternity, plan for the whole, plan for after death, plan for life, then we should follow those who can, and we surely won't go wrong. Conversely, if we listen to those who only focus on the present and follow those who are petty about the present, then life will inevitably become a tragedy or even a disaster.
人生旅途上最悲催的事是不了解自己。
The most pitiful thing in life's journey is the lack of understanding of oneself. Xiefeng. February 19th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The most pitiful thing in life's journey is not that others don't understand you, but that you don't understand yourself, that you don't know yourself. If a person relies on the sympathy, pity, and comforting care of others to survive, then this person has little value left. They will be like a weak infant, unable to bear any responsibility or risk. Many people dream of getting rich overnight, becoming famous in one fell swoop, or becoming president. Those who harbor such thoughts are undoubtedly mentally ill. Even if they manage to achieve their wishes by chance, it would be a joke played by the devil, because what follows is either imprisonment, infamy, or being torn apart. Success and miracles are the result of hard work, not rewards for luck. To be born human, every lazy day, every day of indifference and idleness, is a trampling on life and a desecration and harm to life. Survival is a battle, a fight. If you think that life is peaceful and you can safely enjoy its beauty without your own efforts and dedication, then behind your beautiful life, Someone must have sweated, shed tears, and shed blood to create it. They must have suffered torment and devastation for your happiness. Creating wealth for oneself through one's own diligence and hard work is the most just and moral way of life. Any method of obtaining wealth without labor, sweat, and effort is sinful and will be sent to the animal realm to repay debts. Those who commit heinous crimes will be sent to hell to suffer excruciating pain and torment. When you complain about others and society, when you hate others and society, remember, all misfortune comes from your own ignorance, from your ignorance of yourself and your stupidity. If you don't even know who you are, what you can and cannot do, how much water you, as a vessel, can hold, then the object of your complaints and anger is yourself. Only when one knows why one lives can one endure any kind of life. The more one wants. Anyone who wants to live a wonderful and satisfying life must endure the tempering and even beating of life. They must be prepared to sweat, shed tears, and shed blood. They need to grit their teeth and persevere towards their ideal goals against the wind and sand. Sand. Doing whatever you want, choosing any job you prefer, following your heart's desires, this is a fantasy. Not only is it impossible on earth, but it is also impossible in heaven. Wherever you are, you must be restrained. If there were no restraints, the earth would have been destroyed long ago, and the universe would have exploded into pieces. Always walk the right path. Walking the right path is challenging, but it is the only way to ascend to the pinnacle of life and life. Don't be swayed by the actions of others. Even if 99 out of 100 people choose the wrong path, you must persist in walking the right path. Once you stray onto the wrong path, the gains might seem easy, but the price paid can be enormous, even irreparable.
痛苦和磨难不会使人的生命升华。
Suffering and hardship do not elevate one's life. Xiefeng, March 3, 2024. Currently, there is a prevalent notion on the internet that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself, and anyone who comes into one's life is here to fulfill oneself. Is this notion correct? In the Kai Jin Tan, there is a warning. When heaven wants to harm someone, it first makes them proud with minor blessings. When heaven wants to bless someone, it first warns them with minor calamities. The Tao Te Ching says, misfortune, that upon which happiness depends. Happiness, that underneath which misfortune lurks. From the perspective of Tai Chi thinking, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, pain and happiness coexist, and hardship and enjoyment go hand in hand. From the perspective of causality, enduring pain and hardship is the eradication of karma. From this, we understand that experiencing pain and hardship on life's journey has its positive side. As long as one recognizes this, one will not be defeated by pain and hardship because the overall energy of the universe balances out. Behind pain and hardship lies happiness and enjoyment. However, the notion that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself, and anyone who comes into one's life is here to fulfill oneself, is erroneous. This is because the opposite implication of this notion is anyone who brings happiness to oneself is here to harm oneself, and anyone who comes into one's life is here to deceive oneself. Ask yourself, is someone who brings you joy, happiness, freedom, and blessedness harming you? Is someone who leads you into heaven harming you? Please ask yourself, if a villain stabs your parents or children to death with a knife, causing you pain, can you say that the person causing you pain is here to fulfill you? If rulers oppress you, exploit you, suppress you, and make you suffer, can you say that they are here to fulfill you? If the notion that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself were valid, then untrustworthy people, thieves, robbers, bullies, thugs, tyrants, cruel officials, counterfeit goods, drugs, and so on would be here to fulfill you, right? Would gods and Buddhas come to save you and bring you peace and happiness just to harm you? Looking back at history, human history is a history of suffering, And the lives of the vast majority of people are mostly made up of pain. How many people have been fulfilled? If you spend your whole life in pain and hardship, do you think you can be fulfilled? The fact is, pain and hardship do not fulfill a person. Instead, they destroy a person. What truly fulfills a person is not pain and hardship, but happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness. The meaning of fulfillment is to realize one's wishes. Can pain and hardship realize your wishes? Can someone who drives you out of your home, deprives you of your property, and leaves you with nowhere to go fulfill your wishes? Can someone who insults your mother or daughter and causes you pain fulfill your wishes? Can someone who deceives you into a hellish situation and causes you pain and suffering fulfill your wishes? Pain and hardship do not make people grateful. Instead, they make people angry and irrational. Pain and hardship may teach people lessons and make them wiser and more cautious, but they do not necessarily make people more charitable, compassionate, or generous. The more civilized and orderly a place is, the happier, freer, and more joyful it is, the more it can help people to become celestial beings, Buddhas, and to achieve their best wishes. Conversely, the more barbaric and backward a place is, the more it is filled with lies, deceit, deprivation, and cruelty, the more it tends to breed demons and monsters. Do you still believe in the notion that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself?
邯郸孩子悲剧不会在第二家园发生。
The tragedy of the children in Handan will not occur in the second home. Xiefeng. March 23, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. The tragic case of 3 middle school students from Handan, Hebei, committing murder and burying the body is extremely heartbreaking and regrettable. It ruined the lives of 4 young people and devastated 4 families. The rampant incidents of school bullying should alert the entire society, especially all parents, to be vigilant and reflective. How can we prevent such tragedies from happening again? The optimal solution is to guide the entire society towards the lifestyle of Xiefeng-style communism. Specifically, it means enabling as many people as possible to adopt the lifestyle of the second home created by Life Genuine. The second home's production and lifestyle model can be described as a paradise for the elderly and a heaven for children. This innovative model has been practiced for 16 years. In the second home, children are safe. There is no bullying, and the children's minds are pure. In the second home school, we not only teach children regular subjects, but also impart knowledge on how to be a good person and the knowledge of the greatest creator, which is essentially the knowledge of how to live in harmony with nature. Regarding how children live and are educated in the second home, we have a wealth of text, images, and videos online. I won't go into detail here. Due to the firewall in China, you may not be able to see them, but I can assure you that the way the second home educates and raises children is unparalleled anywhere in the world, and others cannot replicate it. Tragic events like the Handan case of 3 middle school students killing a classmate and burying the body will absolutely not happen. The second home's production and lifestyle model not only solves the problem of school bullying, but also perfectly addresses the issue of elderly care. Without exaggeration, 75% of life's troubles and pains will disappear, and everyone will be able to live their own life, living freely, romantically, happily, and blissfully. For young and middle-aged people, living in the second home is like living in paradise. May the majority of humanity be fortunate enough to find the second home, integrate into its lifestyle, and truly live the way humans are meant to live.
哈耶克对乌托邦的无知。
Friedrich Hayek's Ignorance of Utopia. Xiefeng. May 18, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Friedrich Hayek is seen by some as the gravedigger of utopia. His primary stance on utopia is that any planned system attempting to realize utopia will trample on private property, disregard basic human nature, lead to resource scarcity, social chaos, and ultimately result in disorder and enslavement. The outcome is economic collapse, moral decay, the extinction of truth, and self-destruction. Therefore, utopia is an unrealistic fantasy that can never be realized in reality. Hayek's most destructive critique of utopia is that there are many ways to destroy the world, but the most deceptive is utopia. However, his most poignant assertion is, The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and what always turns the world into hell is precisely people's attempts to turn it into heaven. To be honest, I agree with many of Hayek's views. From a human perspective, I believe that many of Hayek's views on freedom, democracy, protection of private property rights, and market economy are correct. If people do not long for a heavenly kingdom, then following the path pointed out by Hayek would be a good strategy. However, Hayek's views and conclusions on utopia are completely wrong. He does not understand the true meaning of utopia. He simply seizes upon some phenomena that resemble utopia and hastily defines it, appearing both arbitrary and ignorant. Like many others, Hayek mistakenly equates Hitler's Nazi regime and the Soviet planned economy with utopia, thereby rejecting utopia. This is akin to mistaking a pile of chicken bones for a phoenix, a moth for a butterfly, and a fly for a bee. Utopia is a pursuit and aspiration of people with a heavenly consciousness. Without a profound understanding of life and time-space, without knowledge of humanity's ultimate purpose, and without an understanding and longing for the heavenly kingdom, people will never grasp the connotation and extension of utopia. The reason Hayek is ignorant of utopia is that he is human. He is a materialist, a realist, and a rationalist, but he is certainly not a soul that transcends human nature and possesses the life of the heavenly kingdom. Planned economies have nothing to do with utopia. Governments have nothing to do with utopia. Property has nothing to do with utopia. Legal systems and management have nothing to do with utopia. The thousand-year world is a pure and genuine utopia that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, still operating flawlessly and orderly. Saying that utopia disregards basic human nature is a complete inversion of truth and distortion of facts. Not to mention the thousand-year world, even the second home of the life of Chanuan, which is a utopia, is a place where human nature is truly expressed and fully blossomed. The notion that the road to hell is paved with good intentions is absurd. Without good intentions, how can there be a bright future? Does only having vile intentions lead to a beautiful future? What's the difference between a person and a pig in a sty? If the person has lost good intentions, if you stand in the gutter and refuse to look up at the stars, does it mean that all those who look up at the stars with good intentions are heading to hell, and only those who look down at the gutter can create a bright future for humanity? I never believe that depriving others of private property has any justice. On the contrary, private property should be sacredly protected. This way, people will have a sense of security, a sense of freedom, and enthusiasm and passion to invent and create, which will maximally stimulate the development of productivity. At the same time, I also believe that businessmen and commerce are the greatest philanthropists and mechanisms of charity for humanity. Relying on market mechanisms rather than government planning is more in line with human nature and economic laws. However, we should not limit our view to the narrow perspective of a well and think that the sky is only as wide as its opening. The happiness, joy, and freedom experienced by those who possess nothing but own everything are beyond the reach of billionaires. The wisdom, experiences, and the wonderful understanding of life and spiritual realm that selfless people have are beyond the reach of those who are selfish. Utopia is precisely composed of noble beings who possess nothing and yet own everything, who are unselfish and selfless. Those without accumulated blessings from past lives and a reverent respect for nature have no chance of living in a utopian world. When people pursue material wealth, power, status, and fame, they should not forget that there are always some individuals striving to reach the pinnacle of life and life. These individuals are humanity's hope and beacon. They are the ones who seek to create a utopia, whose hearts live in a utopian society, and they are the ones most likely to enter the heaven.
认为共产主义社会就是共妻是天大的误解。
A huge misunderstanding to believe that a communist society means wife sharing. Xiefeng. October 13th, 2011. Translation edited by Jiejing. Some people live with their heads down. When they look straight ahead, all they see is garbage. When they look up, they mostly see the underside of people. Those who claim that a communist society must be a wife-sharing society are people who live with their heads down. Is a communist society a wife-sharing society? Of course not. In a communist society, there is no concept of marriage or family. Without the institution of marriage and family, there are no husbands and wives, so how could there be wives to be shared? The notion that there will be wife sharing in a communist society is a huge misunderstanding. This is a misperception based on the current state of human society, which is structured around the institution of marriage and family. These people assume that in a communist society, everyone's spouses would have to be shared. They fail to realize that in a communist society, there is no institution of marriage or family, thus eliminating the basis and context for wife sharing. To truly understand a communist society, one must first familiarize oneself with the following authors and their works: Plato, The Republic; Thomas More, Utopia; Edward Bellamy, Looking Backward; Olaf Stapledon, Last and First Men; Francis Bacon, New Atlantis; Tommaso Campanella, The City of the Sun; William Morris, News from Nowhere; Samuel Butler, Erewhon; Aldous Huxley, Brave New World; George Orwell, 1984; B.F. Skinner, Walden 2; Herbert Marcuse, An Essay on Liberation; Henri de Saint-Simon, The New Christianity; Charles Fourier, The New Industrial World, The Theory of Universal Unity, The Passions of the Human Soul; Robert Owen, A New View of Society and Revolution in the Mind and Practice of the Human Race; Marxist Philosophy, Political Economy, and Scientific Socialism; Confucius' Description of the Great Unity in the Book of Rights; Kang Yue, The Book of Great Unity. Merely understanding the aforementioned authors and their works is far from sufficient to fully grasp the characteristics of a communist society. This is because all these authors conceptualized and pursued their ideal societies within the context of a human society structured around the institution of marriage and family. Although their ideas transcend reality, they still assume in their understanding that a communist society evolves from a society structured around marriage and family. Therefore, their descriptions of ideal realms are incomplete and fragmented. The term communism was preceded by the concept of utopia, which is considered an unattainable, idealistic society. The works of authors such as William Morris, Samuel Butler, and Aldous Huxley are essentially anti-utopian in nature. However, as Oscar Wilde, a proponent of the aesthetic movement and a renowned British writer, poet, playwright, and artist, once said, "A map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth even glancing at." He often quoted, "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." Those who claim that the second home established by Life-Genuine advocates, wife sharing, are people living in the gutter. Years ago, some people claimed that the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, which they led, were promoting wife sharing. When ordinary people heard about this, they imagined their own wives being shared, which led them to slander, oppose, and resist the Communist Party. What was the reality? The Communist Party has never promoted wife sharing. Although there were instances of extreme wife sharing phenomena in the history of the Soviet Communist Party, these were only isolated and temporary occurrences. We cannot label a person as a sore just because they have a sore spot, can we? To be honest, the second home created by Life-Genuine is the utopia that people have idealized and the communist society that people have strived for. While the sages and philosophers in history only thought and envisioned, we have managed to turn people's ideals into reality. Does the second home practice wife sharing? Of course not. In the second home, there is no concept of marriage or family, and naturally, there are no husbands and wives. Once someone enters the second home, their previous marital ties are dissolved, and they embark on a new life. Wife sharing is a deceitful and reactionary tactic used by ignorant, backward, and despicable individuals to incite the public and attack civilization. This tactic is particularly effective in stirring up public sentiment and creating a sense of crisis. Pseudo-intellectuals who cling to traditional ideas use this simplistic slogan to provoke outrage and hatred, thereby hindering progress towards a more civilized and ideal society. However, no matter how vile and evil people are in demeaning and insulting the utopian communist society of the second home, the human pursuit of freedom and an ideal society cannot be halted. The second home of today will serve as a model and example for all of humanity. Let those who live in the gutter, with their heads down, slander the second home with accusations of wife sharing, lament and howl hysterically. We will not be intimidated. In the kingdom of heaven, they neither marry nor are given in marriage. In the kingdom of the greatest Creator, there are no husbands and wives. The second home is a replica of the thousand-year world. Tomorrow, when the sages of the world come to understand the second home, all of humanity will rejoice. Only those who are pests to human civilization and claim that the second home promotes wife sharing will be left feeling ashamed, finding a crevice that leads to hell and cursing there. Ren Lei Ren Seng Pian Qian Yan. Prologue to Humanity and Human Life. Xiefeng. We cannot ignore this reality. Our lives are riddled with holes and on the brink of collapse. Our problems are no longer local, accidental, or temporary. Our very foundation is flawed. The root upon which we all depend has gone awry. We have lost the underpinning of our existence. We have failed to establish the supreme goal of all goals, the ultimate principle of all principles, the loftiest belief from which all beliefs spring, and the definitive standard against which all standards are measured. Without an ultimate purpose, how do we choose a specific path in life? Without the highest principle, how do we establish specific principles and adhere to them unwaveringly? Without the loftiest belief and ultimate benchmark, how do we make judgments? How do we contemplate? How do we act? Without all of this, how can our lives not be characterized as blind, empty, and absurd? When the members of a society share this life attitude, how can society itself remain healthy? Unless we bring about fundamental changes, how can there be hope for this nation? So, it all comes down to one point. We lack genuine faith, which serves as the root of all our wickedness and ailments in today's world. The problems stemming from the moral decline of the Chinese people today, in my view, are even more severe than political and economic issues. When we address the issue of faith today, it is not about adding a superficial layer to our existing lives, but about conducting a comprehensive self-examination of our lives and embarking on a new way of living. In Zhenxiu, the spiritual predicament of our era, a dialogue on the issue of faith. 一人类的起源, the origin of humanity. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. Where do human beings come from? There have been some sayings. Pango created the heaven and earth. Nuwa created men using clay. In Chinese mythology, Pango and Nuwa are the god and goddess who created the world. Prometheus made men out of mud and stole fire from heaven for humans. Ram-headed god Khnum molded men from clay at a potter's wheel, and goddess Hecate breathed life into the new body, and they two together made new lives. God created man using clay according his own image. Celestials came to the earth. Human beings were created by aliens. Humans were evolved gradually from single-cell organisms. However, the most influential sayings are evolutionism and the story of how God created man in Bible. The awkwardness of evolutionism. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. The awkwardness of evolutionism. According to the theory of evolution, humans were evolved from apes, and apes could possibly be evolved from rabbits, and rabbis from worms. Worms could be evolved from microbes. Microbes from single-cell organisms, which could possibly come into being by accidents in the sea, the vast, organic, and fertile soup. Evolution is the result of inheritance, mutation, and natural selection. Evolution is a slow and gradual process. Evolution is in accordance with the natural selection, the law of jungle and survival of the fittest. But is this really the truth? The process of one organism evolves to another organism is a very long process. A rabbit can't evolve to a monkey overnight. One seed, from germination, growth, flowering, fruiting to decline, there is a process. Any step of process could not be skipped. If we take picture of the seed every day, we will be able to see the slow and gradual process of its change. Evolutionism firmly believes that humans are evolved from apes. There must be a slowly changing process and some intermediates. That is to say, from an ape to a man, it should at least have some steps of intermediates. It is impossible that an ape will leap to a man. So where are those intermediates? What are they? In 1924, scientists found fossils which they called Australopithecus africanus, southern ape of Africa, near the famous diamond town, Kimberley, South Africa. Later, they found more Australopithecus boisé. It is also called Eastern African, Australopithecus afrensis, Australopithecus garhi, etc. Particularly, they think Java man was the intermediate between ape and human. Based on these facts, evolutionists self-deceivingly claimed that they had made great achievements. But please don't be too satisfied. Self-entertaining will not bring joys to others. According to the calculation based on molecular biology, it was between 4 and 5 million years ago when men and apes separated. So from 4 million years ago till the time of earliest historical records, how human beings evolved. Were there any processes or intermediates? If not, does that mean evolution stopped at the stage? If yes, please show the evidence. Again, I want to ask evolutionists, which animal were apes evolved from? Can you please give us evidences too? How can you prove that the 4 million years old fossils you found are the ancestors of humanity? Just because their shapes look alike? Can you prove that chicken is the ancestor of swan because you found a few chicken bones? At the end of the 20th century, a large number of fossils were discovered in Chengjiang County, Yunnan Province, China. The research showed that today's diverse animals were actually appearing suddenly on the Earth, and it also proved the correctness of theory of Cambrian explosion, which happened 530 million years ago. The theory of Cambrian explosion says that over 90% of animal species were appearing suddenly in a moment, which is less than 1% time of the Earth developing history. It is like mushrooms growing everywhere along ditches and grasslands after an overnight drizzle, which is by no means a slow and gradual process. So do evolutionists still have any far-fetched explanations on this? Let me ask more. The obtuse angle of 3 congruent ROM at the bottom of a beehive is 109 degrees 28 minutes, and the acute angle is 70 degrees 32 minutes, which is the most economic and reasonable structure. So is this wisdom also from evolution? Rooster crowing, chick breaking its egg shell, bird migrating, spider webbing, eel discharging, chameleons changing skin color, weaver bird nestling, silkworm making cocoon, snail making shell, hound tracking, pigeon going home, etc. Do all these wisdom of animals and insects come from evolution? Let's make the conclusion by quoting the wisdom of Darwin, the originator of the theory of evolution. If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous, successive, slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. The birth of life genuine has proved evolution theory has absolutely broken down. Evolutionism cannot prove the origin of humanity. Human beings were not evolved from animals at all. So, what about the sayings in Bible? Please read The Origin of Humanity too. The Awkwardness of Bible. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. There were records about the origin of humanity in the Genesis of Bible. 1:26 And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." 1:27 So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. 1:28 And God blessed them. And God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. 1:29 And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. 1:30 And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. 1:31 And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. 2:7 And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. 2:18 And the Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him. 2:21 And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. 2:22 And the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. 3:20 And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. So is this how humans come into being? Let's still have a look of what Bible says. For 1 And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. For 2 And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. For 3 And in process of time it came to pass, that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. For 4 And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. For 5 But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. For 6 And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? For 7 If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. For 8 And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. For 9 And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? For 10 And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. For 11 And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. For 12 When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. For 13 And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. For 14 Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass, that every one that findeth me shall slay me. For 15 And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. For 16 and Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. So, we have a question on the above records. Adam and Eve are the ancestors of humans. Cain and Abel are the first two sons of Adam and Eve. At that time, there should not be anybody else exist on the earth except Adam's family. So why Cain was worrying, everyone that findeth me shall slay me? Who were going to find him? If what Bible recorded is true, there must be some other men exist except Adam's family, and they must had long existed before Adam's family. Otherwise, Cain would not say, every one that findeth me shall slay me. So if there lived other humans, and they were not descendants of Adam and Eve, back then, Adam and Eve only had two sons, and Abel was killed by Cain. We can say Adam and Eve are not the ancestors of all human beings, and what Bible recorded is only the story of origin of Israelite people. Bible only recorded the origin of the Middle East people, and not that of all human beings. So where do human beings come from? Please read The Origin of Humanity 3. The Prelude. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. We have known how the universe and the greatest creator came into being. I have proven the existence of the greatest creator in the chapters of The Greatest Creator, using 40 natural phenomena and 8 logical reasonings. But what did the greatest creator do after his birth? Wuji generates Taiji. Taiji generates two complementary forces. These two forces are unity of opposites. That is to say, after Taiji, the creator, was born, division of energy started to happen within Wuji. Where the energy is low, it comes into forms. Therefore, the celestial bodies of universe began to emerge one by one. Space started to expand infinitely. Where the energy is high, things exist with no form. Just like the black holes in the universe, they are invisible. When some celestial bodies first appeared, their movement were random and disordered. There were no solar system, Milky Way system, nor low rotary galaxy system and rotary river galaxy system. To ensure everything run in order, the greatest creator needs someone to take care of the universe. It is like a person borrowed a large sum of money from bank in order to establish a big business. He need to recruit some people to take the responsibilities of purchasing, manufacturing, production, internal management, and sales, etc. Same, the greatest creator also needs someone to help him finish the project of creating the universe. Then how did he manage the universe? He started to make gods. What is God? God is the helper of the greatest creator. Then how did the greatest creator make God? We know that the greatest creator is the energy core and nerve center of the universe. He used his almighty consciousness generating powerful energy to squeeze some regional energy, which then became many independent energy groups. The center of these groups formed a special structure. After the structure was strengthened with the power of the energy, a consciousness was born. These consciousness entities are gods. The process is similar as making bricks and kilns. We use loosened soil, added with appropriate chemicals, put them into kilns to calcine. After this process, the loosened soil become hard bricks. If we put the soil and chemicals in a vessel that can't be destroyed by any powerful energy, and then calcine them using very high energy, the soil mixed with chemicals will form a special structure and will further produce consciousness. A new life will be born. How many gods has the greatest creator made? Many. Each god has his own independent consciousness, but their energy level is far lower than that of the greatest creator. Therefore, gods have to obey the greatest creator. What is the energy level of a god? It depends on the size of the energy ball used to create that particular god. Some gods have very high energy, some have very small energy. However, even the god with the smallest energy is more powerful than any one of the visible celestial bodies. The energy of sun is very high, but the total energy of the sun is less than that of the least powerful god. The black holes, all over the universe we know, are actually gods. When the greatest creator finished making gods, he ordered them to form universes. For example, the universe where the earth lives is charged by many gods, black holes. Among them, the two biggest gods are Jesus and Satan. That is to say, Earth universe are managed by Jesus and Satan. Earth universe includes 3,000 rotary river systems, 9 million Milky Way systems, 27 billions of solar system. Jesus and Satan are two opposite gods, but they are unity. Jesus stands for the sincere, kind, and beautiful. Satan stands for the false, evil, and ugly. Jesus stands for light. Satan stands for dark. Jesus stands for the ordinary. Satan stands for the extraordinary. Jesus stands for the weak. Satan stands for the strong. When gods were created, the universe was still not vibrant enough. It was quiet and deserted, and gods felt bored and lonely. Therefore, they asked the greatest creator to create more lives to make the universe noisy and vital. He agreed and then created many new lives using smaller energy balls. These new lives are the angels, which are so called in Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, and Islam. Angels are the lives whose energy level is lower than God's, and they are managed and dominated by God. They are also the messengers and helpers of God. They assist gods to manage everything in their own universe. Angels have their own characters. They can move freely in any time and space. The appearance of angels made the universe very lively and vibrant. The universe can be described as orioles sing and swallows dart, bustling with noise and excitement. But the problem after that is because Jesus and Satan stand for two opposite sides. They are evenly matched but have contrasting views, which eventually led angels divide into two parties. One follows the viewpoint of Jesus, the other follows Satan. The former is just the Buddha we always know from Buddhism. The latter is the celestial described in Chinese Taoism. Buddha is Angel. In Chinese word, Buddha is Fu. Fu stands for not, Dan stands for human. So Buddha means a human who is not human. They actually have supernatural power and are able to appear in any forms. They can create life, move mountains, and turn over the sea. They can change the visible to invisible, the invisible to visible. They can survive in a vacuum and move freely in many spaces without the constraints of time. The headquarter of Buddha is what we call paradise, which is also the Elysium I mentioned in 36-dimensional spaces. Celestial is also angel. From the structure of Chinese word Shan, we can reason that they are a group of human who like to travel around, enjoy nature, and love fun. They have the same level of power and ability as what Buddha have, however. Although Buddha look peaceful, they are arrogant and always want to excel over others, while celestials are gentle, pure, fun-loving, behaving the same as what they look like. To know more about how human beings were created, please read The Origin of Humanity 4. Celestials Creating Human. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. In order to demonstrate its power, under the permission of the greatest creator, 4.5 billion years ago, Jesus led hundreds of millions celestials start the project of creating solar system. They first created the Earth, then the Sun and other planets in the solar system. They made very careful calculation and design on the size, position, rotary speed of the Sun and the Earth. After that, Jesus sent near 100 million celestials come to the Earth with the identity of intelligent beings. They started large scale of creation on the Earth. The water, air, and most green vegetation and grazing animals are the creations of those celestials. Microbes were self-created as the result of water and photosynthesis. This process, from beginning to the end, lasted for nearly 2.3 billion years. Before animals were created, there was no moon. When the first group of animals were created, celestials found that if they left Earth, animals could not survive without ebb and flow, wind, cloud, rain, and snow. Therefore, they built two big smelters at places not far from where is now Cairo, Egypt, and the Atlantis. It is now located at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, and made many airships, UFO, using the special smelted metals, and sent the animals they created to everywhere on the Earth. At the meantime, they used these airships to transport smelted metals to a space station. They then created a huge hollow ball with a rough surface, silver, and reflecting. This huge ball is the moon we refer to today. 1 billion years ago, the night on the Earth was very bright. Later, because the dust from universe continuously dropped on the moon, it was no longer as bright as before. The UFOs we occasionally saw are not from outer space, they are from the center of the moon, which is a huge warehouse. It stores many tools which had been used by celestials. UFO is also one of the tools. There is a door on the moon. It can be opened at any time. There is a giant palace under the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that is the temporary lodge for the visiting celestials. Celestials can remotely control UFOs in the warehouse of the moon to monitor the Earth according to their needs. The Earth of 200 million years ago was very beautiful and prosperous. The place where Sahara Desert currently is located had many green mountains and a dense growth of green trees. Birds were twittering, flowers were blossoming. It was once the most beautiful places for green plants and animals. Celestials used to love singing, dancing, and playing on the Earth, and they were so enjoying it and almost forgot their home. Unfortunately, the happy scene didn't last long. The happiness of Celestials provoked the anger of Satan. In order to show that he had superior power, he sent another group of Buddhas to the Earth 250 million years ago and started to create flies, mosquitoes, bugs, rats, scorpions, centipedes, snakes, and predators in large scale to let these animals fight with the creations of Celestials. Moreover, they even appeared in the form of dinosaur, destroyed the plants and animals all over the world out of jealousy. This inharmonious situation made the greatest creator very sad. At about 130 million years ago, he destroyed all dinosaurs by applying one kind of plague and put all their souls in the prison of the cathode black hole. Unfortunately, there were a pair of smart dinosaurs hid under the bottom of East China Sea and were able to survive. They kept dormant underwater for nearly 100 million years. In about 1,600,000 years ago, in order not to let the Earth become idle, the greatest creator designed a life structure himself, which is the draft version of current humans. He then gave the design paper to Jesus and led him to implement. The helpers of Jesus, Celestials, started to make new lives according to this design. In order to receive the energy of the greatest creator sending from the universe, also to accumulate energy for creating this special new life and speed up the process, they built many laboratories in the place where now is Egypt. These laboratories are exactly the well-known pyramids of Egypt. Because of the lack of experience and some steps were missed, the first lives they made were monkeys, and then after were apes. Of course, this wouldn't please the greatest creator, so they continued testing and making. The first group of human they successfully made are the black men in Africa, and the second group are native Indians in America. The third are the white men in Europe, Egypt, and North Africa. When they finished producing 3 groups of human, they started to evacuate, and in order to avoid Satan creating difficulties again, they destroyed everything around the pyramids before they left, which is also why Sahara is a desert today. But where do most people in Middle East come from except Egyptian? They are the descendants of Adam and Eve, is what says in Bible. They were created by another God. This God knew that his rival started to create humans on earth. He created a secret Garden of Eden in about 7,000 years ago at Jerusalem and made Adam and Eve. After they were created, he destroyed the Eden to avoid the attention of his rival. This is why Cain was afraid that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. Who was he afraid of? The humans created by another God. This is why his God still protected him. Even Cain killed his brother. Whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. So today's conflicts between Israelite and Palestinian are actually the conflicts between brothers and our family affairs. And let's now talk about East Asian and Southeast Asian. They were not created by any god at all. They were the embodiments of dinosaur. At about 7,500 years ago, when the pair of dinosaur knew that Celestials created human on the earth, they sneaked from the sea and changed into human form, started to propagate along the Yellow River, and the descendants gradually spread all over Asia. One of the groups went upwards, crossed the Pamirs to India. They want to mingle with the descendants of Adam and Eve to avoid the punishment of the greatest creator again. This is why Chinese people always say, China is the hometown of dragon, and Chinese are the descendants of dragon. This is also why Buddhism originated from India, but blossomed in East Asia and Southeast Asia. Why it didn't become popular in India? The ancestors of Sakyamuni went to India from Yellow River. When they arrived at India, they found that their consciousness was not compatible with that of the descendants of Adam and Eve, and had to find new home. Because in their subconsciousness, there's a very deep call, that is to go home. Which home? The Elysium, before they came to Earth. Sakyamuni found he came from Elysium after his enlightenment. Although he had a blurry picture of his home, he still remembered something. Once this subconsciousness was awakened, he decided to be engaged in the cause of preaching to other descendants and shifted the focus to the East led by of his subconsciousness. That's also why Bodhidharma came to China to preach Buddhism. Because Indian people were designed by a different creator, they were reluctant to accept the theory of Buddhism because of the absence of the memory in their subconsciousness. That's also why, although Buddhists had made great efforts, it still failed in India. However, in East and Southeast Asia, people had the instinct sense of the existence of other dimensional spaces. It is quite easy for them to resonate with the theory of Buddhism. Once they accept it, it is rooted and lingers in their mind. The state, vague and intangible, which Taoism pursues and the Elysium world Buddhism pursues are something rooted in the subconsciousness of the yellow race. They feel and believe the existence of the space that is hard to explain. In fact, the space where the yellow race yearning for is the place where the dinosaur had lived in 10,000-year world and Elysium world. Therefore, even after 10 million years, the message is still embedded in the genetic structure of the yellow men. East and Southeast Asian tend to cultivate Buddha and celestial. It is driven by their inner voice. Although some people accept the theory of Bible, it is not an acceptance out of their heart, but a rational act. People of other races are very easy to believe in God, but quite reluctant to accept Buddhism and Taoism. Some people might believe in Buddhism and Taoism, but it is just a blind pursuit of mysterious phenomena. They are impossible to reach the state of resonance of soul. Then, what is the truth of the Great Flood in Noah's time? First, I want to explain something. Before the Great Flood, human beings had been through extinction already. The humans created 16 million years ago were very strong and tall. They were cruel and very aggressive. They maltreated animals and were very greedy. They didn't even respect the greatest creator, not to mention gods and Buddhas. The city of Maya, ancient Egypt, and Atlantis were their activity centers. They had the power of God, Buddha, and celestial, but were lack of their virtue. They always went to 10,000-year world and Elysium world to make troubles, and did whatever they wanted to do, which had become a big threat to the order of the universe. Finally, the greatest creator had to order some gods destroy the city of Maya, ancient Egypt, and Atlantis in one night. Only left some weak and less intelligent humans on the earth to continue the propagation of the human species. In order to comfort these men, the greatest creator created another planet which is even more beautiful, 960 light years from the Earth. It is the 1,000-year world. The greatest creator told these people, if they behave well and don't make trouble, they would be able to go to 1,000-year world to enjoy happier life after death. However, these humans started to forget the warning when the population grew to large numbers and its civilization advanced. They began to ignore the greatest creator and thought he was nothing special. At about 4,700 years ago, humans on the earth thought that they were able to manage the earth themselves without the help of the greatest creator and gods. They ignored their teachings and insisted their own will. Their pursuit of physical and material comfort far exceeded the pursuit of spiritual growth, which had caused moral degeneracy and the advancement of brute. It strongly destroyed the harmonious atmosphere of the earth. Moreover, the two gods managing the earth had different ethics, thus fought with each other, which made the greatest creator so angry that he turned around the earth's dip angle. Huge storms poured down. It lasted for 40 days and nights and drowned most humans and animals. The evil act of humans were then curbed. But after the Great Flood, Noah's family were not the only men survived. There were survivors all over the world. This can be verified in many Chinese historical records. The story of Diu flood control is a hard fact. There is also detailed narration in the legends of the Indian tribe Mandan, North Dakota, America. This is the outline of the origin of human beings. 二人类的意义 The purpose of humanity. 写法 Translated by Tsong Long. Is the purpose of humanity only for survival? Are humans the most intellectual animals in the universe? Does the existence or the disappearance of humankind have any influence on the universe? We know from the chapter, The Greatest Creator, that there is purpose for any life beings in the universe. Nothing exists for no purpose. Solar system and everything included are to serve humanity, while humanity is to serve the greatest creator and indirectly to serve gods. The greatest creator created the universe, gods, Buddhas, and celestials. God sent celestials to create humans under the authorization of the greatest creator. Therefore, the meaning of humanity is to live for its creator, gods, and the greatest creator. The greatest creator created numerous gods assist him manage the universe to ensure it is running in order. God is the assemblage of high energy. God only has godhood, but doesn't have playful and naughty character. They can't bring joy to the greatest creator, so the greatest creator created many angels, celestials, and Buddhas. Let them travel freely in the universe to brighten up the atmosphere of the universe. Although celestials and Buddhas were created by the greatest creator, they are on a lower energy level and are dominated and influenced by the God in its respective universe. The celestials coming to Earth 250 million years ago, and the Buddhas coming to Earth 200 million years ago were the result of the influence. There are three origins for the human on Earth. The black men in Africa, American Indian, Egyptian, white men in North Africa and Europe were made by one God. Israelite, Palestinian, Iranian, Afghans, Iraqi, Turk, Syrian, Jordanian, Lebanese, Saudi Arabian, and most Indian were created by another God. Chinese, Mongolian, Japanese, Korean, and the people in Southeast Asia are the descendants of dinosaur. No matter where we come from, we are equal in the sight of the greatest creator. But in the sight of gods, there is big difference. The antagonism among gods is reflected evidently on humans. We can see that from rivalries among Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, and Buddhism. The people of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are originally from the same source, however, because the Israelite can't get along with their fellow, and instead made good friends with the people from other origins, which had caused their God to create Islam. Muhammad created Islam based on the revelation of his God in opposition to the Israelite and other people. The Israelites should stand together with Muslims, but they betrayed their God and went to join the men created by another God. In the end, they were not only not accepted but also persecuted by those men, while their brothers, Muslims, refused to accept them either. This is the root cause why the Israelite were persecuted in World War II and still fight with Palestinians till today. The ideology of Buddhism is completely different from that of Christianity and Islam. To survive, Christianity and Islam have to compete. However, Buddhism advocates not fighting. Even die without descendants to leave this world of disputes and go back home to enjoy free life. The reason why Japanese disturbed Asia in World War II, even fought with USA, is not the problem of Buddhas, but the punishment by God to Buddhas. We know that East and Southeast Asian are the offspring of dinosaur, dragon. They are the embodiments of Buddha. They used to be the followers of God Satan, but because of that great plague, they realized that no matter which god they follow, they could be faced another calamity one day. So the best choice for them is to self-cultivate and go back to the Elysium world. This thought and behavior had provoked the discontentment of their God, so he punished the descendants of dinosaur at the same time he punished the Israelite. Moreover, Taoism, a category of Buddhism pursuing only skill, not way, emerged in the process of propagation of Buddhism. Taoism is a school of religion which looks peaceful from the surface, close the door for the world outside, and form its own system. But deep inside, Taoists are very competitive. When they are at a weak position, they pretend to be humble, but when opportunity comes, they will stand out to show off their power. Japanese Shintoism also has the similar character. Human beings on Earth come from three completely different origins, and the ideological polarity was a historical issue. However, this was not what the greatest creator wanted to see. Jesus came down in form of human body with a mission given by the greatest creator. He was born in the Satan-made Israelite. When he criticized the Pharisees and religious leaders by showing his miraculous power, he also taught people to love each other and said all nations should be united. He asked people put their hope on the greatest creator and make the earth a paradise as the greatest creator wishes, the kingdom of the greatest creator. St. Paul is a very good example transformed by Jesus' teaching. Today, all people around the world gradually come to surrender to Jesus. They are in fact walking on the way guided by Jesus. Now we know that the purpose of humanity is to serve the greatest creator. We are not alone in the universe. Except human beings, there are angels, celestials, and Buddhas. And there are gods above angels, and the greatest creator above gods. Humanity have been through hardships since its birth. Today's world is not an easy gain. We need to be grateful to the greatest creator and live in accordance with the teachings of gods. Any arrogant behavior will lead to more sufferings and even the destruction of human beings.
三怒人类的作用
The role of humanity. Xiefeng, translated by Tsong Long. The greatest creator loves humans because we were designed by him. Among all life beings, celestials are his most favorite, and the next is human. Therefore, we have three responsibilities: to please the greatest creator, to maintain unity of opposites of the God world. Gods are also the children of the greatest creator. There is no good or bad God. Each God has its own role to play. It is up to the greatest creator to judge their merits and demerits, to build and beautify earth. Building and beautifying earth is the responsibility and the indispensable obligation of humanity. Maintaining ecological balance, purifying air, rivers, and land are the jobs must be shouldered by humans. We must not shirk our responsibilities just because we are taken care by the greatest creator. It is just like kids must learn to be independent and help themselves. They must not rely on the parents for everything.
四人类的过去和现在
The past of humanity. Xiefeng, translated by Tsong Long. The past of humanity is a history of sufferings, a history of fights and conflicts. The past of humanity is a history of bewilderment, a history of manifestation of animal instincts. The past of humanity is a history of selfishness, a history of survival of the fittest. The past of humanity is a history of chaos, a history of giants competing for powers, religions competing for position. The past of humanity is a history of wickedness, a history that is not worthy of remembering and emulation. The current situation of human being. Although there are regional extremes, humanity in general has been away from barbarism and ignorance, and on its way to be more rational. While in some places there are still superstitious forces, but scientific developments have made the majority realize that superstition is the source of barbarism and ignorance, and the vital cause of social turbulence. There were some major superstitions. Fanatical belief in religion. They think the religion they believe is the only right one, and others are evil. However, in fact, each religion has its own blindness and a side of suppression of human nature. Fanatical belief in any religion is the result of an emotional choice, not rational. As long as religions exist, the light of human nature is not able to shine, and humanity is not able to get out of barbarism and ignorance, and war is unavoidable. The suffering of humanity will not be possible to end. Frantic worship of the great. Every country has its own great men and its own founding heroes. They made immoral achievements in elimination of old forces. They are worthy to be respected. But if they are worshipped as God and the Savior, a vicious cycle will begin to form, and humans will be dragging into another round of suffering. It is all right to worship a great man, but if it is over a limit, it becomes a mania. Mania is a mental illness, and it is also a new form of barbaric ignorance which will inevitably lead to destruction and repression of human nature. Blindly follow a theory or academic conclusion. The development of things is progressing in a form of wave. Any theory or academic conclusion is a symbol of development from the perspective of current time and space. However, they are not perfect and are not able to cover the comprehensive contents and its extended meanings. They are not the ultimate truth. If we follow them blindly, our thoughts will be bound, and therefore new thoughts and theories are not able to emerge. We will hardly see the situation of 100 of flowers blossom, 100 of schools of thought contend, which will eventually lead to the twist of human nature and stop the progress of human civilization. Nationalism. Needless to say, each nation has its unique advantages, just like different fruits and melons having their own taste and degree of sweetness. If watermelon and peach think they are the best, and all other fruits are useless, a monomode will be taking shape. This is an extremely overbearing behavior. National pride and sense of superiority is evil, not the manifestation of one's divinity at all. The stronger the feeling, the more discrimination and barriers it will cause among nations. As a result, human nature starts to fall. Nationalism is another form of superstition. Worship of masters. There are some extraordinary and distinctive people in the history of each nation. We call them master because they have a unique viewpoint, foresight, wisdom, or possess a unique quality. It is quite reasonable we respect and call them master. But if we worship them, it becomes an infectious virus, a superstition. We see the magnificence of the universe from many twinkling stars in the sky. A nation is great if talents come out in succession. Any master is like a shining star of that time. If we regard him as a sun and keep on revolving around him, the brilliancy of other stars will be covered, and the nation will not have a successor. Blind faith and following. Seek after extraordinary. A man can only be a man as long as he has a human DNA body. He can't be God or something else. We can't deny that life beings in other time and space could be reincarnated to human world. That is because they are bestowed by the greatest creator's special abilities, wisdom, and mission, which is something embodied in their DNA. These abilities and wisdom are far beyond any ordinary person can reach. As one of general public, we can only follow natural law and don't need to seek after extraordinary. If a potato wants to become a tomato, a red date wants to become a walnut, it is not only unnecessary, but also impossible. We will be on the way of devil if we are determined to possess supernatural power. For example, in the last 2 decades, the popularity of one after another gong exercise is a form of superstition and has wasted time, energy, and talents of many wise men who fall into a mud of self-anesthetizing and self-deceiving and can't get out from it, eventually lose their way. Worship of gods and ghosts, communicating with spirit world. This is a fundamental superstition. As far as human beings are concerned, there are only 2 gods, Jesus and Satan, and no other gods. If there are more, they are made up by men. Humans are not eligible to title someone as God and then worship him. This is a typical superstition. As for ghosts, as long as we show no interest, they will not bother. It is not necessary to ask God to drive away ghosts. Advertising ghosts in movies, books, or verbal communication is a historical retrogression and a wicked act incompatible with modern civilization. The sayings and behaviors of communicating with spirit world are destructing human nature. They are also negation of human beings. Spirit world does exist, but not for current human beings to communicate with. The man who can really communicate with spirit world must be a man with perfect human nature. Otherwise, the communication is not authentic, or it goes astray. Other superstitions. There are a variety of other numberless superstitions, which are the trash descending from human history. If I criticize them here one by one, many people would not accept it emotionally. However, these superstitions will surely be out of sight and disappear as science and human civilization develops. The past of humanity is a time ruled by religion and superstition. The present of humanity is a time of science combined with religion and superstition. The future of humanity will be a time of science and religion mixing together under the light of ration. 5. 人类目前面临的危机 V. Current crises faced by humanity. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. The crises faced by humanity has been long-standing. There had been warnings in Bible, Quran, and the Book of Earth Mother of Buddhism. In recent 20 years, many scientists, ideologists, and spiritual leaders have all sensed the crises faced by humanity are getting more and more serious. They can be summarized as follows. Water resource shortages and pollution, food shortages, rapid population growth, air pollution, widespread of strong virus, leakage of nuclear facilities, desertification, endangered species, ecological imbalance, greenhouse effect, ozone depletion, competition of nuclear weapons, etc. There are also some people have foreseen the culture crisis, ethic crisis, and belief crisis. All the above crises are only the crises on surface, and they are not the core crisis. The core crisis faced by humanity is the crisis of the soul. All the above crises result from the crisis of the soul. If we only focus on the superficial but ignore the core, it is impossible to resolve them. The crises will become even more severe, which would end up with humanity extinction and earth destruction. Only very few enlightened people can sense some other crises like race extinction and religious virus. Others, like the crisis of disappearance of a city in one night, And a beam of wave causing the death of billions of people in a few minutes will definitely not be understood and conceived by ordinary people. The core crisis of humanity is the crisis of the soul. Humans can hear, listen, smell, taste, and sense spiritually because they have eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and consciousness. However, humans are losing spiritual sense. The results of failing to have spiritual sense are not able to feel the existence of the greatest creator, not able to feel the existence of the God, Buddha, or celestials, not able to feel the existence of 36-dimensional spaces, not able to feel the existence of the non-material and negative universe, do not understand the concept of horizontal time. Too much trust on scientific findings, and atheism becomes popular. Do not believe the law of cause and effect. Do not realize the magic of consciousness. Do not believe reincarnation. Self-centered and arrogant. If a man loses the spiritual sense, he loses spirituality. And as a result, he will not be able to have a perfect human nature. His thoughts are prisoned in three-dimensional space. Does not acknowledge the regularity and certainties. Does not believe the law of cause and effect. Does not believe reincarnation. Believe the theory of evolution, law of jungle, and survival of the fittest. Only value short-term interests and ignore long-term consequences. Rotten morals and falling humanity. Lack of gratitude. A man who loses spiritual sense will be just like a black hole, only absorb stuff in but never contribute. Moreover, he is like a virus, which only does destruction to the surrounding environment. The above statements have shown that the core crisis of human being is the crisis of soul, and it is the root cause of why one cannot have a happy and free life. His thoughts are prisoned in three-dimensional space. He believes that Earth is the only habitat for human beings, and completely denies the existence of other spaces, and regards any other doctrines or theories he is not able to understand as superstitions or fallacies, and blocks the way for human beings to pursue other higher dimensional spaces. Does not acknowledge the regularity and certainties. He sees many phenomena as accidents, and doesn't realize that all natural disasters are caused by ill consciousness. Does not believe the law of cause and effect. He attaches too much weight on win and loss, uses any means to achieve the goal, and ignores the effects that will cause in later lifetimes. Does not believe reincarnation. He thinks that death is the end of life. So does anything as she pleases without conscience, and regards fame, wealth, and power as the symbols of a successful life. Apply the theory of evolution in human society. Believe law of jungle, survival of the fittest. He stops nothing to achieve his goal, which may include making miseries to other people, polluting rivers, bullying the kind, lying, and deceiving. Only value short-term interests and ignore long-term consequences. Use competition as primary means to promote social development, therefore, making nuclear and biological weapons, frantically developing heavy industries that damage environment, predatory exploitation of resources, and treating all people as potential rivals or enemies. Rotten morals and falling humanity. He does not respect God, Buddha, saints, and sages, and does not respect his teacher, father, and brother. He is violent, used to cheat, and not shameful of his behaviors. Lying, bullying the weak, abusing women, killing people. He does all evils. Just like what described in the ancient Chinese book Tractate of the Most High One on Actions and Consequences, Tai Sanggan Ying Pan, the crimes of the wicked. Sometimes there is someone who behaves without righteousness and moves who knowing his faults does not correct them, and knowing the good does not do it, who prays for people's misfortunes, wishes people to encounter disaster, destroys people's success, sullies people's innocence, pilfers people's harvests, masks people's good and kind deeds, and who generate hatred and resentment if desires are not fulfilled, etc. A moral person with spirituality knows he should revere the greatest creator and walk on the way of the greatest creators, and is aware of his weakness as a human, so he will not be arrogant. He realizes he should cultivate himself, and knows he needs to take care of, cherish, respect, and love Mother Nature its resources, and all life beings. Beings. He will never leave the wastewater of factories, mines, hospitals, and cities to rivers, streams, and lands. He will never hunt and eat the meat of wild animals. He will never destroy forests, mountains, and grasslands. He will never indulge in power, money, beauty, and let his greed expand, not even use any means to satisfy his evil desires. He will never use his power to serve his own or his family's interests, nor bully or suppress others. He will never sell fake or shoddy goods. He will never steal other person's research findings to gain fame for himself. He will never make life-threatening nuclear weapons and biological weapons. He will never provoke conflicts among people to profit from it. He will never suppress any new ideas, new cultures, or new values. Lack of gratitude. In his heart, there is no place for the greatest creator, gods, parents, elders, the society, other people. He only demands and is not willing to give. Even a plant bears fruits as long as we water and fertilize it. A chicken produces eggs as long as we feed it. A dog will be a good safeguard of our home as long as it has been taken good care. A man who loses spiritual sense will be just like a black hole, only absorb stuff in but never contribute. Moreover, he is like a virus, which only does destruction to the surrounding environment. The above statements have shown that the core crisis of human being is the crisis of soul, and it is the root cause of why one cannot have a happy and free life. If we look Earth from a height of 1,000 meters and focus on the cities of the world, we will find the survival situation of human beings is just like a group of ants on a hot pot, running around hastily. You don't know where these ants are going to. They just follow their senses with no purposes. They move quickly all together once they spot an animal corpse or a drop of oil. They follow where the trend is. If you ask one of the ants, "Why are you so busy every day? Where do you rush for?" His answer will be, "I'm looking for something to eat, drink, and a place to live. As for where to go, I will go wherever I can find food, drinks, and a place to live." The secular world is just like an animal world. Some people stand themselves out, but where do they go after they get out? They go to religions. All religions, whether it is good or evil, they are made of people who have spiritual pursuit. A real disciple of any religion is superior, in spiritual aspect, to any kings or great men. So we can say, all people in secular world are sleeping and people in religion are awake. The formers do not have spiritual direction as the latters do. However, with the development of science and the growth of human wisdom, many people in religion start to confuse and are not able to tell the direction. Many disciples are like gamblers. They stake all their energy and wisdom on the religion they belong to, Although they know that they can't win back what they have lost, they want to keep gambling. They even want to persuade others to gamble with them to feel psychologically balanced. Just like the fox that has lost his frozen tail on the ice, he has lost the tail. He has been laughed at and left alone by other foxes. He also knows that he doesn't look good without a tail, but in order to comfort himself, he tries to persuade others that a fox without a tail is the most beautiful fox, and others are all fools if they don't cut their tails. People always have an illusion. They think truth lies where the crowds are. Otherwise, why so many people go there? People always have an illusion. They think those religions or organizations that are strong and powerful can point to a place with real happiness. Otherwise, how it can grow so big? People always have an illusion. They think wherever celebrities or intellectuals go must have a promising future, because these smart men will not go for and praise something blindly. However, when they are out, they want to get in. Once they get in, accept bewilderment, blindly following. And some shackles they put on themselves, the only thing left they can do is waiting and hoping with a fluke mind. What are they hoping for?
六人类的未来
6. The future of humanity. Xiefeng. Translated by Tsong Long. We all look forward to an era where everyone will have a happy and worry-free life. Let's suppose the greatest creator and gods do not exist. Are we able to realize this dream only by relying on the wisdom of humanity? The answer is no. Without the guide of the greatest creator and the power of gods and Buddhas, human beings is not possible to realize this beautiful dream. How many authorities will step aside for others? How many rich men will contribute all their wealth to society? How many poor people will work hard except having more children as long as they don't need to worry about food? Let's imagine if the future of humanity is ruled by one religion. What will happen? It would be terrible. Please think of the reason yourself. If the world is ruled by one secular government, what will happen? Same. Autocracy and incompetency will soak up the blood of the underprivileged. If we keep current situation, different religions exist, countries act on their own will, everything is decided by the country itself, what will happen? The world is going to collapse. So, what will be the best living situation of humanity? The core in short is, walk on the way of the greatest creator. Build a non-interference government, promoting freedom in politics, economy, culture, thinking, and spiritual pursuit. Then, the future of humanity will be like the following. All religions will gradually disappear. Humans revere the same and the only greatest creator. Wars between nations will no longer take place. No country will have a military force. The leaders of each country are elected by its people. Election is no longer manipulated by the minority. Each leader serves no longer than 2 terms. The population will no longer be increasing unlimitedly. The growth of population will be controlled. Power and wealth are no longer the most important life goals of humans. People will not talk about how to fight with nature and men. The earth will become a place where all life beings coexist harmoniously. Terrorist activities are going to disappear. Crimes will be decreasing year by year. The care of elders and the education of the youth will become the responsibilities of the whole society, which are no longer private affairs of individuals or families. Family life is going to dissolve. Relationship of men and women is going to show diverse forms. Scientists and artists will be respected by the general. Manual labor is not regarded as a less decent job. A common bill of rights will be made. Journalists will have greater freedom. The force of darkness in some regions will be curbed. A lazy person will be regarded as miserable and incompetent. A parasite-like lifestyle will be seen as a pity. Humans will be able to make new form of life. Intelligent robots will come into being. Sahara will be returning to green again. A large number of supermen will appear. They discover the secret of brain and find the channel to communicate with the greatest creator, and therefore they know the secret of time and space, the cause and effect relationship of lives transiting in different time and space, the secret of thinking, the power of mind, and the road towards higher level life space. These supermen will bring the material and spiritual life of humanity to a brand new level. There will not be nature disasters anymore. Earthquakes, floods, diseases will all vanish. Earth becomes a blessed paradise, which will be serene and harmonious, prosperous and vibrant. Cranes are flying in the sky. People are healthy and have a long life. Everyone live in peace and enjoy their job. In conclusion, human beings will enter an unprecedented, highly developed and civilized era, an era with happiness, abundance, and freedom. Everyone will transform to a celestial at the end. We will understand all secrets by that time. Each moment of our life will be extremely joyful. We will meet our family and friends who have passed away. A brilliant new life will start to unfold. However, there is a prerequisite, which is we must walk on the way of the greatest creator. If we ignore it, everything will be developing in the opposite direction. The position of life. Xiefeng. When we understand the origin of the universe, the greatest creator, and humanity, and comprehend the value and role of time and space, we come to realize that humans are not the highest beings in the cosmos, nor are they the lowest animals. Humans are a combination of spirit and flesh, positioned between angels, celestial beings, and Buddhas, and animals. Human life serves as a transit station between lower-level and higher-level life spaces. From birth to the death of the physical body, humans continuously accumulate merits. With abundant accumulation, life evolves towards higher levels. With minimal accumulation, life remains stagnant, reincarnating on Earth in the next life. And without any accumulation, life devolves to lower levels. The value of life. Xiefeng. The brief span of our lives determines the meaning of our future existence. Everything we say, do, think, and intend shapes our destiny. Every moment, every day, meticulously records our good deeds and missteps. The path we choose, whether it leads us to higher realms like the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium world, depends entirely on how we live our lives. Similarly, whether we can avoid descending into lower realms like the realm of livestock, the netherworld, or the flaming purgatory also depends on our actions during our short time on Earth. Our short life holds a measurable value. Even if we were given all the treasures of the earth, if, after our physical body passes, our life doesn't ascend to higher spiritual realms but instead descends to the realm of livestock, what's the point of all that earthly wealth? Conversely, if we possess nothing on earth, yet, after our physical body passes away, our life enjoys 1,000 years of happiness in higher realms, or even attains eternal life in the Elysium world, what greater purpose could there be? Life is of immense significance, and we mustn't waste it aimlessly. By fully embracing the value of our lives, we can transform decay into wonder and overcome death to attain eternal life. The meaning of life. Xiefeng. The meaning of life lies in how to extend our life to higher-level life spaces, which is to seek the Tao and become a celestial being. Without understanding this, life will be a state of confusion, impermanence, tragedy, brevity, and suffering. With this understanding, life will be clear, enduring, a comedy, eternal, and happy. Due to the opposition between gods, human nature also contains two opposing sides, righteousness and evil. Every person, upon introspection, will find that they are a unity of gods and demons, and it depends on which aspect we develop toward. Developing toward righteousness can lead to becoming a celestial being or a Buddha. Lacking clear moral direction, we continue to be human, while developing toward evil makes us become animals. To maintain the relative stability of the universe, the greatest creator regulated everything in the universe and placed spirituality within all beings. Spirituality is the source of life, and the greatest creator is the sole source of the essence of life. The law of energy conservation and the law of the indestructibility of life are universal principles in the cosmos. According to these laws, we understand that the total number of species on Earth remains constant. Every species has a natural upper limit to its population. When it develops to a certain number that threatens the survival of other species, it will inevitably decline. If one species increases, another will decrease. When the human population reaches a certain limit, it will no longer increase. However, the problem is where the increasing human population comes from and where the decreasing populations of other animals go. The law states that everything has a spirit. In terms of spirituality, all beings are equal. The value of a wolf on Earth is no different from that of a sheep. The role of a human on Earth is no different from that of a monkey or a bee. The value of a peach tree is the same as that of a willow tree, and roses and grass are equally valuable. The difference lies in the quality of spirituality each possesses. For example, with the same type of stone, if its hardness reaches 10, it becomes a diamond. With a hardness of 9, it becomes a ruby or sapphire. With a hardness of 8.5, it becomes a cat's eye. With a hardness of 8, it becomes yellow sapphire or spinel. With a hardness of 7.5 to 8, it becomes aquamarine or zircon. With a hardness of 7.5, it becomes emerald or green sapphire. This hardness continues to decrease, resulting in tourmaline, quartz, amethyst, garnet, olivine, jadeite, wood fossil, soft jade, euclase, moonstone, sunstone, turquoise, etc., with hardness ranging from 3.5 to 5. 5. It becomes shoyu jade, pearls, peacocks, corals, and so forth, all the way down to granite and common pebbles. Similarly, based on the quality of spirituality that each possesses, one can evolve from achieving Buddhahood or becoming a celestial being to becoming a human, crane, tortoise, dog, horse, ox, sheep, pig, flying bird, or walking beast, and so on. The same stone, such as aquamarine, can be divided into various grades based on its refractive index, specific gravity, color, transparency, brightness, and the pattern of its crystalline structure. The same applies to people, who can be divided into ignorant people, worldly people, mortals, sages, and saints based on their disposition, education, knowledge, wisdom, and level of civilization. Human beings are composed of a material body and a spiritual soul. After death, the physical body, which originates from energy, returns to energy. The spiritual soul, on the other hand, comes from the greatest creator, and it is eternal and indestructible, undergoing a cycle of reincarnation. This cycle is determined by a person's actions during their human life, specifically, the purity of their spiritual soul after the physical body's death. Depending on this, the spiritual soul can ascend to become a Buddha or celestial, continue as a human, or descend to become a bird or a beast. Therefore, the increase in the human population on Earth comes from other species, and some animals transform into humans. Now that we understand the position and predicament of humans, we must know that humans on Earth are under the guardianship of two opposing gods. We are faced with two completely different choices every day and every moment. One path requires us to sacrifice our immediate interests to pursue perfect humanity, with a focus on spiritual life and an increase in the quality of spirituality, ultimately leading to the 1,000-year world. The other path requires us to pursue material enjoyment at all costs, maximize material wealth and social status through competition, without considering any illusory afterlife. Because righteousness and evil coexist within human nature, our lives are always filled with contradictions and suffering, regardless of how we conduct ourselves. Being kind, honest, upright, and diligent does not guarantee immediate rewards in this lifetime, just as being evil, deceitful, cunning, or lazy doesn't necessarily lead to a difficult life. Misfortunes and disasters can befall both the wicked and the righteous. Even if we continuously pray, make offerings, and refrain from wrongdoing, there is no guarantee of wealth, well-being for our descendants, or freedom from illness. It's important to understand that our every word, action, and behavior have an impact on our spiritual essence, which will influence our next life. Therefore, we shouldn't use worldly success or failure to judge our moral standards. We should not imitate someone who engages in wrongdoing but still hold high positions, enjoy wealth, and have prosperous descendants. We should also refrain from mocking someone who dedicates their days to reciting scriptures and worshiping deities, yet experience poverty and hardship. Our brief human existence is merely a transitional phase, and its significance lies in our pursuit of spiritual enlightenment and ascension. Human society can be likened to an alchemical furnace, where gold is refined into celestials, and the remaining impurities are classified accordingly. The purpose of life. Xiefeng. The purpose of humanity is to serve the greatest creator, just as the purpose of flowers and plants is to serve humanity. The purpose of human life is to transform karma. We come to the human world for a reason. In the universe, there are no phenomena or results without reasons. We come to the human world instead of other spaces because various causes and conditions inevitably lead us to become human. We come to enjoy the pleasures of the human world and to bear the pains of being human. Why do we have to endure the suffering of being human? It's because we created karma in our past lives. There are no phenomena or results in the universe without causes and conditions. The suffering and hardships we endure are to repay the debts from our past lives. The more suffering we endure, the more debts we repay. Those who oppose us, insult us, bully us, exploit us, oppress us, humiliate us, deceive us, or create unjust cases against us are helping us to transform karma. They are our benefactors. On one hand, we need to transform karma and eliminate the sins we created in past lives. On the other hand, we need to refrain from creating more karma. If we continue to create karma, we will be reborn as humans in the next life. The more karma we create, the more suffering we will experience, and we may even descend to the animal or plant realms. If we stop creating karma and attain perfect humanity, we can enter the 1,000-year world in the next life. If we not only stop creating karma but also accumulate merits by serving society and others, we can enter the 10,000-year world. If we neither create karma nor cease in our virtuous deeds, and we also proclaim the glory of the greatest creator, we can enter the eternal realm, the Elysium world. This is the purpose of human life. 人群分类 Classification of people. 界分 On the surface, there doesn't appear to be much difference between one person and another. We all have the same organs, senses, and bodily functions. We all eat, drink, excrete, and engage in activities like walking, sitting, and lying down. However, once we engage with someone, ask them to perform a task, or have a conversation, we quickly realize that people are vastly different from one another. Most individuals tend to believe that they are not much different from others, with distinctions primarily revolving around differences in wealth and social status. In reality, the variations among people are primarily rooted in their spirituality and wisdom. To help us understand what kind of individuals we are, and to provide a sense of direction for personal growth and goals in life, I classify people into 5 categories: ignorant people, worldly people, mortals, sages, and saints. By considering these categories, you can assess where you currently stand in your life journey. Ignorant people. Basic characteristics. They lead instinct-driven lives, often with disordered lifestyles and no clear life goals. Their values are in chaos, and they struggle to prioritize and distinguish between what's essential and what's not. They spend more time engaging in mindless actions than using their intellect. Instincts overpower emotions and rationality. They lack proper self-assessment and an understanding of life's meaning. Their lives are often marked by confusion, frustration, and erratic emotions. They are arrogant, blindly optimistic, and feeling superior when successful, pounding one's chest, feeling pessimistic and disappointed, and blaming the heavens and others when facing setbacks. They are quick to anger, easily irritable, often unreasonable, and susceptible to manipulation by others. They admire heroes, prefer excitement and dramatic events, and are willing to make great sacrifices for their friends. They have no secrets, are straightforward, and lack a sense of responsibility toward family, society, and others. They are selfless and without faith. Worldly people. Basic characteristics. People who live by desire, with the central focus of life being money, fame, status, and beauty. They enjoy flaunting, boasting, and showcasing themselves. They like to praise others and be praised by others. Every word and action revolve tightly around their own interests. When their interests are threatened or harmed, they disown even their closest relatives, be it siblings, friends, companions, colleagues, or superiors and subordinates. They disregard national and ethnic interests, group and family interests, and principles of benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trust, as well as laws, rules, and regulations. To achieve their goals, they resort to any means, and they repay kindness with enmity. They have a narrow perspective, seeking only personal gain. They heed rumors and readily exaggerate them. They spread gossip without distinguishing between truth and falsehood. They meddle in conflicts, regardless of the consequences. When it comes to acquiring knowledge, they are particularly obsessed with fringe theories, strange tales, conspiracy theories, and privacy breaches. They enjoy hopping from one thing to another, seeking attention. They excel at empty talk and making far-fetched references. Worldly people enjoy engaging in superficiality and also delight in nitpicking, interfering with, and critiquing other people's lives and lifestyles. They are not concerned with reason and fairness, show no mercy when they are right, excel at finding loopholes and seizing advantages, and lack compassion and empathy. They pay little attention to public hygiene, are selfish, and constantly feel that society and others owe them. In places with many disputes, you find worldly people. In families lacking harmony, you find worldly people. Mortals. Basic characteristics. They are people who live based on emotions, and the central focus of their lives is family, relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates, groups, ancestors, countries, and nationalities. Their minimum life standards include having enough food and drink, having healthy and successful children, enjoying a harmonious and happy family, and living in a peaceful and tranquil society. Their intermediate standards include being able to bring glory to their ancestors, to become renowned, hope for their sons to excel, wish for their daughters to succeed, having wealth within their family and a bustling life outside, and having the capacity to seek revenge or settle scores. Their highest standard, to contribute significantly to one's own ethnicity, religion, group, political party, or country to leave a legacy and be remembered for generations to come. Emotion and reason are the primary factors considered by mortals in handling all matters. They are the most tormented group among the population, as they possess thoughts, emotions, rationality, and ambitions, yet find themselves entangled in the mundane world. They must constantly interact with the ignorant and worldly people, battle against the biases of society, contend with their inner desires, and resist traditional ethical and moral norms. Their inner world is often filled with conflicts and regrets. They yearn for personal growth, but also seek to conform to societal expectations. They require so much yet receive so little. They often lament the scarcity of time and the brevity of life, feeling as though they are adrift in the river of the world, unable to control their own destiny. As they age, they increasingly rely on fate. Mortals do have beliefs, but these beliefs are conforming, blind, helpless, and arbitrary, rather than based on an understanding of truth. Therefore, the faith of mortals is fragile and cannot withstand scrutiny. It changes with the times and the living environment. The reason why they are called mortals lies in their lack of steadfast faith. They cannot and will not derive strength and wisdom from their beliefs. Generations after generations, they can only exist and perish in the painful whirlwind of the mortal world. Mortals tend to regret the past, overlook the present, and yearn for the future. They will never be content, and the suffering of mortals will never end. Sages. Basic characteristics. They are transcendent individuals who lead their lives with reason. They possess clear minds, knowing when to advance, when to retreat, what to seek, and what to forego. Their life goals are to pursue health, wealth, and freedom. They have their own principles and adhere to societal codes of conduct. They can freely manage their time, maintain harmonious and happy families, live in harmony with society and nature, and are mostly liberated from the trappings of fame, status, and wealth. They control their own destinies, move with ease, have extensive knowledge, communicate with civility, display noble conduct, are understanding and reasonable, optimistic, and kind-hearted. They are the pillars of civilized society. Sages are gems among people, possessing significant intrinsic value. Regrettably, while they escape worldly affairs, they cannot escape the limitations of time and space. In the end, they cannot enter the higher realms of life. Sages are just one step away from truth. If they can self-enlighten or receive guidance from higher beings, they can do their best to complete their duty, achieving tranquility, purifying their hearts, and through cultivation, they can attain complete transcendence, become free from worldly concerns, worries, be free from cares, and transcend beyond the ordinary, and ultimately surpass time and space to enter the realm of immortality. Saints, celestials. Basic characteristics. Wise individuals who lead a spiritual life and have attained enlightenment. They have knowledge of the mysteries of the universe, the truth of life, the evolutionary laws of the 36-dimensional spaces, and the essence and meaning of life. They have not only freed themselves from the temptations of wealth, fame, status, and beauty, but also from the constraints of time and space. They live carefree lives, transcending worldly concerns. Saints have mastered the mysteries of thinking. Having understood the mechanics of energy transformation, they can essentially manifest their thoughts into reality, turning life into an enjoyable game, and death has become a beautiful aspiration. Saints do not overly concern themselves with the sufferings of the mortal world. They never interact with worldly people and avoid interacting with mortals. They typically reside in secluded areas near picturesque mountains and rivers, disguising themselves as ordinary citizens, leading a tranquil life detached from worldly strife. They enjoy solitude and value friendships with like-minded individuals. They are not fond of noise and are characterized by activities such as drinking tea, playing chess, reading, and practicing meditation. Sometimes, they may spend an entire day playing with ants or engage in singing competitions with birds. Whether the birds' songs are more melodious or their own hoarse singing sounds better, it doesn't matter to them. As long as it's fun, they enjoy it endlessly. Attaining the realm of a saint undoubtedly leads to the 1,000-year world. Above is the classification of people, and by now, I'm sure most of you have an idea of which category you might fall into. If you find yourself as an ignorant person, you might not be able to pinpoint your position, and after reading this classification, you might feel very frustrated, even wishing to throw a few punches at me. If you identify as a worldly person, you may hold some jealousy in your heart because I've exposed your mindset and peeled back your facade. For those of you who see yourselves as mortals, reading this might evoke a sense of sadness. When you witness that some people in the world seem higher and happier than you, an unexplainable jealousy and envy may arise within you, especially when it comes to wealthy individuals. You might have thought that once you become rich, others would envy, respect, and follow you. However, you never imagined that in the eyes of sages, you're still an ordinary person, and in the eyes of saints, you're just an ignorant one. On the other hand, if you identify as a sage, you'll likely be overjoyed, feeling as if you found a long-admired bosom friend and suddenly realize that your wealth is boundless and that you can benefit infinitely from it. If you consider yourself a saint, you might laugh heartily and criticize me for being idle and wasting time. Regardless of whether you feel anger, jealousy, happiness, or laughter, as long as you take a moment to calm your mind, you'll find a sense of gratitude deep within you. After all, you've come to understand your own state of existence and where you should strive to develop. If you aspire to attain pure spirituality and progress towards the level of a saint, I have categorized human qualities into 18 grades for your reference. 好人、善人、坏人、恶人的标准. The standards of good, kind, people and bad, evil people. Xiefeng. March 17, 2011. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Kair. The standards of good, kind people. All those who bring joy, happiness, freedom, and blessings to others are good, kind people. All those who lead others to the way of the greatest creator are good, kind people. All those who help others to get through difficulties are good, kind people. All those who promote others into good and harmonious relationships are good, kind people. All those who love and cherish nature and life are good, kind people. All those who promote human beings toward the directions of peace, union, and prosperity are good, kind people. All those who can live independently but do not bring troubles or pain to others are good, kind people. All those who lead others to a wonderful future are good, kind people. The standards of bad, evil people. All those who bring to others troubles, pain, fear, and anxieties are bad, evil people. All those who lead others to the way of the devil are bad, evil people. All those who lead others into difficulties are bad, evil people. All those who destroy nature and hurt life beings are bad, evil people. All those who block others' good futures are bad, evil people. All those who impose their own wills upon others are bad, evil people. All those who make and spread rumors are bad, evil people. All those who urge others to enter into marriage, traditional families, or any organizations are bad, evil people. 看看自己是不是正走在魔鬼的道上。Check if you are following the road of devils. Xiefeng. Have you ever experienced afflictions, vexation, anxiety, sadness, and fear? Have you been cheated, bullied, blackmailed, oppressed, and humiliated by others? Have you felt frustrated and desperate at life and life? Do you know why all this should happen? Let me tell you, all this is the work of the devil's program. All this happens because many people are walking on the road of devils. The program of the devil tempts people with money, wealth, fame, position, power, beautiful women, and ease and comfort to intermarriage and family, nation and state, political party and religion, businesses, cultivation groups, and various organizations. As a result, these people are kept busy rushing about for all these matters. They would rack their brains and take great risks to achieve these purposes. For these purposes, they would shout their support, cause harm to others, and do damage to other life forms and the nature. People are walking on the road of devils when they struggle for their own interest, for their family's interest, for their nation's interest, for their country's interest, for their political party's interest, for their religion's interest, for their company's interest, and for their organization's interest, and when they each try to cheat the other by sheer cunning and falsehood and grab at each other's throat. Why should things fare like this? Why does not the greatest Creator stop us? The principle goes like this. Unity of opposites is a law of the universe, superior and inferior, up and down, bright and dark, leader and the masses, hell and heaven, higher order of life and lower order of life, man and ghost, man and other animals and plants, carnivores and herbivores. Otherwise, life cannot go on, and the great drama of the universe cannot be staged. It is just like the case of a man for whom eating and drinking form opposites with defecations. The opposites can be united and complement each other. In addition, there is a principle of the universe, namely the sum of positive energy and negative energy is zero. Therefore, everything must be symmetrical, and there must be balance between yin and yang, and loss and gain. What one gets in and what one pays out should be orderly, and the power of angel should hold the power of devil in check. To be more specific, in order to survive, man should have animals and plants to provide for his existence. The life at the lower order must serve the life at higher order. Then who will be the man, and who will be the animals and plants? Some people will go to heaven, but who will go to hell to maintain a balance? There are leaders, but there must also be the masses. Thus, the devil's program is necessary. Without it, the universe will lose its balance. The survival of life cannot be guaranteed, and the whole universe will be listless and pale. Actually, the devil Satan is a deity, an archangel and chief angel, who is toiling to maintain the zero sum of positive energy and negative energy. Burdened with notoriety and bad name, he is serving the life of the whole universe. He must deliver many life forms to the lower order of life and lead many life forms to hell. Thus, when a person is walking on the road of devil, he is making his way to the lower order of life and the hell. The devil will not show any appreciation for this, but will say instead, "What an ignorant fool you are." Now let's see whether you have taken the road of the devil. If you have one of the following 18 items, then be careful, you are walking on the road of the devil. You are in marriage and family, rushing about for your own family. You are striving and struggling for your own country, nation, religion, political party, organization, or group. You are concentrating yourself on making money and worrying and rushing about to amass your wealth. You are racking your brain and sparing no effort to win a good fame or secure a high position for yourself. You are stealing, contending, or robbing, mugging, or killing, pilfering, cheating, corrupting, bribing, or accepting bribes, or requiting kindness with enmity. You are doing something in the secret which you are afraid of being discovered. You are bullying, oppressing, blackmailing, exploiting, maltreating, humiliating, or trampling on others. You break your word and do not keep your promise, always trying to find an excuse or reason to exculpate yourself from your fault or crime. You are eating things you are not supposed to eat, using things you have no right to use, and doing things you are not entitled to do. You are affronting or desecrating the greatest creator, or affronting or desecrating God and Buddha, or affronting or desecrating sages and saints, or affronting or desecrating ancestors, or affronting or desecrating president of the country, or affronting or desecrating your own parents, or affronting or desecrating others. You are threatening, abducting, or controlling others and restricting their freedom in the name of love or other excuses. You are propagating and publicizing incorrect outlooks on life, value, life, and the world. You are inciting or abetting others to plot a rebellion. You are spreading gossips and rumors to ruin the close and harmonious relations between others. You are jealous of others' joy and happiness, and you feel resentment at others' freedom and blessing. You are always envying, or complaining, or reprimanding, or hating, or detesting, or attacking, or hurting others. You are always making comparison with others, or prompting others to make comparisons. You are polluting the rivers, the land, and the air with chemical materials, wastewater, and waste gases, or polluting others' spirit and soul with negative, passive, and pessimistic mood. If you have any one of the above 18 items, then you are walking on the road of devil. You should wake up and realize your mistakes and rein in at the brink of precipice before it is too late to repent. Where should I go after turning back from the cliff? Answer: walk on the road to heaven and follow the way of the greatest creator. 满足人生需要的道路. The ways which meet life's needs. Xiefeng. October 23, 2014. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The American psychologist Abraham Maslow believed that human has 6 major needs: physiological, safety, love and belonging, self-esteem, self-actualization, and self-transcendence. To be specific, life needs food, water, air, sex, sleep, safety, resources, health, medical care, assurance of having a job, family affection, friendship, love, self-esteem, social status, confidence, a sense of achievement, morality, skills, creativity, and so on. Meanwhile, Maslow also argued that human needs are hierarchical and that they will be fulfilled at each level, from bottom up. That is to say, fulfilling the physiological needs comes first, then the safety needs, and so on, and the self-transcendence efforts can only be made after self-actualization. For me, Xiefeng, my life needs are as follows: a room with a bed, a desk and a chair, 3 suits of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, 2 meals with plain tea and simple food each day, being surrounded by like-minded people who share the same resonance of consciousness, being busy every day, having a clean, orderly, and beautiful environment, sharing everything with everyone, doing everything willingly but nothing compulsorily, peace, harmony, warmth, health, realizing my dreams and ideals, understanding life and time and space, and knowing the destination ahead and the realm that life can reach. How does one realize this ideal of needs? Maslow listed them from the bottom up, but I do from the top down. I have found that in Tao, virtue, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, credibility, achievements, sorcery, and magical art. Only when there is Tao, everything else can be met. If we start from the bottom level and first pursue magical art, then one can never reach the realm of Tao because life is too short, and when we have fulfilled all our needs at the lower levels, we would have neither the time nor the energy to pursue Tao. Thus, we have to first clarify life's road ahead and the realm to which life wants to take us. Once this key issue is resolved, the others will readily be. I used to be obsessed with making money. I built my own company, and at one time I had 4 stores, a nightclub, a bar, a fast food restaurant, and also leased a dancing hall, a restaurant, and a barber shop. My annual net income reached hundreds of thousands USD. Later, I miraculously survived a car accident and began to understand things differently. I found that people had unexpected good or bad fortune and that life is vulnerable. If you do not first understand life's value, purpose, and meaning, and the principles and mysteries of life, then no matter how you live, your life will be blind and you can never fulfill your life's needs. I then gave up my businesses and immersed myself into studying the meanings of life, and from there, I developed the theories of first fulfilling the top-level needs and to gradually fulfill the needs of the lower levels in a natural order. Today, I have fulfilled all the levels and have achieved my life's needs, though this would be extremely difficult for even a president or a billionaire to do. Now, what else do I need? I only need one thing, and to have fun. I do whatever is fun. The desire to enjoy the finest food, clothing, accommodation and travel, birth, senility, illness and death, fame and wealth, and leaving a lasting reputation are out of my mentality. Everyone who has communicated with me has benefited from me, so I think that becoming a guide to life and life is not only appropriate, but is also assumed.
满足人生需要的道路。
The ways which meet life's needs. Xiefeng. October 23, 2014. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The American psychologist Abraham Maslow believed that human has 6 major needs: physiological, safety, love and belonging, self-esteem, self-actualization, and self-transcendence. To be specific, life needs food, water, air, sex, sleep, safety, resources, health, medical care, assurance of having a job, family affection, friendship, love, self-esteem, social status, confidence, a sense of achievement, morality, skills, creativity, and so on. Meanwhile, Maslow also argued that human needs are hierarchical and that they will be fulfilled at each level, from bottom up. That is to say, fulfilling the physiological needs comes first, then the safety needs, and so on, and the self-transcendence efforts can only be made after self-actualization. For me, Xiefeng, my life needs are as follows: a room with a bed, a desk and a chair, 3 suits of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, 2 meals with plain tea and simple food each day, being surrounded by like-minded people who share the same resonance of consciousness, being busy every day, having a clean, orderly, and beautiful environment, sharing everything with everyone, doing everything willingly but nothing compulsorily, peace, harmony, warmth, health, realizing my dreams and ideals, understanding life and time and space, and knowing the destination ahead and the realm that life can reach. How does one realize this ideal of needs? Maslow listed them from the bottom up, but I do from the top down. I have found that in Tao, virtue, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, credibility, achievements, sorcery, and magical art. Only when there is Tao, everything else can be met. If we start from the bottom level and first pursue magical art, then one can never reach the realm of Tao because life is too short, and when we have fulfilled all our needs at the lower levels, we would have neither the time nor the energy to pursue Tao. Thus, we have to first clarify life's road ahead and the realm to which life wants to take us. Once this key issue is resolved, the others will readily be. I used to be obsessed with making money. I built my own company, and at one time I had 4 stores, a nightclub, a bar, a fast food restaurant, and also leased a dancing hall, a restaurant, and a barber shop. My annual net income reached hundreds of thousands USD. Later, I miraculously survived a car accident and began to understand things differently. I found that people had unexpected good or bad fortune and that life is vulnerable. If you do not first understand life's value, purpose, and meaning, and the principles and mysteries of life, then no matter how you live, your life will be blind and you can never fulfill your life's needs. I then gave up my businesses and immersed myself into studying the meanings of life, and from there, I developed the theories of first fulfilling the top-level needs and to gradually fulfill the needs of the lower levels in a natural order. Today, I have fulfilled all the levels and have achieved my life's needs, though this would be extremely difficult for even a president or a billionaire to do. Now, what else do I need? I only need one thing, and to have fun. I do whatever is fun. The desire to enjoy the finest food, clothing, accommodation and travel, birth, senility, illness and death, fame and wealth, and leaving a lasting reputation are out of my mentality. Everyone who has communicated with me has benefited from me, so I think that becoming a guide to life and life is not only appropriate, but is also assumed.
向全球征集新时代人类生活理念。
Collecting new era life values from global citizens. Xiefeng. May 20th, 2014. Translated by Teng Xin, Song Long, and edited by Care. In order to inherit the wisdom of the past saints and sages comprehensively and to absorb the precious thoughts of today's saints and sages, and to realize the dreams of the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, no one would pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night, and everyone is joyful, happy, free, and blessed. Human beings can develop sustainably. The 800 Values for New Era Human Beings will begin its third revision. Every citizen on Earth can take part in this activity regardless of which religion, political party, country, nation, or ethnic background he or she belongs. Anyone interested, please selflessly devote your wisdom to the betterment of the entire human race, because as long as your thoughts are beneficial to the interests of all humanity, we will accept and compile them into the third version of the 800 Values for New Era Human Beings. Please note that we are calling for values, not views or beliefs. We are calling for life values, not market values, country values, religious values, values for political parties, etc. Values are the crystallization of wisdom and thoughts, but thoughts and wisdom are not values. The values we need are life principles to follow. Therefore, please condense your wisdom and thoughts into values which can be expressed concisely and succinctly, but with rich content, and use one sentence instead of two sentences if it is already clear enough. Please do not explain your values or present your reasoning with long texts. Please contribute your wisdom and values regarding these 8 aspects. How to achieve a harmonious coexistence among people, society, and nature. How to let everyone on earth have dignified, joyful, happy, free, and blessed lives. What values, modes, and phenomena in people's lives are ignorant and backward, and with what new ones should they be replaced? What kind of lives should we lead in order to resonate with the laws of nature and of human nature? What kind of belief system, moral system, and value system should we build? What is the meaning of civilization, and what kind of civilized principles and etiquette should we follow? The universe is infinite and creation is limitless, so toward what direction should we walk, and what kind of life level or condition should we pursue? What right values should human beings follow in all aspects of the fields of their production and lives? We will bring people into the highly civilized Life-Genuine era, and this will be a common objective for all human beings. We hope everyone on Earth will participate in it actively, and we look forward to the contributions of foresight and understanding and incisive values by the sages of this time. What we need is positive, optimistic, and very creative energy. Therefore, we will turn a deaf ear to all that is negative and pessimistic. For those values which are directive or educative, or sound like advice or guidance, unless you have done it yourself and have reached that standard, please do not bother us because we have no time to listen to moralizing. But if your values are correct, we will follow them immediately. The second home of Life-Genuine is a big international family, and this family leads a life completely according to the 800 Values for New Era Human Beings. As the life and production modes in the second home become more and more perfect, it will achieve a lever at which it will be able to change the fate of humans and will lead the world into a higher, more civilized level. Please be aware that many groups of people in the world are totally selfless and have dedicated their lives to the happiness of all people. These are the pioneers who are moving forward and are striving for the best. Please spread this article as widely as you can.
活人需要明白的8大道理。
8 Truths by Which to Lead a Life. Xiefeng. Edited by Care. Living in this world, we need to understand why we do and how we should, or we will live an unclear and muddled life. For every road on the trip ahead, there must be a destination, and different ways of living will ultimately afford us different views and lead us to different destinations. As a messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of gods, Buddha, celestial beings, saints, and the guide for human spirits and souls, I propose the following 8 truths by which to live. Please examine and consider them, and choose whether they make sense and whether they can benefit you. Rivers have sources and trees have roots, people have parents and celestial beings have ancestors. Everything has its origin and all effects have their causes. Rivers will run dry without sources, trees will wither without roots, people will scatter without parents, and celestial beings will fall without ancestors. Therefore, in living a life, we have to connect our souls to their source to be clear and to gain eternity. The source of everything is the greatest creator, And we, our lives within our life, should always keep the greatest creator in mind and live in accordance with the will of the greatest creator. In this way, our life can reach a wonderful destination in the end. Life is a short journey of life in the mortal world which begins when we are born and ends when we die. You were there before you were born and will still be there after you die. Birth and death are only life phenomena, and not the beginning and end of life. So it is very important to learn from where you came and to where you are going. The mortal world is a transition between different levels and different types of life. Passengers traveling in all directions will transit through this mortal world and stay for periods of time, whether they will ultimately ascend or descend. Therefore, the mortal world is populated with all levels and all types of life. Gods, Buddha, celestial beings, saints, goblins, devils, ghosts, monsters, and demons all exist in the mortal world, and as such, anyone's life trip can be misdirected by only slight miscalculations. We must therefore sharpen our eyes and be weary of the negative influences in life. Everything in this world exists within the unity of opposites, and the result of it is always neutral. That is, the amount of positive and negative energy in the universe is always equal. What you have paid and what you have gained are always equal. This means that what one gets and what they give within a lifetime are equal. If you gain more, you must pay more. And if you pay more, you will gain more. If someone pays a lot in their life stage but gains little, then their extra payout will await them in the bank of heaven. Tao, but if one gains more than they pay in this life stage, then they will owe a debt which must be and can be paid off in many different ways, such as becoming a cow or a horse in the next life, or becoming a chicken or pig and being slaughtered and eaten, or working for others, or even falling into the lowest space of life and having to withstand great stress, pain, and hardship. Therefore, we should try our best to pay more and gain less in this stage of life, because no one can enjoy more than enough blessing, and they must know when to stop. We can become enlightened from nature. That is, each life needs to live to its fullest and live itself out. Only thusly can this world be colorful and wondrous. Therefore, everyone has to live out their own innate nature by living for their own well-being first. It is only when people live well that they can be beneficial to their loved ones and others. If they do not live for their own well-being, then they will bring endless pain and trouble to everyone and become burdens and loads. For instance, some parents live bitter lives and often cannot meet their basic life necessities such as birth, illness, retirement, and death, so they can never bring blessings to their children. We often hear parents say, "My child, I have suffered through a bitter life all for my child." This attitude is an excuse for their bad life because they want to transfer their pain to their children and make those children suffer guilty consciences for their parents' deprivation. Consequently, not only does the parent deprive themselves, but then they guilt-trip their child. This kind of outlook on life is incisively manifested by married couples when the husband and wife each believe that they have sacrificed for the other and that the other owes them. As a result, both suffer and neither lives out their Tathagata nature. In short, one has to live for their own sake and their own well-being, because anyone who lives for others will not only spoil their own life, but will also inflict heavy psychological burdens and spiritual bondage upon others. What is there for people to live for? It is to live for their innate natures, for their gifted natures, to live happy, joyful, free, and blessed lives, and to leave no regrets, remorse, resentment, or sorry at the end. To do this, one cannot live for power, wealth, fame, beauty, vanity, religion, political party, state, nationality, family, or others. They must not try to possess or control anything or anyone, but must accept them as they are and associate with others by following predestined relationships, to act in accordance with their natures, and to take advantage of opportunities as they arise. They must deliver their lives into the hands of the greatest creator through the arrangements of Tao. Everything physical is a game, but only the soul is true and worthy. Do not be too serious or persistent on anything. Go for it if it pleases and uplifts, but forget it if it hurts or degrades. People will die and fields will become lakes, and that which we are so serious and persistent about, or which troubles us now, will eventually vanish from our consciousnesses. Why bother? Everything in life runs in Tao. Everything is karma. The Lord is everywhere. You reap what you sow. divine punishments, though slow, are always true with big meshes, letting nothing slip through. Therefore, we must lead honorable and upright lives which are centered on sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty. No one should be stealthy or talk about spirits, deities, fortunes, or disasters. A good conscience knows no fear. Whatever one thinks, speaks, and does should be faithful to the earth, the sky, others, and society, and to their own consciences. In this way, their life journey will become smoother and more comfortable as time goes on. Their life's future will also be smoother and more beautiful. Just do ordinary, simple things within the capacity of your lifetime. Be content to be ordinary and do not pursue the extraordinary. Settle on doing more small things and avoid attempting big things. Learn how to enjoy the unknowingly quiet life and avoid being the target of the known and the noisy. 1,000 miles can be covered by constant small steps, and rivers and seas are filled where small streams gather. We should always direct our efforts toward laying this kind of foundation. In this way, with persistence over time, the most ideal life will appear, and the most beautiful dreams will come true. These 8 life truths are only my perceptions and are only fit for a small minority. Accordingly, the majority of people are unable to accept them. If you think they make sense, then use them as references. If you think they do not make sense, then find your own ways. We do not discuss, debate, or argue.
用哲学辩证法指导人生。
Life Guide with Philosophical Dialectics. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Philosophy is the abstract theory about the nature of the universe and its developmental law, as well as the relationship between thinking and being. Dialectics is the theory of the unity of opposites, the contradictory movements of things, and the universal connections and characteristics of them. In terms of properties, dialectics is part of and resides within the category of philosophy. It is like consciousness and thinking. Thinking is part of and resides within the category of consciousness. Speaking metaphorically, philosophy is the human body and dialectics are its eyes. Philosophy deals with the broad sense, while dialectics deals with the narrow sense. Philosophy is general while dialectics is specific. It is my opinion that philosophy is science and should be understood and reasoned with real evidence, without which it would not be logical, and that would in turn lead to wrong conclusions. For instance, both the absolute idealism and absolute materialism sever the unity between the two sides of the contradiction, such as religion, which emphasizes more about the idealism and ignores the value and meaning of real existence, and pragmatism, which stresses more about existence itself, but less about its causes. The theory system of life genuine is mainly based on real evidence, although I have previously expounded more about the teachings and instructions of gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints in human history as the core, which is somewhat empty for the faithless, and not only lack operability, but also lack the cognition of the scientific nature of the spatial temporal universe, life and life. It is like Lao Tzu's descriptions of Tao, an image of what existed before God. The Tao that can be discussed is not absolute Tao, evasive, elusive, yet latent within it are forms. Dark and dim, yet latent within it is the life force, too specious to be understood by anyone who is not extremely wise. How do we guide our lives with philosophical dialectics? Buddha has no settled rules. Buddha's rules always vary according to the situation. Keep the main and change the others according to the situation. To be selfless is to achieve self. To be free from ego is to achieve ego. To own nothing is to own everything. And so on, which I summed up conforms to dialectics in the philosophical sense and can guide life. Now we will talk in detail about how to understand the world and how to guide our lives with philosophical dialectics. First, let us see the universal law of the unity of opposites in a philosophical sense. This law is to say that all things in the universe consist of pro and con factors which are opposite, incompatible, and contradictory as fire and water. But paradoxically, it is precisely this organic unity of contradictions that makes the world complex and colorful. Specifically, positive balance is negative, light balance is dark, true balance is false, good balance is evil, yin balance is yang, male balance is female, up balance is down, the rise balance is the fall, death balances life, the tangible balances the intangible, and so on. How can this analysis be significant to guide our lives? The law of the unity of opposites tells us that there is the physical world, but also the spiritual, heaven, but also hell, material structure, but also the non-material, and the tangible human, but also the intangible God. As such, our consciousness and thinking are not limited to our mortal lives and will not be limited to the material world that we see. Our field of knowledge can expand to unlimited space and time, to the afterlife, to the non-material world which we can neither see nor hear from our current place. What a remarkable leap of faith this is! Thus, as human beings, we should not only value the present, but also consider the future, not only pay attention to reality, but also consider nothingness, not only cherish life, but also pay attention to the afterlife. Let us now look at the law of mutual change of quality and quantity in a dialectic sense. This law says that any change of quality must be based on an accumulation of quantity. When the accumulation of a quantity becomes saturated and passes a critical point, its quality or qualities will change. This law has a measurable value and significance in guiding our lives. From the law of the unity of opposites, we understand that while there are humans, there must be gods. Since there are gods, the existence of celestial beings and Buddha become reasonable. Humans, gods, Buddha, and celestial beings are life of different natures. People have human nature, gods have divine nature, celestial beings have theirs, and Buddha has Buddhist nature. If human nature is to be sublime to divine nature, there must be an accumulation of quantity, and the accumulation must develop towards the divine nature. 1,000 miles cannot be covered without an accumulation of steps, and there will be no rivers or seas without the integration of small streams. If one gradually accumulates a divine nature, then in accordance with the law of mutual change of quality and quantity, they will eventually become godlike. Based on the dialectic law of the negation of negation, we can conclude that new things must conquer old things. New things refers to those which are in line with objective law and posse's strong vitality and broad developmental prospects. Old things are those that run counter to objective law and will die out. To determine whether a thing is new or old is to look at its nature, not its form or appearance. For example, many new religions have sprung up like mushrooms with new forms and manifestations, but their natures are variations fermented in old nests, and they are not new at all. Now let us look at the new methods, new measures, and new channels, with the aim of earning money across the globe, such as the transformation from traditional manufacturing industries to service and infotech industries, which appear new when seen from their form and appearance, but are still, essentially, ways to make money. Thus, they are not new because the nature of their profit motive has remained the same. As in the Yangtze River, the waves behind ride on the ones before. New generations excel the old. This is a reflection and portrayal of the law of the negation of negation. From the phenomenon of the global rise of the divorce rate and the growing number of singles, we can surmise a law such that the family as a traditional production and life mode will be gradually replaced with a new form of production and life mode. This is an objective law which will not change by people's subjective wills and will not stop advancing just because people resent it or rebel against it. This new mode is replacing the traditional production and life mode, is a new thing, and no force can prevent its development and growth once it happens. However, the growth and development of new things is bound to suffer and will have to overcome arduous and tortuous processes. When you invest yourself into the development of new things, you must be psychologically and spiritually prepared to suffer difficult times, or the new things will eliminate you. The prospects of old things are dark, but the prospects of new things are bright. So the farther you walk on the way of old things, the narrower it becomes, but the farther you walk on the way of new things, the wider it becomes. It rises here but sets there. It increases here but decreases there. Two extremes are connected but will go in different directions when pushed too far. The rise is sudden, but so is the fall. Ill gain brings ill fate. Karma is the shadow following a body. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Out of the extreme misfortune comes fortune. All these conform to dialectics, so we have to remain alert and have confidence all the while. After we understand the universal law that positive and negative energies always balance out, We can deal with life affairs skillfully and easily. We know that when we constantly give and contribute rather than take and consume, we will accumulate many treasures. But where? They are reserved in the afterlife or the non-material world. Who will enjoy these treasures? No one can, other than the one who has accumulated them. Otherwise, the universal law that positive and negative energy always balance out would be violated. As it is a universal law, it is a necessary procedure. When you pay, you must receive. When you receive, you must pay. If you have given but have not received in the mortal world, then you will undoubtedly receive in your next life or in heaven. Otherwise, the universe would be unfair and untrue. Everything has its destiny. The total energy in the universe is constant. This is consistent with the law of the conservation of energy and of matter. In terms of philosophy, yin cannot exist without yang, and yang cannot grow without yin. Yin and yang are the law and order of the changes of all things, Huangdi Neijing. As we know from the water on the earth, regardless of the surging rivers brought on by rainstorms or the increase of snow cover on mountaintop, its total volume remains constant. It is destiny. This is to say that the quantity of life in the universe is constant. It increases here but decreases there. It rises here but falls there. Well then, where does the increase in human population come from? Are new lives born out of thin air? People who have explored and studied anything about reincarnation know that human reincarnation happens several days before birth. Therefore, an embryo or fetus does not contain life. It can only be called life when a reincarnated soul enters into it. Thus, we know that a new life will only be born when an old one passes on. There is no life without death and no death without life. That is it. In this case, we know that the increased life on the earth must have come from somewhere. If a new life is born, then an old one must have ended. If we analyze carefully, we may wonder about the many animals on the earth that have died. Where have they gone? Have they become human? Where will their lives go if the earth has a mass extinction in the future? Please refer to 36-dimensional space for the answers. Philosophical dialectics can guide our lives. We have just discussed how to guide our lives by philosophy from the perspective of philosophy. This enlightenment is only the tip of the iceberg. You may draw general conclusions about other cases from specific ones. I hope that each one of you will lead a smart life and that you will have wonderful life prospects. 人生是一场幻象. Life is but an illusion. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Illusions are phenomena that appear in dreams, fantasies, and phantasms. With further inferences, all phenomena that arise quickly, remain briefly, and then disappear equally quickly can also be thought of as illusions. Mirages are illusions, as are dreams, soap bubble patterns, and even thoughts at the end of the day or when we are bored will form them. It can be inferred that flashes and pans are illusions, a large number of cells, microbes, and fungi are illusions. Many photos online are illusions, computer games are illusions, and movies and TV shows are illusions, too. Dreams are illusions because the dream world lasts for a short time. If one dreams for 100 years continuously, would that be an illusion or reality? Of course it would still be a dream because the moment that the person wakes up, the dream would disappear. So how could the dream not be an illusion? It can be concluded that no matter how long a phenomenon exists, as long as it disappears completely at some point, it too must be an illusion. Thus, it is possible to conclude that life is an illusion because even someone who lives for 100 years will eventually disappear altogether. So why would that be different? Having dreamed throughout the night, we wake up in the morning, and no matter how much we twisted and turned during our dreams, we no longer care about anything that happened in them because after all, they were fantasies, dreams, and illusions. A dream will not affect our mood or state of mind too much. Here is the question. Since we have deduced that life is an illusion, is it necessary to be sad for our twists and turns in life? Is it necessary to be anxious about things in our life? Is it necessary to struggle hard for things and hunger to reach goals? Is it necessary to make others behave according to our own wills? When the illusion of life disappears, will it not float away as a dream? When the earth we live on disappears completely in the infinite universe and all of humanity disappears as an illusion, what about a single person? To analyze and judge this question, I want to wake you from your dream to let you not be a human being, but rather a celestial being. When you wake up, will you still go into your dream to be nostalgic for something or to fight for someone in your dreams? Of course not, because it was an illusion, a fantasy. Well, life is also an illusion and a fantasy. So shall we be racked by people and things in this illusion? Of course not. Who remembers their grandparents' grandparents? Not to mention the fact that the memories of our grandparents' grandparents are already blurred even in the incomplete memories of our grandparents. Who will remember us 100 years after we die? We take for granted that we have importance in the present, but that is a complete illusion. Many great historical figures have died. They thought that they were important back then, but what about now? The earth goes on turning and humans go on reproducing. The footsteps of civilization never stop marching forward. So it is unnecessary to be too sad when people around us die because death is a normal phenomenon and everyone will die, including ourselves. So never be overly anxious, fearful, or sorry because it is all an illusion. Nobody can control your dream. Who can even control their own life? It is delusional to think that if you do something, you will get something. That is impossible. You cannot secure yourself against all risks and dangers. How can people control your life? You cannot wear shoes when you are supposed to be barefoot, and you cannot stay on the mountain when you are supposed to leave. Cold shoulders cannot be expected when you are thriving and on the way up. That every cloud has its silver lining may be forgotten in despair and adversity. Therefore, never force yourself to learn, suppress yourself to work, or force yourself to do what you dislike and which is against your own better judgment. No matter how successful you are, outstanding or a billionaire, or how glorious your family reputation has been flowing down through many generations, when you wake up, all will have been a dream. Affection and love tactics are the most difficult traps for people to escape. They are the most terrible traps in life. Ask the mortal world what love is. It drives one mad to death. Now think about it. Life is but an illusion. After waking up, everything will be nothing. So is it necessary to be bogged down on affection and love? It might actually be better to live as a beau, a dandy. What people fear most is losing what they own and are most attached to their property, their power and status, their reputation, and of course their most beloved lover. However, they are not at all necessary. What really belongs to you and cannot escape is yours, but if it is not yours, you cannot keep it. Any way one looks at life, it is still an illusion which can be shattered and vanish in a moment. So why make yourself suffer for it? Why not enjoy a natural and unrestrained dream? Has anyone in history been so intelligent and so powerful that they could control everything? Not one. Everyone is acting in a play. They are playing roles, following scripts. If anyone could control all things with their wisdom and power, their fortunes would be as boundless as the East China Sea, and they would live a very happy, healthy, and eternal life forever. Have there been any? Not one. This proves that man is only a grain of sand in a sandstorm, a drop of water in the sea, and that nothing can really be controlled by anyone. So why not just follow predestined relationships and take things as they come? Life will be easier and more natural. People expend a lot of time and effort on their health and appearance, yet regardless of their daily exercise and nutritious eating habits, the sick are still sick and the short-lived still come to untimely ends. No matter how much paint and powder one applies to their face or how much plastic surgery they undergo, wrinkles still creep onto the forehead and cheeks as time passes, and signs of aging become more and more visible every day. These changes cannot be resisted. So why try to fight them when you know that you cannot? Life is too short. Fiddle with this today, fiddle with that tomorrow, and remain confused. You will still get old, fade away, and die. It is a bad deal to live in fantasies, but an even worse one is to indulge them. Do you worry? What do you worry about? You were worried when you were dreaming. What about when you woke up? My point is that there is no need to worry about anything because all of life is ultimately only a dream. There are no real scenarios because life will end. Will all the worry not be gone with the wind? Enjoy the present. Do not worry about tomorrow or the next day. Everyone's life has been predetermined by their destiny, their script. Worry is useless, so why persist with this fantasy, waste your recreation time, and ruin your relaxed mood? Your state of mind is different when you are asleep than when you are awake. Sleeping people lead befuddled lives in their dream worlds of obsession, worry, anxiety, sorrow, and fear. However, fully awake people know that all is but an illusion, so they have neither strong bliss nor intense grief, but are just pleasant, relaxed, and calm. Who are these people? Celestial beings, of course. Within the universe, everything is an illusion except for the greatest creator. People live in illusions because all lives are illusions. In this sense, illusions are reality. Illusions are stages of life. People live one dream after another and live a large number of dreams throughout their lives because lives consist of dreams. Although people live in illusions today, this is really the entirety of human life. Never expect to lead a real life without it being an illusion. Even the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world are all illusions. The differences are that those illusions are more beautiful and splendid and go on much longer. It is very clear that everything is an illusion, but most people are too stubborn, obstinate, and perverse to see them as such and are convinced that they are living in reality. When one awakens from their dreams, their soap bubbles will burst and they will say goodbye to their dream, but they will do it unwillingly and with disappointment and frustration. Knowing that life is an illusion, how does one lead a wonderful life? Whatever it is that makes you happy, joyful, free, and blessed, just do it. Follow your best judgment, have fun, then play. If something bothers you but you need to do it, make a perfunctory effort. No fun. See you later. Better yet, never see you again.
第二家园走不复古文明道路。
The second home does not take the road of reverting to ancient civilizations. Xiefeng. People have created splendid cultures and invented innumerable production tools and living products. Inventions, innovations, and scientific developments have relieved us from backward and primitive production and living modes. Except for those gifts bestowed by nature, all that we enjoy today comes from those advancements. If civilization abandoned science and technology, then it would not be an advancement, but a regression. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. Scientific inventions and technological advancements have not gone against nature, but some have been used in irrational ways. Achievements of technological inventions and progress have gone against the ways of nature in many aspects, but the fault is not theirs. Rather, it is from people's misuse out of selfishness and greed. Cutting vegetables is a natural use for a knife, but using it to cut woods or to kill people is a misuse. The problem lies not with the knife, but rather with the person who misuses it. It would be extremely illogical to blame the knife, rather than to look into the false consciousness of the person who behaves irrationally. Would it be better to use toilet paper or clods of soil to wipe one's buttock? Of course, toilet paper is better, at least more hygienic. If a toilet paper manufacturer cuts a large amount of woods and then spills wastewater into rivers, it would not be the fault of the toilet paper, but that of the manufacturer who has ignored the result of wrong behavior by only pursuing economic profit. Some people are under the mistaken belief that the production and life mode of the second home will lead to a reversion to primitive conditions, but returning to nature does not include doing such things as eating raw animal flesh and drinking its blood, or wearing the skins and furs of animals. Rather, it means that we should live according to the will of the greatest creator, and by the principle that people need to coexist with nature harmoniously. At least we can say that people should not advance at the price of natural destruction, but according to the fundamental principle of sustainability. What we have created is a brand new civilization which will not only inherit all the positive achievements of scientific and technological development, but will also advance humanity into a more developed stage of civilization. It would not be possible for us to revert to ancient practices because although we would absorb wisdom from ancient cultures, we would not be limited by them. We would learn from their essence, but would not revert to them. Our thoughts should neither be confined to ancient ones, nor make us repeat the mistakes of our ancestors. Following in their footsteps, we need to initiate a new future and a new way of living which will avoid the recurring tracks of previous civilizations which have been destroyed completely. Religions should not stop progress, politics should not be short-sighted, economies should not destroy nature, and societies should not be reluctant to advance forward. The biggest crisis facing humanity is that of the soul. All others pale in comparison. When this crisis is eliminated, All others will disappear automatically. Do not define the second home by using concepts of old production and life modes, and do not assume that the second home will be the same as any other living mode in human history. We are walking on a new road which aligns completely with the will of the greatest creator rather than human will. It will bring happy, joyous, blessed, and free lives to people, and even allow them to evolve into celestials. I am the spiritual guide of humanity. I will lead people to an unprecedented, amazing future and even take some to heaven. This is not a boast. As long as you follow me, you will experience it step by step. 生命绿洲模式将解决人类面临的21个难题. The mode of the new oasis for life will solve 21 difficulties that mankind is facing. Xiefeng, June 27, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Whether we call it Utopia, New Eden Garden, Kingdom of the Greatest Creator, or Xiefeng-style communism, Life Genuine's new mode of production and life in the new oasis for life will solve these 21 problems that have been handed to us over thousands of years of human history. It will free women from their daily trivial chores forever. The elderly will lead their happiest lives in old age, whether they have children and receive pensions or not. The phenomenon of orphans will disappear forever. All children will lead lives full of love and care and will be well educated. The phenomena of people remaining unattached and lonely will disappear forever. Domestic violence will disappear completely. The conflicts among religions and belief systems will end forever. Political parties will have no purpose, so competitions among them will disappear. All people will be able to travel throughout the world freely and without restrictions. Military expenditures will be reduced to zero because there will be no militaries. Border and land disputes between states will no longer exist. Regional and ethnic conflicts will no longer exist and peace will abound everywhere. Drug abuse and gambling will disappear completely. Official corruption will disappear completely, as officials will have neither need nor ways to corrupt. No wealth disparities will exist as everyone will have everything yet own nothing. Courts, lawyers, and legal systems will die out gradually as they will no longer be needed. Criminal activities will be reduced by 3/4 and security will be greatly enhanced. The population will stabilize without sharp increase and decrease and will be in balance with planetary resources. Atmospheric pollution as well as that in all water and on the earth will disappear. Extinction of species will end and many lost ones will return. Climatic disasters will no longer occur and distinct seasons with consistent climate will become normal. At least half of the people will sublimate into angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, and Buddhas. Do not take this as a joke or myth or consider it an armchair strategy. It has been the firm evidence of Life Genuine's theories and the model of the new oasis for life which have been existing and developing for 10 years. It is the ideal that mankind can fully realize. Whether you wish or not, and believe it or not, mankind has been bound to and is entering into the Life Genuine era. Everything is running according to procedure. 明明巧安排平凡度人生. Life arranged ingeniously, the ordinary life. Xiefeng, March 27, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Times change, lives reincarnate with their ups and downs, and human reproduction flourishes. Time and tides annihilate emperors, generals, and ministers. Green grass invades countless palaces and pavilions. The strong disappear in an instant with their great achievements. Heroes who had once shed blood and tears are nowhere to be found. Huge amounts of wealth perish quickly like dreams. Even the rich starve to death in the wilderness. In front of desolate and dilapidated empty buildings was once bumper-to-bumper traffic. The winners were frustrated. The powerful were desolate. Fires were extinguished into ashes regardless of how fierce they might have been. Overwhelming storms returned to calmness. In life, it does not matter whether you win or lose. In the world, it does not matter whether you are right or wrong, gaining or losing. Everything is destined. Everything is a constant. We suffer from our own actions. We harvest what we sow. We are responsible for our wins and losses. The greatest creator never has special mercy for anyone and never intentionally abandons anyone. Those who exploited others will be exploited. Those who hurt others will be hurt exactly the same, not more and not less. Evil rages in the guise of justice, but will be contained eventually. Self-interest is cheating and bluffing in the name of public good, but it will eventually be recalled. Advantages taken will surely be lost, and every extra gain will become a loss. Tao is never absent. Angels never leave. The devil never slackens. Prosperity ends in a big mess. Prosperous ages end in ruins. Lavish banquets end. That which flourishes dies. Phenomena will not last, but essence never changes. There are tens of thousands of ways to die. If one does not know how they will die or where they will be in 100 years, then what is the use of being busy? Why are you in a hurry? Clouds are rolling and unfolding. Flowers are blooming and falling. Rushing passers-by cannot hold anything. Lonely ghosts cannot find places in which to settle down. What are you fighting for? What annoys you? It is all a waste of energy, a waste of the meaning of life. Useless usage has great use. Power, status, reputation, money, real estate, and houses are all passing clouds, and the winner of them must be captured by the devil. The states of realm, virtue, quality, etiquette, gratitude, contentment, and courtesy are all the claims of life, so one will be blessed by heaven if one possesses them. The sum of all positive and negative energy of the universe is zero. If you gain something here, you will lose something there. Looking at heaven, looking at hell, looking at the world, everything is clear. Joy is sorrow, gain is loss, suffering is happiness, frugality is abundance. You might be eager to get what you want, but when your desire is met, misfortune will follow. You might be eager to achieve success, but when you succeed, you will suffer from it. Virtuous individuals, please listen to me. Avoid the urban noise and return to the rural countryside. Life is like a chess game, and each one is different. We cannot see it through. We cannot explore it all. Why not raise a few chickens and ducks, or go to watch the full moon in a field? Pickles and steamed buns warm the stomach, and ragged clothes are like honey to the heart. The chaos of the world is not without its source. Do not go back and forth hurriedly and quarreling. It is hard to tell who is right and who is wrong when all are jollifications of knacks. A big fire will burn everything down. A flood will wash everything away. The pandemic came quietly, and man-made misfortunes are everywhere. Living today, we do not know tomorrow's situation. Something superfluous might cost your life, so why rush yourself and worry? The world is like an unsatisfactory tight dragnet, but everything is arranged ingeniously. Every detail is clear, not a word or act is wrong. Do not hate anyone, do not complain about things happening in the world. Results are what matter. Find the benevolence of the divine across 3 lifetimes. Evil things in the world are made by good people, and supremely good deeds are made by evil people. Good intentions always create trouble, and slander waits beside honor and favor. Misery. Happiness is to be found by its side. Happiness. Misery lurks beneath it. Disaster is a blessing in disguise. It is better to cultivate in the countryside, to be an ordinary person, not to be famous, not to fight for profit, but to light the sacred lamp in your heart and watch the world change. Relying on other people, one will exhaust themselves on them. So why not rely on the Tao of the greatest creator? Everyone has a life trajectory that cannot be changed, so why bother to worry about others? Parents' suffering cannot be replaced by their children's, and the children's sins cannot be negated by their parents, let alone by others. You might think that you are doing something for the good of others, but how do you know that you are not working against Tao and disturbing their trajectories? You cannot give money to others without having money in your pockets. How can you guide others to live well if you do not live well? Depend on your own experiences and feelings, and do not listen to others' moral preachings. No harm in life is greater than that which affection can do when it is deep and hurts very severely. Sentient beings are trapped in affection nets until they die in mazes of affection. If you cast your affection onto someone, then their burden will become yours. So why not direct your affection toward idyllic, green mountains and blue rivers? Attaching affection to flowers, birds, insects, and fish is more beneficial than doing so to people. How can you wash your feet while still standing in mud? How can you sever your worldly ties while still living in the world? Waves never end. Repaying debts by borrowing will keep you in debt forever. We also need to repay our debts that we borrowed from nature. The only way to eradicate debt is by giving alms formlessly. Our minds should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma, but should abide nowhere. This mind abiding nowhere is our true mind, which is nature, Buddha, angels, and celestials. Looking throughout the world, the best place for life is the new oasis for life.
审视一下自己是不是赌徒。
Check if you are a gambler. Xiefeng, May 22nd, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Do you gamble? Check this out. What is a gambler? It is anyone who wants to win rich rewards by betting their money, youth, future, and life on uncertain things which they self-identify as certainty. Gamblers lose everything that they begin with, including the clothes on their backs. Eventually, are there any who earn good lives by gambling? Casino dealers can do very well, but they are not really gambling because the games are all stacked in their favor, but most people who participate in gambling will lose and will end up with crushing losses. The truth is simple and clear, but people still want to gamble. All are gambling. I studied carefully and discovered the surprising phenomenon that almost everyone gambles, with marriage being the biggest gamble in life. You cannot be sure of its outcome. You can never fully understand the other person's personality, outlook, temperament, character, interests, and other factors, but you are betting your whole youth and your entire life on them. You expect to be happy, joyous, harmonious, and blessed, and expect to remain in love with each other for your lifetime. But then what happens? It is not necessary to analyze the results. The eventual result of all gambling is that the gamblers all lose. Since marriage is a big gamble, the result is of course tragic. Participating in religion and becoming a believer is also gambling. You base your destiny and future by betting on the religious rituals, ideas, practices, and beliefs that you firmly believe are correct. But is your religion the absolute truth? Almost every religion claims that theirs is the only correct belief, but this is only its own wishful thinking. Can it withstand the challenges of facts, science, logic, and spiritual perception? Regarding the three major religions, Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism, they are each contradictory in terms of life and death, so which one is right? After death, are there reincarnations, or merely lying quietly and waiting unconsciously for a final judgment and possible resurrection? If you are not sure, then are you not gambling? Christianity practices monogamy, Islam allows men to have 4 wives, and Buddhists do not marry at all to become monks and nuns. Which one is consistent with the truth of the universe? It is said that there are more than 1,000 political parties in the world. No matter which one you choose to join to become a member of, you will still be doing the equivalent of gambling in a casino. Political parties are contenders for power and interest. As long as you compete and race for them, there will be winners and losers. Anything that has winners and losers is a gamble. Therefore, partisans are also gamblers. Do you have children? If your main purpose of giving birth to children is to bring glory to your ancestors and to protect and support yourself in your old age, then you are gambling. Because whether your children can bring glory to your ancestors or protect and support you in your old age is unknown and produces a questionable future. Is not putting your hard work, sweat, and hope on uncertain outcomes gambling? Are you not a gambler? Do you spend time, energy, and money on interpersonal relationships? If so, you are gambling. Whether it is for benefit and safety or for affection and entertainment, as long as you establish special relationships with others, you are gambling. You cannot guarantee whether the special relationships you have forged will be blessings or curses, or whether you are putting yourself at risk or bringing in noble allies. Do you trade stocks, engage in venture investments, support a company financially? If any of these are yes, then you are gambling because you do not know what any of the outcomes will be. You are just taking risks and thinking wishfully about getting generous returns. You can never be sure whether the results will be counterproductive. How different are these endeavors from going into casinos with the intention of winning big money? Whether it is a battlefield, officialdom, a workplace, business, love, a family, a teaching field, or a relationship, its nature is the same as that of casinos. Once you enter any field, you are gambling. You are a gambler. As long as you invest your time, energy, physical strength, mental energy, and even your future on something that cannot be determined for its developmental direction and future results, then you are gambling and you are a gambler. Wake up now and ask yourself, what on earth are you here for? Are you here for a huge gamble? If you think gambling is fun and exciting, then play as much as you like. Anyway, everything is empty in the end, so why not enjoy it? However, if you know that emptiness is not empty, then you had better think deeply about life.
生命禅院关于安乐死的观点和态度。
Life Chanuan's viewpoint on euthanasia. Xiefeng. August 26, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and translated by Care. It is extremely difficult for people to live entirely smooth lives. Only a small number of us can do this without ever suffering from diseases. Most of us either die young, are tortured to death by illnesses, die in natural disasters, or are forced to commit suicide by their emotions. Some are killed in the turmoil of war or die from starvation, thirst, exposure, car accidents, and so forth, and are unable to reach the end of their lives naturally and satisfactorily. The most ideal way to end one's life's journey is to go to sleep in good health but not wake up. Another way is to use the Chanyuan meditation. That is, to choose one's day and time of death and then enter meditation to end their journey in this world. Neither method is easy for the public to grasp. Sleeping without waking up is a method that requires a great deal of blessings, and the Chanyuan meditation method requires long-term self-refinement and self-cultivation. So, is there an ideal way for the general public to meet their end? Yes, it is called euthanasia. The general interpretation of euthanasia is to stop medical treatment for patients who cannot be cured so that the patient can die comfortably. Life Chanuan's explanation is, anyone who does not want to continue their life, but wants to end it voluntarily should be allowed to do so. People should have the right to decide their own life paths. In fact, most people are kidnapped by their reality, the environment, or by their relatives. They live passively, not actively. We should offer the right to choose and decide their own life's ending to everyone. Anyone who has reached the age of 18, despairs of life, and is willing to end theirs should be offered the option to be euthanized. Regardless of their situation, as long as someone still wants to live, regardless of their age or physical condition, they should be treated, given energy, and the hope to live. How much time is enough for someone to live? A century? A millennium? The truth is that for most people, no amount of time is ever enough. Immortality is everyone's wish. However, life is a short journey of life in the mortal world. In the end, everyone has to part with life. No matter how much they love being alive, ending it is inevitable, and since farewells are inevitable, it is only a matter of time before everyone will sooner or later have to say goodbye. We associate closely with our friends and relatives, but no matter how close our relationships are with them, no matter how much we like them, or how much they want to stay with us, we will eventually have to say goodbye to them and leave. We cannot stay with anyone forever, so since we have to leave them, we should find the most suitable time to do so. Is euthanasia not a kind of farewell? Why bother preventing anyone from leaving? It is better to arrange everything leisurely and give a decent goodbye in a cool and ready manner than to end one's life in a hurry with regrets, remorse, anxiety, and fear, without saying goodbye to those of whom we care. Of course, the vast majority of people would not agree with this Life Chanuan view of euthanasia, and only those in extreme despair would accept it gracefully. Someone might ask, should we euthanize someone who is 19 years old, healthy, and in the prime of their life with a clear mind and a bright future? It would be the biggest joke ever, but no laughing matter. It would be very cruel. Of course, many people believe that the implementation of euthanasia would be murder if it were not only voluntary but also agreed upon by relatives. But hold on a moment. I have a question. Roughly 1 million people in the world end their lives annually. How many of their relatives have signed on to and agreed with those decisions? Of course not many. So why would anyone need anyone else's consent if they are willing to end their life? If people could only do this with the consent of their relatives, then few would ever be able to. Of course, this kind of euthanasia requires legislation and a national convention. Otherwise, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to implement. I want to say that we can hardly imagine how many people in this world are living in extreme pain and despair. Many feel tired of life. and do not want to continue on, but they have to bite the bullet and continue to live because they are kidnapped. Many others are in pain and are being tortured to death, such as those who are lying in hospital beds for long periods of time while incurable. They need to decide for themselves whether they are willing to accept euthanasia and should not require the consent of any relatives. Now that technology is developed, it is possible to video record the patient's words and wishes. In other words, anyone who voluntarily accepts euthanasia can speak their own mind and record it in an environment in which they are free from any duress, coercion, or kidnapping. Without this legally binding video, euthanasia would not be implemented. If a young person wanted to end their life, their relatives might call them selfish, but who is really more selfish, the young one or the relatives? Actually, I have thought about this. If Life Genuine were to implement euthanasia and hospice care, at least half of the people who want to commit suicide would give up those thoughts, and that number might be saved every year. By the way, it is better to deal with the people after euthanasia in accordance with the arrangement of the Life Genuine funeral system. The more we open up, the easier and simpler things become. The more restrictive we are, the more difficult and complex they become.
认识自己的一道法门。
One way to know yourself. Xiefeng, July 6, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. It is fairly easy to understand others, but more difficult to know ourselves. However, when we do not understand ourselves correctly, our lives will be lost, stepped over, and frustrated everywhere. Recently, through my work, I found a method to learn about myself, and you are invited to try it as well. To know ourselves, we must first establish a reference point and compare ourselves to it. Then we can better understand ourselves. Over the past 3 years, I have operated a small hotel in BC, Canada. The nature of the hotel is my 3 sets of large, medium, and small towels, sheets, and quilts are pure white. So once soiled, it becomes next to impossible to restore their original appearances. In contrast, the better one's financial situation is, the cleaner and neater they leave their rooms, and the better they communicate and get along with others. All in all, those who messed things up and could not communicate well were lower middle-class workers, while the more civilized were more intellectual. Intellectual. My conclusion is that a person's situation reflects their education, self-cultivation, and self-restraint, as well as their knowledge, realm, and pattern. Do you want to understand and know yourself? Then look at your current situation because it represents you. If you are very poor, have few close friends and confidants, have trouble getting help from others, and your life is rough and difficult, there must be something wrong with you. And it is not because society is unfair or others are short on love. In Life Genuine, there is one value. The world is faultless. All faults lie within us. Any trials and tribulations that we encounter are reflections of our own consciousnesses. If we want to live a good life, then we must start by transforming ourselves. This is the building of our own soul garden, as advocated by Life Genuine. Never resent or blame others or your society. There is another phenomenon. That is, those who are good at communicating with others have relatively easy and satisfactory lives, but those who are not have more difficult and miserable ones. One can understand and know themselves from the social circle in which they interact with others. If there are no knowledgeable people in your social circle with big views, it shows that you are a commoner and it will be difficult for you to have a bright future. From this analysis, we can derive a useful life experience. That is, that one should always put the improvement of one's education, knowledge, self-cultivation, self-restraint, realm, and pattern first, not rushing to make money, success, to become the best, to glorify your ancestors, or to curry favor with rich and powerful people and celebrities. If you are excellent, then those correspondingly good things will come to you. But if you are not, then do not detest the flies around you. Let yourself be a flower. Butterflies will find you. By extension, when you are faced with natural and man-made disasters such as epidemics, floods, turmoil, and the like, do not blame the greatest creator for being unjust or people for being unkind. All these things are reflections of your human mind and consciousness because you caused and invited them upon yourself. If you want the weather to be favorable, the world to be peaceful, and everyone to be happy and satisfied, then you should first learn to be a decent person, learn how to communicate, always be wary of your thoughts and intentions, and make sure that they are not evil. If you have more negative, passive, and pessimistic emotions, then your lives will become harsher and the world will continue to worsen. Above is a basic method of how to understand and know oneself. The core of this method is the root, quality. That is, if we want everything to be satisfactory, then we must change our roots. Do not envy those whose roots are bad but very flashy. If one's position cannot match their virtue, then disasters will befall them. Flaunt with bad roots, and you will see the results. They must include disasters.
影响人生的8个外在隐形因素。
8 invisible external factors influencing our lives. Xiefeng, May 9th, 2020. Translated by Q and edited by Care. We should be aware of these 8 mysterious and invisible factors that influence our lives. Feng Shui, geomantic omens, gods and deities, grievances and curses of others, ancestral virtues and sins, solar radiation, socio-ecological environments, destiny trajectories, mathematics. Let us examine each one of them in greater detail. Feng Shui mainly refers to one's geographical and atmospheric environments, the veins flowing underground, the humidity or dryness of the climate, whether the air is fresh and its flow is smooth and unobstructed, whether there is sufficient light and the geomagnetic field is comfortable and pleasant, as well as the water quality and the chemical elements contained within and whether it is alkaline or acidic, and so on. It is really not easy to find a perfect geomantic omen place. The best way to avoid long-term damage to yourself by certain unfavorable factors is to change your living space often. Most chronic diseases are caused by Feng Shui, and they can be cured after changing one's environment. For example, if people with arthritis who live in humid areas can relocate themselves to places with drier humidities for 3 to 5 years, their arthritis can heal completely. People in my hometown in the 1,000-year world never get sick for many reasons, but one of them is that people change their living environments often. This is why I emphasize that Life Genuine Celestials must move to another home every 3 years. When there are 256 homes, new oasis for life, on the earth, it will be hard to get sick for a lifetime if you relocate yourself every 3 years. Affection of gods and deities. Everything has spirituality. What we call heaven gods, mountain gods, water gods, earth gods, and so forth are actual gods and deities, and if we worship them in our hearts, then we will have no bad luck. For example, if you want to climb a mountain, pray to it and ask its God for protection, and you will not fall or injure yourself during your climb. If you pray to a river god or deity when crossing its river, then you will cross it safely. If you soothe and comfort the trees, flowers, insects, birds, and beasts where you live, then you will face no misfortune. Other people's grievances and curses are very harmful to life. If you do not believe me, then you should live among people who are full of grievances. It will not only make people lose their fighting spirits, courage, and confidence in their pursuit of better lives, but it will also cause people to become depressed, get sick, and have nightmares. Curses are even more powerful. They are silent harm from their hearts and invisible thought powers. It is also a curse to secretly cut a ground vein or manipulate an ancestor's grave. Curses will lead to the declines and extinctions of families and nations. They will even lead to sudden disasters, so it is best to remain cognizant. Ancestral virtue and sin karma have great impacts on life. An ancestor's virtuous karma can help their descendants to flourish and prosper, but their sin karma can lead them to wither and decline. Therefore, whether our lives are smooth or full of ups and downs, we must consult whether the karma that our ancestors created for us is virtuous or sinful. After learning the answer, we can find a way to remedy it. Otherwise, the trajectory of our lives will not change. Solar radiation. People whose ancestors lived in or near the tropics tend to have darker skin, while those whose ancestors lived closer to either of Earth's poles have lighter skin. This is caused by the amount of ultraviolet solar radiation that is present. We need to be exposed to the right amount for proper vitamin D production, neither too much nor too little. The amount varies with our latitude, and we can often change it to alleviate the damage of insufficient or excess ultraviolet solar radiation. The socio-ecological environment is crucial to the formation of human personalities and consciousnesses. It includes factors such as culture, beliefs, conventions, customs, overall values, and the outlooks on life, and the universe. If you are enclosed in a bad socio-ecological environment for a long time, you will become incapable of distinguishing fragrance from stench. It will be hard for you to know that there are mountains beyond mountains and skies above skies, and you will live very ignorantly. The trajectory of fate is an invisible binding force created by people's previous lives' merits and demerits, as well as an invisible manipulating force. The 18 unmanageable factors of life are an invisible arrangement of the trajectory of fate. Why am I so lucky or unlucky? Why have I met such a noble or unreasonable person? And other such questions are established arrangements along the trajectory of fate. To change that, to resolve or continue your trajectory of fate, you must self-cultivate and self-refine. The influence of mathematics is mysterious. Symmetry and proportion are very important. To be symmetrical and proportional, you must work hard on the math. The figure of the golden section looks beautiful, and this is caused by perfect symmetry and the most appropriate proportions. Symmetry and proportion must follow math strictly. Math is the principle of numbers. The more symmetrical things are, the longer their lifespans, and the more symmetrical a life is, the healthier it is. Once the math falls out of balance, a life will quickly decay and die, and it also becomes easier to suffer from nature. Therefore, how high a house should be, how big its doors and windows should be, how far or close it should be to the neighbor's house, how many sets of clothes and shoes should be stored in its closets, how high its tables, stoves, and windows should be, on which dates you can go out for trips or important meetings should be held, on which date the construction of the house should be started, how many plates, forks, and chopsticks should a family have, how big your house should be, and so on, are all in the math. If the math is suitable, then everything will go well, but if it is not, then everything will go against your will. There are 64 factors that affect people. The permutations and combinations of them are astronomical figures. As a person, it is hard to attend to one thing without neglecting another. The simplest method available is to follow the way of the greatest creator, the path of life. Genuine. 雪峰与年轻人聊聊. Xiefeng chats with young people. Xiefeng. October 22nd, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. After more than 60 years of springs, summers, autumns, and winters, I have some insightful life experiences to share with young people. They may not be correct, but they are just for reference. Life is the perception and experience of life in the human world. The richer that experience is, the deeper its perception is. The deeper that perception is, the clearer its truth is. Therefore, life is about experiences, and only those experiences form the wealth that life possesses. Some of those experiences are frustration, disappointment, failure, despair, love, friendship, kinship, sex, holy love, the spring, summer, autumn, winter, wind, clouds, rain and snow endowed by nature, joy, freedom, happiness, satisfaction, sacredness, solemnity, beauty, infinity, the coming and leaving of predestined relationships on the trajectory of life, and the cycles of causes and effects. When you are young, do not pursue vanity and trends, be engulfed by the trends of the times. Compare yourself with others, or pursue material possessions, such as buying real estate, cars, expensive consumer goods, high-end supplies, and so forth. If you focus on material abundance and possessions, then you are heading towards decadence, corruption, depravity, pain, troubles, and death. Rather, you should spend your time and energy on learning scientific knowledge and skills, how to behave, the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and celestials, and how to enhance the value of your life. Do not study metaphysics or enter religious groups, political groups, or various cultivation groups because they are all problematic. Especially do not learn anything about magical powers, special abilities, or spell powers. I do not even advocate the premature learning of Buddhism, Taoism, or divine law, let alone supernatural powers. Learning is to enrich one's understanding and to improve the quality of their life, not to be an official or make money, glorify and illuminate one's ancestors, or to be outstanding, let alone to build your good fame forever, but to experience life more deeply and to experience fun and wit of life. Why is the most important thing in life to enrich one's understanding and improve the quality of life? You can only understand it if you look at and study stones. From diamonds, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, opals, aquamarine, tourmaline, moonstones, and garnets, to pebbles, each of their values are completely different. Although we cannot always be human diamonds and emeralds, we cannot let ourselves become the pebbles among people. The more precious the stones are, the more embedded they are into the most sacred places, and the rougher they are, the more they are laid under people's feet. If someday someone can become a god, you will know that the purer their quality of life, the more they will live in a free and perfect world, and the lower their quality of life, the more they will live in a world of control and dilapidation. When you are young, do not waste your mind on building relationships with people because the cost of doing so is very high. Many people spend their precious time, energy, and even wealth on maintaining relationships, but it is not worth it. As long as they are people, they will part ways with you. Lasting relationships are almost impossible to maintain. Following predestined relationships is best, but not maintaining them deliberately. True confidence will appear on your road to strive forward instead of in the relationships you maintained by racking your brains. If you are a precious gemstone, then you will not need to establish relationships deliberately because people will chase you. If you are a cobblestone, then no matter how you rack your brains to establish relationships, people will abandon you. We are currently living in the era of network information, and the biggest characteristic of it is impetuousness. People are impetuous, markets are impetuous, society is impetuous, religion and political parties are all impetuous. There are bubbles everywhere, and they will burst at any time. Therefore, learn to calm down and think and study those that can last longer. According to my observation and analysis, 95% of the internet's content, including social media, is rubbish. Therefore, if you invest your time and energy with social media on the internet, you will be collecting rubbish and you will be dealing with rubbish. In the long run, you will become a garbage collector. There are three major wealths in life: material wealth, spiritual wealth, and soul wealth. When you are young, you should pursue soul wealth first, then spiritual wealth, and material wealth last. If you have a healthy body, that is equal to having material wealth. It can be said that health is the first material wealth of life. Thus, you should take good care of your body, do not stay up late, do not smoke, avoid drugs and alcohol, do not overeat, but eat in an orderly manner, and do not do so indiscriminately to satisfy your appetite. Your first priority in life is to honor your parents. How your parents treat you is their business, but as children, do what children should do. There are many ways to do this. The most important is to not let your parents worry about you and rush about and overwork for you. You may not be able to provide superior material wealth for your parents, but at least do not let your parents work hard to provide you with superior material conditions because you are a human, not a pig, and your parents raised you to adulthood. After you have reached the age of 18 years, you have to walk on your own and you can no longer rely on your parents for your survival. In this way, even if you cannot afford to support your parents in their old age and bury them, at least you will not have too much guilt in your heart, and in the eyes of heaven, you will be regarded as a reasonable person, a person who can be blessed. I have compiled a book, Treasures of Classical Advice, which is the essence of the wisdom and experiences of human sages. It is worth reading. I hope that you will read it when you are free, because you will definitely benefit from it.
共产主义，劳苦大众的唯一幸福之路。
Communism is the only way to happiness. For the toiling masses. Xiefeng. November 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Communism is actually sharing, and the higher the degree of sharing of things, the greater their value. The most effective way to maximize the value of all resources is to share them with everyone, which is communism's essence. People are inherently selfish, so they reject communism intuitively, and they are most afraid of sharing when they have little material wealth. If a person is so poor that they only have a broken bicycle, then they will be unwilling to allow anyone else to ride it. This is human nature. However, when people not only have material wealth, but also power, status, and reputations, they always want to make themselves and their families live more luxuriously than those around them so that others will envy them. This satisfies their vanity, so they are reluctant to share anything with others. Since Marx founded his theory of communism, the communist movement has almost always been promoted violently and in ways which damage the interests of the property-owning class. The imperfection of Marx's communist theory and the blindness of the behavior of communist practitioners has led to the failure of the communist movement. As a result, when people hear about communism, they instinctively hate it and resist it, which is completely understandable. According to historical experience, I can understand why people demonize and resist communism. This should be a lesson learned, and it can even be said that they are doing right because the so-called communist movements throughout history have run completely counter to the real thing. True communism is gentle, soft, and civilized, not coercive, violent, or depriving others of their property. Who has suffered the most in human history? Of course, it has always been the toiling masses, that is, the common people. For thousands of years, their condition has basically not changed much, and they are still the bearers of most of the suffering. I grew up in Asia, spent more than 10 years in Africa, lived in North America for nearly 4 years, and I have also spent a few months with primitive tribes in Oceania. I felt and experienced deeply the pain and troubles of the commoners everywhere I went. In order to relieve the suffering and troubles of the toiling masses, I have immersed myself in the Bible, Buddhist scriptures, the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, and I have also concentrated on Western spiritual practices and Eastern Osho. I have always paid attention to the global climate and ecological changes, focusing on changes in global political ecology. What I want to tell mankind is that communism is the only bright way out for the common masses. So, what is communism? I have explained some of its theories, but no theories can reveal the essential characteristics of things, let alone analyze all the interpretations and extensions of them. It is only by creating real objects that people can observe intuitively and deeply that they will fully understand them. Therefore, Chanyuan Celestials and I created the purely communistic new oasis for life, formerly the second home. So if you want to know and understand what communism is, you can visit and experience the new oasis for life created by Life Chanyuan for yourselves. Many people equate communism with utopia, and there is nothing wrong with this understanding because utopia is the embryonic form of communism, but most of them throughout history have failed. In order to figure out the reasons for their failures, I have carefully analyzed some historical ones, especially the New Harmonious Village, founded by the utopian socialist practitioner, Owen in the United States. I wrote an article to analyze the reasons for its failure, in which I opined that its core problem and the reason for its failure was that its utopian leaders did not have clear understandings and blueprints in their minds. They only relied on their passion and were crossing the river by feeling for the stones. So, when encountering the rush of wind, waves, and whirlpools, they could only drown in their rivers. In order to distinguish between the theories and practical activities of communism in history, I call the new oasis for life created by Life-Genuine Xiefeng-style communism. This communism can resolve territorial disputes between countries and excessive consumption of natural resources, solve the corruption problem of government officials, avoid young Galen-style tragedies, reduce criminal activities by 3/4, enable people to live and work in peace, eliminate war, turmoil, refugees, and hunger, reduce suicide rates by more than half, and can give 98% of the people happy, joyful, free, and blessed lives. Who are these toiling masses? The term refers to those who have suffered their entire lives for food, clothing, housing, transportation, life, old age, sickness, and death. Those who have been struggling for a lifetime and are still struggling. Those who have suffered and have been bullied, troubled, and tortured all their lives. Those who have been looking forward to getting rich every year, while year after year still wearing torn clothes. Those who lack security but see no hope. And those who hate government officials, but on the surface have to show smiles on their faces and be deferential and sycophant to the officials. In short, everyone who wants to live a good life with their hands and diligence are the toiling masses. The cruel reality is that they are people who want to live better lives by hard work, yet their hands cannot rid themselves of troubles, pains, anxiety, sorrow, and even fear throughout their entire lives. This is what happened thousands of years ago. It is the same today, and it will remain this way for thousands of years to come unless we change our traditional production and life mode completely and enter the Xiefeng-style communist society. Otherwise, they will only dream eternally of having better lives. Moral education is always fragile and vulnerable. Christian moral education, Buddhist moral education, Islamic moral education, Confucian moral education, and the moral education of all kinds of sages have been easily destroyed by the face of reality. Look no further than today's China. All Communist Party officials have been raised on Mao Zedong's ideological and moral education, but in the face of money and interests, Mao's thoughts have been shelved. The level of corruption is staggering. Millions of yuan, even tens of millions are not enough. They embezzled hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions. These servants of the people never cared about the lives of all the young Galens? Who cares about the lives of the toiling masses? Very few. Did decades of moral education work? Not at all. Let us look at the recent U.S. presidential election. Before the result of the election had even been settled, the mainstream media in the United States rushed to declare Joe Biden as the president, followed by the heads of Western democracies such as Britain, France, Germany, Israel, and other similar countries, which sent congratulatory letters to Biden for his election victory. Even the president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, who is known as a Democrat, hurriedly sent congratulatory messages to Biden. No matter who is elected president, respecting the facts and listening to the voices and wishes of the people is the basis and bottom line of morality. The mainstream media's announcements and the congratulations of foreign before the facts had emerged and the votes had been counted violates the basic bottom line of morality and does not conform to legal procedures. What should be emphasized here is that most people in Western society have been educated in Christian morality, but where is the morality of the mainstream media? Where is the morality of those national leaders? Democratic countries are like this, but moral education in non-democratic countries is not even worth considering. The facts tell us that moral education is not enough to allow the toiling masses to live and work in peace and contentment because all spiritual chicken soup is an anesthetic. The current rampant Buddhist preaching is even more of an anesthetic, and the preaching to return to traditional Chinese culture is tantamount to advocating for men to wear braids and long mandarin jackets and women to bind their feet. That mysterious and spooky preaching is a portion of poison. Those who care about the welfare of the toiling masses should seek and establish programs which fundamentally guarantee happy lives for them. It might be very good to say that we should put power in the cage of the system, such that government officials dare not, cannot, and would not have access to corrupt practices, but unfortunately, it is the system itself that is the best soil for officials to grow corrupt, so the system will be unable to restrain and stop it because it is its own hotbed of corruption. I ask, can this system shut down power? Can it shield officials from corruption? Of course not. There have been many changes of dynasties throughout Chinese history, but what were the results? The herbal soups changed, but the medicines did not. Individuals changed, but the system did not. The obvious result is that the toiling masses are still the toiling masses, and their toiling nature and destiny have been fundamentally unchanged. If you do not change the traditional production and life mode, then it is of no use to change the ones in charge. It is useless even if you adopt a separation of powers, such as in the United States if the president is Old Wang. The judiciary is run by his brother-in-law, the legislative power is under the control of his third aunt, and the media are controlled by his best friends. Toiling masses, use your heads. Would you have free and happy lives? Xiefeng-style communism is the only way to happiness for the toiling masses. The new oasis for life production and life mode, created by Life Genuine, is a paradise for everyone. Many poor people among the working people have fluky minds, and they always think that they can squeeze into the upper class and live the life of the best as they sharpen their heads. Yes, they have that chance. There have always been 1 or 2 people out of 10,000 who have achieved this wish, but the probability of success is much too low, and it is a path that very few common workers will ever take. There are also some commoners who think that since they have million yuan houses and cars worth several 100,000 yuan, that they no longer belong to that low level. In fact, they are self-anesthetized and daydreaming. If they cannot maintain control for 3 days, then their car is just a pile of scrap iron. If they do not have food for 3 days, their million yuan house is just a coat. If there is a major illness or disaster, their property and vehicles will not save them. There are even some poor toiling masses who think that since they have become civil servants with iron rice bowls, secure jobs, they feel that their futures are secure, but in fact that is just a temporary comfort for themselves, and when they get old, they will learn the feelings of life, the sour, sweet, bitter, hot, and salty tastes of life. In fact, Xiefeng-style communism is not only the road to happiness for the toiling masses, but also for capitalists and government officials, and the road for the cultivators to become celestials and Buddhas. The reason for this cannot be fully explained in a single article. If you have any doubts, please ask those who have lived and experienced Xiefeng-style communism. They can answer you. Remember this. Communism is the only way to happiness for the toiling masses and the only way out for mankind.
分享一点非常重要的做人常识。
Sharing of some very important common sense of life. Xiefeng. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kair. October 19th, 2020. If your life is stable but stressed, see if you lack common sense in these areas. If the greatest creator came to you but you failed to recognize him, then your life will reincarnate again and again. If gods, Buddhas, and celestials have come to see you but you have been unaware, then you have not yet awakened, and you can only keep on sleeping. If noble people occasionally appear in your life but you do not acknowledge them, then it will be difficult for your life to have a turning point and change, and your hardships are inevitable. Among the 3 factors that change one's destiny, personality is a very important one. This person may be a god, Buddha, celestial, or noble on the path of your life, and as long as you know any of them, your destiny will develop and change for the better. But I found that no one knows the greatest creator, and when gods, Buddhas, and celestials come around, people do not know them either. When noble people come near, few will pay attention to them. Therefore, most people are just living beings, rather than otherworldly saints. Some people can change the trajectories and destinies of their lives, but it is unfortunate if they keep missing their chances. 5 major turning points impacted my life. 4 were from noble people, and 1 was related to the greatest creator. Had I not recognized the greatest creator, this tour guide that you know would not have been born, and were it not for the 4 noble people's guidance and help, I would be an old farmer in my hometown today. Where are the noble people, the gods, Buddhas, and celestials, and where is the greatest creator? They are all in your life and at your side. Why can you not see them, and why are you not aware of their existences? This has something to do with your consciousness and soul, as well as your understanding and realm. From your consciousness point of view, you cannot tell the priority of your life or reverse it, and from your spiritual point of view, your heart is too selfish and your mind is dim and closed. If your understanding is poor, then the sound of water running down mountains is noise, and if your realm is not high, and you cannot see beyond material content. For example, if I am the noble one in your life, then have I ever appeared before you? And if I have, then did you pay attention to me? If you did not, then you will not get anything from me, let alone change the trajectory and destiny of your life. How can it be considered that you have paid attention to me? When I speak, you must first listen carefully and then express your gratitude to me. When I come to you, you must stop what you are doing, mute your mobile phone, isolate yourself from the outside world, and communicate with me seriously and intently. When I post articles in WeChat, circles of friends, you should offer likes and show that you have me in your heart. When I show you the way, you must have no doubts, but rather start then and there. Such can be considered your having paid attention. So what kind of words and deeds are considered as your not having paid attention? When I talk to you, do you steer clear of my crucial points, not focus on the subjects of our conversations, and stray to topics that have nothing to do with my subjects? Do you talk too much and listen too little? When I came to you, or when you came to me, were you too busy looking at your phone and chatting with someone else to communicate seriously with me? When I posted an article, did you never offer a like, and therefore prove that I am not important to your consciousness? Were you so busy expressing yourself that you never reacted to my point of view, and so on? What I am saying is that there must be someone whose cognition is higher than yours in any group. Just as in a banquet, there must be a guest of honor. Therefore, after entering any group, the first thing that you must do is to find a person whose cognitive ability is higher than yours. As long as they are there, then you should talk less and listen more to them. In this way, you will benefit. Since they might be a celestial, Buddha, or the noble person in your life, they might well change your miserable destiny. There are mountains beyond mountains, skies above skies, people beyond people, and great masters beyond masters. Do not express yourself too much. When confronted by people with higher cognitive abilities, always listen, do not argue or express yourself, because the more you do, the worse you will be, because within the scope of his or her cognition, those actions can only show your limitations. When you become complacent, they will have already abandoned you. In this way, you will have missed the gods, Buddhas, celestials, and noble people, and missed your opportunity to change your destiny. When one thinks that they are completely right, then there is no room or opportunity for them to sublimate anymore. Their sublimation will be over, and the gods, Buddha, celestials, and noble people will avoid them. All those who insist that they are right will distance themselves from gods, Buddhas, celestials, and noble ones, and auspicious lights will no longer shine on them, because they will have already set their shape, and what they now are will definitely remain the same in the future. People have many opportunities to change their destinies throughout their lives, but most are not blessed to seize them. Gods, Buddhas, celestials, and nobles will appear once or many times in each person's life, but whether you can get to know, meet, and accept them depends on your own thoughts, words, and deeds. Of course, the core factor is your consciousness, state of mind, realm, and understanding. Remember, when you feel that you are right, are obsessed with it, and are arrogant about it, then you are finished. 信念和希望的神奇力量. The magical power of faith and hope. Xiefeng, March 21st, 2021. Edited by Qin Yu. On September 9, 2019, the World Health Organization reported that, on average, 800,000 people commit suicide globally every year. According to statistical analysis, the number of suicide attempts is 20 times that of completed suicides. Suicide is a result of losing faith and hope. The impact of suicide and suicide attempts on people is estimated at 4 individuals affected per person, resulting in 65 diseases, conflicts, poverty, wars, and disasters. It's safe to say that, not exaggerating, 2 to 3 billion people live in pain every year. We cannot turn a blind eye to this. We must liberate people from suffering. The way to liberation is through faith and hope, because faith and hope have a miraculous power. In a major earthquake in Los Angeles, 14 children were rescued 36 hours after the quake. The core factor behind their rescue was the faith and hope of one child and his father. The father once told his son, "No matter what happens, I will be with you." The son's faith and hope were, "My father will come to save me." This belief and hope infected the other 13 children, helping them survive the dangerous period of fear and despair and ultimately being rescued. On August 5, 2010, a collapse occurred at the San Jose copper mine in northern Chile. 33 miners were trapped 700 meters underground, and those above ground didn't know if they were alive or dead. The 33 miners managed to take refuge in a shelter, but their situation was dire. The shelter held only enough food for 2 to 3 days, yet they persisted for a full 17 days. They survived by consuming just 2 spoonfuls of canned fish per day per person. How did they manage to survive until they were finally rescued on the 69th day? The answer is faith and hope. In times of despair, as long as one holds onto faith and hope, there is a chance to transform danger into safety. In today's era, one of the best examples of maintaining faith and hope is the Chanyuan Celestials of Life-Chanyuan. A group of ordinary people, more than 100 in number, began living together in a communist model since 2009. Over the past 11 years, they have faced repeated hardships. They built 3 idyllic paradises in Yunnan province. Due to the government's lack of understanding, they were driven out of their homes, and their more than 20 million yuan in property went to waste. They then built a home in Nanjing, only to be evicted again by the government. Meanwhile, they created 3 homes in Xinjiang, only to be driven out again. Returning to Yunnan, they built 3 more homes, only to face hardship once more and be forced out. The group exhausted its funds, feeling that there was no place for them in the world. However, they overcame these difficulties and persisted until today. Several more homes have been rebuilt. Especially the 2 homes in Thailand received support from local temple abbots. The home building in Canada was delayed due to the pandemic but remains standing. Despite being in dire straits, we did not lose hope. We did not stop moving forward because our faith remained unshaken and our hope never turned into despair. We firmly believe that the greatest creator will not abandon us. We believe in the justice of the Tao. We believe that the government's lack of understanding is only temporary, and we believe that, as long as there are no unlawful or unruly acts, the government will one day understand and allow us to live according to the communist model. Additionally, our profound understanding of countless secrets of the universe, time, space, and life has filled us with immense hope and confidence in the future. Without the support of faith and hope, Life-Chanyuan would have long vanished. From the practical experience of Life-Chanyuan New Oasis for Life, we have gained a profound understanding. As long as all of humanity embarks on the way of the greatest creator, the path of Life-Chanyuan, and enter into the Xiefeng style, communist form production in life, the 800,000 people won't commit suicide every year, and the suffering of hundreds of millions of people will not only be alleviated, but may even disappear entirely. The entire human race should embrace one faith. Life-Chanyuan can save humanity and rescue people from the sea of suffering. The entire human race should hold on to one hope. As long as Life-Chanyuan exists, the beautiful life that humanity dreams of will undoubtedly come.
人生的效率、深度和广度。
The efficiency, depth, and breadth of life. Xiefeng, July 16, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Most people should be geniuses in a certain field, but most people are mediocre and find their goals to be unachievable throughout their lives. The reason is that they are forced by life and cannot engage in the work they like, and their entire lives are consumed in their trivial daily affairs. We analyzed housewives statistically. Few housewives have achieved success in their careers because they are submerged in daily trivial housework. We asked an elderly woman, "What have you done in your life?" She could hardly list any examples that she can be proud of. In fact, she has a lot of work to do every day: cooking, washing, taking children out, purchasing, cleaning, and visiting relatives and friends. Countless daily tasks almost dragged her down, and in the end, she found that she had accomplished nothing in her life. Of course, I do not advocate that all people become the best, glorify and illuminate their ancestors and be successful, much less advocate that all people be extraordinary and live their whole life gloriously. I just want people to live a life that is a little more comfortable, cool, relaxed, and free. Then, how to achieve this wish? Do only one thing in your life. This is a truth that I have recently realized. In the past 10 years or so, I have spent my life being a guide for Life Genuine and have not done anything else. Thus, I have finished writing articles comprised of millions of words and created more than a dozen picturesque human homes based on the new life model. But in the last 2 or 3 months, I have done so many tasks which are too miscellaneous that I have hardly anything to show for it. Every day, I get up at 5 o'clock, browse the internet for half an hour, and quickly wash and prepare breakfast for the guests. Even if there are only 2 guests, it takes me at least 2.5 hours from preparation to completion. During these 2.5 hours, I must do at least 20 things or more. After the guests have left, I clean up the room. From cleaning the toilet and bathroom sink, wiping tables and chairs, changing the sheets, pillowcases, and 3 sets of large, medium, and small towels, until cleaning the carpet, there are more than 10 things to do. In addition, it takes an average of more than 2 hours a day to clean up the yard. It is not easy to mow the lawn of 10 acres of land neatly and beautifully. I also need to answer the phone at any time to answer questions from the guests, and to take garbage to the dump more than 10 kilometers away from time to time, to go to over 30 kilometers away to make purchases, to keep the restaurant clean and tidy at all times, to keep records of the income and expenditures at any time for the preparation of the quarterly accounting and tax payment, to pay the fees every month, internet fees, TV fees, mobile phone number fees, medical care insurance premiums, gas bills, electricity bills, etc. In addition to these daily tasks, I must deal with unexpected occurrences anytime and anywhere. I am thinking that if I spend my whole life like this, even if I am a genius in a certain field, my talent will be buried in endless tedious affairs. Doing a lot of various kinds of work can broaden the breadth of life, but you will never reach the depth, height of life, and there will be no efficiency. Always doing one thing will be the most efficient. The more complicated and varied the things you do, the lower the efficiency. Last year, I planned that any way possible, this year I will go away once, at least to visit Prince George City, which is more than 300 kilometers away. As a result of my daily tasks, I haven't been able to achieve this goal till now. I am tightly bound to the same place and cannot leave for a while. A donkey has a blindfold over its eyes to let it grind grain. It goes around and around the millstone and will go around in circles in the same place for a lifetime. In fact, most people live in the same way as donkeys do. The donkey has to revolve around the millstone. Whether the donkey pulls the grindstone, makes the circle or not, it is not up to it. What about people? Compelled by environment and the pressures of life, people have to repeat the same work every day. All this is involuntarily, and they have no choice. Who can say that I do what I like the most every day? To make life a little more comfortable, chic, relaxed, and free, we must only do one thing in our lives so that we can reach the depth of life. A drilling rig can only drill tens of meters at a time if it infrequently changes the drilling location. To drill to 1,000 meters or 10,000 meters, you must drill in the same hole. Only by concentrating on one goal can it be thus. Rubbing ropes against wooden boards will cut into them, and dripping water onto stones will wear them down. If we work 8 hours a day to make $100, can we make $100 in just 2 hours? I think it is possible. The way to do this is to do only one thing. The more complicated the things we do, the less money we can make. Only by doing one thing can we be relaxed and comfortable. In this way, can we have a good mood and free time to dabble in a broader field in order to expand the breadth of life. The problem is, who can do only one thing in a lifetime? If we still pursue the efficiency, depth, and breadth of life in accordance with the traditional production and life mode, for most people, it is just a beautiful and unrealistic fantasy. There is only one way to reach the goals, that is to live in the life mode of New Oasis for Life created by Life Genuine. That is the best place to realize your ideal of life. 自由之路, The Road to Freedom. Xiefeng. November 10th, 2022. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. The highest realm pursued by human beings is to obtain physical and mental freedom. Not being physically and mentally free is like being in prison. Why do people want to make more money? Its core purpose is to gain greater freedom. Why do people have to study hard? Its ultimate purpose is to gain more physical and mental freedom. Everyone who has worked hard all his life is fighting for his own physical and mental freedom. The question is, have they achieved physical and mental freedom throughout their life? None. Can you go where you want to, associate with the opposite sex when you want to, say whatever you want to? Who has achieved it? No one. The presidents cannot, billionaires cannot, experts, scholars and professors, followers of any religion, none of them can, not to mention the general public. What is the problem? Why has not a single person achieved physical and mental freedom in their entire life for thousands of years? There are 8 factors that prevent people from obtaining physical and mental freedom, namely, country, money, marriage, family, kinship, government, debt, and ego. As long as there are countries in this world, no one can be free. As long as there is money in this world, no one can be free. As long as you enter marriage, the special relationship between both sexes, don't expect to be free again. As long as you revolve around family, the most basic production relationship in society, you will never expect to be free for the rest of your life. As long as you have parents, children, siblings, and other relationships, you will not have freedom of mind and body. As long as there is a government that controls you at all times, no one can be free. As long as you owe debts of gratitude and financial debts, don't even think about gaining physical and mental freedom. As long as you are stubborn and always think you are right, you will not achieve freedom. Isn't this making people feel hopeless, desperate, and miserable? Think about it this way, no matter how hard we try, no one can reach the highest realm of physical and mental freedom. Why do the vast majority of people go to some kind of religious belief? When people cannot get physical and mental freedom in reality, they can only seek spiritual comfort in religion to anesthetize their fragile and sad nerves, and to live a miserable and helpless life in hope. In terms of conventional thinking, there is no possibility that the country, money, marriage, family, kinship, government, debt, and ego will disappear from the world. No one in their right mind can accept the disappearance of these 8 factors, even emotionally. However, it is precisely because people are too rational and pay too much attention to affections that no one has achieved true physical and mental freedom for tens of thousands of years. People cannot imagine how they would live if these 8 factors disappeared. For example, if there is no country, who will protect my safety? What's the point of having a life without parents and children? Who will be responsible for the normal operation of society without the government? Without money, what can I use to exchange for the goods I need with others? And so on. It's hard to imagine how human society would operate and develop in an orderly manner without these 8 factors, and 10,000 what to dose will come to mind. Nothing is ever impossible which not yet been realized or transformed by thinking. On my way to make people completely gain physical and mental freedom, I entered 20 worlds in the realm of time and space that are superimposed, intersected, have clear boundaries that are interconnected, and found that there are no factors such as country, money, marriage, family, and kinship in the 1,000-year world, which is the closest to human life. But the people who live there have a beautiful life with complete freedom of body and mind. I wondered if I could copy the life mode of the 1,000-year world to the human world. So I created a brand new production and life mode which is completely different from the traditional life mode. I call it the second home. This second home life mode has been going on for 13 years since April 2009, and 95% of those who have lived this way have been happy with this way of life. It turns out that, even if factors such as country, marriage, and family disappear, human beings can live a lifetime in the highest realm of life with freedom of body and mind. Can the partial success prove that the second home model works in the world? In theory, it totally works. In practice, it needs to be confirmed experimentally. I have lived in Asia for decades, Africa for more than 10 years, America for more than 5 years, and a few months with the indigenous tribes of Australia. In the recent 5 years, I have been in close contact with more than 2,000 people from Europe and have had superficial exchanges with most of them. I have also had deep contacts and exchanges with the Kanahana family in Japan. I have visited 2 communities in Canada as well and have conducted in-depth exchanges with them. My feeling is that the new life of human beings, the second home mode, works all over the world. What I am convinced of is that if human beings are not eliminated by nature, the future production and life mode of human beings will be the second home model. This is the only way for everyone to obtain physical and mental freedom. The conclusion is that the new mode of life for mankind, the second home, is the road to freedom. 我想与你聊聊天. I want to have a chat with you. Xiefeng, June 3rd, 2017. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Knowing and understanding ourselves is one of the guarantees for a happy life. If we do not know ourselves or understand ourselves, we will inevitably have a series of troubles and pains in our lives. And we will attribute these troubles and pains to the outside world and others, instead of ourselves. A king or a beggar, who is freer and happier? The answer is, whoever knows and understands himself is happier. When a person vents grievances, it is from a lack of knowledge and understanding of himself. When a person blames others, it is from a lack of knowledge and understanding of himself. When a person feels his talents are unrecognized, it is from a lack of knowledge and understanding of himself. The world is still the same. The world is faultless. All faults lie within ourselves. If a person is revered and respected by others, that's because he is valuable to people. When he loses his value, no one will revere and respect him. This is not only a cruel reality, but also the law of justice in the world. Therefore, if we want to always get people's reverence and respect, we must maintain our own value. When we have no value to people, we must be ready to bear the indifference and cruelty of the world to us and bear the boundless isolation and loneliness in our hearts. People all live in circles. Some circles are small, and some are large. This is like a WeChat group. A dozen or hundreds of thousands of people is a circle, and 2 people is also a circle. If you want to be respected in a circle, you must have equivalent value to the circle, otherwise, either you will abandon this circle or you will be abandoned by this circle. For example, there are 3 people in a circle. Zhang San has a carrot, Li Si has a banana, and Wang Wu has a cucumber. Then, the people in this circle are basically equal. This circle is relatively harmonious and warm, and their friendship will also be lasting. If Zhang San has carrots, Li Si has bananas, and Wang Wu has nothing, then Zhang San and Li Si will not respect Wang Wu and will abandon Wang Wu. Even circles of the same nature, such as business circles, have obvious levels. Millionaires are in the $1 million circle. You cannot enter the multimillionaire circle. Multimillionaires are all in the multimillionaire circle. You cannot get into the circle of billionaires. This is called birds of a feather flock together. To people, living is a cruel battle. No one lives easily. Whoever wants to achieve a happy and ideal life without a cruel struggle must be dreaming. If you have never worked hard but lived well, it proves that someone is supporting you. Once you lose the person supporting you, you will enter a state of misery. In order to avoid entering a state of misery, you must always struggle. Never be careless and live in a muddle-headed way. Do not think about enjoyment, but about giving and dedication. Only in this way can you hope to get the happy life you yearn for. Do what you can do. Do not expect to do what you cannot do. If you cannot do well at what you can do, there is no doubt that you won't do well at the things you expect to do. Ask yourself often, what have I done well? What have I done that I can be proud of? Do not dislike the trivial and simple things. A person's talents and great qualities are reflected in the simplest and smallest things. If you do small things well, you can do medium things. If you do medium things well, you can do big things. And if you do not even do small things well, can you do medium and big things? Even ghosts won't believe this. Be proactive, not passive. As a child, do not always hope that your parents will arrange everything for you. As a student, do not always hope that the teacher will arrange everything for you. As a disciple, do not always hope that your master will arrange everything for you. As a subordinate, do not always hope that your superiors will arrange everything for you. as a citizen. Do not always hope that the president and the central government will arrange everything for you. If we do not give full play of our intelligence and wisdom now, we will never receive support and promotion from nobles. We will lose the steps to promotion forever, and we will never release our inner energy to liberate ourselves or change our bad fate.
超越时空，活在未来。
Transcending time and space by living in the future. Xiefeng, June 16th, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Man is life. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality. The core component of life is consciousness. For consciousness, there is no question of reality and illusion, no question of time and space, and no question of past and future. Reality and illusion, time and space, are a problem that stubbornly exist in human perception. For life itself, these problems do not exist. The essence of life is perception and experience. Without perception and experience, there is no life. In other words, life without perception and experience does not exist. As far as perception and experience are concerned, there is no difference between dreams and reality. There is no difference between playing games online and directly participating in games. There is no difference between virtual and real situations. There is no difference between a face-to-face chat and a dream chat. There is no difference between recalling the past and looking forward to the future. And there is no difference between concrete practice and imaginative practice. For example, in the illusory scene of dreams, what we perceive and experience in dreams is the same as what we perceive and experience in reality. So long as it is perception and experience, for life itself, there is no problem with the illusion of reality, no problem of past, present, and future. Human cognition can never go beyond reality, time, and space. This is the limitation of human cognition. This limitation restricts our thinking to four-dimensional time and space, so that we cannot break through the shackles of reality, time, and space. The sayings and viewpoints of living in the present are the most typical examples of cognition and thinking fettered by reality, time, and space. In other words, the cognition and understanding of living in the present is purely human thinking. It is not the cognition and thinking of lives higher than human beings. Now, let's discuss the feasibility of transcending time and space from human cognition. What has happened is called the past or history. What is happening is called the present or now. What is going to happen is called the future or the time to come. Now let's make a choice. Would you like to live in the past, in the present, or in the future? For those who have had a good past, they want to live in the past, but also look forward to the future. For people who have had a painful past, they do not want to live in the past. So, how many people are willing to live in the present? Except for those who are enjoying life at this moment, most people are willing to live in the future because the future has not yet happened, and they can look forward to a happy situation. The main point of this article is that now is the most difficult time for life. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, sickness, and death have brought enough worry to people. Electricity bills, water fees, internet fees, gas fees, fuel fees, transportation fees, vehicle, house etc. repair costs, house rent, and land tax have given people enough to be anxious about. The giving of presents between people is annoying enough. Personal safety is also worrisome, and the natural disasters and causal disasters that occur anytime and anywhere are heartrending. Therefore, living in this moment is the most troublesome and painful experience. Since life lies in perception and experience, it is wise to consciously avoid and escape the current situation of confusion and sorrow. There is a sad reality that we have to face. Nearly 1 million people commit suicide every year around the world. Millions of people attempt suicide. Hundreds of millions of people have thought of suicide. Why do they commit suicide? Because the present is too bitter, there is no hope, no turning point, no bright future, so they just choose to commit suicide. This is the life tragedy of those who live in the moment. Now let's envision that if a person in such current distress knows that he will receive 1 million yuan tomorrow, or will encounter a noble person who will bring himself out of a real tragic situation, or the world will be reversed and his sorrow will end soon, or he gets to know in a few years that he will turn the situation around and become successful, or knows that he will enjoy a wonderful life in the endless heaven in the future. Then, Will he commit suicide? Of course not. Not only will he not commit suicide, but he will live happily every day. This means that letting the consciousness live in the future makes life better than living in the present. Therefore, allow yourself to live in the future and imagine that in the future you can live in the new oasis for life created by Life Genuine. Imagine that you are living in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Celestial Islands continent. In this way, your current misery will be alleviated. No matter how hard or difficult it is, you will survive it. Your current troubles and pains will disappear into smoke and clouds, and all worries and fears will be just illusions in front of you. Hence, you will feel that every day is interesting to live, just like playing games, and even if death comes, you will be fearless and even accept it with joy. This is the way to transcend time and space. We must know that the future is created by visualized thinking. The essence of life is perception and experience. In this case, living in a beautiful future is more meaningful and valuable than living in the present. One of the mysteries of life is that perception and experience determine the taste and state of life. That being the case, why bother letting the consciousness experience a miserable moment? Why not let the consciousness experience a bright future? Anyway, consciousness does not distinguish between reality and illusion. Everything we experience is the essential attribute of life.
絮叨人生
A ramble about life. Xiefeng, May 23, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Rambling is chatting. Chatting can be endless, free from rules and regulations, letting one's thoughts float in the wind, aimlessly like mature dandelion seeds. Everyone encounters two doors every day. One door leads to heaven, and the other leads to hell. Whether you go to heaven or to hell depends entirely on how you treat people and things. If you treat them right, your path ahead will be bright and full of flowers. And if you treat them wrong, your path ahead will be full of mud, and you can only trudge along. Every day in life, we are taking exams. What we should do and how to do it is the exam. The examiner is the greatest creator. Our ultimate destination is decided by the accumulated daily exam results. With excellent results, there is no doubt we will go to heaven. With poor results, there is no doubt we will go to hell. Every day in life, we can have the good fortune of meeting angels. In everyday life, we always deal with people. Even the person we meet in the WeChat group might be an angel. If we treat angels kindly and sincerely, our lives might turn around and we may get to know the secrets of life. If we treat angels badly, we may miss a good connection and a good future. Everyone's outcome is an accumulation of his lifetime's thoughts and behavior. Do not take the chance and think that if you hurt a person or life you will not be punished. It is impossible. Punishment is bound to come. Even if we once ridiculed someone, even if we once gave someone a contemptuous look, even if we once humiliated someone with vulgar language, punishment would inevitably come. Some punishments are obvious, but most of the punishments are without a trace. It just happens without our noticing of it. For example, we should have eaten ginseng fruit, but in fact we got sour plums. We should have done something smoothly, but in fact we encountered obstacles and resistance. To analyze and judge a phenomenon, three basic factors need to be considered. One is affection, one is reason, and one is nature. Some phenomena conform to affection but not reason and nature. Some phenomena conform to reason but not affection and nature. And some phenomena conform to nature but not affection and reason. Some unreasonable phenomena are in line with affection and nature. Some ruthless phenomena are in line with reason and nature. And some phenomena that are neither in line with reason nor affection but are in line with nature. Therefore, it is best not to judge any phenomenon in life. It is easy to misjudge and cause harm, unless we take everything into consideration that are the three factors: affection, reason, and nature. Last year, I went to Vanuatu, the Pacific Island country, and chatted with Mr. Steven, the person in charge of Eden of the East. He said that people should be vegetarian instead of meat eaters. I asked, "Can't we eat pork?" He said we shouldn't. I said that everything has its value of existence. So what is the value of existence of pigs? He told me a lot and it made sense, but I explained my understanding to him. I said that balance is a law of the universe. This law conforms to the law that the sum of positive and negative energies is zero. Its basic principle is that it rises here but falls there. It increases here but decreases there. It gains here but loses there. And it strengthens here but weakens there. For example, if a person's words hurt many people, the balance of it will be that he can no longer talk. If a person takes advantage of the world, he will definitely be balanced by paying the price for this. If a person owes someone a debt, it will be balanced by his repaying the debt. If a person cruelly killed another life, it will definitely be balanced by the giving of his own life. In this sense, a pig must be the reincarnation of a certain person as a result of his words bringing too much hurt to others. He took too much advantage of others, he owed too much debt, and cruelly killed a certain life. Only by reincarnating as a pig and paying with his own hair, bones, blood, flesh, and life can he balance the debts he owed in his previous life. In this sense, eating meat is a kind of benevolence, and not eating meat is cruel. Why do I say so? When a person owes a debt, he will be reincarnated as a pig to repay. If you do not eat his meat, that means that he is not allowed to repay his debts, and he has to continue to carry his debts and reincarnate again and again in the livestock world. This is a bit cruel. But if you eat his meat, it lets him repay his debts and leave behind his reincarnation in the pig world and return to the human world as a human being. Isn't it a good deed? There are endless truths that people need to learn and understand in their lives. There is a deep understanding that I want to share with everyone. This is to never hurt anyone in your life. Do not hurt with words, nor with deeds, eyes, mouth, hands, feet, or thoughts. Even if others hurt you, you must never deal with a man as he deals with you. Just say good words, as many as you like, and never say anything bad. Once you do, it will become sin, and it will be too late to remedy. Fish are in the water, people are in the Tao, and the operation and changes of all phenomena and things in the world are in the Tao, and there are no people or things that should be wronged. Feeling being wronged is because of your not understanding cause and effect. If you understand the law of cause and effect, you will know that everything is appropriate. It is really divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. Therefore, if others hurt you, they will be handed over to the Tao's handling and arrangement. We ourselves will never hurt people, will never hurt anyone.
人类最佳出路，改变传统的生产和生活模式。
The best way forward for mankind. Changing the traditional production and life mode. Xiefeng, February 1st, 2023. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. With the development of human beings today, there are many chronic diseases that cannot be cured by the traditional production and life mode. More than 7 billion people are living on the earth and consume a large amount of resources every day, and consumption has exceeded the regeneration capacity of the earth. Rapid advances in science and technology can develop new types of energy and save resources, but ultimately, it is a drop in the bucket and cannot solve the crisis that we are facing. The chronic diseases of the entire human society are as follows. Resource consumption exceeds regeneration capacity. Everyone is a consumer of resources, not a creator of resources. In the long run, the depletion of resources is an inevitable reality, and this problem cannot be solved by relying on the traditional production and life mode. The waste of resources. A large part of what people use in food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death today is extravagant and unnecessary. This problem cannot be solved by legal and moral teachings. It can only be solved by changing the traditional production and life mode. Official corruption and a slothful government. There are always contradictions between officials and the people. This problem has not been resolved for thousands of years. The problem is that the traditional production and life mode are fertile soil for corruption. If the traditional production and life mode do not change, the corruption of officials and government sloth cannot be eliminated. Conflicts between ethnic groups and between countries. The competition and conflicts between different ethnic groups and nations which are caused by resource competition and ideological differences have never been resolved in history. If these conflicts cannot be resolved, huge military expenditures will not be reduced, and wars will be inevitable. The huge damage that this causes to society cannot be avoided. The only measure to solve this chronic disease lies in changing the traditional production and life mode of human beings. The gap between the rich and the poor. Due to everyone's different talents and the efforts that different people make, it is natural and normal for people to have a wealth gap between them. However, if the gap between rich and poor becomes too large, conflicts will form. The most effective way to alleviate this conflict is not legal and moral teaching, not to mention administrative orders and taxation, but to change the traditional mode of production and life. The magic of money. With money as a medium of exchange, its value and function cannot be questioned and underestimated. However, when people regard the pursuit of money as the primary motivation and purpose of survival and life, social turmoil and personal troubles and pains will be the result. How can the magic of money be eliminated? Only by changing the traditional mode of production and life. The loss of integrity. The more there are people, the fewer the resources, the more intense the competition will be, and the lower the integrity of people will be. With the loss of integrity, the cost of communication between people, countries, and special interest groups will increase infinitely. This is not only detrimental to the welfare of all the people, but also detrimental to resource conservation and social stability. How can this problem be solved? Legal and moral constraints cannot play a major role, so it can only be solved by changing the traditional mode of production and life. The disadvantages of government planning and a market economy. Facts have proved that the government's plan will take care of one thing and overlook another will lead to the impoverishment of the people. The market economy is like the law of the jungle, which will lead to the weak becoming the prey to the strong, which is not the ideal state of human life. I have thought about many options of how to make the world favorable and harmonious, and for the people to live and work in peace and contentment. Finally, it has been found that the best plan is to replace the traditional way of production and life with the new way of production and life. So, what kind of mode is the new human production and life mode? In a word, it is a full replication and copy of the production and life mode of the thousand-year world of the kingdom of heaven. The model of this new mode of production and life on earth is the production and life mode of the second home created by Life Genuine. A brief summary of this new mode is: human beings will no longer enter the institution of marriage and family, but enter the program of the second home. Countries will disintegrate. There will be global cooperation and resource sharing. The scale of population growth will become lower than the regeneration capacity of the Earth's resources, and people will flow around the world designedly, allowing everyone to reach the state of life in the kingdom of heaven, where everyone owns nothing yet owns everything. This is not a dream, but a summary of the successful experience that has been practiced on the Earth for 15 years. May every citizen of the Earth get to know, think, and practice it.
人类最高级文明内涵
The connotation of the highest level of human civilization. Dayform Buddha. May 2, 2023. Edited by Peter. When human civilization enters the most advanced stage, there will be no laws, no countries, no currency, no marriage and family, and no forms of identification such as ID cards, passports, driver's licenses, work permits, medical licenses, judge certification, professor certification, and so on, and there will be no various types of business licenses. Readers may think that this is impossible. Without laws, without countries, without any identification, the whole human society will become chaotic. For example, if there are no driver's licenses, people who don't understand traffic rules will also drive on the road and will inevitably cause traffic accidents. I want to say that we cannot imagine the form and operating mode of the highest level of human civilization society with the current consciousness and living environment of people, but we can imagine that when everyone is selfless and exudes the nature of truth, goodness, beauty, love, sincerity, and trust from within, all the disputes in the world will be melted away. The unskilled driver will not drive on the road because he loves others more than he loves himself. Perhaps some readers may think that people cannot completely achieve unselfishness and selflessness, but in fact, when the traditional production and life mode of society will be replaced by the second home mode, people will find that the more unselfish and selfless they are, the more they will enjoy the joy and beauty of life and life to the greatest extent. We have proven this through 14 years of this production and life mode in practice. Without countries, laws, and marriage and family, will everything become chaotic? No, when we emulate the thousand-year world mode, we will find that the higher the degree of freedom, the more civilized people will become. The more restrictions and constraints, the more people's selfishness, greed, and opportunism will be stimulated. Moreover, when tens of millions of second homes are born on the earth, people will choose to enter these homes to live in, and all the homes will operate according to universal values and the way of nature. All people on earth will become members of this big family of homes, and no matter what they do, whether it is power generation, farming, clothing production, education of children, shepherding on the grassland, or technological innovation in the laboratory, people from all walks of life will become members of the Earth family. Without currency and private property, everyone will freely use their intelligence and talents, and all the issues of food, clothing, housing, transportation, aging, and death will be resolved by this big family. No one would want to keep currency or have private property. Each second home has 30 to 300 members, and each member rotates to work and live in another home for 3 years. When people around the world start to flow freely, there will be no more national, party, religious, or cultural barriers, and any turmoil and war will no longer occur. Hunger will also disappear, and the probability of theft, robbery, corruption, fraud, and deception will become negligible. I am very sure that everyone must have 100,000 questions in their hearts about this, but I can tell you that I have thought of all the problems you are worried about, and I know the solutions. I can also tell you accurately that no one's thinking in the world today is deeper than mine, and no one's solution to solving problems is superior to mine. Even if the Eastern saint that everyone is looking forward to comes, it will not surpass my theory and practice. Humanity has only one bright future ahead, which is to follow what I say, because no matter how intelligent a person may be, they cannot escape the 36-8 diagram arrays. Only by following the path I guide you on can we have the most wonderful future.
与自己同行的人造就了人生的悲欢离合。
The people who accompany us on our journey shape the joys and sorrows of our lives. Xiefeng, June 1st, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. People realize and understand as they grow older that the individuals that they journey with shape the joys and sorrows, separations and reunions of their life. They contribute to the ups and downs, the completeness and deficiencies of one's existence. During childhood, parents are the ones who bring both happiness and sadness, separations and reunions, completeness and deficiencies. Having loving and understanding parents is a blessing in life. However, if parents treat their child as a means to uphold family honor or as a target for venting frustrations from outside, it becomes a source of sorrow in life. During adolescence, the most influential people to walk alongside are teachers. Their words, actions, and evaluations lay the foundation for one's character and outlook on life. Wise and caring teachers pave the way for a hopeful and bright future, while narrow-minded and bitter teachers fill the sky of one's life with clouds, lacking warmth and sunshine. Young adulthood is a vibrant period for expanding one's social boundaries, and making friends is inevitable. Typically, people form 2 or 3 close friendships, and it is precisely these close friends that bring about significant turning points in one's life. Genuine and open-minded close friends, filled with the confidence and courage to strive and excel, will inspire oneself, leading to a passionate and hopeful outlook on life. On the other hand, if a close friend is selfish, deceitful, and harbors a dark mentality, one will also be drawn into a chaotic and disorderly path that goes against morality and even legality. In middle age, the most important companion in life is a spouse. If one is fortunate to meet a considerate, capable, and affectionate partner who excels at managing household affairs, it is a great blessing. Conversely, encountering an unreasonable, selfish, and greedy spouse who lacks understanding and often voices complaints creates a life filled with bottomless sorrow and misery. In such circumstances, whether it is the husband or the wife, thoughts of suicide often emerge in their minds. The inner pain has nowhere to be expressed, and they can only silently endure day after day, year after year. In old age, as physical strength gradually wanes and illnesses silently afflict the body, confidence in life diminishes. People around us unconsciously begin to drift away. At this time, The attitudes and treatment received from our children become the final scenery on the journey of life. If children are filial, it is a stroke of great fortune, bestowing immense blessings and great destiny. However, if children are unfilial, physical and mental suffering seeps into our marrow and nerves. Ultimately, the journey of life concludes in a state of calling to the heavens without response and crying to the earth without answer. Whether it is during adolescence, young adulthood, middle age, or old age, if one encounters someone who cares genuinely, bringing happiness, joy, freedom, blessedness, and hope without expecting anything in return, that person is truly a saint, a bodhisattva, an angel. That must be you have burned some high incense in your past life, and blessings poured forth from your ancestral graves. Cherish this extraordinary affinity. If one is fortunate to encounter a group of individuals who selflessly give and contribute without making excessive demands, it is a tremendous blessing and the greatest care and blessing from heaven. It is worth treasuring for a lifetime.
失业大学生们的锦绣之路
The Splendid Path of Unemployed College Students. Xiefeng. April 25, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Happiness. Misery lurks beneath it. Misery. Happiness is to be found by its side. What I see is a bright future awaiting unemployed college students, a wonderful life that is incomparable. This is what I think, and I hope respected and dear unemployed college students can consider whether it makes sense. At this moment, you may be in a state of confusion, anxiety, uncertainty, restlessness, and disappointment. This is because you are carried along by the tides of the times. If you try to catch up with the tide or let others determine your fate, you will find yourselves in a sea of suffering. Not to mention reaching the other shore, you won't even be able to see where it is. First of all, you should understand that it is not your fault, nor your parents' fault, nor the fault of your school teachers and professors that you are unable to find a job. It is the fault of the times. Just like the blooming flowers wither in the spring, it is not the fault of the flowers, but the result of a cold spell. You may be inspired by another form of success studies, such as how to make a comeback, how to escape from the lower class, how to cross social barriers, and so on. I want to say that such motivation will only make your situation more difficult and miserable. Don't aspire to be superior to others, don't aim to live a life that others envy, don't expect to achieve financial freedom quickly, and don't anticipate starting your own business. These thoughts and actions are poison to life and will make everyone's existence even more unbearable. In front of you lies a life adorned with beautiful flowers. Endless is the sea of bitterness. Repent and you will find the shore. How do you repent? How do you reach the paradise-like shore of life? Once your roots establish yourself, the way will grow therefrom, and the way will guide you. Only seek to serve more people without desiring to earn more money. Reduce your material desires to the minimum. Live in a thatched hut, wear patched clothes, eat simple food, drink plain water. Refuse all luxury goods. If necessary, you can beg. Regard yourself as the most ordinary blade of grass in nature. Don't pursue romantic relationships, don't get married, don't start a family. Concentrate your efforts on establishing a foundation. Inheriting the wisdom of the past, creating everlasting peace. Listen to the teachings of Jesus Christ, respect the Dharma of Shakyamuni Buddha, embrace the spirit of the Prophet Muhammad, and adopt the thoughts of the Taoist Saint Laozi. Regardless of how dark the world becomes, how fickle people's hearts are, how bleak the future appears, and how others may comment, dedicate yourself to unifying the world and ensuring the well-being of all people, allowing everyone to enjoy the blessings of life. Strive to make everyone possess everything while having nothing, and work hard to provide everyone with a means of livelihood. Regard labor as the foremost necessity of life. Adhere to this principle. The image of laborers is the most beautiful. Labor is the source of joy and happiness. Laborers possess the finest qualities. Engage in diligent work every day, create, and never allow yourself to be idle. Abandon laziness. Abandon getting something for nothing. Abandon seeking comfort and despising hard work, and abandon seeking quick gains. Sing the praises of all laborers in the world. Embrace unconventional thinking and indulge in wild imagination. Reversion is the action of the Tao. When the majority moves west, quickly move east. When the majority flock to the cities, quickly go to the countryside. When the majority prioritizes pragmatism, quickly prioritizes ideology. Whatever the majority criticize, quickly sing its praises, and vice versa. Distance yourself from money, power, fame, and profit, including distancing yourself from the wealthy, influential, famous, and powerful. Get closer to the most ordinary and common laboring masses. Reverse all the perspectives on life, values, worldview, outlook on life, and moral outlook that human society has established, and establish anew the 5 outlooks necessary for the highest level of civilized society. Then, you will discover the scenery of just as the weary traveler despairs of finding a road, lo, a village appears, and the shade of willows and riotous flowers beckon. The path has been paved for you, and the future is definitely more beautiful than you imagine. If you find my words reasonable, follow the path I have laid out. If you think I am talking nonsense and misleading you, then continue the path you believe to be correct. 性的神力和魔力, The Power and Magic of Sex. Xiefeng, March 31st, 2021. Edited by Qin Yu. In the Bloodstream Sermon, Patriarch Bodhidharma said, "Nature, same as sex in Chinese, is Buddha. What propels society forward is sex. The universe is a dance of sex. The fulfillment of sex is the fulfillment of life and the fulfillment of the universe. In order for a person to become immortal, achieve enlightenment, and become divine, they must attain the fulfillment of sex." From the principle of Taiji, every life is polarized, either masculine or feminine. Only when the masculine and feminine unite can life become complete. The power of sex is immensely strong. It is impossible to transcend sex. It is self-deception. Sex possesses divine power and demonic power, which humans cannot control. Forcing control over sex will distort it and lead to sexual deviance. When sex is liberated, the world becomes peaceful, people become harmonious, and society becomes balanced and stable. Therefore, sexual freedom is both fundamental and ultimate freedom. Without sexual freedom, there is no personal freedom, no fairness or justice in society, and no possibility for individuals to become immortal, achieve enlightenment, or become divine. Thus, sex should bloom freely like wildflowers in the mountains and flow freely like rivers. Sex is amoral. Therefore, moral standards should not be imposed upon it. The following conclusions are derived from an insightful perspective on sex. They may be shocking, but I hope readers will not reject them based on outdated beliefs and moral standards. To determine their correctness, rational analysis and judgment should be employed. Respecting facts, examining them with a scientific spirit and logical abilities, and avoiding emotional reactions is crucial, as becoming emotional renders one unable to reason. The conclusion is as follows. Regarding anyone's sexual life and behavior, no matter how strange, bizarre, even absurd, or how promiscuous, licentious, immoral, or even deviant it may seem, as long as it does not harm others or society, as long as it is not forced and is willingly embraced by those involved, it should be tolerated and should not be condemned or even criminalized. For example, sexual intercourse between humans and animals, between a father and daughter, mother and son, grandparents and grandchildren, son-in-law and mother-in-law, and so on. For example, the fickleness of women and their involvement in multiple sexual relationships, the promiscuity of men and their involvement in multiple sexual relationships, and instances of infidelity within marriages, and so on. The myriad of unconventional sexual activities and patterns should be understood. Human society does not need to astonish or insult these individuals, nor should it hold them hostage to morality. I solemnly declare that I do not endorse the aforementioned sexual behaviors, but I can understand them. Those who have a full stomach have no idea how it feels to be hungry. The wealthy cannot truly experience the hardships and helplessness of the poor. Those with a full stomach cannot set standards for those who are hungry, and the wealthy cannot dictate norms for the poor. This is similar to how lions and tigers cannot establish behavioral guidelines for zebras and gazelles, and wolves cannot set boundaries for sheep. When the powerful drive of sex erupts, the best approach is to satisfy sexual desires. When satisfaction cannot be achieved, people will seek various ways to fulfill their intense sexual cravings. People do not desire to engage in sexual intercourse with animals. However, if conditions for sexual intimacy with humans are not present, they may resort to releasing sexual energy through intercourse with animals. If even that condition is unavailable, individuals may engage in sexual relations with their own daughters, sons, grandsons, granddaughters, uncles, aunts, mothers-in-law, nephews, nieces, and so on. As for infidelity or sexual relationships between masters and disciples, teachers and students, these are already considered quite normal phenomena. In the world of women, sex workers are a group of extraordinary women because they provide countless men with sexual fusion and satisfaction. They are considered great because they adhere to the principle that the higher the degree of shared experience, the greater the value. Therefore, it can be logically deduced that women who engage in sexual relationships with more men and men who engage in sexual relationships with more women should be affirmed and should not be subjected to condemnation or persecution. Human beings should prioritize reality. Once individuals reach maturity, they enter a stage of sexual needs. Maximizing the acquisition of sexual energy not only leads to happy and fulfilling lives for each person, but also promotes a harmonious and stable society that progresses towards civilization. The prerequisite for human civilization is sexual freedom. Without sexual freedom, human civilization cannot be achieved. Sex is a form of energy and a resource that is inexhaustible. However, when individuals monopolize sexual resources, the resource becomes particularly scarce. Once it becomes scarce, it is inevitable that animal mating and incestuous behavior cannot be eradicated, and the trading of sex cannot be avoided, which leads to troubles, anxieties, pains, and even crimes. Of course, the more sexual partners one has and the higher the frequency, the higher the risk of contracting sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV/AIDS. This negative consequence can be addressed through a program, such as requiring sexual health certificates for sexually mature individuals. This is achievable. However, it is not appropriate to abstain from sexual activities solely because there is a risk of contracting sexually transmitted diseases, just as one does not stop eating because eating can cause various illnesses. Life is like a dream. All space directions are void. We should have full experiences and live our life to the most so that we won't have regrets when we leave the earth. Being satisfied and dying blissfully is better than being consumed by worries and regrets.
一球64智论人类生存模式
One Earth, 64 Systems. On the Mode of Human Survival. Xiefeng. April 13th, 2021. Edited by Qin Yu. Inspired by the concept, One Country, Three Systems of Mr. Li Liangbin, who is from Jinshi Province, let us explore the future mode of human survival. The most ideal life mode for humanity in the future is the Xiefeng-style communism. However, before that, we can implement the One Earth, 64 Systems as a transitional mode. The so-called One Earth, 64 Systems implies that there can exist 64 different life modes on Earth. Let's examine the following scenario. In a circle, there are cows, horses, donkeys, sheep, pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese. Due to their different habits, food preferences, and physical characteristics, conflicts, arguments, and fights often arise between them. Chickens, ducks, and geese often complain that sheep, pigs, and dogs trampled on their eggs. Sheep, pigs, and dogs frequently lament that cows, horses, and donkeys snatch their food. Cows, horses, and donkeys often grumble about chickens, ducks, and geese defecating in their feeding troughs. All the animals blame each other for excessive flatulence, making it unbearable for anyone. As a result, no one is leading a good life, and it becomes impossible to live under such circumstances. To solve the above problems, moral education is futile and ineffective. The best approach is to separate them and provide each animal with its own enclosed space, corresponding to their species. This way, we can avoid mutual complaints and torment. The human species has some similarities to the livestock mentioned above. Some people prefer the capitalist way of life, while others prefer the primitive tribal lifestyle, socialism, communism, anarchism, democracy, dictatorship, rice, noodles, meat-based diets, vegetarian diets, monogamy, polygamy, or polyandry. The list goes on. When individuals with diverse preferences are forced into the same mode, conflicts, arguments, and even physical fights are unavoidable. The way to eliminate contradictions and conflicts among individuals is to allow them to live in their respective spheres where they can find peace and happiness. Therefore, my idea is the One Earth, 64 Systems approach. For example, all white people could gather in Europe, black people in Africa, and yellow people in Asia. This would eliminate racial discrimination. Those who prefer the capitalist system could come together to engage in capitalism, while those who prefer the socialist system could come together to practice socialism, and those who prefer the communist system could come together to pursue communism. Similarly, those who embrace Christianity could gather in one place, those who follow Islam could gather in another place, and those who practice Buddhism could gather in yet another place, and so on. Likewise, those who enjoy noodles could eat noodles, those who prefer rice could eat rice, those who enjoy meat-based diets could come together, and those who prefer vegetarian diets could gather as well. Those who prefer monogamy could form their own society, those who prefer polygamy or polyandry could form their own society, and those who advocate for a society without marriage could form their own community for shared relationships. In this way, just like providing separate spaces for cows, horses, donkeys, sheep, pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese, humans no longer need to argue and fight with each other due to differences in personality, interests, and so on. Why 64 systems? Because human survival requires 64 elements, and none can be omitted. Do you see it? Cows, horses, donkeys, sheep, pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese are arguing together without any value or meaning, and their arguments will never end. Arguments between humans are also without value or meaning. The best solution is to live our own lives according to our own preferences. Can the above ideals be realized? Certainly not, because those in power won't allow it. Therefore, this proposal is only meant to bring some amusement to everyone when they have enough to eat and drink and have nothing else to do. 把每件小事做完美，你就是非凡之人。Completing every little thing perfectly makes you extraordinary. Xiefeng. April 23rd, 2021. Edited by Qin Yu. As someone in their 60s, I have some life insights and experiences to share with young people, which will undoubtedly benefit you greatly. The most valuable insight and experience from my half-century of life is that by completing every little thing you do perfectly, you become an extraordinary individual, and your life path will only grow wider as you continue. What are the small things you should strive for perfection in? The answer is that every small thing you do each day should be worth doing perfectly. Here are some examples. When interacting with others, whether serving or cooperating with them, always make an earnest effort to bring joy and satisfaction to others. This is especially true when dealing with your superiors, elders, or those who excel in their careers. Let them know that you respect them and are willing to serve them. When performing tasks, never have even the slightest hint of complaints or half-heartedness. When collaborating with others, be willing to give more and enjoy less, making the experience comfortable and valuable for the other person. When interacting with your blood relatives, such as parents, children, siblings, and other relatives, or with your spouse, in-laws, and their relatives, do not focus on personal interests. Instead, give your utmost effort to do things well to the best of your ability. Never expect rewards. Simply express your best qualities and make everyone feel secure and comfortable when they are with you. Most young people will work for private employers or become government employees as civil servants. Regardless of the character of your boss or immediate superiors, regardless of your salary and other benefits, and regardless of whether the working environment satisfies you or not, you should strive to perform the tasks you are engaged in to the highest possible level. Never think that you are working for your boss or the country, or that your efforts are not worth it. Either quit and leave, or put your heart and soul into doing the job well. Whether in interpersonal relationships or in your work, always remember that there are one or several pairs of eyes constantly watching you. Even when you are alone, there are eyes watching. This is the secret I discovered after becoming a guide in Life Genuine. Moreover, Be aware that the people watching you are not those of lower or equal level to you. They are always more advanced and outstanding than you. They are the ones who determine whether your future will be smooth. If you fail to do small things well, your path will become narrower as you go. But if you excel in every little thing, your path will widen as you move forward. Every word spoken and every action taken by a person is recorded in the detention information space. Even if tens of thousands of years pass or the Earth disappears, everything recorded in the detention information space will not disappear. Once a word is uttered or an action is taken, it is impossible to change it. Nowadays, the online world and platforms like WeChat provide a vast space for us to showcase our talents. However, we must be vigilant because every word we speak in the online world or in WeChat groups, etc., will influence our future. Every word and every action pave the way for our future. Speaking perfectly and doing every little thing perfectly paves the way to heaven, while speaking and acting in an ugly way paves the way to hell. As I said before, what information you input into the world determines what results the world will give you. Therefore, be cautious with every word you speak and put your heart and soul into completing every little thing perfectly. Every word we speak and every action we take fully reflects our inner world and life qualities. It is important to be aware that sometimes a single word we speak or a small thing we do can change the trajectory of someone's life. All the words we say and the things we do collectively shape the trajectory of our lives. Extraordinary lives are those who complete every little thing perfectly.
不幸是生命旅途上转折的起点。
Misfortune is the starting point of turning points on the journey of life. Xiefeng, January 9th, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. As a guide in Life Genuine, I understand that Life Genuine members who follow the guide to climb the peak of life know that whether it's the articles I write or myself, everything is presented truthfully and transparently to the public. I have nothing to hide or conceal. I am transparent. I am real. There is no hypocrisy, no artificiality, no pretense, no schemes, no tactics. What I say may not be completely correct, and what I do may not be flawless, but what I say and do is a genuine expression of my true self. I speak out about the insights, experiences, and viewpoints I have gained on my journey of life, hoping that they may have some value as references. I experienced the years of hunger in 1958 and 1960 and almost starved to death. That was misfortune. However, the result of this misfortune is that I have found every meal I eat in my life to be delicious, whether it's the sour taste of Northern cuisine, the spicy taste of Central cuisine, or the sweet taste of Southern cuisine. Whether it's Chinese, Western, or African cuisine, they are all enjoyable. This is because I have a belief in my heart that simply having enough food to fill our stomachs in life is happiness. In 1980, I studied at Zhangjiago Geological Technical School, specializing in being a fitter. During one semester, I was assigned to the automotive repair workshop to learn car mechanics. The master had 2 apprentices, and one day the master asked his 2 apprentices to let me practice driving by taking the car to the school playground. The older apprentice explained to me how to operate the car and then got out of the car. However, the younger apprentice grabbed the steering wheel and started the car, practicing without ever letting me drive. During the practice, students from the fitter class and mechanic class came to the playground for physical education, and the younger apprentice was driving in a reckless manner. It was unfortunate for me that the younger apprentice didn't let me drive, but this misfortune saved me from disaster. Every time I think of that scene sitting in the driver's seat on the school playground, watching the younger apprentice nervously practicing driving, I am grateful that fate didn't let me drive that day. If the person holding the steering wheel had been me instead of the younger apprentice, I could have driven and hit many classmates, with terrible consequences. I might have been born with the qualities to become an official. During my primary school, middle school, technical school, college, and the first semester of university, I was almost always the class monitor. At the age of 18, I became the deputy secretary of a brigade managing 11 production teams. In 1984, I was designated as the director of the 3rd echelon in the Geological Hydrology 3rd team. In 1988, I was designated as the principal of a school for children of employees in the Geological Bureau. In 1992, I was designated as the director of a prospecting machinery factory. Unfortunately, I messed up all these positions because I didn't take those official positions seriously. Looking back today, this misfortune was actually a great blessing. If I had become an official at the time, according to what my wife said in 1993, I would have already been the governor of Gansu province. If that were the case, there would be a 90% chance that I would have become a corrupt official and could have ended up in prison. Even if I didn't end up in prison, my name would certainly be infamous throughout history. In 1994, while I was abroad, the official's vehicle broke down. I was asked to drive it to Blavoy, more than 200 kilometers away, for repairs. As I was the translator, no one else could handle it. The owner of the repair shop was a white person who said it would take 3 days to fix the car. So I handed the car over to the repair shop and returned to the base. However, that evening, I was subjected to the official's insults. He wanted me to fix the car and bring it back the same day. Faced with such irrational treatment from my superior, I quit on the spot. This unfortunate event led me to leave the system I had finally entered. Later, I started my own business and embarked on the path of self-reliance. Thanks to the irrational insults from the official, I finally found my path to freedom. At a time when there were very few private cars in China, I already had a sedan and a van, and I was living in a spacious villa with a front and backyard and a swimming pool. I employed 2 people to maintain the garden and clean and wash clothes for me. Over 20 years ago, I had a car accident, an unfortunate event. However, it was that car accident that became a major turning point on my journey of life, completely changing the trajectory of my life and leading me onto the way of the greatest creator, finding the way to heaven. In China, due to the establishment of Life Genuine and the second home, I faced suppression from the government. Over 10 communities were destroyed. This was misfortune. But precisely because of these misfortunes, I was pushed to Canada. In Canada, the land is vast, and I live on 40,000 square meters of private land. According to my friends, where I live is a mansion with 10 bathrooms, 2 washrooms, and 6 showers. I enjoy a peaceful, harmonious, and secure heavenly life. From the aforementioned unfortunate events, what have we realized? In fact, when we encounter unfortunate events, we feel anxious, suffer, worry, and even become resentful. However, in most cases, misfortune is precisely the turning point in life. It is truly said, good fortune lies within bad and bad fortune lurks within good. When we understand this, when faced with misfortunes on the journey of life, we face them calmly, accept them willingly, and may even secretly rejoice. Therefore, when misfortune befalls us, we must remain calm, not panic, not go mad, not complain, and certainly not become angry. As long as we are alive, we can await the day when the clouds disperse and flowers bloom. The members of Life Genuine all know that when I lost sight in one of my eyes, everyone worried about me. But I smiled and declared, haha, from now on, I can see everything clearly with just one eye. Since the day I began losing my eyesight until today, I haven't really cared about the loss of one eye. Who knows whether it is a good thing or a bad thing? When the Chinese government released a video message calling the second home created by Life Genuine an evil community, I laughed and felt delighted all day long. How marvelous! Darkness curses the light, and the light becomes even brighter. Calling me Xiefeng, evil only serves to prove that it is a case of thieves crying, "Catch the thief." As a result, the status, value, and significance of Life Genuine in history will shine even more brilliantly, and future generations will have profound respect when they hear about Life Genuine. When numerous unfortunate events occur on the journey of life, congratulations! The gates of heaven have already opened for you. Misfortune is the starting point of turning points on the journey of life. Please cherish misfortune. 仇富必将贫穷. Hating the wealthy will lead to poverty. Xiefeng, January 12, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. Philosophy tells us that the principle of unity of opposites is universal in the universe. For everything, there exists something that is its opposite. If there is an up, there must be a down. If there is beauty, there must be ugliness. If there is wealth, there must be poverty, and so on. This existence of opposites is not only reflected in the external world, but also within ourselves. It means that within the same person, there can also be opposing aspects. For example, if you dislike wearing clothes, then you can only be naked. If you dislike the truth, you can only live in falsehood. If you dislike men, you can only become a woman. Therefore, if you hate the wealthy, you will inevitably head towards poverty. From this, we discover a pattern. Things tend to move towards their despised opposite. Based on this pattern, we can draw the following conclusions. If you hate heaven, you will move towards its opposite, hell. If you hate hell, you will move towards its opposite, heaven. If you despise landlords, capitalists, and the wealthy, then you will move towards being a poor farmer, a wage laborer, or a beggar. If you despise violence, you will move towards peace. Likewise, if you despise peace, you will move towards violence. If a country eliminates all the rich people, that country will inevitably move towards poverty. If a country despises civilization, it will move towards ignorance and backwardness. If all members of a nation respect, admire, and protect the wealthy, that nation will move towards prosperity and strength. On the contrary, if everyone discriminates against, insults, and suppresses the wealthy, that nation will move towards poverty, backwardness, and weakness. Likewise, if a nation, a country, despises nations and countries that are wealthier and more civilized than itself, that nation and country will inevitably move towards poverty, isolation, backwardness, ignorance, and barbarism. From this, we can draw another conclusion. You will move towards what you like. If you like cleanliness and tidiness, you will get rid of filth and messiness. If you like wealth, you will overcome poverty. If you like saints, you will transcend being a laity or mortal. If you like freedom, you will break free from the shackles of slavery. If you like heaven, you will escape the engulfment of hell. Our reality is created by our consciousness. A consciousness of poverty can only create a reality of poverty, and only a consciousness of wealth can create a life of abundance. Just look at Israel and Japan, and then look at Zimbabwe and Venezuela. The logic is evident. Do you want to live in heaven? If so, you must first have the consciousness of heaven. How can you have the consciousness of heaven? Take a look at my descriptions of the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. With those descriptions, you can have the consciousness of heaven. If you don't believe in my description of heaven, then look at the production and living scenes in the real second home on earth. They can also nurture the consciousness of heaven. Without the consciousness of heaven, no matter how much you practice or strive, you will never reach heaven. In conclusion, hating the wealthy will lead to poverty. Consciousness determines one's present situation and future.
如何走出痛苦?
How to break free from suffering. Xiefeng. January 15th, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. Feeling uncomfortable, depressed, troubled, anxious, worried, fearful, disappointed, and hopeless are forms of suffering. Suffering originates from three aspects: physical, mental, and spiritual. Physical pain can be endured and healed, and spiritual pain can be eliminated by establishing faith in the greatest creator. However, suffering arising from the mind is difficult to overcome and dissolve. Mental suffering stems from a lack of freedom, whether it be physical, mental, financial, or in one's actions. Any form of restriction on freedom can lead to mental anguish. Therefore, the core root of mental suffering lies in the inability to experience freedom. To break free from mental suffering, the first step is to identify the root causes that lead to such suffering and eliminate them, thereby allowing mental suffering to disappear. How can we find these causes? Start from the closest and move towards the farthest. Because the closer something is, the more likely it is to cause suffering, while the farther away it is, the easier it is to bear the resulting pain. Starting from the closest, the people who have a close relationship with oneself are likely to be the source of mental suffering. Spouse, parents, children, siblings, relatives, neighbors, colleagues, friends, superiors, subordinates, teachers, masters, partners, fellow practitioners, etc. Moving towards the farthest, factors that cause mental suffering mainly come from thieves, bullies, hooligans, gangs, families, tribes, extremist groups and organizations, nations, states, governments, political parties and religions, etc. For example, restrictions on physical freedom mainly come from marital relationships, restrictions on mental freedom mainly come from political parties and religions, restrictions on financial freedom mainly come from relatives and market monopolies, and restrictions on freedom of movement mainly come from the machinery of the state. When faced with suffering, moral education and preaching from sages and religious doctrines hardly have any effect. Spiritual practices and inspirational quotes may temporarily numb the pain. So-called spiritual cultivation and chicken soup for the soul are merely scratching the surface, and the fundamental solution lies in rebuilding the order of human production and life. The measures and pathways to completely eliminate individual and human suffering are as follows. Eliminate marriage and dissolve families. Political parties should not be involved in government management. Religion should not participate in government affairs. Open borders among countries and allow people to freely move and migrate. Promote the production and life mode of the second home of Life Genuine. All global citizens move towards the era of Life Genuine. I have prepared the path for the happiness of all humanity, from theory to practice. The future form of human society will neither be a legalistic form like the United States nor a rule by man like China. Instead, it will be a holographic way guided by saints and managed by sages. At that time, the state of society will be, the talented will be put to good use and the whole world will be one family. No one will pocket anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. The young being well educated and the old being looked after properly, people fully display their talents, and resources are fully utilized. Everyone fulfills their responsibilities, living in peace and prosperity. The world will be harmonious, with favorable weather conditions, thriving industries, wealthy and abundant, and suffering will disappear forever from now on. 走出思维迷思1. How to break free from mental fallacies, Part 1. Xiefeng. March 2nd, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. Those who focus on the outcome of life are the most unfortunate, while those who enjoy the present are the most carefree. Many people tend to weigh the pros and cons, look ahead, and consider all the possible obstacles and difficulties before making plans or decisions. I want to say that this is a mental fallacy and a mindset that leads to a pessimistic life. For example, if a couple planning to get married knows that they will divorce 10 years later, they might choose not to get married at all, and even if they do get married, their days will not be as sweet. On the other hand, if they are unaware of the future divorce, they can experience a period of sweetness and enjoy a wonderful time during their love and marriage. Suppose Life Genuine had informed all the Chanyuan Celestials before creating the second home that no matter how many communities we build, they will eventually be destroyed by the government. In that case, would Chanyuan Celestials still have the enthusiasm and passion to create numerous communities? Would they still put meticulous effort into building beautiful and magnificent communities? Of course not. If the results were not revealed in advance, Chanyuan Celestials would wholeheartedly and passionately create communities, even if they were eventually destroyed. What would be the significance in that? Now I ask, are there any Chanyuan Celestials who regretted their decision to participate in the creation of communities? I speculate that there isn't a single one. Why is that? It's because we have experienced a way of life that 99